Lieutenant Steve Scott of the University of Tennessee Police Department was conducting a routine patrol at the Shelby County Regional Forensic Center, affiliated with the university, at 1060 Madison Avenue in Memphis. A seasoned law enforcement officer, Lieutenant Scott had previously served in the narcotics unit of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office and had been a member of the K-9 unit. Despite his extensive experience, nothing could have prepared him for what he encountered just after midnight on June 2, 2002. While patrolling, Lieutenant Scott noticed a set of keys on the floor, which immediately signaled that something was amiss. Hearing a banging noise, he followed the sound and discovered a horrifying scene. A man padlocked to a window security grate in an outdoor stairwell. The man's arms were outstretched and tied to the grate, with barbed wire wrapped around his head, hands, and feet. A crude homemade explosive device was fastened around his neck. The victim was Dr. O'Brien Cleary, better known as O.C. Smith, the chief medical examiner for Shelby County. His office and the county morgue were located within the forensic center. Lieutenant Scott held deep respect for Dr. Smith, and the two had formed a friendship over their mutual interest in firearms. However, Dr. Smith later admitted he didn't react appropriately when his friend arrived on the scene. Instead of warning Lieutenant Scott to stay away due to the bomb, he begged for help. "I really did some things I shouldn't have done," Dr. Smith told reporter Janice Broach in 2006. "I called for him to help me. I wasn't man enough to shut up, and I begged him to come down." Despite his training, Lieutenant Scott violated all safety protocols and approached Dr. Smith. "He came down and talked to me," Dr. Smith recalled. The Memphis Police Department bomb squad soon arrived, and under the command of Mike Willis, 3 team members managed to safely remove the explosive device from Dr. Smith without it detonating. Lieutenant Scott stayed with Dr. Smith until the device was disabled and he was freed from the grate. The barbed wire from Dr. Smith's wrists and legs was removed at the scene, but Dr. Smith wanted the wire around his head removed at the hospital, so those strands remained on his head as he was transported to the regional medical center. He was released after just 4 hours, having only sustained minor injuries. According to Dr. Smith, he had been attacked injuries. According to Dr. Smith, he had been attacked around 10 p.m. on June 1st as he was leaving his office. He saw a man, whom he described as being Caucasian with a fleshy face, approximately 6 feet tall and weighing roughly 200 pounds out of the corner of his eye. He then felt 2 splashes of liquid, which would later be determined to be lye, hitting his face and burning him. The attacker then punched Dr. Smith in the stomach. Assailant led Dr. Smith down to the flight of stairs. Dr. Smith stumbled and fell and was dragged down the remaining steps, face down. The assailant then sat on the small of Dr. Smith's back and leaned forward to wrap Dr. Smith's legs with strands of barbed wire. He then hit Dr. Smith in the head and used other strands of barbed wire on Dr. Smith's wrists and head before lifting him up and padlocking him to the security gate. The attacker then affixed the bomb around Dr. Smith's neck with a canister under his chin and pulled out a tab that Dr. Smith assumed armed the bomb. The attacker did not speak until he was about to leave when he whispered in Dr. Smith's ear, "Push it, pull it, twist it, and you die. Welcome to death row." Dr. Smith took this as a warning that the device that was now on his chest was motion sensitive. The reference to death row was initially viewed as a clue to the potential motive for the attack. Almost as soon as Dr. Smith was named a chief medical examiner in January of 2000, he had been heavily involved in the case of death row inmate Philip Workman. Workman's case will have its own video next week because it is too involved to quickly summarize here. For the purpose of this video, however, it is important to understand that this case was highly controversial and highly publicized. Dr. Smith had performed the autopsy of the victim in the case, Memphis Police Lieutenant Ronald Oliver, in 1981. By the time Dr. Smith became chief medical examiner, there were serious concerns over whether or not Philip Workman had actually fired the shot that killed Lieutenant Oliver. Workman's trial and appeals lawyers had requested any images from the autopsy on 3 different occasions but were never provided with any. Workman's lawyers happened to notice a reference Dr. Smith made to x-rays taken during the autopsy in a letter he had written in reference to a clemency hearing for Workman set for March 8, 2000. They requested and were finally given access to the x-rays on March 2, 2000. They began the process of fighting for a new trial for Workman based on this new evidence. Dr. Smith claimed that he had not been aware that his office still had the X-rays until recently. In court documents and in the press, Workman's lawyers argued that the X-rays were deliberately withheld. On March 30th, 2001, Workman was granted a last-minute stay of execution so that his case could be reviewed by the appellate court. Shortly thereafter, in April of 2001, 3 strange and threatening letters were delivered to 3 different individuals: District Attorney General Bill Gibbons, reporter Lawrence Busser from the Commercial Appeal, and Robert Hutton, one of Workman's attorneys. Hutton had received his letter 3 days after appearing on a Memphis radio show, during which he discussed his concerns about Dr. Smith. All the letters contained strange religious language accusing Dr. Smith of being dishonest and trying to murder Workman. Smith must be returned to hell, for no purgatory can cleanse a soulless demon inhabiting a body made by the evil one, according to one of the letters. According to the letter writer, the evil one is in the body of O.C. Smith, soulless pawn of the devil, guilty of 2 mortal sins. The 2 sins being deceit and attempted murder. The letters refer to Workman, who had become religious while in prison as an innocent child of the Holy Family that Dr. Smith was trying to murder. The letter writer was never identified. Dr. Smith was called to testify in the subsequent appellate proceeding in 2001. In his testimony, he rejected the testimony given by other expert witnesses and declared that Philip Workman's gun, and only Philip Workman's gun, could have been used in the crime. Prior to Dr. Smith's testimony, the defense seemed to have presented a strong case based on the work of other experts that Lieutenant Oliver had not been shot with Workman's gun. The judge in the proceedings ruled against Workman on January 7, 2002. While he cited a number of factors in his decision, Dr. Smith's testimony was one of them. Workman's attorneys again criticized Dr. Smith and the press throughout the following months. On March 13, 2002, a janitor discovered a bomb and 2 smaller explosive devices on a metal tray on the staircase outside the Regional Forensic Center. Dr. Smith was asked to come out and confirm that they were in fact explosives. He did. According to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, who conducted the analysis on the devices, the largest device could have killed several people. The ATF also claimed to have evidence linking the bombs to the letterator. Analysis of the tray the devices had been placed on would later find several religious phrases in cut-out letters. The phrases, "Now you know," "Scourging the flesh," "Crown of thorns," "Nail of the cross," "Fires of hell," "Forever steel," were found in between the layers of aluminum of the tray. The bomb found in March also bore similarities to the one used in the June attack. Dr. Smith's attack was also tied to the letters because the bomb had the phrase "Steel in the hands of the King of Kings," which had been used to end all of the letters scratched into one side of it. The other side had the letters JMJ, which may stand for Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, etched into it. The potentially religious overtones of the attack, the barbed wire which made Dr. Smith appear to have a crown of thorns upon his discovery, and his arms being outstretched in a manner that seemed to mimic the crucifixion, also made it appear that Doctor's attack in June was connected to the letters and the previous explosive devices. Philip Workman was interviewed in prison and authorities investigated his family members, but no connection to the attack on Dr. Smith could be made. On June 3rd, the U.S. Attorney in Memphis, Terry Harris, announced to an assembled group of representatives from every law enforcement agency in the greater Memphis area that finding whoever was responsible for the attack on Dr. Smith would be their #1 priority. Dr. Smith and his wife were placed under 24-hour protection. 17 different agencies at the local, state, and federal levels would be involved in the investigation, and they would follow up on 112 leads over the next 2 years. Despite this massive effort, Dr. Smith's assailant was not identified. The tone of the investigation began to change by the fall of 2003. On September 15th, just 9 days before the day set for Philip Workman's execution, Tennessee Governor Phil Bredesen granted him a 4-month reprieve. His reasoning for granting the reprieve was a 15-month federal investigation in West Tennessee. On September 24th, Shelby County Mayor A.C. Wharton announced that he planned to remove Dr. Smith from office. Wharton argued that he had a responsibility to say to the county commission that circumstances have developed that there is a great likelihood that Dr. Smith cannot perform his duties. Being attacked and having the person responsible remaining out on the loose would be a trying experience for anyone, and certainly could have affected Dr. Smith's ability to perform his job. However, this is not what was concerning Mayor Wharton. By this time, investigators on the case were coming to the conclusion that there had never been any attack and that Dr. Smith had staged the entire incident. On September 11, 2003, Dr. Smith had been brought in for a meeting with Special Prosecutor Patrick Harris, not to be confused with U.S. Attorney Terry Harris and 2 investigators. The meeting was covertly recorded. The meeting began as Dr. Smith had probably expected it to, with him being asked to give his account of the attack. By the end of the meeting, however, Dr. Smith was being advised to confess to faking the entire incident to avoid the media circus that his trial for doing so would cause. He was offered a plea deal but refused it. Terry Harris would eventually testify that the transition from viewing Dr. Smith as the victim of a crime to the perpetrator of one was very slow. It was routine to eliminate individuals close to a crime as suspects, so Dr. Smith had to be looked at critically as a matter of procedure. He was not cleared right away, and questions about his story lingered rather than resolved. There were several factors that led investigators to the conclusion that Dr. Smith was responsible for the incident by the end of the summer of 2003. Some of these indications were present from the very beginning of the investigation, like the lack of cuts in Dr. Smith's clothing and his minor injuries compared to what he claimed to have endured. Other indicators came over time, like the inconsistencies that came up in Dr. Smith's stories about what had happened that night in June. A federal grand jury was convened to examine the evidence against Dr. Smith. After hearing testimony for several months, the grand jury indicted Dr. Smith on 2 counts of making false statements to investigators and 1 count of unlawful possession of a bomb. If convicted on all charges, he was facing up to 20 years in prison. The indictment came down on February 10, 2004. Dr. Smith pleaded not guilty to the charges and was released on his own recognizance. Dr. Smith, knowing that the indictment would speed up the mayor's plans to replace him, then formally resigned from the medical examiner's office, as well as from his position as professor of pathology at the University of Tennessee Health Science Center. Dr. Smith's trial began in February 2005. Terry Harris, the U.S. attorney based out of Memphis, recused himself and the Western District of Tennessee office from the case. Harris had worked as a prosecutor for Shelby County for 14 years, meaning he had worked closely with Dr. Smith. Harris considered Dr. Smith a personal friend, and so prosecuting his case was a conflict of interest. Dr. Smith's case was therefore prosecuted by U.S. Attorney Cummins and Prosecutor Patrick Harris out of the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Arkansas. Dr. Smith's defense attorney, Gerald Easter, tried to spin the trial as the ATF and the boys from Little Rock appear persecuting O.C. Smith. While this statement obviously oversimplifies the situation, it does highlight an important aspect of Dr. Smith's trial. While federal attorneys from out of state accusing a local doctor of a serious crime might not have upset a jury like Easter intended, the situation did make some members of local law enforcement uneasy. Dr. Smith had been with the Shelby County Medical Examiner's Office since 1978. He was well known and well liked by local law enforcement. He had a reputation amongst police officers for being willing to go to any crime scene at any time to move an investigation forward. Local prosecutors enjoyed having him testify in court because of his enthusiasm and ability to clearly explain complex concepts. He was an everyman with a working-class upbringing, but also a brilliant and successful doctor, which earned him a lot of friends and respect throughout the Memphis criminal justice community. He appeared to still have this respect even after his indictment. District Attorney General for Shelby County, Bill Gibbons, still called Dr. Smith as a witness in a criminal trial the same week he was indicted. Members of various local law enforcement agencies had to be called as witnesses during Dr. Smith's trial, and some were able to show their support of Smith in their testimony. Memphis Police Lieutenant Richard Borges, for example, had been the first on the scene on June 2nd. He was able to testify that he did not believe Dr. Smith staged the attack because of the look of terror he had seen on Dr. Smith's face when he arrived on the scene. Dr. Smith's place in the criminal justice community did potentially jeopardize the investigation into the events of June 1st-2nd, 2002 right from the beginning, as it did afford him considerations that would not have been available to the average victim of a crime. Dr. Smith was allowed to return to the crime scene the day after the attack and spend most of the day in his office. ATF agent Mike Rowland would testify at trial that he had been upset that Dr. Smith was allowed back at the scene when the attacker could have still been in the area. A bomb-sniffing dog reportedly hit on Dr. Smith's vehicle during the initial sweep of the area, but the vehicle was never processed by the crime lab because, according to Memphis Police Detective Connie Manis, Dr. at trial, the prosecution had little physical evidence indicating that Dr. Smith had staged his attack. Agents from the ATF had found holes cut in barbed wire fences on Dr. Smith's farm, but samples from those fences did not match the barbed wire used during the attack. The prosecution tried to argue that a bottle found next to Dr. Smith had contained the lye, scientifically known as sodium hydroxide, that had been thrown in his face, and that the testing of the residue in that bottle showed that it had contained a heavily diluted solution of just 12% sodium hydroxide, which would burn skin, but not as harshly and instantly as solutions of between 25 and 50% would have. The defense argued that the amount of residue left in the bottle was too small for this testing to be accurate. The lack of physical evidence played a larger part in the prosecution's argument. They held that if Dr. Smith had been attacked as he had described to them, his injuries would have been much more severe. Dr. Smith's eyes were red from irritation at the hospital, but no sodium hydroxide had gotten into them, and no traces of it were found on the scrubs he had been wearing. If the solution had been thrown in his face by an assailant, it would not have been so precise and injury-sparing, according to the prosecution. Dr. Smith was also not seriously injured from any of the barbed wire that had been wrapped around him. He had a few scratches on his hands, but the injuries on his face were superficial. The trauma nurse who treated Dr. Smith at the hospital, Stephanie Ziegler, testified that while Dr. Smith's face was irritated, she did not see any punctures or lacerations on it, only noting breaks in the skin on his hands and wrists. Other witnesses would describe Dr. Smith as looking as though his face were sunburned or as though he had been in a fist fight the day after the alleged attack. Dr. Smith would later argue that his face did not have severe lacerations because the barbed wire was old and dull. While Dr. Smith's injuries may seem minor for the dramatic attack, trying to quantify how injured someone should be is problematic, especially when it is done by lawyers, not medical professionals. Another major issue the prosecution raised during the trial was how Dr. Smith's assailant was able to overpower him. Dr. Smith normally carried a gun and kept a knife in his boot, but had neither of them with him on the night he says he was attacked. While Dr. Smith was 49 in June 2002, he had been a medical officer in the Navy Reserves for the previous 25 years and had excellent physical fitness and self-defense reports. But Cummins raised the issue of why such a skilled individual would fail to put up a fight when being attacked. William Lee Hickey, who was the recipient of 3 Purple Hearts and the Navy Cross, testified that Dr. Smith was one of the finest doctors he had ever worked with while in the service. When asked on the stand why he thought Dr. Smith took such a passive approach when he was attacked, Hickey argued that part of dealing with a surprise attack involves staying calm and assessing the situation. Since Dr. Smith claimed he could not see after the lye hit his face, he would not have been able to see if his attacker was armed or not. So the passive approach may have been appropriate. The prosecution mainly took issue with the fact that Dr. Smith did not fight back after he was lying on the ground. According to Dr. Smith's early accounts of his attack, his assailant had sat on the small of his back and tied his feet with the barbed wire first. In this scenario, Dr. Smith's hands would have been free, giving him the ability to fight back. If he had pushed himself up, his assailant would have fallen to the ground, and he would have had the upper hand in either fighting him off or running away. This moment in Dr. Smith's account caused other problems for him as well. It is one of the main inconsistencies that helped turn suspicion towards him in the first place. In his initial statements to authorities, Dr. Smith provided detailed accounts of his attacker tying his feet before tying his wrists. In the September 2003 interview, he said that his wrists had been tied first. Dr. Smith had also initially given a detailed description of the assailant, but later said that he did not get a good look at him. All of these details show that Dr. Smith may have staged the attack, but they do not explain why he would have done so. To explain their proposed motive, prosecutors hired famed forensic psychiatrist Dr. Park Dietz. Dr. Smith's lawyers would not allow him to be examined by Dr. Dietz. As such, Dr. Dietz had to limit his testimony to simply explaining the different types of disorders that would lead an individual to stage an attack on themselves. He talked at length about factitious disorder, in which an individual makes themselves appear ill in order to get attention. Prosecutors believe Dr. Smith's alleged attack was an example of factitious victimization and that he had made it appear as though he had been attacked to garner sympathy from the public. The prosecution alleged that Dr. Smith's decision to stage the attack on himself in June 2002 was a bid to improve public perception of him. Faced with increasing criticism over his testimony in the Philip Workman case, a case which he had allegedly been obsessed with, Dr. Smith wanted to garner public sympathy. Being attacked by someone who opposed Workman being executed would have had the added benefit of making those who opposed Dr. Smith and his opinion of the case look unbalanced. While this theory sounds insane, it would technically be possible. ATF agent Michael Rowland testified that he had gone to the crime scene and had been able to attach himself to the security grate in the position Dr. Smith had been discovered in twice. So staging the attack would have been physically possible. The prosecution also presented details about Dr. Smith's personality and relationships that supported their theory. Dr. Smith had a reputation for not taking kindly to criticism or being questioned. And when he was named chief medical examiner, he had made a number of administrative changes that were not popular with the rest of the office. As the public criticism of Dr. Smith increased in regards to the Philip Workman case, the morale in the office decreased. Dr. Smith Workman case, the morale in the office decreased. Dr. Smith's lawyers even tried to argue that the theory that Dr. Smith staged the attack had originated in the medical examiner's office, suggested by disgruntled employees who residential the possibility that Dr. Smith's attack was a hoax. However, she also said that Dr. Smith was brilliant and burst into tears on the stand as she described how she loved and missed working with him. Dr. Stephen Symes, who had a very public falling out with Dr. Smith when he left the Regional Forensic Center, testified at the trial that while he had concerns about how the center was run under Dr. Smith, he still considered Dr. Smith to be the greatest he had ever worked with. While Dr. Smith's actions may not have always been appreciated, he was respected in his office. While Dr. Smith did have a long career in the Navy Reserves as a medical officer, he had a habit of misleading people about what exactly he did with the Navy. He claimed to have written the Marine Close Kill Manual, taught sniper tactics, and been sent on secret military intelligence operations. Commander Rick Russell, a Navy personnel records expert, was called to testify about Dr. Smith's service. Dr. Smith's records did not indicate that he had been involved in any intelligence missions. Dr. Smith's defense team tried to argue that the secret missions would not have been in his standard file. But according to Commander Russell, his location during such missions would have been noted in his file, and his total daily credits for active duty would have been higher if he had been on such missions. Commander Russell also testified that Dr. Smith had not received the required military training in the specialties he claimed to have. Lieutenant Colonel Paul Schultz of the FBI Training Academy in Quantico also testified that there was no record of Dr. Smith ever having attended training there as he claimed. The defense continued to assert that not only had Dr. Smith been trained there, he had taught there as well. Other witnesses provided testimony about other grand claims Dr. Smith had made about himself. Michael Means, a sheriff's deputy from Texas, testified that Dr. Smith had asked him about acquiring a large shipment of guns for a contact he had in the Middle East while at a forensics conference in 2002. When he began making progress on fulfilling the request, Dr. Smith suddenly claimed that he was no longer hearing from his unnamed contact. Other acquaintances of Dr. Smith report that he had claimed to have been a mercenary in Central America and that his family had all been in Africa. These accounts were not accurate. The case was sent to the jury on February 25th. The jury deliberated for 3 full days but remained deadlocked. On March 1, 2005, U.S. District Judge Bernice Donald accepted the jury's assertion that they were unable to reach a verdict and declared a mistrial. On March 14th, prosecutors announced that they would not be retrying Dr. Smith. No other idea of thought he had really been attacked. Other jurors did not buy into the idea of factitious victimization, and some did not believe that the prosecution had provided solid evidence that Dr. Smith faked his attack. I personally agree that there was not enough evidence presented at trial to prove Dr. Smith guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. When it comes to my own opinion about whether or not Dr. Smith staged his attack, I am conflicted. I can see how Dr. Smith, tired of being publicly criticized and known to fabricate stories to make himself look important, might create scenarios in which he is the victim. I think it is believable that he sent the threatening letters and left the explosive devices outside of his office. As larger than life as some of his fabricated military achievements are, I even think that it is conceivable that Dr. Smith burned himself with lye, strapped himself to a security grate, and claimed to be attacked. I stopped thinking that Dr. Smith could have faked the attack as soon as the live bomb attached to his chest comes into play. I cannot imagine putting a live explosive device around my own neck for any reason. I suppose Dr. Smith could have done so if he really were mentally. He also was familiar with what the Memphis Police Bomb Squad would be able to safely disarm and could have built a device to comply with their knowledge to maximize his chances of surviving unharmed. That being said, the bomb still keeps me from fully accepting the idea that the attack was a hoax. If Dr. Smith was attacked as he claimed, I am puzzled by the lack of any further escalation from his attacker. If the assailant was as unstable as he appeared in his letters, and he did escalate from the letters to the devices outside the forensic center to the attack on Dr. Smith, I find it hard to believe that he simply stopped his dangerous behavior cold turkey unless he passed away shortly after assaulting Dr. Smith. Even though no one was seriously injured in this incident, the lack of resolution to it is still troubling. If Dr. Smith was attacked, a dangerous criminal has remained free. While we don't know of any similar crimes this individual has committed since 2002, that does not mean that he did not change his patterns and continue to harm others. If Dr. Smith did fake the attack, it is even more troubling. Dr. Smith performed thousands of autopsies and testified at hundreds of criminal trials, some of which were capital cases. I am concerned by the idea that someone who was deeply disturbed enough to place the lives of 4 law enforcement officers and himself in danger just to get people to stop criticizing his work played a part in so many serious matters. Dr. Smith attempted to get his job in the medical examiner's office back after his trial, but was unsuccessful, possibly due to these concerns, which have never been definitively assuaged. Dr. Smith's life was not the only one derailed by his trial. His friend, Lieutenant Steve Scott, the police officer who discovered him on June 2, 2002, also feared legal repercussions once the investigation turned towards Dr. Smith. Lieutenant Scott was interrogated by the ATF so many times that he began to fear that he was going to be charged as Dr. Smith's accomplice. No charges were ever filed against him, but prosecutors did tell reporter Janice Broach that they did believe that Lieutenant Scott was withholding information from them. By 2005, Lieutenant Scott was suffering from liver cancer. His wife, Virginia Scott, alleges that his health took a rapid decline during Dr. Smith's trial due to the stress it put him under. Lieutenant Scott testified at the trial, bringing Dr. Smith to tears in the courtroom with his account of finding him that night. The Scotts remained close with Dr. Smith. Virginia asked him to be with her at a meeting with Steve's doctors discussing his prognosis. At that meeting, doctors told her that all they had left to do for Steve was put him in hospice care. Lieutenant Steve Scott passed away just a few months after Dr. Smith's trial ended. Virginia Scott believes that she would have had more time with her husband had federal agents not investigated him so thoroughly. I feel like Steve would be alive had the ATF harassed him so much, trying to make a case, she told Janice Broach in 2006. Dr. Smith went into private practice after he was not allowed back in at the medical examiner's office, testifying as an expert witness on behalf of defendants at their trials. In 2006, he announced that he had plans to write a book about his attack and the ensuing trial that would provide additional information about the case. He was looking for a publisher at the time. He does not appear to have ever found one, as the book was never published. Dr. Smith passed away on July 9, 2019, at the age of 66. On December 25th, people around the world came together to celebrate Christmas Day. They eagerly anticipated the delicious food, gift-giving, and Christmas movies. Grapevine, Texas, a suburban middle-class town covering 16 square miles and home to about 50,000 people, was no exception. The town takes great pride in its love for Christmas, even earning the title of the Christmas capital of Texas. Christmas Day, 2011, was peaceful and calm in Grapevine. Residents were enjoying time with their families, and everything seemed as it should. That was until 11:34 a.m., when a phone call interrupted the quiet. The caller was breathing heavily, and it was unclear what was being said or what the situation was. After roughly 20 seconds, the line went dead, and the caller was no longer responding. The call had come from the landline of a local apartment, so police and firefighters were quickly dispatched to investigate what, if anything, was going on. Just 3 minutes later, the police arrived at the 2-story unit of the Lincoln Vineyard Apartments, part of the 25-100 block on Hall Johnson Road. The apartment the call had come from was located at the back of the complex and overlooked the fields of Colleyville Heritage High School. Many people had left to spend time with families and loved ones, so loads of the apartments were empty. When they arrived at the apartment, the front door had been locked from the inside. They knocked on the door, but the silence was deafening. Nobody was answering or coming to the door. Officers looked through the window and came across a gruesome scene. There were 7 bodies, some on the sofa, some lying on the floor. Knowing that they could not waste any time, they kicked the door in and gained entry to the apartment. It was in the living room they found the bodies. There were 3 males, 2 adults and a teen, and 4 females, 2 older and 2 younger. They had all been shot to death. Some of them had defensive wounds, indicating that they had attempted to shield themselves from the bullets. It appeared that they had just finished opening their Christmas presents when the massacre took place. The 2 adult males each had a gun in their right hand. None of the neighbors reported hearing any gunshots, but there were not many people around in the apartments at that time. As the police found out across the complex and crime scene examinations got underway, one thing stood out. A sport utility vehicle was parked outside the apartment. After running checks, they found that it was registered to a man who lived 2 miles away in the suburb of Colleyville. News was quickly spreading about the Christmas Day massacre, but they needed to identify the victims before any information could be released, as well as inform the next of kin. The police thought they knew who the victims were, but they had to be sure. Getting confirmation would take longer than they wanted, as the state driver's license fingerprint database wasn't available due to it being the holidays. The bodies were removed from the house and taken away to have autopsies carried out. After this, the names of the victims were eventually released. They were all part of the same family. Sergeant Robert Eberling explained that there had been 2 weapons, one being a Glock 2340 caliber pistol with a 10-round clip, and the other being a Smith & Wesson 915 model 9mm pistol with a 15-round magazine. This was registered to the owner of the vehicle parked outside. The weapon had been purchased in 1996. The December 26th, the owner of a local spa became concerned when one of her employees of 4 years had failed to turn up for work. She tried calling her employee, but got no answer. For somebody who's always early to work and who never misses a day of work, we expected the worst, she said. Residents were terrified. This was the worst gun violence that the community had ever seen, and the police needed to deal with their fears. Sergeant Eberling said, "We are pretty confident that the shooter is among the deceased victims inside the apartment. We are not actively looking for a shooter that we believe is at large." As they began to piece together what they knew, the truth about who these people were and what had happened would eventually come out. Colleyville, Texas, a wealthy suburb of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, just a few miles away from Grapevine, home to the Yazdan Panah family. Parents, 56-year-old Aziz and 55-year-old Nazreen, had both been born in Iran. They married in 1987 and moved to the United States, where they later welcomed 2 children, Nona, who was 19, and her younger brother Ali. Nazreen had worked in a salon doing manicures and would often talk about her family with people. Family was everything to Nazreen. She was close to her sister, Zor, and together they were described as 2 of the nicest people you could meet. Zor was married to a man called Mohammed Hussein Zor, who was also known as Hussein, and he was very well known amongst the Iranian-American community. He owned a large ranch in Dallas, and the family was incredibly close. The Yazdan Panahs lived in a 3,000 square foot property in Colleyville, and on the surface, things appeared to be fine. Neighbors would see the family having yard sales, and Aziz appeared to be very active in his children's lives. He volunteered as a debate coach at Nona's high school. One neighbor said he was, from everything we saw, actively engaged with his children. He was described as outgoing and would say hello to people if he passed them in the streets. But neighbors did note that he seemed to be very protective of his children. Nona and Ali were both doing well, so their parents had plenty to be proud of. Nona graduated from Colleyville Heritage High School and was a student at a local community college. She had big dreams of moving to the West Coast and going to school in California with hopes of one day becoming a lawyer. One of Nona's friends said that she had implied all was not well within her family, and that things were becoming tougher for them, but she divulged no further information. Her friend said that she was aware that Aziz was, in her words, really strict with his children, and would take Nona's phone and refuse to give it back. She added that Nazreen was far more understanding than Aziz was. Nazreen's brother Ail said he had been supporting the family financially, as Aziz had not been in employment for a number of years, having previously worked in the mortgage and real estate business. His financial problems had been going on for years. In 1996, he was placed on probation for 3 years after he entered a plea of guilty to one count of subscribing to a false income tax return. He was issued with a fine of $1,000 and ordered to pay $30,119 in restitution to the Department of Justice. Just 3 years later, Aziz and Nazreen jointly filed for bankruptcy. The case was discharged a few months later. The financial problems continued to get worse. In August 2010, Nazreen had filed for bankruptcy. She told her lawyer that she hoped doing this would mean they would be able to keep and stay in their family home. But the house was foreclosed on. Aziz initially attended the meetings with Nazreen, but this would soon change. During the proceedings, she separated from her husband and moved with her 2 children out of the family home to an apartment in Grapevine 2 miles away. Nazreen's brother had paid for the apartment, as due to the house being foreclosed on, they were living without electricity or water. Nazreen was the only one bringing money into the house. Nona opened up to one of her friends and said she felt like her family was falling apart. The bankruptcy Nazreen had filed for was later dismissed as she had not made the planned payment according to her lawyer, George Barnes. He wrote in his notes that Nazreen had said to him, "Please don't talk to husband at all." Aziz had listed his employment as being self-employed, even though he was out of work and bringing no money in at all. Aziz allegedly sold the family's furniture and rugs to pay for sex workers. The separation and financial difficulties had been incredibly hard on Nazreen. She had a state cosmetology license, but disease had forbidden her from working. After he became unemployed and the family's finances took a hit, she had worked 2 jobs at different baths to try and keep the money coming in. After they separated, a family friend said that Nazreen had done everything she could to remain on good terms with Aziz. They said, with the help of her sister, she decided to just buy the basic things for her apartment. She was a very quiet, very super kind lady. She was a peacemaker. She didn't want anything to happen to her kids, her family. She was a really wonderful mom and always protecting her kids. After Nazreen moved out, Aziz stayed in the family home, and neighbors would often see him working in the yard. One neighbor said he wasn't even aware that Aziz's wife and children had left the home. Although separated, they did appear to be on good terms, and Aziz also had a key to the new apartment and would occasionally swing by to see his children. As the year began to come to a close, it was soon time for what the people of Grapevine loved most, Christmas. On Christmas Eve, the extended family had all gathered at Muhammad's ranch to enjoy a large Christmas party and spend some much-needed time together. One of those in attendance was 22-year-old Sarah, Zoreya Muhammad's daughter, who attended the University of Texas at Arlington as a pre-med student, and was also a member of the Tri Delta sorority. Dozens of people were there, and the celebrations carried on late into the night. Aziz had not been invited. The following day, Christmas, Nazreen and her children were at the apartment in Grapevine. That morning, Aziz had set off to the apartment in his sport utility vehicle, dressed as Santa Claus. He parked up outside. Shortly after he arrived, Nazreen's sister, brother-in-law, and niece came to the apartment too. Just before 11 a.m., Sarah sent a text message to her friend which said, "So we're here. We just got here, And my uncle is here too, dressed as Santa. Awesome. She was, of course, referring to Aziz. Just 15 minutes later, she sent another message. Now he wants to be all fatherly and win Father of the Year. Within a few minutes, after opening their gifts, Aziz revealed he had brought 2 guns with him. He opened fire and, in terrifyingly quick succession, killed 6 members of his family. Ali, Nona, Zor, and Sarah had multiple gunshot wounds and had been shot several times in the head. Muhammad had shots to his chest, stomach, and head. Nazreen had 1 shot to the head. At 11:34, less than 20 minutes after Sarah had sent that text message, the 911 call was made. Although what was said on the call was not clear to the dispatcher at the time, the police decided to run it through a different software to see if the audio could be enhanced, and if any more information about what had transpired could be found in the call. After doing this, it was determined that someone said, "Help, help," and then the caller said, "I am shooting people." They came to the conclusion that Aziz had made the call to emergency services. He had then attempted to stage the scene and point the finger at Muhammad. He put the Smith & Wesson into the right hand of his brother-in-law, trying to make it appear as though he was a shooter as well. Muhammad had 4 gunshot wounds to his body that had been fired from both the gun in his hand and the one Aziz was holding. This was not something he could have done himself. After wiping out his family and calling the police, Aziz turned the gun on himself. Mayor Tate Williams expressed his shock at what had happened, calling it a terrible tragedy, adding, "The fact it happened on Christmas makes it even more tragic." Sergeant Eberling, who had been working on the case, echoed these sentiments. "This is the worst homicide we've ever had. These have been the first murders in Grapevine since 2010. People could not believe that something this violent had happened on their doorstep. Funeral arrangements were made, and friends, family, and loved ones flew into Texas from across the country and abroad. The 6 victims were later buried in a private service." As police continued with their investigations, they went to the home in Colleyville that had been foreclosed on, hoping that they would be able to find more. They wondered if Aziz's computer would reveal some information or a possible motive, but it emerged that the electricity for the property had been turned off, so the computer had not been used. They remained stumped as to what could have possibly led to him committing such a violent attack. As they talked to friends and family, they began to piece together the picture of a man who was deeply unhappy that his wife appeared to be doing better without him, whilst he was unemployed and remained in the home he was about to lose. The bank was due to remove him from the house as early as March the following year, and the prospect of becoming homeless, coupled with his wife thriving and doing well, could have possibly been a motive. But, as he is no longer here to account for his actions, his exact thoughts will never be known. Lieutenant Todd Deering said, "You can speculate about his bankruptcy, you can speculate about his family relationships, you can speculate about a bunch of different things, but we just don't know right now. Everybody who may have known what the motive was, or what set everything off, is now deceased." Sergeant Eberling added, "We really don't have a clear idea of why he did this. Sometimes there's not a really good explanation for irrational behavior." One of the friends of the family said it was her belief that the murders had been motivated by Aziz's anger that his wife was doing good on her own. The shootings in Grapevine on Christmas Day not only stunned the community and shocked the police department in its senselessness and brutality, it left a family shattered. For Nona, Ali, and Sarah, their lives had only just begun. The possibilities and opportunities before them were limitless, and who knows what remarkable achievements they might have reached. For Zor and Muhammad, they were 2 individuals who meant so much to both their community and their family. The loss of their lives was immeasurable for those who loved them. As for Nazreen, who was finally beginning to thrive and embrace her new beginning, the fact that her life was taken by the man who had vowed to love and protect her only deepens the tragedy caused by this senseless act of violence. Matthew Kraft was originally from the small town of Washington, Connecticut. As a child, he was sweet and honest, qualities that continued into his teenage years as he grew into a dedicated and honorable young man. While in 10th grade at the Kent School, Matthew decided he wanted to join the Marines. After graduating from Kent, he attended the Citadel, a military college in South Carolina, where he graduated in 2016 and was commissioned as a Marine Corps officer. By February 2019, Matthew, at 24 years old, had achieved the rank of First Lieutenant. He was serving as a platoon leader with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines at 29 Palms, part of the 1st Marine Division based at Camp Pendleton in California. At the end of that month, he had 2 weeks of pre-deployment leave before his unit was scheduled to deploy to Afghanistan. Matthew planned to spend most of his leave on a 10-day hike along the High Sierra route, which runs parallel to the John Muir Trail and passes through both Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks. He intended to begin the 195-mile trek on February 24th, starting in the Sierra Nevada mountains at Kearsarge Pass in the Inyo Forest and ending near Bridgeport in Mono County. He expected to complete the hike by March 4th or 5th, but packed enough supplies to last several extra days in case of delays. Matthew had submitted detailed plans for the hike to the Marines, who approved his plans for his leave. He had also shared these plans with his family, but they were more concerned about his safety, completing the challenging hike on his own. Matthew would be hiking at elevations between 9,012,000 feet, and most of the ground would be covered in a thick layer of snow. Matthew had previously hiked the route in the summer of 2018 as preparation for this trek, and was looking forward to accomplishing this even more challenging winter hike, which would require him to ski for much of his journey. He had made meticulous plans and brought the necessary equipment for such an intense trek through the backcountry. He was a very experienced hiker who had previously gone on a 2-week trek on the Cohoes Trail through New Hampshire and Canada and had hiked 40 peaks in the White Mountains. He had plans to hike the Appalachian Trail. Matthew also had extensive training with the Marines that helped prepare him for the difficult conditions he would be facing on his hike. He had twice gone through mountaineering training at the Marines Mountain Warfare Training Center in Bridgeport. In most of the physical tasks he was subjected to in the Marines, he was almost always the person to beat. Matthew spent his weekends and shorter leave periods on hikes in the mountains. While he enjoyed the outdoors, he had a higher purpose for spending so much time in difficult and remote areas. He believed that improving his survival skills and physical health made him a better Marine. This final intense hike before his deployment was his own personal final training activity before he left for Afghanistan. While Matthew had estimated that his hike would end on either the 4th or 5th, depending on the numerous variables that go into such an intensive endeavor, his family became concerned by the 4th. When Matthew's father, Greg, did not hear from him that day, he alerted the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. They searched around the various trailheads in the area where Matthew may have come out of the wilderness that night. They also looked at cell phone records, which showed that the last activity on Matthew's cell phone had been near Independence, California, close to where Matthew's hike was set to begin in Inyo County. Inyo County Sheriff's Office Search and Rescue began their search of that area in the first several miles of Matthew's planned route the following day. On March 8th, around 9 p.m., they located Matthew's vehicle at a campground near Lower Grays Meadows, north of Independence. As far as authorities could ascertain, Matthew had begun his hike as planned but completed it and was still somewhere in either Sequoia or Kings Canyon National Park. 13 different agencies were a part of the extremely difficult search for Matthew. Marines from the Mountain Warfare Training Center, where Matthew previously trained, were a part of the military effort to find him. Over the next 10 days, an area the size of the state of Rhode Island would be searched. The terrain along Matthew's planned route was challenging enough under good conditions, and winter storms raged during several days of the search for him, making the effort even more difficult. On March 9th, approximately 2 miles into the route from the Kearsarge trailhead, a search team on foot found a massive recent avalanche debris field. Evidence of several smaller avalanches was also found in the area. Due to the potential risk to the teams on foot, the search shifted to become primarily aerial. On March 15th, low-flying aircraft using thermal imaging picked up a heat signature, and hopes were renewed that Matthew would be found alive. Unfortunately, the heat was found to be coming from a hibernating bear. Following this disappointment, the search was scaled back from an active search and entered a limited, continuous mode. While his remains have never been found, the Marines consider Matthew to be deceased. Given the timeline of events, severe weather, and increased avalanche activity in the search area, on-scene search and rescue experts have determined that craft was most likely overcome by severe weather and exposure. Captain Paul Gainey, a spokesperson for the 1st Marine Division, said in a statement made on April 11th. The Marine Corps will continue to stand by and support Kraft's family, friends, and Marines during this difficult time. The Marines list Matthew's date of death as March 15, 2019, the last day of the active search. Matthew was posthumously promoted to the rank of captain. The backcountry Matthew had been hiking is generally only without a thick layer of snow on the ground in August-September. The Kraft family was hopeful that during this 2-month window, new searches, under better circumstances, would lead to the discovery of Matthew's remains. Park rangers led 2 search teams to look for them. Because the terrain is so challenging, only highly experienced hikers can search the area where Matthew disappeared, meaning that there cannot be as robust of a volunteer search effort using members of the general public as there is in other cases. Flyers were distributed amongst the hikers traveling along the Sierra High route with information about Matthew and the specific type of gear he had taken with him for his hike, like his Katahdin water filtration system, Quick Point sleeping system, and Scarpa T1 ski boots, in hopes that should a hiker come across any of this equipment during their own hikes, they would know to report its location. Matthew's family has accepted the fact that he most likely died somewhere in the mountains. They have purchased a gravesite for him and ordered a headstone for it. They held a memorial service for him at the First Zone Congregational Church of Washington back in Connecticut in September of 2019. However, they still hope to locate Matthew's remains and lay him to rest. They hope this will provide more details about Matthew's final days. They also hope that the location where the remains are found will help narrow down the day Matthew died, which they believe will help with their mourning process. Without that, it's going to be 3 weeks of mourning every year, Matthew's father, Greg, said in 2020. It's 365 days of mourning now. An electric candle sits in the middle upstairs dormer window of the Kraft family home. Every night, Matthew's father turns it on to symbolically light his son's way back home. Each time he turns it on, he says, "God bless Matt," and repeats that phrase every morning when he turns it off. 46-year-old Bradford Broach was a native of Tulsa, Oklahoma, but lived with his wife and 3 daughters in Allen, Texas. He worked as an accounting manager at the Beck Group, an architecture and construction firm based in Dallas. In the summer of 2016, he took a trip to Alaska with one of his daughters and stayed at the Hotel Alyeska at the Alyeska Resort in Girdwood. However, his daughter returned to Texas before he did, and he remained in Alaska for a few extra days. On Tuesday, August 2nd, Bradford hiked up the North Face Trail near his hotel. He rode a tram back down after completing the hike up, disembarking it at 9:05 p.m. At 9:45, he signed the trail log at the trailhead for the Winter Creek Trail. While 9:45 p.m. sounds like a very late time to start a hike to most people, there was still plenty of daylight left for Bradford's hike. This part of Alaska has over 17 hours of daylight a day in August on average. There would have been enough light left for Bradford to hike safely for almost 2 more hours. Bradford briefly talked with another person at the trailhead before heading onto the trail for his hike. Bradford's family did not hear from him the following day. His wife reported him missing at 6:30 in the morning on Thursday, August 4th, when he failed to board his flight back home. Bradford's belongings were still in his hotel room, and his rental car was still parked in the resort's lot. He never signed out at the trailhead, and there was no other evidence that he had ever come back from his hike. According to the Alaska State Police, there was still a strong signal from Bradford's cell phone at 10:32 the night he disappeared. The cell phone signal placed him in the Winter Creek Trail system where he had gone for his hike. This was the last indication of him and his location. The Winter Creek Trail is a popular and well-maintained trail. It is wide and mostly flat. It does go through a heavily wooded area, so individuals who go off the trail have gotten lost in the woods before. But, according to the Alaska State Police, they are generally located fairly quickly. The trail leads up to the edge of a narrow gorge, 100 feet up from Glacier Creek. A hand tram runs across it, allowing hikers to pull themselves over the creek to the other side in a metal basket. Once they reach the other side, they can get on to the Upper Winter Creek Trail, which is a more challenging hike. Bradford did not leave any notations about his plans when he signed the trail log, so it is unknown how far he planned to go on his hike that night. Bradford falling from the tram into the creek was an obvious initial concern during the search for him. In 2016, Additional safety measures had been installed on the tram, although it is unclear if they were installed before Bradford went missing. Even with these extra features, however, there has been a fatal accident on this tram. In June of 2019, a 57-year-old man from Anchorage died after falling off the tram and missing the safety netting below. Since Bradford's body was not immediately located, if he had met with the same fate, he would have had to go into the water. The rushing creek was difficult to search, but a local resident did raft it looking for Bradford, and an aluminum watercraft designed for challenging conditions was later deployed to search the creek. Bradford was not found, according to Tim Despain, a spokesman for the Alaska State Troopers, because Glacier Creek empties into Cook Inlet just a few miles downstream from the hand tram. Bradford's body could not have been carried outside of the area of the water that they had searched. Over 100 people were involved with the search for Bradford. The Alaska Incident Management Team coordinated the majority of the search effort, but multiple other agencies and organizations were involved in it. Helicopters performed aerial searches, and 10 teams of search dogs were brought in. Their efforts were hampered by a lack of wind. Without the breeze to bring scents to the dogs, they picked up on few scents to follow. Several items, like cough drop wrappers and pieces of food packaging, were found during the search, but given the popularity of the trail, there was no way to say if any of them had been left by Bradford. Authorities found no evidence of foul play in the case or evidence that Bradford was attacked by a large animal. After more than a week of active and intense searches, the teams of people searching for Bradford essentially ran out of places to look for him. The search was scaled back to a limited Bradford brooch remains missing. In 1994, 34-year-old Shannon Shell was living in Tucson, Arizona with her parents. She had moved in with them 5 years earlier following her divorce. She worked at Jason's Deli on East Broadway Boulevard. Shannon enjoyed hiking in her free time. While she was an experienced hiker, she was not a particularly skilled one. She had previously gotten lost for 2 days during a hike. On October 12, 1994, she set out to complete a goal she had previously failed to accomplish. She parked her Camaro at the trailhead of the Tangwaverd Ridge Trail in Saguaro National Monument East. Hiking the trail would take her to Manning Camp and would be a 32-mile trek round trip. She had attempted this hike once before and been unable to complete it. This does not necessarily reflect poorly on Shannon or her hiking abilities. The trail is a difficult one to hike and features steep terrain that is difficult for even more accomplished hikers. Bob Love, the chief ranger at Saguaro National Park in 2010, did not believe that Shannon would have been able to complete this hike in a single day. Shannon's timing for the trip also added another level of difficulty for her. She had just recovered from the flu. Shannon locked her valuables, her wallet and some jewelry, in the trunk of the Camaro and set out for her hike. It is believed that she had taken several water bottles, some snacks, extra pieces of clothing, cigarettes, lipstick, and cough drops with her. She never returned from the hike. Over 120 people spent over 2,000 hours searching for Shannon. Helicopters, tracking dogs, and infrared sensors were all used in the effort. 6 miles up the trail, searchers found a fire ring and some footprints. A few items were found nearby that may have belonged to Shannon, but the connection was never confirmed. The search ended after 8 days, and Shannon was presumed dead, although her remains have never been found. In this case, we're in Rugby in Warwickshire, England. Home to the sport of the same name, the history of rugby goes back 100 years. It's home to nearly 80,000 people, and in 2018, one of the people that called it home was Louise Porton, a 23-year-old mother of 2. When Louise turned 18, she gave birth to her first child with Chris Draper, a little girl called Lexi. Lexi would soon become a big sister when Louise and Chris had a second child, another little girl, this one named Scarlett. Chris and Louise's relationship would soon sour, and Louise started a new one. She also moved to Rugby from Willenhall and cut off Chris access to his children. He never even met Scarlett, and Louise told her new partner that he was Scarlett's father, which was not true. This relationship would also fall apart. Being a young single mother can be tough and challenging at the best of times, and as a result, Louise had a lot of help from her sister and other family members in looking after her children. She lived with Lexi and Scarlett in a flat at Beechwood Court, and she worked part-time as a model. She was on various social networking sites, and on one of them she described herself as easy to get along with and open to all types of photo shoots, as well as being open to working for pay or trade. Using the name Lollipop, she did photo shoots for a variety of things, including erotic and glamour modeling. Another way that she made money was having sex with men, and she allowed nothing to get in the way of this. She told one of the men that they could have sex in the room that she shared with her children, providing they were quiet. On another occasion, while her children slept unsupervised, she left the flat and had sex with a man in his vehicle. As 2017 came to an end and the new year rolled around, on the 2nd January 2018, her oldest daughter Lexi was admitted to hospital. She was struggling to breathe. After examining her, it was concluded that this was likely the result of a chest infection, and she was discharged. Just 2 days later, on January 4th, paramedics were dispatched to Park Road as Lexi's condition had rapidly deteriorated. Paramedic David Woods Thomas said he had no idea why the child was as ill as she was. She was lying flat on her back, and her life was saved by the skill and knowledge of the paramedics who performed resuscitation. After conducting tests, the paramedics believed her condition could be the result of a severe respiratory illness, and they described her condition as critical. Louise said her daughter had been suffering from seizures. One thing did stand out to David. While Louise appeared to be somewhat upset, she was not as distressed as one might expect when having a young child so seriously unwell. It was again believed to be a chest infection, and she was given more antibiotics. When she was fit enough, Lexi was discharged from hospital. January 15, 2018. The call had been made by Louise Porton. By the time the paramedics arrived at the flat just 9 minutes after the call was placed, the property was noticeably cold. Mark Mitchell was one of the paramedics on shift, and upon entering the flat, he called out that they were now on scene. Louise said, "In here from the bedroom," and the paramedics headed through. Lexi was on the floor by the bed. Louise said she had put Lexi in the bath earlier and then found her unresponsive in bed. Mark tried to open her airway, but her jaw was stiff, as was other parts of her body. Rigor mortis had started to set in. Her skin was pale and mottled, and her lips were blue. He knew that it would be fruitless to make any attempts to revive or resuscitate her. At 12:50 a.m., her time of death was called. Mark had been the one to call her time of death, and he told Louise that Lexi had died and that he believed she had actually been dead for some time already. Louise burst into tears. Mark said she cried for less than a minute before walking out of the bedroom. Lexi was wrapped in blankets, and Mark carried her out to the ambulance. She was driven to University Hospital Coventry while Louise, another paramedic, and a police officer sat in the back. Following this, the sudden unexpected death in infancy and childhood procedures were triggered, and her death was investigated to find a cause. A post-mortem was carried out, and specialist doctors were called in to try and determine why she had died. No natural cause of death could be determined, and the results of the post-mortem were pending. CCTV had shown her going into the flat with Louise and Scarlett just hours before her death. In the footage, she appeared to be happy and chatty. Losing a child is a pain that many of us cannot even better think about, but Louise's behavior was raising questions. Just one day after Lexi had died, Louise had been on the dating app, Meet Me, and accepted 41 friend requests. She had also been on another app, Badoo, and was messaging various men on there. She told one man, "My little girl passed away yesterday," and when he offered his condolences, she simply replied, "It's all right." She had also arranged a date with another man that night. She was cold and flippant about Lexi's death, saying, "I had to, now down to one." When she arrived at the funeral home to talk about the plans for Lexi's service, she did not appear to be a young mother who had suffered such a tragedy so recently. She was heard laughing and joking and was even FaceTiming a man. As investigations into why Lexi had died were carried out, Louise and Scarlett were moved to a nearby hotel. Just 2 days after going to the funeral home for Lexi, and less than 3 weeks after she had died, another call was made to the emergency services. The February 1st, 2018. Louise had been driving around Rugby with her car being seen on Barbie Road, Dunchurch Road, and Russellheim Way. She then stopped in a petrol station to fill up her car. She then pulled into Elliott's retail park and made a call to 111, the UK's alternative medical line that is not for life-threatening emergencies. She said she was in the car, and Scarlett was in her car seat, not breathing. The operator asked if she could wake her, and Louise said she couldn't. She said she had made the decision to call 111 as her daughter's condition did not seem urgent, despite the fact she wasn't breathing. When Scarlett was tended to by the paramedics, they were met with every emergency responder's worst nightmare. Baby Scarlett was already dead. It was clear she had been dead for some time. One of the paramedics said that Scarlett was freezing and completely lifeless. The paramedics asked what had happened, and Louise said she had been diagnosed with the flu and that her older sister Lexi had died 2 weeks before. Both of Louise's daughters were now dead. And following Scarlett's passing, Louise was described as being emotionless and calm. Considering she had lost both her children within less than 3 weeks of each other, she did not seem distressed or upset. Her behavior was still detached and cold. When asked about what she wanted to do with her daughter's belongings, her response was to yawn. With both children now having died, it was clear that this was not a tragic coincidence, as doctors could find no natural reason for one of the children to die, let alone both of them. Statuses that Louise's mother Sharon had posted to Facebook showed that the relationship between the two of them was now incredibly strained and had also become violent. On March 11, 2018, Sharon posted the following: "I really miss you so much, but being called a liar hurts me more than my own daughter punching me last night and knocking me on the floor, then telling me I'm no mother of hers. Thanks, Lou. All I've done since my grandkids passed is stick up for you, so thanks for hitting me. I've always been there for you and never ever said a bad word about you. So thanks for the punch to my head last night for sticking up for you. But no more. You've really hurt your own mom, so thanks, Lou." Just 9 days after these posts, there would be a major development. The March 20th, 2018, Louise Porton was arrested on suspicion of murdering both her children. The results from the postmortems on both girls had come through, and they had confirmed the worst fears of everyone. They had died from airway obstruction, possibly suffocation, and both Lexi and Scarlett were found to have prior injuries suggesting that they had possibly been previously physically attacked. Baby Scarlett had signs of previous airway obstruction, and there were signs of bleeding in her neck tissue, suggesting that there had been significant pressure applied to her airway. The news was shocking. Louise Porton had one previous conviction from when she was 15 years old for wasting police time. Other than that, there was nothing on her record. Had she now become a double murderer? She denied any wrongdoing and said that she had no clue as to why her children had died. It was clear that her story was just not adding up, and the evidence pointed to this being anything but an accident or tragic coincidence. She was released as the investigations continued. After Louise was arrested, Sharon took to social media to hit back at claims that she knew about what was going on with Louise and her life. She said that people were, quote, spreading shit about her, and she was adamant that she knew nothing. On March 28, 2018, Louise Porton was back on social media. She changed her profile picture on Facebook and added the caption "Smile and the haters." 3 months after her arrest, she had tried to sell bags of her deceased daughter's clothes for just £20 on Facebook in June 2018. 9 months after the deaths of her daughters, she wrote on Facebook, "Mommy's angels, taken from me too soon. You will never be forgotten. RIP." She was still maintaining she had nothing to do with their deaths. The police worked around the clock and continued to build their case against her, and the evidence they found was disturbing. Louise's former landlady from the property she had lived at in Willenor from August of 2016 to early November 2017 told the police it was very rare that Louise would ever have the children. She would do whatever she could to not have them with her. Her landlady said Louise would often become frustrated and irritable with her children and swear at them. She said they would cry and not always do what she asked them to do. She would tell them to shut the up, or she would give them something to cry for. On one occasion, Lexi had a temper tantrum and her mom pulled her up by one arm and told her get the F up from the floor. The police also looked at the medical evidence surrounding their deaths, and they found that when Lexi had first been admitted to hospital, her symptoms were consistent with and the result of deliberate airway obstruction and not a chest infection as had been first believed. While Lexi was in hospital, Louise had gone to the toilet and taken sexual photographs of herself in various stages of undress. She had also messaged a photographer and asked for money in return for sexual acts during a photo shoot. She said that for £300, he could do whatever he wanted. She even swapped messages with the security guard that she had met in accident and emergency, with them exchanging 80 messages back and forth, all while her daughter was fighting for her life, having been resuscitated by paramedics. The police would also seize Louise's phone, and this would uncover more damning evidence. Just one day before Lexi's death, she sent a message to a man saying, "I'm just really having a tough time with my 3-year-old being ill from that deadly flu. Doctors telling me she's gonna die." No doctor had said any such thing to her. It wasn't just her text messages that were raising alarm bells. Several disturbing Google searches had also been made after Lexi was discharged from hospital on the January 4th, including, "Can you actually die if you have a blocked nose and cover your mouth with tape? How long after drowning can someone be resuscitated? Why did my 3-year-old stop breathing?" She also visited websites that included articles, "Child revived almost 2 hours after drowning. But how?" and 5 weird things that happen after you die. Just hours before she called the emergency services about Lexi, Louise had Googled how long it took for a body to go cold. Louise said that these searches were in no way connected to, and had nothing to do with, her daughter's death. The evidence just continued to mount. In messages she sent to various people, she said she was worried she would lose Scarlett as well. But CCTV from the hotel they were staying in showed that Scarlett appeared to be happy and well. Then, on the February 1st, she messaged a man called Patrick on WhatsApp. The messages read as follows: "Any chance of putting 30 in my bank now for fuel to get my daughter Scarlett to hospital? I will transfer it back Wednesday. She's not well. If you can let me know, I'm not losing another. I'm not losing another baby." Patrick replied, "Call the ambulance. Don't waste any time, hun." Louise said, "I've called, told me to make my way. Can you or not? Please, you'll get it back." It is believed that Louise had murdered Scarlett in the hotel room before carrying her body out to the car, meaning that when she was caught on CCTV putting petrol into her car, Scarlett was likely already dead or dying in the back seat. Louise later told police that the allegation she was already dead when she was put into the car was entirely false. January 2019, 1 year after Lexi's death, the Crown Prosecution Service approved murder charges against Louise. She appeared in a magistrate's court in Leamington Spa and spoke only to confirm her name, date of birth, and address. She denied the charges and told the police in a prepared statement, "My children were never an inconvenience to me, and I accommodated my lifestyle and personal life around them. I still don't know how my daughters died or what caused it. It is correct that life as a single mother was financially difficult, but I never asked anyone for money, and any suggestion that I use my daughter's ill health or death to make money is wholly inaccurate and wrong." As she went through the various court proceedings leading up to the trial, her father was scolded by a judge for taking a photograph of her through the door of the courtroom. Photography inside a court is forbidden in the United Kingdom, but Louise's father Jeffrey said he had believed it would be okay if he photographed her from outside of the court. He said he had done it to show Louise's sister what she looked like, as they hadn't seen each other for some time. The judge decided not to impose a punishment on him, but did say, "I am satisfied that you have not acted through any malicious wish and that this was just an extraordinarily stupid thing to do. Take this as a warning. You've had a lucky escape." He also ordered for the pictures to be deleted. In July 2019, it was finally time for Louise Porton to go on trial. She persisted she was innocent and was not to blame for the deaths of her children. She told the court that her daughters always made her laugh and that she loved them dearly. She added, "It's not one of the easiest things to do, but it was something I could cope at. They were always giving me something to do. I would take them to places, play parks, and try to give them everything they wanted." When asked why she had been engaging in sexually explicit chats and arranging to meet men for sex in exchange for money, she said, "Because I hadn't been paid at the time from Universal Credit." The prosecutor, Oliver Saxby QC, said no doubt she would have needed time to herself, but in the context of what was later to happen, in the context of 2 unexplained deaths, consistent with deliberate airway obstruction, it is hard not to draw the conclusion that for the defendant at times, her 2 children got in the way of her doing what she wanted, when she wanted, and with whom she wanted. The overwhelming inference is that Lexi and Scarlett died because someone deliberately interfered with their breathing. That someone can only have been this defendant. David, the paramedic who had first tended to Lexi on the January 4th, said that when he had been called to the flat again, he believed Louise had a glass of wine in her hand. He told the court, "She said that's the paramedic who looked after my Lexi before she died. She was almost pleased to see me." The paramedic Mark, who had found Scarlett dead in her car seat, also testified, saying it was clear that she had been dead for some time before the call was made to the emergency services. Louise told the court that she had found it difficult to form emotional attachments and struggled to express her emotions, but there was no evidence to suggest that she suffered from any condition that could have explained what she was accused of doing. The court heard that she would regularly ignore her children, preferring to message men on dating apps, telling some that if they funded her shopping, she would send sexual photographs of herself. One of Louise's former friends would later tell a newspaper that she would regularly and routinely leave her children with her father so she could go out drinking and partying at the weekend. The Google searches were damning evidence, as were the many messages she had sent to people claiming that doctors had told her daughter might die when they had said no such thing, and her saying she was worried she would lose Scarlett when she appeared fine in the CCTV footage. The fact she had waited hours before calling the emergency services, depriving her children of any chance of being resuscitated or helped, left people horrified. For those present in the courtroom, it was a disturbing and devastating case to listen to. In August of 2019, a Birmingham Crown Court, and following a trial that had lasted 5 weeks, after 5 hours of deliberation, Louise Porton was unanimously convicted of 2 counts of murder. She was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 32 years. Mrs. Justice Yip called her evil and calculated. She said, "One way or another you squeezed the life out of each of your daughters, only calling the emergency services when you knew they were dead. I'm sure at the time of their deaths you intended to kill each of your daughters. Why you did so only you will know. Those who loved Lexi and Scarlett have been left bewildered as to how and why you could have done something so evil. These were blameless young children, who were plainly vulnerable and ought to have been able to rely on their mother to protect and nurture them. Instead, you took their young lives away. The suggestion that your children got in the way of your lifestyle may make for interesting headlines, but it does not truly reflect the evidence at trial. Your daughters did not hold you back from doing what you wanted. The sad truth is the evidence offers no real reason for Lexi and Scarlett's deaths, other than that you, their mother, decided to end their lives. The judge also said that she believed when Lexi was admitted to hospital with breathing difficulties on the 2nd January 4th, these were a result of attempts on her life made by her mother. Chris Draper, Lexi and Scarlett's father, said in an impact statement read on his behalf, "You were their mother, the person supposed to care for them, protect them, and love them. They were just an inconvenience to you. How could you do this? Maybe if social services had listened to me, they would still be alive today. I sit and think day-night, and I can't understand why my 2 little girls were taken away because Louise wanted to sleep around. I hate Louise. No punishment will ever be enough. Only having a short time with Lexi and never meeting Scarlett makes it all the more heartbreaking. We will miss out on all those special occasions they would have celebrated. Their first day of school, birthdays, getting married, having children of their own. The only comfort is that Lexi and Scarlett are together." Louise sat with her head resting on her hands, looking down at her feet. She didn't react at all. Detective Superintendent Pete Hill from Warwickshire Police said he would never be able to understand why Louise murdered her children. She has lied repeatedly to friends, family, and professionals to cover her tracks. And no point throughout the whole investigation has she ever shown any real signs of emotion. Not content with killing one of her children, she did exactly the same to her other daughter. I would like to thank the jury. They diligently went through the appalling details of Porton's crimes. They saw through her lies before returning a guilty verdict. Louise Porton is serving her sentence at HMP Foster Hall and will be eligible for parole in January 2051. It has been reported that Louise has been spat at and verbally abused whilst in prison. In September 2019, the funeral was held in Walsall, and their coffins were taken by a horse-drawn carriage. Their father Chris paid tribute to them online, saying that they were deeply loved and would never be forgotten. He finished his post saying, "Sleep tight, babies. Daddy's got you." Daddy will always have your back. Sleep tight. Love your daddy. Following Louise's conviction, her mother Sharon spoke about her daughter. Something snapped in her head. She became a monster. My wonderful little girl changed. She's not the happy, loving girl I brought up. I no longer consider her my daughter. She added, I cannot believe social services didn't do more. They have blood on their hands. They could have done so much more. Louise didn't care about Alexei's death. She didn't give a damn. There should be an inquiry into why they didn't do more. Who has made the decision that everything is okay with Louise's family and that they can be left alone? Scarlett needed to be taken away for her own safety. According to Sharon, multiple people had called social services in the weeks before Lexi's death, but no action had been taken. In February 2020, it was reported that 48-year-old Sharon had died from suicide. A spokesperson for West Midlands Police said that the police were called after a woman's body was discovered at an address in Willenhall. The death is not being treated as suspicious. The bond between sisters is special and often unbreakable. Lexi and Scarlett should be growing up together and experiencing life with one another. They had so much to offer and loads more to do and see. The one person that should have protected them took all of those opportunities away. To know that they experienced such suffering at the hands of their own mother is frankly too horrible to think about. One can only hope that as time continues to pass, it will give those who loved Lexi and Scarlett the opportunity to begin to heal. Susan Sue Taraskiewicz, one of 3 children, grew up in Saugus, Massachusetts. Known for her creativity, she spent her teenage years helping craft Halloween costumes for younger kids in her neighborhood. After graduating from Saugus High School, Sue pursued her artistic dreams through higher education, first at a local community college and later at the Massachusetts College of Art, aspiring to become a cartoonist. Aware that an art career might not fully sustain her financially, she took a job with Northwest Airlines at Logan International Airport after completing college. Initially starting in roles like cabin cleaning and working the ticket counter, Sue quickly advanced within the company. Within 5 years, she achieved her goal of working on the ramp and became a ramp supervisor. On Saturday, September 12, 1992, she reported to work for her 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift. At around 1 a.m. on September 13th, 27-year-old Sue left work to grab sandwiches for herself and her coworkers. She never returned. None of her did anything when she failed to come back for the rest of her shift, which was something that she had never done before during her years with the company. When Sue wasn't home that Sunday morning, her parents assumed that she had gone straight to church. They left home for the day, and when they came back, they looked in Sue's room and saw clothes on the floor. They assumed that they had been left there recently and that Sue had come home and then left for her next shift while they were out of the house. Sue's mother Marlene typically saw Sue coming home from her shifts as she was leaving to go to work, so she was slightly concerned when she left home at 8:30 a.m. on Monday 14th without seeing her daughter. After Marlene arrived at work, she got a phone call from her other daughter, Debbie. Debbie had just gotten a phone call from someone at Northwest asking to speak with Sue. Sue had still not come home even though she was due to go with Debbie to a fitting for her wedding dress. Later that day, Sue's car was found outside an auto body shop on Route 1A in the city of Revere, north of the airport. Sue's body was discovered in the trunk of the car. She had been severely beaten as well as stabbed. Sue had loved the cartoon character Snoopy and had a massive collection of Snoopy memorabilia. She had the opportunity to meet Snoopy's creator, Charles Schulz, 7 months before her murder. After her death, he drew a Snoopy for Sue that was put on her gravestone. Sue was a valuable employee and had advanced to a supervisor position with Northwest. Many of her co-workers appreciated how hard she worked and how far out of her way she would go to help her co-workers. However, her work life was far from perfect. Sue had to fight for her job and fight to keep it. She worked mainly with men and in a position traditionally held by a man. When she finally became a ground services employee working on the ramp as she had hoped, she was only the second woman West had given that position to at Logan International. She had to fight to finally be promoted to a supervisor position there, becoming the first woman to do so. She had initially been passed over for in ground services. They left filthy messages about Sue and photographs of her throughout the airport and urinated on her locker. She received phone calls late at night and a male coworker smashed her radio. Following her promotion, her locker was also vandalized with graffiti, an image of a casket with Sue's name on it. Sue kept a detailed diary of 8 months' worth of these incidents, although according to some of her coworkers, the harassment continued on well beyond the period Sue detailed in her diary. Sue filed reports with both her union and with Northwest, but the behavior continued on unchecked. Sue assumed that she was being targeted by her coworkers simply because they did not want to be working with or for a woman, and that the harassment was being carried out in hopes of getting her to quit her job. She was determined to not be forced out despite the emotional toll that the harassment was taking on her. No one was going to take the job Sue had fought so hard for away from her. Sue's mother Marlene has come to believe that there was an entirely different motive for at least some of the later harassment as well as for Sue's murder. Not long after Sue was killed, several of her coworkers were arrested for being part of a credit card theft ring. The arrests were made as part of a federal investigation that had begun in the summer of 1992. Baggage handlers on the ramp were stealing new cards that arrived at the airport through mail deliveries on Northwest aircraft. They were then either using the cards themselves or selling them. The individuals involved in the ring ultimately stole more than $7 million from the various credit card companies. Sue was not involved in this illegal activity. However, the fact that she was a supervisor meant that she could make decisions that would make continuing the scheme more difficult. For example, if she made sure the employees she was supervising were always at their assigned work site, they would not have time to sneak off to hide the stolen cards. There is no evidence that Sue was aware of the thefts, but if the individuals committing them thought that she was, they may have increased their efforts to harass her with the aim of getting her to quit not just because she was a woman but because she was a threat to their criminal activities. 3 out of the 10 employees who were ultimately sentenced in the case had been named by Sue in her diary as some of the co-workers who had been harassing her. While the incidents listed in the diary predate Sue's promotion, these men's motives for harassing Sue could have shifted over time. If the members of the theft ring became more convinced that Sue was onto them, keeping her from reporting their illegal activity could have been a potential motive in her murder. The Turrisque's family sued Northwest Airlines for sexual harassment following Sue's murder. 3 years after her death, Northwest settled with the family for $75,000. They also agreed to provide $250,000 as a reward for information that leads to the arrest of Sue's killer. While the airline no longer exists, the reward fund does. Sue's father and brother have passed away, leaving her mother Marlene and sister Debbie as the main champions for justice in her case. Sue now has 2 nieces and a nephew who have been raised on stories of their Aunt Sue and assurances of how much she would have loved them. Marlene regularly gives interviews and has made 2 videos with the Massachusetts State Police to keep the case active in Peoples and to ask for witnesses to come forward. Even after almost 30 years of looking for answers, her dedication to her daughter's case has not wavered. "I am a very healthy woman, and I am not going away," she said in 2014. Speaking to her daughter's killer, she said, "You are going to look over your shoulder until the day that I go. But I will get you, and I will get justice for my Susan." 38-year-old Jonathan O.J. had Thursday, June 11, 1998, off from work. He was a deputy of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, a canine handler with the elite Special Bureau. John planned to spend the majority of the day at Devil's Punch Bowl Natural Area, some 20 miles southeast of the home he shared with his wife Deborah and 5-year-old daughter Chloe in Palmdale, California. John was able to handle his prestigious but exceptionally challenging position because of his background as a paratrooper with the Army Special Forces unit and his commitment to remaining in peak physical condition. He was a skilled runner who trained in rugged, remote locations and knew how to survive in the wilderness. He had just completed his 650-mile ultramarathon a few days prior and was at the Punch Bowl 2 for a 100-mile run he would be undertaking in just 2 weeks. Participating in the Western States 100-mile endurance run was a long-held dream of John's, and he had been training for it daily and organizing a support team to assist him for the over hours he would spend running. The mountains south of the Devil's Punch Bowl were a regular training site for him since he was familiar with them, and they helped prepare him for the difficult terrain he would be running over during the endurance run in Northern California. It is believed that Jonathan parked his truck and began his run around 11:45 a.m. Shortly after he began his run, he encountered a group of elementary school students. John and his canine partner, Bosco, had recently spoken to the class at their school, so he stopped to briefly speak with the teacher. He told the teacher that he would be running to the summit of Mount Baden-Powell, which was 20 miles away and back, returning to the parking lot around sundown. 2 park employees saw a man believed to be John in the park over the following several hours, and a third saw a man with a backpack like the one John had taken with him walking towards the parking lot around 6 p.m. Jonathan did not return home as planned, however, and his wife called the Palmdale Sheriff Station to report him missing at 11 p.m. 2 deputies found John's white Ford pickup truck still in the parking lot, and the search and rescue squad with the department was called in to look for John by 11:30. Multiple other organizations and agencies would join the effort the following morning. Even as the search for John went on for over a day, there was still hope that he would be found alive because he was so well trained in outdoor survival and physically fit. However, as several more days went on with no sign of him, despite extensive aerial and ground searches, the optimism began to wane. 6 days after John went missing, the sergeant leading the search announced to the search teams that it was believed that John had committed suicide. While the official search ended, friends of John's and members of law enforcement continued looking for him on their own. The closest thing to physical evidence that John took his own life was the fact that his off-duty firearm, which he did not normally take with him on runs, was unaccounted for. A local resident had also reported hearing what they believed to be a gunshot in the early evening hours of June 11th. The suicide theory was best supported by John's mental state at the time of his disappearance. John had been going through a difficult time. His marriage was falling apart, and he and Deborah had gone to their first to join therapy session a day before he vanished. On the morning of June 11th, he had told Deborah to have a nice life and tell Chloe that he loved her before he left to drive out to the site for his run. At the time, Deborah thought that these statements indicated that he was through with their marriage, although she realized that they could have indicated that he was suicidal after he failed to return home. Most of John's loved ones do not believe that he would have taken his own life, however. Most importantly, he was dedicated to his daughter Chloe. He was also excited about a new romantic relationship he was pursuing. John was tired of living in Southern California and had been looking into moving to a remote part of Alaska, where he will be surrounded by few people and many opportunities for outdoor activities. John's sister believes he may have staged his disappearance and left for Alaska under a new name. One of the other reasons John had wanted to leave California was the explosion of crime in the more rural areas of the Antelope Valley. 6 violent drug rings were producing massive amounts of methamphetamine in the area. These drug rings and the investigation into them by the authorities would prove to have numerous, uncorroborated connections to John's disappearance. Within the first week of John going missing, 2 individuals with ties to biker gangs producing meth in the area told authorities that John had come across a meth lab that was operating underground near the area where he had last been heading during his run. In their words, John was then taken care of. By early 2000, 9 more individuals connected to the meth trade had provided the same story. Some of them also reported that the resident deputy assigned to the area that included Devil's Punch Bowl Natural Area had been involved in John's disappearance. A Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy being involved with criminal activity was not inconceivable. 35 deputies from the department had been indicted for stealing $1 million from drug dealers in the early 1990s. Other deputies were arrested for unrelated crimes, and the FBI had video evidence of other criminal activity committed by deputies. The sheriff at the time had asked the FBI for assistance in removing the corrupt deputies from his department, but he passed away in 1998. By that time, rumors were circulating that deputies were working with the drug rings, warning them in advance of any planned raids. Homicide detective Larry Brandenburg learned of John's potential murder and the alleged involvement of the resident deputy in December of 1999. He found a location near Devil's Punch Bowl that could have been the site of the underground meth lab the informants had described and collected evidence that seemingly corroborated some of their statements. Based on these findings, he applied for a search warrant to examine the phone and financial records of the local resident deputy to see if his involvement in the case could be corroborated. The district attorney signed off on the warrant, but when Brandenburg took the paperwork to his boss for his signature, not only did he refuse to sign it, but he ultimately took Brandenburg off the case when he tried to pursue it further. During his investigation, Detective Brandenburg had asked Deputy Darren Hager to speak with one of his informants about the resident deputy's involvement with drug rings. The informant claimed that the resident deputy was involved with drug trafficking and potentially John's disappearance. When Hager reported this information to his superiors, he was told not to investigate any wrongdoing by other deputies or John's disappearance. Information about the former was to go to Internal Affairs, and information about the latter should be sent to Detective Brandenburg. Burke. In March of 2000, Hager had been assigned to a joint task force with the Drug Enforcement Agency. Operation Silent Thunder, as it was called, spent almost a year infiltrating local drug rings, setting up wiretaps, and obtaining informants. The operation resulted in the arrests of hundreds of people who were prosecuted by the state of California, 32 federal convictions, and 5 out of the 6 area kingpins going to prison. In 2002, Hager traveled to Washington, D.C., to be presented with the DEA's Administrator's Award in honor of his work on the operation. During the course of the operation, Hager had witnessed specific incidents of deputy misconduct and learned of specific connections the resident deputy alleged to be involved in John's disappearance may have had to a local drug dealer. He also had 3 new witnesses provide information about John's disappearance. One of them claimed to have witnessed his murder, one claimed to know where his body was buried, and the third said that he had heard screaming after he saw John walk in the direction of 2 armed bikers the day he went missing. As instructed, Hager passed all of this information on to other departments. The homicide captain, who had previously refused to sign off on Detective Brandenburg's application for a search warrant, refused to meet with members of the task force to discuss the new leads, or assigned a detective to follow up on them. In June of 2002, the resident deputy, suspected of wrongdoing, and 5 other deputies filed a complaint against Hager, claiming that he had used falsified documents and warrants to defame the resident deputy during his time on the task force. Within a week, the department concluded that all of the witnesses Hager had identified who had been vetted by the DEA and were being used in federal court cases were all unreliable, and that John O.J. had taken his own life because of his marital problems. Hager was reassigned while he was investigated by Internal Affairs for the next 11 months. At the end of the investigation, Hager faced 2 charges: falsifying information and conducting a personnel investigation of the resident deputy. The first charge was based on errors and summaries Hager had not written. The standard punishment for these offenses under the disciplinary guidelines of the department was a 15-day suspension. Instead, Hager was fired despite having been rated as outstanding during his 3 previous performance reviews with the department. Hager could not find work due to the nature of these charges and eventually filed for bankruptcy protection. He filed a wrongful termination lawsuit against both Los Angeles County and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, alleging that his termination was whistleblower retaliation. A jury awarded him $4,500,000 in lost earnings and damages. The county and department appealed the judgment for the following 3 years, but eventually had to pay Hager $2,500,000 plus interest, which made his final payout around $3 million. Hager, no longer feeling safe within the jurisdiction of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, has since moved out of the area. In 2015, John's wife, Deborah, was homeless and living in her car, supporting herself with only a $950 a month disability check she receives because she cannot work due to an extreme form of obsessive-compulsive disorder. And his daughter Chloe was living in Los Angeles with her boyfriend and his mother. In March of 2020, a woman named Chloe O.J., who was the same age as John's daughter, passed away in Idaho, although it is unconfirmed if this woman was John's daughter or just another woman with the same name. In the more than 20 years since John disappeared, no sign of him or his remains has ever been found. Specialist Enrique Roman Martinez was a paratrooper and human resource specialist assigned to the 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg in North Carolina in May of 2020. The 21-year-old was from Chino, California, and had 2 older sisters. His mother, Maria, raised her 3 children largely on her own and worked 2 jobs to support them. Enrique had joined the Army at the age of 17 despite concerns held by his family. He was aware of the potential risks, but hoped that his time serving his country would instill discipline and responsibility in him, as well as provide him with the means to eventually attend college. He had a difficult time following his father's deportation when Enrique was just 11 years old, and eventually his grades started to suffer. Enrique believed that the character development and college benefits he would receive from the army would put him back on track to achieve his goals. He received numerous decorations during his service, including the Army Good Conduct Medal and the National Defense Service Medal. Enrique had been a shy child who became more social as he grew up, but he was still somewhat of an introvert. It took some time for him to open up to others, but he was quick to cheer up anyone who was feeling down. He was somewhat of a homebody, liking to stay home and play video games. As a result of his sweet and caring nature, he did not like confrontation. For Memorial Day weekend of 2020, Enrique went camping with 7 other soldiers, 6 men and 1 woman, on South Corbanks, a small island off the coast of North Carolina that is a part of the Cape Lookout National Seashore. He was last seen alive at their campsite near mile marker 46 just before midnight on Friday, May 22nd. At 7 p.m. the following day, 19 hours after Enrique was last seen, one of the other soldiers he had been camping with called 911 to report him missing. The other campers claimed that Enrique had walked away from their campsite just before midnight wearing nothing but a pair of blue shorts. Enrique's phone, wallet, eyeglasses, and other belongings were all found at the campsite. The soldier who called 911 told the dispatcher that they had gone to bed at 12:03 a.m. Saturday morning and that Enrique was still gone when they woke up. "And when was the last time you saw him?" "So we all went to bed at 12:03, and that is the last time he saw him." The caller also told the dispatcher that the group had spent all day looking for Enrique and trying to find park rangers to ask for help without success. "When we woke up, he was not here, and we've been looking for him all day. We were trying to find the park ranger or their offices or anything." However, there was a problem with this assertion. Between 1 and 2 p.m., the group had been approached by 2 park rangers who asked them to move their vehicles, which were illegally parked too close to the sand dunes. The rangers were clearly rangers dressed in park ranger uniforms and driving marked vehicles. The group agreed to move their cars, but no one in the group informed the park rangers that a member of their party was missing. The caller also claimed that he had reason to believe that Enrique had harmed himself. "We might be afraid that he might have hurt himself, but we're really not sure. He wasn't diagnosed, but he did have suicidal tendencies." Enrique's family has vehemently denied this claim. Enrique's sister, Griselda, has said that the tone of her conversations with her brother had changed over the previous year, but this change was because Enrique was focused on his future plans with his family, not because he no longer wanted to have a future. Enrique had been unhappy in North Carolina because he was anxious to return home to his family and begin the next chapter of his life. He was less than a year away from completing his service with the Army. He was scheduled to receive a medical discharge because he suffered from chronic compartment syndrome in his legs, a condition which limited his ability to run for long distances. He had the option of undergoing surgery to try to correct the problem, but the success of such a surgery was not guaranteed. Enrique planned to instead take the medical discharge and move back to California to be with his family and use his military benefits to enroll in college, where he wanted to study pharmacology and psychology. He hoped to one day have a career providing medical treatments for individuals suffering from mental illness. He also had a more short-term dream of taking a trip to Japan with his sister Griselda. Enrique had already made plans to move in with Griselda when he returned to California. He had talked to her just 2 days before he went missing, and the siblings had discussed how they would set up his bedroom and what kind of car he wanted to buy when he got back to California. While it can be argued that Enrique's family was not qualified to declare him free of any serious mental illness, the same amount of skepticism should be applied to the other soldiers' ability to diagnose Enrique as suicidal. Griselda and her mother, Maria, traveled to North Carolina as soon as they heard that Enrique was missing. When they arrived at South Corbanks, they became even more convinced that had not simply wandered off into the night. There were no wooded areas or dense vegetation that could have hidden Enrique in the immediate area where he was last seen. According to Park Ranger Nate Toring, it is very difficult to get lost on the island for a long period of time without some sort of extenuating circumstance because of the island's geography. While the island is 26 miles long, It is very narrow with little interior land to disappear into. Enrique's family was also alarmed by the fact that he had left the campsite without his glasses. He could not see without them and would have had an even more difficult time without them while it was dark outside. A massive search was launched for Enrique. Multiple agencies searched the area, beginning at the campsite and working out from there, from the air and on the ground. The ocean and nearby sounds were also searched. The Army Criminal Investigation Command, the Coast Guard, the North Carolina Marine Patrol, the K-9 team from the Wayne County Sheriff's Office, and the Carteret County Sheriff's Office were all a part of the search. Unfortunately, several of the days following Enrique's disappearance were rainy and windy, leading to rough waters and complications for the search effort. Few clues were found over the following several days. On May 29th, partial human remains washed ashore on Shackleford Banks, another barrier island just west of South Core Banks. They were sent to the medical examiner's office, and a week later, it was confirmed that the remains were of Enrique. His dental records were used to make the identification. The medical examiner's office ruled Enrique's death a homicide, and the Army Criminal Investigation Command is investigating it as such. They are currently offering a $25,000 reward for information that leads to the apprehension and conviction of Enrique's killer or killers. Because of their ongoing investigation, Army CID has released very little information about the case to the public in order to protect any possible future prosecution of whoever killed Enrique. Unfortunately, this also means that they have had to leave Enrique's family without many answers as well. An unnamed Army official did tell ABC News that there is no suspicion that the murder was a reprisal or hate crime. The medical examiner's office also told Griselda Martinez that her brother's injuries were consistent with dismemberment rather than with coming in contact with a boat propeller or wildlife after he was in the water. There is not an animal in that sea that could have done that, she was told. While Army CID cannot provide them with information right now, Enrique's family believes that they are working diligently on Enrique's case. They also suspect that they may have a person of interest in the case, but not enough evidence to make an arrest. They have therefore been very active in the media, imploring anyone with information to come forward. Given the inconsistencies and problems with the account provided by the other soldiers Enrique was camping with, it seems most likely that a big break in the case will come from one of them providing a more complete statement. However, they are not the only potential witnesses. Because it was a holiday weekend, South Core Banks was very busy at the time Enrique went missing. Park Ranger Nate Turing estimates that there were thousands of visitors to the island that weekend, any number of whom could have seen something that they did not realize was important at the time. According to his family's religious beliefs, Enrique's soul will not be at peace until his killer has been found. Enrique's mother, Maria, is too distraught to even sleep, and his sister Griselda is both haunted and pushed onward in her quest for justice by a conversation she had with Enrique many years before his death. He asked me one time, "Will you always be there to protect me?" I said yes, Griselda recounted. Now that it's happened, it breaks my heart. I feel guilty that I couldn't protect him. The most I can do is find out what happened to him. This story takes us to Tullamore, a small town in County Offaly, Ireland, where 23-year-old Aisling Murphy lived in 2022. Bright, driven, and hardworking, Aisling had dreamed of becoming a teacher from a young age. She was ecstatic to land a position as a primary school teacher at Doru National School just months after graduating. Her colleagues remarked that she adapted seamlessly, as if she had always been part of their team. Her father described her as tireless, always striving to achieve more and make the most of each day. Aisling encouraged her students to challenge themselves but led by example, never asking them to do what she wouldn't do herself. She even took on learning the Uilleann pipes, one of the most challenging instruments, determined to prove that with dedication, she could master it. Music and the creative arts were central to Aisling's life, a passion she inherited from her musical mother, Kathleen. During her school years, she participated in the choir, the orchestra, the camogie team, and the traditional music group, embodying her love for creativity and teamwork. But playing the fiddle had stuck with her since she was little. She was eventually in the top 5% of fiddle players in the country and had played at Tullamore Tradfest Traditional Music Festival as well. Aisling was a family girl through and through and would always make time for dinner and drinks with her dad Ray, mother Kathleen, sister Amy, and brother Cole. She was also in a great relationship with her partner Ryan. The pair had first met each other at a disco when they were 15. They had dated for a couple of years, but they were very young and went their separate ways. They did keep in contact though, and a couple of years later they reconnected and were inseparable from that point on. They had started making plans to build their dream house together, get married, and start a family. Ryan said she had the most comforting smile and infectious laugh, and no matter how low you felt, she could always pick you up. On January 10th, 2022, Aisling went to Ryan and his family's house to drop some groceries off at the door. They were all isolating as there was COVID in the home, and Ryan said he really wanted to give her a hug, but they just said hi and bye at the door, knowing they would be seeing each other properly in 10 days, time to go on a trip together. 2 days later, Aisling finished teaching as usual and got ready to go for a jog. She worked out whenever she had time, and a quick run down by the canal to clear her head was a normal thing for her to do. Before she left, she told her mom where she was going, but Kathleen was worried, saying she should jog somewhere else. She hugged her mom and said, Mom, I'm 23 years old. Love you," before heading out the door. She was soon out and jogging down by the Grand Canal, a lovely area for some peace and quiet, where you can often find people working out and walking their dogs. At 3:15 on Fiona's Way, a walkway named after a missing woman called Fiona Penda, 2 women were also jogging down by the bank and saw and heard something odd. They noticed a bicycle on the side and then heard what sounded like a woman crying from the wooded area next to the pathway. They thought she had fallen off her bike and was hurt, so went to go and help. They saw a man cowering over her and pinning her down. A small necklace hung around the woman's neck. The name on it was Aisling. The man heard them, turned around, and through gritted teeth and snarling, told them to go away. The jogger said the woman was moving every part of her body, twisting and turning, trying to get away, but she wasn't making a sound anymore. Neither woman had a phone on them and there was no one else around, so they both shouted at him that they would call the Gardaí and then ran to the nearest house to get help. Authorities were soon there and found Aisling Murphy, lying there motionless. Her attacker was long gone. Despite the best efforts of the paramedics, Aisling died at the scene. She had been strangled and stabbed 11 times in the neck, dying of blood loss. Her keys were close to her, and it was clear she had tried to fight off her killer using them. Experts said Aisling had clearly fought so incredibly hard to get away and tried everything she could until the very end. The joggers had given a description of the man as best they could. His jacket was distinctive, a navy padded bomber jacket with unique stitching on the back. The bicycle that was near the scene, believed to have been his, was a Falcon Storm mountain bike with straight handlebars and green on the frame. A number of people who were in the area around that time contacted the authorities, but there was nothing concrete. Accessing the data on her Fitbit, they were able to get a clearer timeline to try and narrow things down. Her workout had started at 2:51 p.m. 30 minutes later, it tracked erratic movements. Just a couple of minutes later, at 3:31 p.m., her Fitbit was no longer recording her heartbeat. The Garda issued a statement announcing that they believed they were only looking for one person, and they felt confident that whoever this was totally random and not known to Aisling. They said he would probably have wounds, cuts, or bruising on him, given the way Aisling had fought back and used her keys. The detectives would get a lead based off of the descriptions, and just a few hours after Aisling was found, they made an arrest of a 40-year-old man, but he was soon released without charge. The man was taken to safe accommodation when his name and pictures were shared on social media, resulting in him receiving death threats, even though he was innocent. Aisling's case was huge and everyone was talking about it and trying to help and offer support. It was soon on every news station and flooding social media, both in Ireland and abroad. As always, when crimes like these happen, ones that receive such media attention, people are quick to give their opinions online, and sadly in this case, many seemed focused on the fact that she was out for a run in a slightly secluded area. Activist Laura Bates wrote an emotional response to this, pointing out that focusing on this is a complicated form of victim blaming. "I understand why people are posting she was going for a run. I get why she was just walking home and she did all the right things trended after Sarah Everard died," she posted in part. I know it comes from a place of grief and rage, but it doesn't matter what they were doing. We say she was just doing this or she was just doing that. It suggests that the case wouldn't have been quite so awful or tragic if she had been doing something else. It had now been 48 hours since Aisling was killed, and many a vigil was being held all over, including ones held by big political names across the country. Thousands and thousands of people were turning out for them. The principal of the school she taught at said everyone was so shaken by what had happened. It's very, very hard to think that she was here in school yesterday as a teacher and teaching her first-class students. And today, they have come in with little tears in their eyes and their teacher not there. On January 14th, 100 people stood outside the Irish Parliament in Dublin for Aisling, and by 4 p.m. the number had grown to 1,000. And soon the Taoiseach, the Republic of Ireland's Prime Minister at the time, Michael Martin, and the future leader Leo Varadkar would be there too. Leo Varadkar said the murder of Aisling had united the nation in solidarity and revulsion. The investigation was moving quickly, although the Gardaí were keeping their cards close to their chests. On January 17th, they said that significant progress had been made, as although they didn't announce this to the public, they had actually received a troubling email, which read in part, "To who it may concern, I am the person responsible for Aisling's murder. I am so sorry." The email was sent at 10:44 p.m. and detectives quickly managed to identify where it had come from. They tracked down the person the account had belonged to. The man that had sent it said he suffered from mental health problems and drank too much, blacking out and having little recollection of what he'd done when he was drunk. But sober, he said he didn't know why he had sent it and that he had nothing to do with Aisling's murder. Officers initially felt so confident with this lead, but more checks would rule this man out completely and they were back at square one. But they then got another tip which would turn into the major breakthrough that they so desperately needed. They had been closely watching a man who had walked into a hospital quite a distance from where Aisling was killed just 2 days after that fateful day. The 31-year-old had turned up looking to treat some bad cuts, bruises and scratches to his face. Given how quickly the news of what had happened to Aisling had traveled, the guard were called in by the nurses at the hospital, wondering if there was a link. The man couldn't explain his injuries and was keeping quiet, but he was in quite bad shape. When detectives got there, they too were suspicious and carried out a background check on him. Following this, they went to seize and search 2 cars and search 2 properties as well. One over an hour away in Dublin and one just 8 minutes away from where Aisling had been killed. They interviewed the 31-year-old in hospital and he told them he had been attacked by a man in a blue face mask. A hard thing to pick out given the fact that the pandemic was still ongoing and most people were in masks. He claimed he couldn't really remember it at all as it had happened so quickly. Detectives weren't convinced and showed him a picture of Aisling. He said he had never seen her before, not even on the news. "I look at the news but don't speak English. Can't understand it," he said. They knew there was more to the story but left him to stew over what they had said, ready to come back and talk to him later. A short time after he spoke to the detectives again. This time he told them the man that had attacked him also attacked Aisling as they were all on the same path. He claimed he had tried to save Aisling and not hurt her. But then his story changed again. He suddenly blurted out, "I did it. I murdered. I am the murderer." He was immediately cautioned and was told he did not need to say anything else. But he couldn't stop talking. He said, "I'm sorry. I see girl I never see before. Knife I use for chain. When she passed, I cut her. I cut her neck. She panicked. He then started crying and asked, 'Will I go for 10 years? He pointed to his stomach, which had 3 puncture wounds likely inflicted by Aisling's keys. He gave a DNA sample and, sure enough, the DNA from under Aisling's fingernails was a match to him. As detectives continued to piece things together, on January 18th, hundreds of people gathered for Aisling's funeral. It was attended by the then Taoiseach, Nicole Martin, President Michael D. Higgins and his wife Sabina, and Minister for Justice Helen Mackenzie. Schools around the country observed a minute's silence at 11 a.m. in her memory as well. Her young students would also pay tribute to the 23-year-old, lining up holding pictures of Aisling as the funeral procession came past. Ryan was beside himself and he gave a huge speech on behalf of his and Aisling's families. He said, "She is the greatest love of my life. I will cherish the last 5 years we spent together my entire life. I hope that someday, God willing, we can be reunited once more and continue the great plans we have made for each other. Goodbye for now, but not forever, darling, as you will live on in all of our hearts and memories. It was already a deeply emotional day and things were about to take another turn. This was also the day that the Gardaí announced the man they had been closely monitoring in hospital had been arrested and charged with Ashling's murder. They would finally identify him as Joseph Puszka. He was a builder and had moved over to Ireland from Slovakia in 2015, living in Tullamore with his wife and 5 children. That evening he appeared in Tullamore District Court and the outside was packed with members of the public and media. The Gardaí received more information about Joseph's actions in the hours before he killed Aisling, and it was truly shocking. And Marie Kelly first saw Joseph on his bike. She had stepped aside to let him pass and he went past really slowly, staring at her in a menacing way, a way that had really unsettled her. And Marie then saw Joseph again at the canal. This time he was walking behind her and pushing his bike. She could feel him staring at her and picked up her pace. Fortunately, she spotted a man in a van pull up and jogged over towards him. Joseph quickly took off. He also followed 3 other women that day, even being caught on camera a few times. After this, he would find Aisling. Authorities believe he was absolutely on a mission to hurt or kill someone. They also described him as a phantom individual, someone that had never been on their radar for any reason until this point. Despite his own confession, he entered a plea of not guilty stating that he couldn't remember admitting to anything in the hospital. He was now back to the story where he alleged he was trying to save Aisling's life from another man. As he sat in custody, the investigation continued. On June 13, 2023, 5 other people were arrested and charged with withholding information or impeding an arrest in relation to Aisling's case. Marek Puszka, Lyubomir Kuszka, and Lucia Estakova were charged with withholding information, and Josefina Gruntsova and Vera Gaziova were accused of impeding the apprehension or prosecution of an alleged offender. By the time his trial started on October 17, 2023, the prosecution had CCTV, DNA, and witness evidence as well as his own confession. His defense team was still running with the story that he had been attacked by a man, hence his injuries, and after the man had attacked him, he had killed Aisling before running away. They said the 2 women jogging had actually seen Joseph trying to stop the bleeding, not that he had been hurting her. The prosecution called his lies foul and contemptible. They said the fact he was trying to play some sort of good Samaritan was disgusting. The only victim was Aisling. On November 9, 2023, after just 2 hours of deliberations, he was unanimously found guilty of murder. As the verdict was read out, he sat in silence, putting his hands over his face. Judge Mr. Justice Tony Hunt did not hold back in his statements after he told the jury, "We have evil in this room. There is no doubt about that. There will be a day of reckoning for Puszka." He said that he agreed with the jury's decision and was glad that they didn't spend any more time than they needed to on what he called Joseph's nonsense. He acknowledged that this was no reflection of his legal team, however, saying what they had in their hands was poor stuff indeed. He described what happened to Aisling as enough to make you physically ill, and given what the jury had to sit through, he exempted them from jury service for 20 years. As the jury left the room, everyone erupted into applause. Friday, November 17, 2023 was the day of Joseph's sentencing. Mr. Justice Tony Hunt told Joseph that there was only one sentence to hand down, which he said was richly deserved. Joseph Puszka was handed a mandatory life sentence. Ryan addressed Joseph and said, "You have no idea the love we had for each other. Because of you, I will never get to marry my soul mate. Because of you, I have to somehow carry on without her. You smirked, you smiled, and you showed no remorse, which sums up the kind of person you are, the epitome of pure evil. When your day of reckoning comes, may you be in hell a whole half hour before God even knows you are dead." Joseph did not make eye contact with anyone who spoke, including the judge. Mr. Justice Tony Hunt said that if he had the power, a whole life order would have been considered in this case. He said that before Joseph could be considered for release, the person making that decision would have to take into account that we still don't know why he murdered Aisling. He has never shown any remorse or empathy and has done nothing but lie about what happened, and this will all be taken into consideration. Shortly after he was sentenced, he was transferred to a padded cell in another prison and put under 24-hour surveillance. A source has claimed he had made an attempt to take his own life while on trial, and other inmates said they would be looking for him in prison. Joseph's family still believe he is innocent. It is clear to see how much Aisling meant to so many people and how much her death had outraged not just her small community but Ireland as a whole. Some important conversations were started about safety, education, and continuing to tackle violence against women and girls. People banded together and united in such a huge way. Every case is horrific, and it goes without saying they all affect vast amounts of people at a time. But sometimes certain cases are so emotionally charged that they ripple through the nation and further afield, leaving a lasting impact in ways we have not experienced before. Sarah Everard in the UK, cases like Anna Kriegel in Gilmar in Ireland and Australia, and now Aisling Murphy. Her partner Ryan said the painful thing to come to terms with is that he will have to remember her for longer than he's known her. Amy said, "We are consumed by what can only be described as nightmares, that we weren't there to save her. Aisling did so much for absolutely everybody, yet no one was there when she needed them most. As a big sister, I could not protect her while she was alive. All I can do now is protect her memory. And as a family, we will continue to set the table for 5. In 1970, Betty Lee Jones was a 23-year-old mother of 2 children. As of March 8th that year, she had been married for 9 days, although the last 2 of those days had been spent fighting. She and her husband, Robert Ray Jones, had such a bad argument that day outside of their home near the intersection of 12th Avenue and York Street in Denver, Colorado, that Robert got into his car and drove off. Betty, in turn, began trying to flag down passing cars, and eventually a blue sedan stopped and picked her up. This occurred at approximately 3:30 p.m. Betty was never seen alive again. Around 8:30 the following morning, 2 employees of the Colorado Department of Transportation found Betty's body on the side of an embankment along Highway 128 near the border of Jefferson and Boulder counties. She was bound and had been strangled, sexually assaulted, and shot. Investigators initially identified 6 suspects in the case. While a witness reported that Betty had been trying to flag down passing cars, police did not rule out the possibility that Betty had called someone to come pick her up at some point during that final argument with her husband. As such, several of her former boyfriends were looked at as potential suspects. Her husband also fell under suspicion, and her family considered him to be the most likely suspect for decades. Nothing conclusively tied any of the suspects to the murder, however, and Betty's case went cold. Betty's son and daughter were adopted by her parents following her death. When her son, Benji, would ask his grandfather to tell him about his mother, he would smile at him and simply say, "She was wonderful." In 2006, Betty's case was reopened and assigned to Detective Steve Ainsworth of the Boulder County Sheriff's Office. He submitted evidence from the case to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation in hopes of developing a DNA profile. The lab was able to DNA database. Detective Ainsworth tracked down the original 6 suspects in the case, who were by this time living throughout the country, to compare their DNA to the profile found on Betty's body. Betty's husband, Robert Ray Jones, had passed away in 2000, but his parents submitted samples of their DNA for comparison. Based on their DNA, Robert was excluded as a suspect. None of the 5 other original suspects were a match either. In 2019, the DNA profile was then submitted to Bode Technologies, who prepared the sample to be utilized by the FBI's forensic genetic genealogy team. The team developed the suspect's family tree and considered and eliminated individuals within it until they had one potential lead left, an unidentified woman listed in the 1957 Denver directory. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation had also been working with genetic genealogy, and they were eventually able to identify this woman. She was married and had 2 sons, who would have been in their 20s at the time of Betty's murder. They had also been living in Denver at that time. One of the brothers had passed away in 1977, but the other was interviewed by authorities and agreed to provide a DNA sample. During his interview, he notified investigators that he in fact had another brother named Paul. However, Paul was estranged from the family, and he had not seen or heard from Paul since February of 1970. At that time, Paul drove a blue 1960s Plymouth Fury sedan, which was consistent with the car Betty was seen getting into on March 8, 1970. The brother was unable to provide any current information about Paul or where he living. When his DNA was analyzed, it showed that he was a very close relative of Betty's killer, so tracking down Paul became the main focus of the investigation. Detective Ainsworth did eventually locate Paul Leroy Martin. However, he found him at the Fort Logan National Cemetery, where he was buried following his death in June of 2019. His estranged brother was his only living relative. After obtaining a court order, authorities had Paul's body exhumed on April 8, 2020. And the following day, a sample taken from his remains was submitted to the Forensic Sciences Biological Unit of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for DNA testing. 2 weeks later, they reported their results. Paul Leroy Martin's DNA was a match to the DNA found on Betty Lee Jones's body. On May 26, 2020, the Boulder County District Attorney approved a probable cause statement, meaning that had Martin still been alive, he would have been charged with Betty's murder. While Martin's death means he will never serve time in prison for Betty's murder, her family is still relieved to finally have answers. Just having the closure is amazing for us, Betty's son Benji told the Boulder Daily Camera following Martin's identification. It gives me a lot of hope. It gives my family hope that others will find closure on some of their cases. They are also grateful that law enforcement never gave up on the case. We praise God for bringing us people like Steve Ainsworth, Benji said. He worked so hard on this, and I could tell in his voice the compassion he has and the diligence he has and the work ethic to exhaust every resource possible and everything at his disposal to finish this. May 17, 1999 started out as a typical morning for 39-year-old Saad Kawaf. Around 9:30 a.m., he got ready to leave his home in the gated community of Deerwood on the south side of Jacksonville, Florida, to go to the bank. He and his wife owned the Forest Discount Store at Forest and Beach Boulevards in Jacksonville, and he made large cash deposits several times a week. He said goodbye to his wife and walked out of the house. A few minutes later, however, his wife heard a scream from outside. She opened the door to her garage and saw her husband being attacked by a man. Then a woman attacked Mrs. Kawaf, dragging her back into the house and tying her up. Mrs. Kawaf fought against her attacker, baiting her as she tried to get away. The two attackers ran off with the money Saad had been taking to the bank, approximately $30,000 in cash. Mrs. Kawaf survived the attack, having sustained only minor injuries, but Saad had been beaten and stabbed multiple times and died from his injuries. Saad's friends, family, and employees were all devastated by his loss. Customers left flowers outside of his store. A $100,000 reward was offered for information that led to the arrest of his killers. Mrs. Kawaf was able to provide descriptions of the people who killed her husband. They were both white, and the man had been between 5 feet 9 inches 6 feet tall. He had reddish blonde hair and a graying mustache. The woman had been very petite, slim, and around 5 feet 2 inches tall. Curiously, she had worn a long skirt to the robbery and murder. A composite was developed of the female attacker and shown to employees of the store and to neighbors, but no one recognized her. One of the co-op's neighbors had been out walking her dog around the time of the murder and saw an unfamiliar red Jeep Cherokee drive away from the Koof's home. The owner of the Jeep was never identified. Police were also unsure of how the Jeep gained access to the gated neighborhood, as it was not in the gatehouse records or accounted for by any of the residents. Fingerprints and DNA were left behind at the scene. 2 DNA profiles were isolated in 2003. The DNA from the female attacker was left behind from the bite wound Mrs. Kawaf inflicted on her, and police have confirmed that the second profile was from the male attacker but have not discussed exactly how it was left at the scene. The DNA was run through criminal databases several times in the ensuing years, but no matches were ever found. In May of 2020, therefore, the profiles were submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Laboratory so that genetic genealogy could be used to uncover the identities of the 2 suspects. In June of 2020, the lab was able to do just that. The male suspect was 64-year-old William Bear, and the female suspect was 50-year-old Melissa Jo Schaefer. The two had been married at the time of Saad's murder but had since divorced. Bear was taken into custody in Jacksonville on the evening of July 1, 2020, and Schaefer was taken into custody in Jefferson City, Missouri the following day. They have both been charged with murder and armed robbery. Bear had been an active of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office at the time of Saad's murder, working specifically as a detective with the Intelligence Division. He had been assigned to surveil the Kawaf home. The Sheriff's Office suspected that Saad was selling pseudoephedrine, a controlled decongestant, illegally at his store, and they knew that he kept large amounts of cash in the house. Bear joined the Sheriff's Office in 1975 and retired from it in 2002. Concerns have already been raised that his arrest could lead to new appeals from any number of people convicted based on his testimony or through his investigations over his 27 years with the department. Bear also testified to a grand jury in 2003 after his retirement as a part of a police corruption investigation. Schaefer does not appear to have been returned to Florida as of July 17. Bear is being held without bond and his next court appearance is scheduled for July 23. Following the arrests, Saad's niece, Heather Kyle, released a statement on behalf of the family. "Not a day has gone by that we don't miss our beloved Saad. The past 21 years have been the hardest to not only be without a man who meant so much to our family, but to know that the people who did this were not held accountable for their actions. We are grateful to the brave members of the Cold Case Unit and all members of law enforcement who have worked tirelessly on our behalf to ensure justice and that Saad's memory will never be forgotten." Susan Eads was one of 5 children. She was beautiful and vivacious, and according to her brother, Dennis, she was a spitfire. In 1983, she was working as a waitress in several bars in the greater Houston area and taking DJ gigs as she could find them. On August 30, 1983, Susan worked at the Prickly Pear, a bar inside of the Holiday Inn in Webster, Texas. After getting off work early, she went to the nearby Jason's Brown Saloon. This would be the last place she was ever seen alive. Witnesses would later report that a white male wearing a cowboy hat had asked Susan to dance at the saloon, but she declined. She was later seen leaving the establishment alone. The following day, Susan's body was found in a vacant lot near the intersections of NASA Road 1 and Elam Street in Seabrook, Texas. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled to death with the jumpsuit she had been wearing the night before. Her car, a 1976 Chevrolet Monte Carlo, was located in the parking lot of Gulf States Yachts, a boat store not far from the crime scene. Susan's purse, her Clear Lake High School class ring, and the gold necklace she had been seen wearing the night before were all missing. Authorities were able to develop a composite sketch of the man seen talking to Susan at Jason's, but with little physical evidence at the location where she was found, they had few other leads to follow. Shortly after Susan's death, her mother, Shirley, began receiving strange phone calls. At first, the caller would hang up when Shirley answered the phone. Eventually, he began speaking to her. By this time, Shirley had already notified the police of the calls and they had arranged for her to be able to record them. The caller identified himself as Bill and claimed to live on Telephone Road in Houston. He told Shirley he had photographs of Susan and talked about the possibility of meeting with Shirley to show them to her, but never made such arrangements. The calls did not necessarily come from Susan's killer and may have been from someone harassing Shirley after reading about Susan's murder in the local newspapers, but police still investigated them. These phone calls were a major part of a renewed effort to solve the long cold case in 2017. The tapes of the calls were restored, and a language expert from Rice University was consulted about the voice of the unknown man. Part of one of the calls was also released to the public in early 2018 in hopes that someone would recognize the voice. At this time, investigators had a piece of evidence that the technology available in 1983 had been unable to properly utilize: a male DNA profile found in a sample on the jumpsuit Susan had been strangled with. Investigators began looking at another known killer as a potential suspect in Susan's case, Anthony Allen Shore, the so-called tourniquet killer, who sexually assaulted and strangled with a ligature at least 4 victims between 1986 and 1995. Because of the similarity between his crimes and Susan's murder, the Texas Rangers investigated the possibility that he had killed Susan. However, DNA excluded him as a suspect just prior to his execution in January of 2018. Without any other identified suspect to compare the crime scene DNA to and no matches to it in criminal databases, authorities turned to genetic genealogy as a possible means of identifying Susan's killer. Working with the FBI, they found a distant relative of the killer after months of research using public genealogy databases. This relative had been just a child at the time of Susan's death and had no relationship with the killer. They cooperated fully with the investigation and helped narrow down its focus even further until they finally identified their suspect, Arthur Raymond Davis. Davis was a 35-year-old Vietnam veteran working as a fishing boat in 1983. He bears a striking resemblance to the composite sketch of the man who asked Susan to dance at the saloon. Investigators presented the evidence they collected to the Harris County District Attorney's Office and believed that it was strong enough to indict Davis in the case. Unfortunately, Davis cannot be charged in the case. He died in a single-vehicle accident on NASA Road 1, less than a mile away from where the body was found, in January of 1984, 4 months after her murder. While Susan's family agrees with law enforcement's belief that the case is solved, despite the lack of any trial or conviction, they still hope that the public can help them. They are hoping that individuals who knew Davis will come forward and help them understand the motive in the murder. Given Davis's resemblance to the composite sketch of the man who asked Susan to dance the last night she was alive, it is easy to imagine that he followed her out of the club and attacked her because she rejected him. However, this is just a theory, and while the resemblance between Davis and the sketch is striking upon comparison, there is still no proof that it was Davis in the saloon that night. Men with mustaches wearing cowboy hats are certainly not unusual in Texas. The Eads family hopes that an old friend of Davis may be able to identify a link between him and Susan, or tell them about his state of mind in August of 1983, to help them try to understand why the crime was committed now that they know who perpetrated it. On June 26, 2020, Susan's family and the investigators who worked on her case gathered at the Forest Park East Cemetery to hold a service for Susan at her gravesite now that they finally have some measure of peace with her case being solved. One by one, each person in attendance placed a rose on Susan's grave. Late in the evening of January 27, 2002, 29-year-old Jim Springer Jr. called home to his wife Jenny from the AMF Broadway Bowl on South Broadway in Littleton, Colorado, where he was the new assistant manager. Jim had been born in Connecticut and raised in Utah. He had been given several options of locations to work at for AMF. He had been offered positions in New York and in Salt Lake City, but because of the recent attacks in the former city and the upcoming Olympic Games being held in the latter, he did not believe that they would be safe places for him, Jenny, and their 2 small children to live. Therefore, he moved the family to Colorado so he could accept the position in Littleton. He had begun his new position there less than 2 months earlier, on December 3, 2001. Jim told Jenny that he had finished closing up the bowling alley for the night. He was waiting for Erin's ride to arrive, and he would be giving Bobby a ride before coming home. Erin was 26-year-old Erin Gola. She was a graduate of Bear Creek High School and the mother of 2 young children. She worked as a snack bar manager at the bowling alley. Bobby was 23-year-old Bobby Zias. He was an employee at the AMF bowling alley in Highlands Ranch, but spent a lot of time at Broadway Bowl to be with friends he had there. He had loved bowling since he was a child and had bowled multiple perfect games. He had been going through a difficult time recently following the end of a long-term relationship, but was looking forward to starting his new job with the Colorado Department of Transportation and considering going to school to get a degree in accounting. Erin had called a friend to get a ride home after closing. At 11:50 that night, Erin's ride was waiting for her outside of the bowling alley when she saw a bald man wearing a trench coat exiting the building. When Erin did not come outside, her friend decided to go into the bowling alley to see what was causing the delay. Inside, she found Jim, Erin, and Bobby. They had all been shot and killed. The murders had occurred during a robbery. The safe had been opened and emptied. The bowling alley had been robbed once weeks earlier, but no one had been killed during that crime. Erin's friend was able to help develop a sketch of the man she had seen leaving the bowling alley. The sketch was distributed, but no one came forward identifying the man in the sketch. Several months after the murders, Erin's name came up in relation to different crimes. She was found to have connections to a methamphetamine ring that was the subject of a grand jury investigation. Her exact connection to the individuals involved was never fully established because she could not be interviewed as a part of the investigation. These connections could of course be purely coincidental and have nothing to do with the murders. Over the years, hundreds of tips were called in to the police, but very little progress was made in the case despite ongoing media attention. In 2015, Jim, Erin, and Bobby were each individually featured in a set of playing cards distributed in Colorado prisons by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. Each card in the decks features the victim of a cold case along with information about their case. The playing card program was started in hopes that the cases would reach inmates who may have knowledge of who committed the crimes and be willing to cooperate. Metro Denver Crime Stoppers is offering a reward of up to $2,000 in the case, which remains unsolved. Galen Rose was the proud mother of 4 daughters: Kiana Davis, 11, Kiara Phillips, 9, Carrie L. McDonald, 7, and Kiana Welsh, 5. The family lived in the small town of Florida, Indiana. Galen had relocated the family to Flora from Missouri after her father, Tracy, moved there for work. They lived with Tracy for several months while they got settled and then moved into an apartment a few blocks away on East Columbia Street. The apartment was in a house that had been converted into 2 separate units. Kiana loved adventure, and Carrie was feisty and loved to make others smile. Kiani and Kiara were both a little more quiet. All 4 of the sisters were members of the Lafayette Diamonds cheerleading squad. They spent November 19, 2016 in South Bend, Indiana for a cheer competition, and the following day, Kiana, who had hopes of one day being a star player in high school, had a basketball game. In the early morning hours of that Monday, November 21, 2016, a fire broke out in the family's apartment. The unit had no working smoke detectors to alert them of the danger, but Galen was awoken by the smoke. She fought desperately to get into her daughter's bedrooms but was pushed back by thick black smoke. Injured, she went outside to try to find another way to get to the girls, who were trapped in their rooms by flames and screaming for help. Upon his arrival at the scene, Carroll County Sheriff's Deputy, Drew Yoder, entered the burning structure to try to save the girls. Because Flora was such a small community, he was familiar with the family. He knew Galen from the gas station where she worked. She would always smile, ask about his day, and tell him to be safe as he left. He often saw the girls outside their home dancing and playing together, and they would always stop what they were doing to wave to him as he passed. During his 3rd attempt to enter the burning home to rescue the girls, Deputy Yoder was seriously injured. He was pulled from the building by Florida Police Officer Josh Dissinger, who was also injured in the process. Galen was outside screaming for her girls, unable to find a way to help them. For a while, the girls could be heard screaming back to her, but eventually all 4 girls stopped screaming. All 4 of the sisters died of asphyxiation due to smoke inhalation. Galen was airlifted to a hospital in Indianapolis, where she remained for several days receiving treatment for her injuries. Deputy Yoder was taken to a burn unit in Fort Wayne, and Officer Dissinger was treated at a hospital in Lafayette. The home was severely damaged by the fire, and officials were initially unable to determine the cause of it. They speculated that it may have been an electrical fire that started behind the refrigerator, but a further would be needed. On January 28, 2017, the Indiana Department of Homeland Security, which has jurisdiction over the Indiana State Fire Marshal, announced that the fire had been set intentionally. The fire was ruled an arson because accelerant was found in several areas inside the home. A 2018 peer review by the Indianapolis Fire Department also confirmed the determination. An arsonist would have had access to the home because the back door could not be locked. Galen had reported the problem to her landlord 2 weeks before the fire, but it had not been fixed. This was one of many major issues with the residents that were outlined in a lawsuit filed by Galen in 2018 against her landlords and their holding company. The main premise of the suit is that by not installing functioning smoke detectors, As required by Indiana state law, the landlords contributed to the girls' deaths. They did not start the fire, but prevented the girls from waking up in time to escape the burning home before the fire spread, trapping them inside. The lawsuit also alleges that the landlords failed to provide a habitable residence, leaving the back door and several dangerous electrical outlets unrepaired and not completing work on the leaking kitchen ceiling. The lawsuit is ongoing. The arson determination was not without controversy. However, a local private investigator who consulted on the fire disagreed with the findings, and state arson investigator Dennis Randall, who had been working on the case, subsequently resigned in June of 2017. His son, Adam Randall, resigned as the fire chief in Flora 5 months later. With so much instability in the investigation, the local NAACP chapter has raised concerns that the entire investigation may have been bungled. The entire town of Florida has rallied behind Galen and the memory of her girls. Every church in the greater Florida area, as well as several local businesses, contributed to supporting Galen with meals and other material concerns after the fire. 2 local funeral homes joined together to provide a memorial service for the girls. The small community has raised more than $20,000 for a reward in the case, in part through creating and selling a cookbook dedicated to the 4 sisters known as Flora's 4 Angels. On the 2nd anniversary of the fire, investigators claimed that they had solid persons of interest in the case, but no arrests have ever been made, and whoever set the fire that took the lives of the 4 sisters has not yet been brought to justice. Galen Rose and her father, Tracy, have since left Flora, moving to California, where Galen is in therapy to try to cope with her unimaginable loss. At the end of June 2010, Donna and Samuel Eckerd faced an agonizing ordeal when their 19-year-old son, Sean, went missing. The disappearance followed a heated argument with his older brother, Stanley, prompting Sean to leave the house, slamming the door behind him. Sean had never previously vanished without informing his mother or taking his phone, making his absence especially alarming. Late that night, the Eckerd family was gripped by fear over the young man's unexplained disappearance. The official search began 24 hours later, with missing person notices displaying photos of the smiling, blonde-haired Sean plastered across supermarkets, train stations, and street corners. Yet, despite 2 days of tireless searching, there were no leads. The police were at a loss as they continued their investigation, and for over 48 hours, Sean Paul Eckerd remained officially missing. In response, family members, friends, and acquaintances banded together to form a search team. They combed through local establishments, questioned passersby, and meticulously reconstructed Sean's last known movements. Meanwhile, police intensified their investigation by delving into the Eckerd family's dynamics, trying to piece together the events leading to Sean's disappearance. Donna and Samuel, who had 6 adult children from prior marriages, had found solace and stability in their union after overcoming challenges in earlier relationships. They had settled in San Diego, California, creating a blended family before this devastating crisis unfolded. They rented a large, good-sized family home and attended the local church on weekends without fail. The family was devout and lived a quiet and unsociable lifestyle. A few years after the family moved in, they had a son, Stanley, and 2 years later, a second son, Sean. Donna devoted herself fully to the home and raising her sons, so the brothers grew up in love and care. They both attended a good local school, and on weekends, without fail, the whole family participated in church activities. The eldest children, having reached adulthood, flew away from their parents' nest all over the continent to start their own families. But the Eckerd family was friendly. They kept in touch with each other, regularly called each other, and spent all family holidays together. Sean was a simple and fun-loving boy. He had a bright appearance, charisma, and insight that attracted people to him like a magnet. He knew how to listen and empathize, so he made friends very easily. Stanley, on the contrary, had a more reserved character and was wary of everything new. He was shy, so socializing with people was much more difficult for him than for his brother. They had one common group of friends and classmates despite the age difference. Together, the brothers were like one, helping each other and always looking out for each other. The boys grew up well-mannered and studied very well. They always had a trusting and friendly relationship with each other. Small jokes about each other were accepted with humor by their parents. Respect was valued above all else in the family. Donna and Samuel raised their children from childhood with faith in God and according to God's laws. The life of the Eckert family flowed in its own way. As the brothers grew up, their interests unnoticeably became completely opposite. The youngest, Sean, played in the music band, and the eldest, Stanley, became interested in martial arts. The life of each young boy was filled with vivid impressions and emotions, which they shared with the family in the evenings. Sean was always first. His stories about music, friends, and upcoming plans took up most of the evening time. When the family gathered before dinner and shared the emotions of the day, everyone listened to Sean. There was no time for Stanley, nor, it seemed to him, was there much to share. No grandiose plans for the future, no exciting stories, not even stories of friends to draw attention to. So Stanley humbly listened to his brother's stories. On one such evening, Sean told his family that he had met a neighbor girl, Mary Jane. A fragile young girl with bright brown eyes and long blonde hair put Sean in a daze. Through the open window of the house where the girl lived, he heard a magical piano playing. As if mesmerized, he went to the captivating sounds of music and entered the house without knocking. Self-confidence in his own charm allowed Sean to get out of such a funny situation with dignity and cleverly met the girl he liked. She was a few years older than Sean, but this did not prevent them from maintaining a friendly relationship. The soul of the company, Sean often organized picnics where Mary Jane was invited. They walked a lot, visited parks and observation decks. The budding adolescent love affair was interrupted by the unfair reality of the adult world. The Eckert family received the sad news of the illness of Donna's elderly mother, Sean and Stanley's grandmother. In search of prosperity, parents tried to take into account the interests of each member of the family, but the decision made fundamentally changes the life of the whole family. Sean did not want to leave his native land, his friends, and his Mary Jane, but the parents' decision had already been made. The Eckerts leave the city where their children were born and raised and move to another state. So in 2005, as fate would have it, the Eckert family settles in the house of Donna's mother in the small town of Spring Hill in Florida, where they begin a new life. The move was like a breath of fresh air for the whole family because the decision was the right one. Sean and Stanley's grandmother was on the mend. Sean's heart was broken. He missed his band in which he played, his walks with Mary Jane and hangouts in his favorite city. But it is impossible for life-loving Sean to be sad for long, and after a while, a new life becomes as full as the one he missed. Donna and Samuel safely got a job at the Presbyterian church where they were almost all their time. Donna took care of the children in the nursery, and Samuel helped with the chapel. Over the course of time, the brothers grow close again and make new acquaintances together again at school. Old life seems to be resurrected in a new place. Sean plays in the school band again. Stanley attends a martial arts school that is only a couple blocks from their new home. Despite this new busy life, Sean can't stop thinking about Mary Jane. Every night after class, he locks himself in his room and they talk on the phone for hours. The goodbyes are in the same way, with Sean saying he dreams of meeting again. Each time he promises that after getting his parents' permission, he will definitely come to see her. Whereas the younger brother grew and kept his first love in his heart, the elder Stanley tried to establish himself in the family in his own way. Quiet and calm Stanley, by virtue of his stiffness and modesty, seemed to be deprived of parental warmth and attention. In pursuit of self-expression, he makes a series of bad decisions that will have dire consequences for the entire family. In May 2006, he informs his parents that he intends to drop out of school and devote his life to studying martial arts and creating a martial arts club. But youthful maximalism leads the guy into a bad company where he begins to engage in petty fraud and try illegal drugs. In 2007, dysfunctional connections eventually led Stanley to arrest. He was caught stealing and charged with felony fraud-related offenses. The news of the elder son's shenanigans deals the first heavy blow to Donna. She ends up in the hospital with a heart attack, but the situation is quickly resolved with the help of a lawyer hired by Jennifer's sister. He skillfully defends Stanley, proving the lack of direct evidence, which allows the guy to quickly go free, receiving only a suspended sentence. This episode greatly frightens Stanley. He feels guilty and closes himself off in the hope of being understood and accepted by his family. Having survived the frightening events that happened to Stanley, Sean does not say anything to his parents about his decisions. During his summer vacation, he takes a job as a waiter. Having saved up some money, he leaves only a note for his mother to go to California to marry Jane. The long 2-day bus ride to his beloved seemed like an eternity. The scenery changed outside the window. The day changed tonight, and Sean imagined how at the final station he would see her, his Mary Jane. The driver announced the final stop and the bus stopped. Sean was ready to run to her, for he had already seen her happy face through the window and her long hair, which she was tucking behind her ears with her fingers. They had spent some of their happiest days together. They'd had picnics just like they'd had in his best high school days. Sean had confessed his love to Mary for the first time, and it was mutual. After another walk, the young people sat down on a bench. Sean felt faint. His eyes went black. He fell unconscious. Sean ended up in the hospital. The young boy was fading away like a match in a matter of days. Mary Jane contacted Sean's sister. Jennifer urgently flew to California. Doctors diagnosed the cause of such a rapid fading of a strong and sturdy guy. Tick-borne encephalitis begins suddenly and very quickly causes complications of various kinds up to inflammation of the brain. A difficult struggle for Sean's life and health began. Doctors fought for the boy's life for a long time. More than a month of coma and 6 months of rehabilitation helped him to return from the other side of the world. Sean had a very hard time recovering for a long time. An ordinary tick bite on a summer walk turned out to be a serious injury for him. Jennifer took her brother back to Florida where he faced therapy and a long recovery. Mary Jane was left to wait. Again, the only source of communication for the lovers was the telephone. A series of troubles and unexpected illnesses brought the Eckert family together. Donna does everything impossible to completely rid her beloved son, Sean, from the consequences of a serious illness. She carefully monitors his diet and exercise. Such attentive care leads to a full recovery of Sean and to Stanley's inner resentment and jealousy, which he nurtures in bits and pieces. After a while, Sean regained his strength and returned to his studies in music. In 2009, he finishes his studies and dreams of going to his Mary Jane to return together and introduce her to his parents as his favorite. But Sean's plans are not destined to come true. Stanley introduces his brother to his dream girl, Samantha Rowe. Samantha, a native of Florida, quickly found a common language with the two brothers. Stanley was in love and sympathized with her, but the girl was impressed by the cheerful and sociable Sean. For some time, Stanley actively courts Samantha, and she accepts his signs of attention. Several romantic meetings end with a passionate kiss. Stanley is immensely happy, but Samantha, who said yes to her older brother, is still thinking about her younger brother. Samantha decides to write a message to Sean in which she confesses her sympathy for him and invites him for a walk around the city. The guy agrees, and they spend the evening walking along the waterfront and talking about Stanley and Mary Jane. Sean does not seek to win the girl after all. He has long belonged to another. A rejected Samantha writes a message to Stanley and tells him that Sean has been seeing her and confesses that he really likes her too. Stanley was furious. That same evening, he went up to his brother's room where they had a conversation. At first, the brothers talked quietly, then their words turned into shouts, and then there was dead silence. The parents were at home, but the brothers sometimes clarified relations quite loudly, so they did not see anything special in what had happened. Mom was the first to realize Sean was missing. He hadn't returned her calls. Recalling the evening before, she got Stanley's explanation that Sean had left home after an argument. After 2 days of searching, the police received a frightening call. The caller was Sean's sister, Jennifer. The dispatcher who took the call heard only a woman scream in the receiver. A piercing male moan could be heard in the background. After repeated requests to calm down, the dispatcher finally records the request for help. Jennifer continues to scream. She pleads for help and reports, "Oh damn it, my brother Stanley killed Sean. He's in the house talking to his mother." His father is freaking lying over his dead son who's been buried in the ground since early Saturday morning. "Damn it, I'm begging for help." Police officers arriving at the scene of the tragedy observed a horrifying scene. In the backyard of the house, Samuel was kneeling on his knees, 2 hands dripping earth. He was pulling his son's body out of the damp earth, screaming and trying to wipe the earth off Sean. In an instant, a quiet neighborhood filled with sculpted lawns, where the 2 young brothers often waved to neighbors, turned into the scene of a violent tragedy. And now the Eckerd family, who once raised 2 sons, are left with the horrifying memory of digging in the ground only to find one of their sons and watching the other son being handcuffed and taken away. Stanley Eckerd was detained on suspicion of premeditated murder. At his first interrogation, he revealed that he had no intention of killing his brother. In a moment of anger, he struck Sean on the head. The resulting injury caused Sean to fall. Stanley checked his pulse. Realizing that his younger brother was dead, he tied up the body and carried it out the window to bury it on the lawn behind the house. Stanley's words at the inquest, "I buried him. After all, that's what you do with dead people." These words sound like the cold-blooded calculation of a serial killer, not a loving brother. In his defense, Stanley Eckerd said he did it for his mother. He wanted to protect her from the shock she might have received at the news. Afterward, Stanley planned to move his brother's body to rebury it once his parents were gone. Stanley's behavior during the interrogation varied. He cried and confessed what he had done and was obviously sorry, presenting it as an accident, or he blamed Sean with hatred in his eyes. Stanley spoke very harshly and unpleasantly about his younger brother. He called him guilty for all his troubles and admitted that he had won the rivalry for his mother's and Samantha's love. That same day, Stanley was charged with second-degree murder and taken into custody without bail. 2 days later, Dr. Barbara Wolf performed an autopsy on Sean's body. She presented to the court the results of the forensic examination, which indicated that the victim's neck showed bruising under the skin, and rope marks were present, indicating that the neck had been compressed to make breathing difficult. The examination concluded that the death was the result of an inflicted head injury and asphyxiation. Assistant State Attorney Pete Magrino proceeded to scrutinize the case. On February 25, 2011, the first hearing began, presided over by District Judge Stephen Rushing. On the second row were Stanley's parents, Donna and Samuel Eckerd. They wept as they watched their oldest son being led into the courtroom under escort. On April 9, 2013, the trial began in Hernando Court, presided over by District Judge Anthony Tatey. The defense was led by attorney Alan Hunter, while prosecutor Pete remained on the prosecution side. The main goal of the prosecution was to convince the jury that Stanley had carefully planned the crime. Defense attorney Alan stated that there was a spontaneous fight that led to the tragic outcome. In closing, Alan appealed to the jury to take note of Stanley's attempt to cover up the crime in the name of good intentions. Stanley Eckerd was charged with first-degree premeditated murder and faced a mandatory life sentence if convicted of that charge. Sentencing was scheduled for May 13th. Stanley's fate was in the hands of District Judge Anthony Tappy, who presided over the 5-day trial. Second-degree murder is punishable by up to life in prison. Stanley Elias Eckerd always said he never intended to kill his brother 3 years ago before burying him in the front yard of the house. Before trial, Eckerd rejected an offer from prosecutors to plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for limiting his prison sentence to 20 years. Eckerd remained stone-faced as the clerk read the verdict. The brothers' parents, Samuel and Donna, wept quietly. As the jury left the courtroom, Samuel Eckerd's sobs turned to screams, and numerous relatives gathered around Donna and Samuel. The jury agreed that Eckerd did not plan to kill 19-year-old Sean, but the jury did not completely absolve him of guilt. After deliberating for about 2.5 hours, 9 women and 3 men found Eckerd guilty of second-degree murder. All the while, the Eckerds said they believed Stanley's account of what happened in the early morning hours of June 19, 2010, and criticized the state attorney's office for filing the charges. Later Friday, Samuel Eckerd said Chief Assistant Public Defender Alan Lanter did an excellent job. The family questioned the appropriateness of the sentence. They filed an appeal to appeal the verdict, but were denied. "I really can't understand how the jury reached a verdict of second-degree murder in about 2 hours," Samuel Eckert said. "Despite that, our faith was not shaken," he said. One fact was not disputed during the trial. After his brother's death, Stanley pulled his body out of Sean's bedroom window and buried it in a shallow grave in the backyard of the family's Spring Hill home. Samuel Eckert found Sean's body 2 days later. Assistant State's Attorney Pete Magrino began his closing arguments at trial by showing jurors photos of Sean's dirt-covered body lying in a fetal position in the hole. "This is not a detective novel case," Magrino said. He noted that Stanley, when questioned by detectives on the day his brother's body was found, changed his testimony as many as 6 times, saying he initially knew nothing about Sean's death. For 2 days after his brother's funeral, according to Magrino, Stanley sent messages from Sean's cell phone to family members saying that Sean had allegedly gone to California to stay with his girlfriend, Mary Jane. Also on behalf of Sean, he corresponded with Samantha saying that he did not want to communicate and she should pay attention to Stanley. After hours of questioning, Stanley said that Sean had died during a struggle in the bedroom that morning. He claimed he heard a snap in his brother's neck as they fell to the floor. He then hid Sean's body to protect his mother, Donna, who has a weak heart. He said he planned to tell his father after his mother left on a trip. "Those injuries that the defendant inflicted with his hands constitute murder," Magrino said, and he also called attention to testimony and Stanley's statements to detectives about rising tensions over Samantha Rowe. He also called attention to testimony about a conversation Stanley had with his brother and a friend about revenge in the weeks before Sean's death. In that conversation, the friend testified Stanley said that if he was going to kill someone, he would hit the person in the back of the head and bury the body in the yard. That evidence was tenuous at best and could not dispel reasonable doubt, Alan Lanter told the jury. "A crime involves an act with an intended result," Lanter said. "Yes, he was involved in his brother's death, but he didn't kill his brother." Lanter pointed to testimony from a forensic pathologist who said the blow to the head, combined with other factors, Sean's high blood alcohol content and possible lingering brain swelling due to encephalitis, likely led to his death. The pathologist also testified that hitting his head on the bedroom nightstand when the 2 men fell could have been enough to kill Sean. Lanta reminded the jury of the testimony of Donna Eckert, who said that Sean suffered from severe mood swings after suffering from encephalitis. At one point in her testimony, Donna Eckert called Sean's death an accident. The jury also could have found Stanley Eckert guilty of third-degree murder or manslaughter. Calling the case a pardonable homicide, Lanter asked jurors not to let gruesome photos of Sean's body and Stanley's poor decision to bury him in the yard distract them from what led to his death. "Stanley Eckert did something horrible after Sean died," said Lanter, "but he's not a murderer." During the final sentencing, excitement gripped the Eckert parents. Judge Anthony imposed a sentence of 50 years in prison without parole. The parents were broken. One miserable day had taken 2 sons from them at once. The cold-blooded murder of an innocent man and even a brother is clearly beyond the bounds of adequate human response. In the biblical story, the brother-killer Cain was banished from paradise as punishment. But he solved the problem differently, eliminating the source of his remorse. The case of Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom is a devastating story that highlights the dire consequences of hesitation in critical moments. It is often said that hesitation can lead to death, and in this instance, that adage tragically became a reality. The delay by police officers, who adhered to protocol and waited 24 hours after the missing persons report was filed, proved fatal. During these crucial hours, the young couple endured unimaginable cruelty and met a tragic end. This case, involving Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom, stands as one of the most notorious and brutal crimes in U.S. history. It shocked the nation not once but twice, first in 2007 when the gruesome crimes occurred, and later in 2011, when the sentences of the perpetrators were challenged and appealed. The prolonged legal battle surrounding the case led to the enactment of 2 significant laws. One that prevents attorneys and defendants from portraying victims in a negative light, and another that eliminates the requirement for a judge to approve a jury's unanimous verdict. This horrifying tale involves 2 innocent victims and 5 ruthless criminals, with robbery cited as the motive for the heinous acts. It is a story that demands close examination, not only of the sequence of events and the roles of those involved, but also of whether these young lives could have been saved. Who were Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom? Christopher Newsom, known as Chris, was born on September 21, 1983, in Knoxville, Tennessee, to Mary and Hugh Newsom. He grew up in a loving and close-knit family as the youngest child, cherished and adored by all who knew him. Chris was athletic in his youth, particularly excelling in baseball during his school years. His coach believed he had a bright future in the sport, but a severe injury and a prolonged recovery process ended his promising athletic career. Nevertheless, Chris was a man of many talents. He was an excellent artist, played guitar, had woodworking skills, and was knowledgeable about cars and motorcycles. Dreaming of becoming a mechanic in his youth, Chris' passion for carpentry eventually took precedence. After high school, he attended the prestigious University of Tennessee, where he was a diligent student and ranked among the top of his class. Shamondale Christian was born on April 29, 1985 in the Cogdokes, Texas, the younger of 2 children to Dina and Gary Christian. She was raised alongside her older brother, Chase, with whom she shared a close and affectionate bond. Notably, Dina had been diagnosed with infertility in her youth, and the birth of her 2 children was considered nothing short of miraculous. In 1997, the Christian family moved to Knoxville, Tennessee, where the children attended local schools, and the parents established a small but profitable family business. Dina conducted individual psychotherapy sessions at home. Shannon, sharing her mother's interest in psychology, was outgoing and kind-hearted. After high school, she pursued a degree in sociology at the University of Tennessee and worked part-time to save for her dream of buying a car. Her parents and brother helped her realize this dream on her 21st birthday, contributing towards the purchase of a silver Toyota 4Runner. It was on the university campus in 2006 that Christopher and Shannon met through mutual friends. She was just 21, and he was about to turn 23. It was love at first sight, and the couple became inseparable. Within a month, Chris introduced Shannon to his parents, expressing his desire to spend his future with her. Shannon reciprocated by introducing Chris to her family, who warmly welcomed him. In October 2006, a significant family dinner was held, attended by both their parents and siblings. Discussions revolved around the young couple's deep feelings and their plans to marry after graduating from university. Everyone was happy and full of hope for the future, blissfully unaware of the tragedy that would soon befall their families. Vanished on the way to a party. On January 6, 2007, Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom were invited to a birthday party of a mutual friend. That Saturday, Shannon visited a beauty salon to prepare for the celebration, parking her car in a nearby underground garage where they planned to meet. However, Chris was delayed, leading to a slight argument between them as they were running late for the event. Their friends became increasingly worried when Shannon and Chris did not show up at the party. Known for their responsibility, it was unlike them to miss an event without notifying anyone. Attempts to reach them on their phones were unsuccessful. In desperation, Shannon's best friend repeatedly called her mother late into the night to check if everything was all right, but received no answer. The next morning, Dina, Shaman's mother, realized that her daughter had not come home. Initially, she was not overly concerned, assuming Shannon might have stayed over at Chris's place after the party. Besides, Shannon had a work shift on Sunday, so it was plausible she went straight to work from Chris's place. However, Dina's concern grew when she noticed several missed calls from an unknown number around midnight. Returning the call, she heard Shannon's friend's voice, informing her that Shannon and Chris had not shown up at the birthday party and were unreachable. This instilled fear in Dina, sensing that something terrible might have happened to her daughter and her boyfriend. Neither Shannon nor Chris was answering their phones, and Chris's parents were equally surprised, believing he was staying at Shannon's place. Further anxiety arose when it was discovered Shannon had not shown up for work either. The worried parents immediately contacted the police, but the response was lackluster. The officers suggested the couple might have simply sought some alone time and lost track of it. They also followed the protocol that an adult is considered missing only after 24 hours without contact. But for Shannon and Chris, those 24 hours were critical. Not willing to wait, the parents and friends of the young couple began their own search. They contacted everyone they knew, visited hospitals, distributed flyers with their photos, and set up social media groups appealing for any information about the missing students. Despite their efforts, no useful information surfaced. The last known sighting of Shannon was at the beauty salon she visited on Saturday. According to the hairstylist who attended her, Shannon only talked about the upcoming party and had no plans to stop anywhere else on the way. A gruesome discovery along the railroad tracks. It wasn't until Monday, January 8th, that the police finally began their search for the missing young couple, Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom. By this time, thanks to the efforts of their parents and friends, almost the entire city was aware of their disappearance. The day before, on Sunday, there were rumors about a horrifying discovery near the railroad tracks, but no concrete information was available. A railroad worker inspecting the tracks in his assigned area stumbled upon what appeared to be severely damaged human remains on the embankment alongside the tracks. The body was in a horrific state with multiple injuries and had been doused with a flammable liquid in an attempt to burn it. The police, responding to the scene, cordoned off the area and conducted a thorough examination. However, they were unable to find any significant clues or leads. After taking necessary photographs, the remains were sent to the morgue for an autopsy to determine the cause of death and to attempt identification, though it was clear that the extensive damage and effects of the fire would make this difficult. Forensic experts determined that the body belonged to a young man who had suffered a brutal death. The victim had multiple injuries inflicted while he was alive, indicating prolonged and severe assault. Almost all of his teeth had been knocked out or damaged by blows. He had been shot 3 times, twice in the back in a final fatal shot to the head. Additionally, traces of seminal fluid from at least 3 different men were found in his body along with distinctive tears, suggesting repeated violent assaults. When police checked recent reports of missing young men, Christopher Newsom fit the description in age, height, and build. The officers contacted his parents and requested DNA samples for confirmation, but strongly advised against personal identification at the morgue as the burnt remains barely resembled human features. Unfortunately, the DNA analysis confirmed that the body belonged to the missing student, Newsom. The search for Shannon. Despite the distressing news about Christopher, Shannon Christian's parents still clung to the hope that their daughter was alive, possibly being held somewhere. Her mobile phone was last pinged on the day the couple disappeared in one of Knoxville's more troubled neighborhoods, a place they wouldn't have visited by choice. This indicated that they were likely brought there against their will, and Shannon might still be held in the area. In a secluded alley of this neighborhood, Shannon's Toyota 4Runner was found abandoned. It was in a terrible state, so much so that Dina and Gary Christian hardly recognized their daughter's car. The SUV was dirty, scratched, with broken headlights and deflated tires. All of Shannon's personal belongings were missing from the car, which was littered with cigarette butts, and the seats were torn and stained. The driver's seat was pushed far back, suggesting that a large adult male had been the last one to drive it. A crumpled envelope with the address 2316 Chipman Street was found on the floor between the seats, likely dropped by the perpetrator. A local witness reported seeing 4 African-American males driving the SUV that Saturday evening, a vehicle that stood out in that area. Fingerprints on the envelope led the police to Lymericus Davidson, previously convicted for serious offenses. His residence, located in an industrial area near a wasteland, lacked witnesses. When no one responded to the police's knock and offer to surrender, they forced entry, hoping to find Shannon alive inside. Inside the house, they found Shannon's purse, a stuffed toy from her car, as well as Christopher's headphones and baseball cap, a knife with blood traces torn and blood-stained fragments of women's clothing, and Shannon's lifeless body were discovered in the house's trash chute system hidden under dirty sheets. She was bound in the fetal position and wrapped in 5 trash bags. Experts later concluded that she likely passed away in the early hours of Monday, January 8th. This tragic finding suggested that if the police had begun their search immediately after the missing persons report, rather than waiting for 24 hours, Shannon might have been saved. A horrific state of suffering. The condition of Shannon Christian's body was a horrifying sight even for seasoned forensic experts, as there was not a single untouched area on her. Shannon was covered from head to toe with bruises, abrasions, cuts, and cigarette burns. The numerous tears and injuries to her genital area, as well as her oral cavity and throat, indicated that she had been subjected to multiple assaults by several men. Shannon sustained a serious head injury and internal bleeding in the abdominal area, likely resulting from being kicked. Furthermore, the merciless assailants inflicted several penetrating, though not fatal, stab wounds on her and extinguished dozens of cigarettes on her skin. In a brutal attempt to destroy DNA evidence on her body, the perpetrators doused her with household bleach, paying particular attention to bleeding wounds and her genital area. She was also forcibly made to ingest bleach. After these torturous acts, Shannon, still alive, was wrapped in 5 trash bags and then shoved into a household trash chute covered with sheets and rags. She slowly suffocated and bled to death, helplessly trapped with no chance of escape or calling for help. 5 merciless perpetrators. Lamarcus Davidson, in whose house the mutilated body of Shaman Christian and personal belongings of the deceased Christopher Newsom were found, was immediately declared a fugitive. The police also tracked down another suspect, Eric Boyd, whose traces were found at the crime scene. Boyd was apprehended on January 11th without resistance and agreed to cooperate with the investigation, claiming he wouldn't go to prison for crimes he didn't commit. Boyd revealed that Davidson was hiding in a vacant house listed for sale and personally led the police to the location. Davidson, unprepared for this turn of events, was caught off guard and offered no resistance. Notably, at the time of his arrest, Davidson was wearing sneakers that had belonged to the deceased student. During interrogations, Davidson tried to minimize his role, portraying himself as a victim. He claimed that the couple had come to his house looking to buy banned substances, but were caught up in a conflict with his acquaintances. Davidson insisted that he left to avoid involvement, and the subsequent brutal acts occurred in his absence. Further interrogations revealed 3 more individuals involved in the case: Davidson's friend, George Thomas, his half-brother, Latalvis Cobbins, and an 18-year-old woman named Vanessa Lynn Coleman. Once all 5 suspects were in custody, they were placed in separate cells and interrogated individually. Each tried to deflect blame onto the others, inadvertently revealing details of the heinous crime. Their fragmented accounts helped piece together the event's chronology and each perpetrator's role in the brutal act. A timeline of tragic events. Lamarcus Davidson, who had been released from prison on parole just a few months before these events, was desperately in need of money. He was involved in the sale of banned substances and urgently required a vehicle to deliver these to his customers. Davidson decided to steal a car from an underground parking lot known for its lack of surveillance cameras and headed there with his accomplices. Tragically, at that moment, students Shannon and Christopher were in the parking lot arguing over Chris' delay. The criminals, deciding to leave no witnesses, forced the couple into the trunk of a car at gunpoint. The pair was taken to Davidson's house where they were brutally beaten and repeatedly assaulted. After midnight, a barefoot and undressed Christopher was again forced into the trunk and taken to the railroad tracks. He was ordered to walk on the stones before being shot twice in the back. His torment was ended with a final shot to the head. His body was then doused with a flammable liquid and set on fire in hopes of destroying any evidence that could lead to the perpetrators. Having dealt with Newsom, the criminals returned to the house where Shannon remained bound. She endured horrific cruelty the next day, leaving her without a single uninjured area on her body. The sadists concluded their torture by dousing her with bleach and packing her still alive into plastic trash bags where she slowly suffocated. The exact moment when young Vanessa Coleman joined the group was unclear. During interrogations, she claimed to be a hostage herself, participating in the torture out of fear for her life. However, Boyd indicated that Coleman was Davidson's girlfriend and willingly participated in the events, even taking some of Shannon's jewelry and mobile phone. Further, a personal diary found at Vanessa's home contained her descriptions of the horrors at her boyfriend's house, which she referred to as an exciting adventure. The initial trials and sentences. During the investigation, It was established that Lamarcus Davidson, born in 1981, was the leader of the criminal group and the primary instigator of the brutal acts against the innocent victims. Davidson tried to deflect blame and downplay his role in the atrocities, attempting to shift responsibility onto the deceased themselves. Davidson claimed that the couple came to his house to buy banned substances and later suggested engaging in rough intimacy with him and his friends, a situation he said spiraled out of control. Remarkably, the defendant's lawyers latched on to this version, attempting to tarnish the reputations of the deceased in court. The parents of the victims later expressed immense emotional anguish over these claims. Nevertheless, Davidson was found guilty on 40 counts, including assault, kidnapping, robbery, and particularly cruel and premeditated termination of life, among others. The jury unanimously decided that Davidson deserved the death penalty for his heinous acts. Latalvis Kobins, born in 1982, faced the death penalty for his role in the torture, assaults, and involvement in the termination of life. However, he was ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. George Thomas, born in 1983, received a similar life sentence for his involvement in the same crimes with no chance of release. Eric Boyd, considering his cooperation with the investigation and assistance in capturing Davidson, was sentenced to 18 years of imprisonment. The relatives of both victims found this sentence outrageously lenient. As for Vanessa Coleman, born in 1988, the only female participant in the atrocities, the investigation proved her involvement in the torture, assaults, and in Shannon's tragic end. She was sentenced to 53 years in prison. Overturned verdicts and new hearings in 2011 while the criminals were serving their sentences and Davidson awaited execution. The case took an unexpected turn. The presiding judge resigned, admitting to a substance dependency. His ability to conduct trials was questioned, and his verdicts over the last 2 years were annulled, leading to new hearings, including the case of Christian and Newsom. A new judge scheduled hearings for all 5 individuals involved in the student's tragic end. After the retrials, Davidson's sentence remained unchanged: death penalty. Taubens continued to serve his life sentence without the possibility of parole. Thomas, however, received a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 51 years. Vanessa Coleman's sentence was reduced from the original 53 years to 35 years. Her appeal in 2014 was rejected, and parole was denied in 2017. In 2020, the parole board decided she would remain incarcerated at least until April 2032. Eric Boyd's situation changed most dramatically. Originally receiving a relatively short sentence for cooperating with the investigation, his involvement in the assaults and tragic end of both victims was later proven. His retrial resulted in a life sentence without parole, with his accomplice, Thomas, testifying against him, revealing previously unknown details about Boyd's role. For his testimony, Thomas, who initially had the possibility of parole after 51 years, had his sentence reduced by 15%, contingent on good behavior. Boyd's attempts to appeal his new sentence were unsuccessful. He is currently serving his sentence in the Bledsoe County Correctional Complex. Davidson remains in the maximum security Riverbend institution awaiting the execution of his death sentence. Public reaction and the case's impact. As previously mentioned, this trial garnered significant attention, widely covered in the press and leading to the enactment of 2 laws. The first was aimed at protecting victims from defamation, attempts to shift blame onto them and portraying them negatively. This was in response to the defense strategy of the accused and their lawyers, who tried to label the students as drug users and thrill seekers in a troubled neighborhood. These claims were completely false and caused immense pain and suffering to the victims' families. The second law eliminated the need for a judge's signature on a jury's unanimous verdict, which, if in place during this case, could have prevented the need for retrials and sentence reviews. The house at 2316 Chipman Street, which became a torture chamber for the young couple, was demolished in the fall of 2008. A memorial was erected on the site in honor of Shaman Christian and Christopher Newsom. In memory of Christian, a golf tournament and a Christian charity foundation were established, providing support to victims of violence. Similarly, a foundation in Newsom's name was created, holding annual memorial baseball tournaments at Halls Park and awarding a scholarship named after the deceased student and former baseball player. It's important to note that despite the public outcry and widespread attention, the media initially misrepresented details of the case, either accidentally or intentionally. Many believe that the variations in reporting and delayed coverage were influenced by racial motives, as the victims were white and the perpetrators were African American. However, the head of the Association of Criminal Writers and Editors noted, "I can't confidently say that this case would have received more attention if 5 white criminals had been accused of committing similar atrocities against 2 black individuals." Additionally, the Knoxville police chief stated that there was no evidence to suggest these crimes were committed based on racial animosity. Kelly Clayton had everything going for her. First of all, she was quite smart and bright since high school. She was a role model for other students, active in school, excelled in tests, and passed exams just as well. At the same time, outwardly, she never looked like a girl who spent days and nights sitting over textbooks, cramming lessons, and writing out something from additional literature. No, on the contrary, her looks were considered model-like, and if her grades had left much to be desired, she could have built a modeling career. She could have, but she didn't. After high school, she went to teacher training university to become a chemistry teacher. The insane pride of her parents, but only for the first few years of university. It is not known what turning point happened to her then. But one day, Kelly took her documents from the institution and, calling her parents, said that she no longer wanted to study, that she was too young to spend the rest of her life checking notebooks and raising ungrateful children. If she wants to, she will definitely return to her educational endeavors. In the meantime, she wants to travel and live life to her heart's content. Not the best idea, according to her parents, who were so upset that they didn't communicate with their daughter for 6 months. But perhaps if it wasn't for this desperate act, Kelly would never have met Tom Clayton. They met at a party of mutual friends, and the young man really liked the girl. Firstly, he, from the first minutes of acquaintance, began to court Kelly and show signs of attention. And secondly, Tom had a beautiful appearance and athletic physique, and all because the guy was a hockey star. For 4 consecutive seasons, he played for the semi-professional team Jackals. And in it, he was considered a strong man, a player who was able to break the opponent's ribs only if he did not approach the gate. But only a sports career, and especially built on strength and aggression, will someday fail, and Tom had to put the stick in the far corner and enjoy hockey only from the stands or from the couch watching his favorite team on the TV screen. The couple had to move on with their lives, and first they returned to New York where they got married, then moved to North Carolina, and then moved to the tiny town of Cato, numbering only a few thousand people. There, Tom franchised a company to rebuild houses after fires or disasters and worked in a related profession for a friend's company. As for Kelly, after dropping out of university, she worked as a waitress, only changing places, and now she had 2 children. However, Tom was earning well enough, and Kelly could quit her job at any time and take care of her beautiful daughters. But she still believed that extra money would never be superfluous. Besides, she could use it to blue toys for her children and spoil them in every possible way. On September 28, 2015, Tom, as usual, went to play poker with his friends, the Millers. He never took his wife to such events. Playing for money implied certain skills and experience in the game. Besides, someone had to stay at home with the children, and a family trip would have turned such gatherings into a noisy buffoonery and would not have brought any pleasure from gambling. That evening, Tom was not lucky in the game, but he did not get up from the table, but on the contrary tried to win back and offered anyone who wanted to stay to play until morning. But no one supported him, and he went home. At home, however, a terrible picture opened before him. His beloved wife was lying in her own pool of blood, badly beaten and, at first glance, was not breathing. Tom panicked and ran through the rooms looking for his children, and luckily, they were fine but very frightened. He grabbed his daughters and headed to his neighbor Derek's house, trying to make sure the children didn't see their mother's mutilated body. And already from the neighbor's house, he dialed the police number. The officer who arrived on the scene found Tom sitting on his knees in front of his wife's body, trying to give her artificial respiration. Only the EMTs were trying to give her artificial respiration. Only the EMTs were able to pull the man away, who voiced the terrible and unpleasant information. Kelly had been dead for a long time, and neither they nor he could do anything to help her. All 2 floors of the house were drenched in blood. A major mess was in the bedroom. Apparently, there had been a struggle between Kelly and the perpetrator who had committed his atrocity, despite the fact that there were children in the house at the time. Kelly was pushed down the stairs, evidenced by the knocked-down banister, and beaten on the head with a blunt object until they were sure she was dead. There were no hints of knife or gunshot wounds. The policeman who filmed the crime scene noted to himself that Tom was shocked by what had happened and seemed lost in space. He walked from one corner of the room to another, entered the room for a split second, and immediately left it. And he could not tell the policeman where the children's room was, or where the emergency exit from the house was. But when asked where Tom himself was at the time of the murder, he answered calmly that he had been at a friend's house all evening, where they were playing poker. Then the policeman, who did not get any clear information from Tom, went to the neighbors to ask some questions of the children. Tom's eldest daughter, Charlie, referred to the perpetrator as a robber. According to the words of the eldest daughter, she and her sister were almost asleep, but they heard their mother start screaming loudly from the next room, and then the whole place shook like an earthquake. The girls, after listening to their mother, cautiously went out of their room, but saw the criminal leaning over their mother and beating her with what appeared to them to be a hammer. The girls ran back into the nursery, closed the door with a small nightstand, and hid under the bed. It was a good thing. The criminal wasn't looking for them, because that nightstand, as the policeman pointed out, was so small that it would hardly have apprehended a burglar. Say, what did this burglar look like? Well, he was a big one like a bear. That big? Wow. What was he wearing? Blue jeans and a black shirt. He was also wearing a mask, like the one Daddy wears when he goes hunting with Mr. Bourne to shoot ducks. So your daddy has a mask like that too. Will you show me? I'd have to ask him where it is. I don't know. What else did you notice when you saw the robber? He had eyes like Dad's, and I don't remember anything else. I saw him literally just a little bit, got scared, and we quickly ran back inside. Police officers checking the house were unable to confirm the girl's account that the perpetrator was a burglar. There were no signs of forced entry at either the front or back door, although on the other hand, the gate to the garage was open, and the perpetrator could have entered the house through the garage. Another thing that the police noted is that nothing was stolen from the house. Jewelry was left untouched lying in a jewelry box, and the safe where Tom kept the cash was not even touched. The doors of the cabinets in the house were also all closed. Usually, burglars check every little cabinet, every shelf, but here the whole mess was the aftermath of a fight. Experienced officers, it would seem, understood everything at once. Tom pretends to be a heartbroken husband, and it was he who killed his beloved wife and the mother of his children in order to further receive insurance payments. If Kelly's life was insured and husbands' murderers developing a crime plan always insure the life of their wives, then in case of her death, he could get up to $1 million. All that's needed is to gather evidence and the case will be solved. Especially since even her own daughter said that the mask on the robber was like her father's and eyes like her father. However, the police did not find the hunting mask in the house. After finding out where Tom had spent his time that night, the police questioned the other poker players. Is Tom the killer? Do you really suspect him? Wondered one of his friends. That poor guy had his wife murdered for crying out loud. And instead of looking for the bastard, you want to pin everything on him? How could you think of such a thing? No, Tom certainly couldn't have done it. I've known him a long time, replied another less emotional friend. He worked 2 jobs around the clock because he loved both Kelly and his kids. There's just no way that could happen. Plus, he was with us all night. We played poker, and even when everyone was tired, he kept insisting on continuing to play. Tom really was suspicious that evening, said his acquaintance Laura. During a break in the game, he took me into the next room and asked me to give him my phone to call his wife. He supposedly forgot his phone in the car and didn't want to go get it. I was first surprised that the car was 10 meters away from the house. Go to it and get the phone, but still gave him a call. He stepped back to make the call outside. I didn't hear who or what he was talking to, but when I decided to check the outgoing calls, there were no numbers in the call history, so he just deleted the call. Wouldn't you agree that's odd? I told my husband about it, and he was as surprised as I was. My husband was sitting at the playing table next to Tom and noticed that Tom was not watching the process of dealing cards or watching the people around him, which is very important in poker, but was sitting with his head bowed over the surface of the table where the cards were hiding the screen of his phone. He had his phone on him. Why had he tricked me then? Where was he calling? Who couldn't he call from his phone? After Laura's testimony, the police once again questioned Charlie, Tom's daughter, and the girl repeated what she had told the policeman the first time. The robber looked a lot like her father. The next testimony was given by the niece of the murdered already after Tom was behind bars. I didn't tell Aunt Kelly. I just didn't want to upset her. She was very fond of Tom. She literally loved him. And besides, she has 2 children by him. They are my sisters. Who needs my truth? Tom was not the man he appeared to be at first glance. Yes, he occasionally spoiled my aunt with attention and flowers. He could easily babysit, which other fathers rarely do. But that was all at home. And at work, he was a completely different person. Kelly decided to help me one day and arranged for Tom to take me to work for him. She was too young to be on her own, so she understood me as well as anyone and wanted the best for me. I worked for Tom all last summer doing correspondence registration and document management. I didn't know him well before that, so at first we had a strictly working relationship. Then he got drunk somewhere and came to the office in that state. There was no one there but me and him, and for some reason he started to tell me that his family was fictitious. He loves his daughters very much, but he doesn't care about his wife, and he hasn't had any feelings for her for a long time. He's even had a few affairs on the side during their marriage and even considered leaving Aunt Kelly, but he didn't, simply because he was afraid that a divorce might leave him without a house and without money. Looking ahead, it is important to note that some of the interviewed female participants of that evening's poker game confirmed the words of Kelly's niece that Tom was not such a faithful husband and had a sexual relationship with 2 women who were also playing poker that night. In addition to the information about Tom's promiscuous life, Kelly's 16-year-old niece also told about another employee of Tom's firm, Michael Beard. Michael was doing repair work on houses after the fire, and he was doing a good job. But there was one moment in those houses where Bird worked, constantly missing things, and if the first few times Tom did not believe his customers, referring to the fact that during the fire the owners could lose something. Then when the accusations of theft began to be repeated for the 3rd and 4th time, there was no doubt. Michael Bird not only restores the floor and walls, but also steals. Plus, in addition to stealing, there were complaints that Michael was allowing himself to come to work drunk. I was in the office when Michael's stealing came to light. Tom could yell at his employee and kick him out on the street. He was upset with his subordinate's behavior like that. He kept asking him, "How could you? Or haven't you thought about your family? Where are you going to work now?" After the incident, Tom fired Bird, but still called companies he knew and offered them to hire his former employee. Tom recommended Michael, and when all his options were exhausted, Tom took Bird in to help with the household, cutting the grass, watering the plants, doing minor repairs around the house. The detective called Michael Beard in for questioning. He said he only stole because he and his family needed the money. Tom was very good to me, defended me to the end, but I know it was my own fault. He has a very good wife. She fed me when I worked for them even though she really shouldn't have. She also gave my children clothes that her daughters had grown out of. I am very grateful for all they have done for me. I feel so bad for Kelly. When I heard about her death, I couldn't believe my ears. I felt so bad. I even went to church and prayed for her to go to the best of all worlds. The police did not find anything strange in Michael's story and let him go. But the interrogation of his wife, Mrs. Bird, made the police doubt his words. According to his wife, Holly, Tom offered Michael some work, which he did not say. And for this work, he promised to pay him $10,000. Now that was interesting. Michael was called back to the station and had a lie detector hooked up to him. All questions were failed. Bird was lying and therefore failed the test. Realizing he couldn't get away with it, he began to testify. Indeed, Tom promised Bird $10,000 if Michael, on the day when Tom will play poker, sneak into his house, kill his wife and set a fire in his house. The plan was to strangle Kelly and then make it look like she just burned to death in an accidental fire. Plus, the family home was insured for a very large sum of money. As the police checked, it was true. Kelly's home and life were insured at the highest rate. 2 cans of gasoline were waiting for Michael in the garage through which the house was to be entered. Everything was fine here. Bird entered the house when everyone was already asleep. He quietly began to climb the stairs and reach the bedroom where Kelly was supposed to be sleeping. But the young woman was either awake or awakened by the sound of the open door. And when she saw a strange man in the doorway, she began to scream in fright. Mike Hale was just as frightened and pounced on Kelly, trying to close his huge hands around her neck. But it wasn't that easy. Kelly began to fight back. "I had no idea that a seemingly fragile Kelly had so much strength in her," says Michael. A heck of a fight ensued, which spilled over from the second-floor bedroom to the first-floor kitchen. Michael, because of the shock and panic, could not concentrate on the fight, but only waved his arms in all directions or just grabbed Kelly's clothes while Kelly, defending her life, aimed very accurately at Michael's face. And if the police had come to Bird earlier, they would have seen the marks from the beatings on him. But everything turned out as it did. After a long struggle, Michael hit Kelly's head against the wall with all his might. She fell, and for a while couldn't find the strength to get up. Michael took out a hammer and began hitting the young woman's head with it until she stopped showing signs of life. Michael, maddened by what had happened, just ran out of the house, even forgetting that Tom asked him not only to kill Kelly, but also to set the house on fire to cover up the crime. Michael had an accomplice, Mark Blandford, who, in fact, served only as a driver. The day before it happened, I got a call from Michael. I had worked with him on a construction site for a long time, and I had stayed with him for a couple weeks last year, so I knew him well. I knew Michael was into petty theft, so when he called me and asked me to drive while he broke into someone's house, I wasn't surprised. I wanted to turn him down, but he offered me $500. I thought long and hard at first, but he talked me into it. He said he just wanted to rob a businessman, and he needed help to get out of there before the cops got there. He said he'd help with the car. I gave in to his entreaties, but on the condition that I park somewhere far away from the house, he agreed. That evening I waited for him in that car in a dark alley, and he came back quickly enough, breathing heavily and telling me to move as fast as possible. He didn't have any bag or sack on him, which didn't look much like a robbery. I didn't ask him any questions along the way, simply because I didn't want to know anything. I just wanted my $500, which, by the way, I didn't end up getting. On the way out, he asked me to stop at a bridge over a creek a couple blocks south of here. I stopped there. He hastily stripped off his outer garments and threw them off the bridge. "If you need to be shown the place, I'll show you." Indeed, police officers who arrived on the scene at Mark's behest found parts of Michael's outer clothing near the creek, as well as the hammer used to kill Kelly. Michael, already in custody on suspicion of first-degree murder, began to change his testimony. According to him, he was indeed hired by Tom, indeed for $10,000, but only to commit arson at the house and nothing more. There was no question of murder. When he went into the house, however, Kelly was already dead. And who killed her? The detective asked. I think it was Tom. He offered me money for murder and arson from the beginning, but I refused the first offer. I'm not willing to kill a man for any money. He said I had nothing to fear, but he never could talk me into it. You may not believe me, but I almost lost my mind when I saw Kelly's body. I knew right then and there that he was setting me up, so I ran out of the house. He's the killer, Michael insisted. Michael spent a very long time assuring the police of his innocence, and all because he did not know that Mark had shown the place where Bird had thrown out his things, and that his clothes as well as the murder weapon had already been submitted for examination. And the experts found both on his clothes and on the hammer the blood of Kelly Clayton. And that was the most direct proof that it was him who killed Kelly, not someone else. In turn, Tom also did not admit that it was he who ordered the massacre of his wife from a former problem employee of his company. According to him, Michael knew that he had money, knew that he was not poor, and because Bird lost his job as well as because of resentment associated with the dismissal, he decided to rob his house, but Kelly was at home that night, for which he paid with his life. It might have been difficult to prove Tom's guilt and his conspiracy with Michael if Laura, the woman who had been playing poker that night, had not told the police that Tom had called from her cell phone. The detective requested a transcript of her calls and expectations were confirmed. Then, on the night of September 28, 29, Tom Clayton called Michael Beard. Michael was the first to go to trial. He continued to insist that he had been hired to set fire to the house in order to collect the insurance payout. He didn't kill Kelly. And as for the blood on his clothes, it was just because he was touching a dead and mutilated body. That's why he got dirty. He'd thrown his stuff away so no one would think he'd been at Clayton's house that night. His speech sounded convincing. The jury had been deliberating for 7 hours. In the end, they concluded that Michael Beard was guilty on all counts. He was facing life in prison. As for Tom, his lawyers were able to obtain records of conversations and correspondence between him and Michael, and none of the conversations clearly discussed their devious plan. The prosecution's requests for billing transcripts of his movements yielded no concrete results either. All the evidence was circumstantial. If it weren't for one nuance, the car in which Mark had given Michael a ride was registered to Tom's company, and Tom, coming to the office on his personal Toyota, left it in the parking lot where for some reason moved to the company pickup truck, which later drove to Michael's house and left there and took back the day after the tragedy. That is, in fact, he gave Michael the car on which he and Mark went to the crime. It was this fact that was testified to at the trial by the jury. The trial lasted 6 days, and the jury concluded that Tom had hired Michael to commit this horrible crime after all. Michael in turn filed an appeal. In his defense, he used the words of little Charlie, who said that the eyes in the slit of the mask belonged to her father. However, the court rejected the appeal because the description of the clothes matched the one found under the bridge. As a however, the court rejected the appeal because the description of the clothes matched the one found under the bridge. As a result, Tom Clayton and Michael Beard received life sentences. As for Mark, he was charged with manslaughter for which he received 4 years in prison. Tom and Kelly's children were given custody to Kelly's sister, Kim. After some time, Charlie has moved on from the tragedy. She occasionally remembers her mom, but absolutely won't talk about her father, who she will never see again. The events described in this video took place in 2008 in Auburn, Alabama, USA. Although 15 years have passed since then, the final word in the Lauren Burke case has yet to be spoken. Andre Pries Jr. was a gifted athlete who excelled in basketball, baseball, and bowling, earning numerous trophies throughout his youth. However, baseball was his greatest passion. He attended multiple baseball camps and earned a varsity letter in the sport at Montebello High School in Denver, Colorado. After graduating in 1992, Andre pursued his dream by trying out for several minor league teams, although he was never signed. Around the time of his high school graduation, Andre became a father to a daughter, Desiree. Determined to provide for her, he worked tirelessly while balancing multiple responsibilities. He attended Aurora Community College with aspirations to study psychology and real estate, worked as an apprentice electrician for Denver Public Schools, and assisted his father at the family car lot. On the evening of June 27, 1995, Andre asked his mother, Suzanne, if she could watch 3-year-old Desiree so he could visit his cousin, 22-year-old Jerry Baker. Suzanne agreed with the condition that Andre return home by 10 p.m. as she had work early the next morning. At 9:50 that night, Andre and Jerry were outside Jerry's home in the 5500 block of Yuba Way in Denver's Montebello neighborhood. A group of men, between 24 depending on the account, walked up the street and approached the two cousins. Shortly thereafter, shots rang out. Jerry was shot in the neck but survived the injury. Andre was not as lucky. He was shot 7 times in the back and pronounced dead after he arrived at the hospital. He was just 21 years old. It has long been theorized that there are witnesses with information in the case who have been too afraid to come forward. One theory in the case is that Andre's cousin Jerry was the intended victim that night, as he had recently testified at a murder trial. The defendant in that case was found guilty. Even if Andre's death is not tied to this specific criminal case, his killers do appear to have intimidated members of the community into inaction based on the lack of information coming into the authorities and problems Andre's family has encountered while asking for help in the case. Andre's mother, Suzanne, despite her grief at the loss of her son, began working on the case herself almost immediately. She held fundraisers to start a fund for a reward. She posted flyers. She knocked on doors in the neighborhood and asked people if they had seen anything. Her efforts angered someone in the community, and her car windows were smashed in while the car was parked in front of her house. Suzanne was not deterred, however. "It has never scared me. It only made me stronger," she said in 2011. Andre's case is still being pursued by the Denver Police Department's cold case investigative unit, largely due to the efforts of Suzanne Price. "This case landed on my desk because the mom is keeping it very much alive. She's actively invested in trying to find out who's responsible for the death of her son," Detective Carrie Johnson said in 2019. Detective Johnson also said that there is evidence in the case that can be retested with more advanced methods, but witnesses will need to come forward to identify suspects in the case in order for it to finally be solved. Suzanne worked as an aircraft appearance coordinator for Frontier Airlines, supervising one of the teams that cleans the airline's planes at the Denver airport. In 2010, she appeared on an episode of the CBS show Undercover Boss, unknowingly training the airline's CEO Brian Bedford on how to quickly clean a plane in between flights. Bedford was both impressed by Suzanne's work and personality and moved by Andre's story. As a result, he offered to name an aircraft after Andre. Suzanne was also allowed to choose the animal that appeared on the plane's tail. She chose an antelope because, like Andre, it was very fast. The plane bearing Andre's name was on April 1st, 2011. Suzanne cleaned the plane several weeks later on Mother's Day, making sure that it was the cleanest plane in the fleet. Suzanne retired at the end of 2019 with plans to dedicate the time she previously spent working to investigating her son's case. 31-year-old Stephen Lynch was from the Glenshane estate in Tala, South Dublin. He lived for his family and was the oldest of 4 siblings, a devoted partner to his girlfriend Kelly, and a loving father of 3 children. On April 13, 2017, Stephen was walking in Brookview Close, just a few miles from his home, on his way to his mother's house. Just before 7 p.m., he was deliberately struck by a silver Ford Focus. The car then drove over him and dragged him down the road. The occupants of the car abandoned and ran from it, and it is believed that at least one of them got into a red Volkswagen Polo, which was later found abandoned in Crumlin, another suburb of Dublin. One passerby unsuccessfully tried to run after one of the individuals fleeing the car, and others worked to free Stephen from under the car and then resuscitate him. They, too, were unsuccessful, and Stephen did not survive his extensive injuries. The Gardaí were able to trace down the owners of the 2 cars and identify 4 suspects in the case. Neither of the cars had been reported stolen at the time of the incident, but the owner of the Ford Focus would later try to report that the vehicle had been stolen before Stephen's murder. The 4 suspects, all men in their late teens or early 20s, could not be located by the Gardaí at their homes. The 4 men had ties to criminal activity in Crumlin and had at least one known associate who was very violent. They were connected to a drug-related feud over a debt that was responsible for escalating violence in Crumlin. Stephen Lynch had no such connections to crime, a fact the Gardaí were able to quickly confirm. They believed that Stephen was hit with a car after he got into a verbal altercation with the men inside of it. Stephen yelled at the car to slow down as it sped down the street. As there were children playing nearby, Stephen feared would be hit by the speeding car. This would be very much in line with Stephen's personality. He is known to have saved the lives of at least 5 people in 3 different incidents. While suspects were quickly identified in the case, no one has ever been charged in it. In February of 2019, the Director of Public Prosecutions determined that the 4 suspects identified immediately after Stephen's death would not be tried for Stephen's murder due to lack of evidence. The investigation into the case would remain ongoing. While the cars tie the 4 suspects to the scene, witnesses have not come forward to confirm that they were actually in the cars. The lack of witnesses cooperating in the case has been very painful for Stephen's family, especially his mother, Vera Donovan. All Stephen did was tell the people to slow down because kids were playing on the road, she said in 2018. We are talking about the kids of witnesses who have not yet come forward. There were dozens of people outside that day. As painful as the loss of Stephen is, The lack of cooperation from the community, presumably due to fear of the criminals responsible, makes it even worse. Vera says that the wall of silence from the people who witnessed Stephen's death is slowly killing her and torturing her family. I walk past people in the street who witnessed my son's murder, but they are still choosing to remain silent, she said in 2019. It's never been about revenge for us. All we want is justice. Vera has vowed to never give up in her fight for justice for Stephen. She actively works with the Gardaí, gives media interviews to keep attention on the case and beg witnesses to come forward, and uses social media to keep Stephen's memory alive. In particular, she is very active on the memorial page for Stephen on Facebook. There she posts letters to her late son, telling him how much she misses him and promising to keep fighting for him. Vera's continued efforts to bring her son's killers to justice, in particular her use of Facebook to do so, have made her the subject of threats. A get-well-soon card was sent to her house, and inside of it was written the warning, "Keep your mouth shut on Facebook." Just a few weeks later, she received a letter telling her, "If you don't stay away from Brookview, you will be joining your son." Vera refuses to let the threats deter her from fighting to get justice for her son. "A light in my world was switched off when my son was taken from me, but I will never stop fighting for him," she said just before the second anniversary of Stephen's death. "I won't be intimidated by anyone, and I will always be the voice for my wonderful son. I don't have my first child in my life, and there's nothing else they can do to me." In the summer of 1985, 20-year-old Kristen O'Connell was preparing to go into her junior year of college. The Burnsville, Minnesota native loved to travel, which led her to majoring in hotel and restaurant at the University of Wisconsin-Stout. Her dream was to move to Hawaii and open a hotel there. Her spring break trip that year had taken her to Florida, where she met a young man from Ovid, New York. He invited her to visit him over the summer, and she accepted his invitation. She arrived at Syracuse Hancock International Airport on August 12th, and one of her father's business associates gave her a ride to Ovid. She stayed with the man she met in Florida in his rented mobile home behind the Golden Buck Tavern on County Route 139. Kristen attended a party held at the mobile home on the night of August 14th. Around 11:30, she left the party barefoot, took over a walk, leaving her purse behind, indicating that she planned to come back to the home. Kristen did not drink or use drugs, so she may have left the party because she was uncomfortable with the alcohol being consumed at the party. A witness saw her walking west on County Route 139 between 11:50 and 12:10. They also witnessed a green or blue car pull up alongside her and a second vehicle pull off the road behind her. Between midnight and 12:15, another witness saw Kristen, who turned around and was now headed east. The witness also reported that Kristen was being followed by two men who were roughly 50 feet behind her. One of the men was estimated to be between 6 feet and 6 feet 2 inches tall with shoulder-length hair. He was wearing blue jeans and possibly a jean jacket. The other man was shorter, around 5 feet 10 inches tall. He had brown hair and a thin build. Kristen was reported missing after she failed to return to the party. On August 16th, her body was discovered in a cornfield along County Route 139. She was nude with her clothes in a pile nearby, but had not been sexually assaulted. Her throat had been slashed and she had several other stab wounds. Defensive wounds indicated that she had fiercely fought her killer. Kristen had called her mother the day before she was killed to tell her that she would be coming home earlier than planned, although she did not specify why. It may have been because she learned upon arriving in Ovid that the young man she had come to visit had a girlfriend. He and all the other people present at the party that night were cleared of involvement in the crime by the authorities. On August 23rd, a phone call came in to the police. The caller said that if they wanted to identify Kristen's killer, they would need to look in the trunk of a green Chevrolet parked on Main Street in the village of Waterloo. While a blue or green vehicle had been seen pulling up to Kristen during one of the final sightings of her, police were unable to locate the vehicle in Waterloo. The caller had indicated that he would be leaving the area out of fear of the killer, but police believed that the caller may have actually been the killer himself, trying to distract investigators with a false lead. Kristen's parents were actively involved in the case as soon as they learned their daughter was missing. Unfortunately, Kristen's father, Michael, passed passed away in 1993. He was buried next to his daughter. Kristen's mother, Phyllis, has continued to advocate for her daughter for almost 35 years. "As a mother, I will not give up until I die," Phyllis said in 2015. Phyllis regularly travels from her home in Minnesota to Ovid to meet with the police about the case, ensuring that new investigators stay focused on the case as previous ones retire or are reassigned. She employs a private investigator to run an independent investigation parallel to the one being performed by the police. Phyllis believes that there are witnesses who have information in the case who have not yet come forward and has given media interviews imploring them to reveal what they know. As the years have gone on, she has fought for new techniques to be used to identify DNA on items and evidence in the case. "She was my daughter, and they're not going to kill my daughter and walk away," Phyllis said in 2019. "I'm not going anywhere. I will not rest. I will not give up." Lauren Ashley Burke was born on December 30th, 1989, in Marietta, Georgia, to James Burke and Vivienne Gershon, who later divorced. She had a sister, Jacqueline Burke, and a brother, Chad Burke. After high school, Lauren attended Auburn University, where she pursued a degree in graphic design. She was an active and vibrant member of the campus community, playing lacrosse, participating in Delta Gamma sorority, and earning a reputation among her friends as a cheerful, helpful, and well-liked individual. During high school, Lauren began dating Sean McQuaid, and their relationship continued as they both enrolled at Auburn University. While education was a priority for the young couple, they often discussed their future together. However, not all of Lauren's dreams were destined to come true. The morning of March 4th, 2008, began like any other for Lauren. She had breakfast at a cafe with Sean before heading to her 11 a.m. class. Afterward, she called her father, James, to discuss spring break plans and a dentist appointment. Later in the day, she went to Sean's dorm and stayed there until the evening. At 8:30 p.m., Lauren was scheduled to meet her classmate, Michael, at the library to work on a study assignment. Around 8 p.m., she left Sean's dorm to head to the library. By that time, it was already dark outside. Her car, a black 2001 Honda Civic, was parked in the parking lot next to the dorm and she moved towards it. That was the last time Sean saw Lauren. Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet at the library, started calling her cell phone after she didn't show up for her appointment, but Lauren didn't answer for some reason. He kept calling over and over, and finally he heard Lauren's voice on the other end. She said she wasn't coming to the library because she'd forgotten all about the appointment, and then she hung up. A little later, at about 9 p.m., 911 received a call about an injured girl who had been seen lying on the road between the Farmville Baptist Church and Route 280 on the 147 freeway. It was Lauren. Drivers stopped their cars in the roadway, blocking traffic in both directions. Lauren was lying on her back in the middle of the road, taking slow, deep breaths. She was suffocating. There were many wounds on her body and only socks on her feet. At 9:12 p.m., the first police car arrived on the scene, at which point Lauren was already unconscious. A few minutes later, paramedics arrived, and as they loaded Lauren into the ambulance, her pulse was barely palpable. At 9:35 p.m., Lauren was taken to East Alabama Medical Center, where doctors began trying to save her life. 8 minutes earlier, at 9:27 p.m., 911 dispatchers received multiple reports of a car fire on the Auburn University campus. Firefighters and police were immediately sent to the address the callers gave. Unable to find the owner of the burning car among the crowd of curious students attracted by the fire from their dormitories, police checked the license plates and discovered that the owner of the car was someone named James Burke, a resident of Georgia. James Burke is Lauren's father. The police contacted James by phone and learned that the actual owner of the fire-ravaged Honda was his daughter, Lauren, who attends Auburn University. James immediately asked what was wrong with his daughter, but the police officers had nothing to say. They didn't know where Lauren was and told James that no one was in the burning car. After James talked to the police officer, he immediately started calling his daughter's cell phone, but she didn't answer, which only added to his anxiety. Unable to reach Lauren, James first called friends of his daughter that he knew, but none of them knew anything about her whereabouts or the car fire. He then called his ex-wife and Lauren's mother, Vivian Gershon, hoping that maybe she knew where their daughter might be. Lauren's mother didn't know anything about what had happened either. At 9:40 p.m., Vivian called her daughter's boyfriend Sean. That's how Sean found out that Lauren was missing and that her car had been burned. Sean, calling mutual acquaintances of Lauren and trying to find out if anyone had seen her that evening, learned that she had canceled a meeting at the library saying she had forgotten about it. However, Sean knew for a fact that Lauren hadn't forgotten about her appointment for the evening, as when she left his room about 2 hours ago, she had planned to go straight to the library. While family and friends tried to figure out where Lauren had gone, doctors at East Alabama Medical Center were battling to keep her alive. Since Lauren was brought in unconscious and without any personal belongings or documents, the doctors did not know her name. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, doctors were unable to save Lauren's life. She was pronounced dead. Bullet, which had traveled out, had punctured both of Lauren's lungs. Experts concluded that the muzzle of the gun was only a few inches from Lauren's skin at the time of the shot. Police officers comparing the girls passing at the hospital and the burned-out car on campus, whose owner was missing, quickly realized that the victim, who could not be saved by doctors, was Lauren Burke. The very next day, March 5, 2008, James Burke identified the body of his daughter after visiting from Atlanta. News of Lauren's passing quickly spread around campus. Auburn University released a statement about Lauren Burke's passing, urging students and staff to be extra cautious on and off campus, but assuring them that the campus is safe. Many of you and your parents have called and are understandably concerned. There is no indication of any additional danger to campus or student safety, the statement said. The Delta Gamma Society released a statement about what fraternity representatives called an unexpected and disturbing crime. The society urged how the car fire was connected to it and whether other students should be wary. Both the spot along the road where Lauren Burke was found in the area around her car were processed for evidence. We have put every resource we can into finding the person responsible for this crime, said Auburn Police spokesman Captain Tom Hart. If someone gets hurt or dies, we all feel it, and we won't rest until we find the perpetrator. Stouffer also said that Alabama Governor Bob Riley offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in Burke's case. Lauren's charred car was taken to the Auburn Police Department. Investigators from the State Forensic Laboratory and officers from the State Fire Chief's Office sifted through the remains of the car's burned interior. They found scraps of burned clothing, Lauren's melted digital camera, and the car owner's manual. A .38 caliber bullet was found under the front seat, which could mean the interior of the car was the scene of the crime, and the perpetrator had set it on fire to destroy the evidence. Detectives interviewed Lauren's family, friends, and boyfriend. None of them could name a single person who wanted to harm Lauren and was capable of doing so. Knowing that before her passing, Lauren was in a dorm at Sean's, the investigators searched his room, but nothing was found to link Sean to the crime. After speaking with Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet in the library, detectives learned that when Lauren answered his phone, he heard a noise similar to that of a moving car. At the same time, it emerged that someone had used Lauren's bank card several times shortly after she was found lying in the road. In all likelihood, the person who had Lauren's bank card was involved in her incident, and the police began looking for him. However, events soon took an unexpected turn. Less than 3 days after Lauren's passing at 9:55 a.m. on March 7, 2008, in the parking lot of the Walmart supermarket in Noonan, Georgia, about 75 miles from Auburn, a man of African descent attacked a 72-year-old woman as she was getting into her car. The attacker hit her on the head, threatened her, and told her to get in the passenger seat. He himself got into the driver's seat and tried to drive away from the parking lot, but noticed that an eyewitness to the attack was following him, talking to someone on the phone. The thought of the bystander calling the police prompted the perpetrator to return to the Walmart parking lot. He stopped and got out of the stolen vehicle, ran over to a nearby silver Chrysler Sebring, got in and fled the scene in a hurry. A few hours later, four officers chased the fleeing Chrysler at high speed toward Columbus, West Georgia. The driver did not respond in any way to stop, endangering other road users. During the chase, Police observed the driver of the Chrysler throwing an object out the window. One of the chase crews stopped and searched for the object. Police officers found a .38 caliber revolver on the side of the road. Meanwhile, the chase continued. But at one point, the perpetrator's vehicle broke down and smoke billowed from under the hood. The driver stopped abruptly in the roadway and opened the door. Next, a police officer who was in pursuit on a motorcycle crashed into the open door. After the collision, the officer flew over the handlebars of the motorcycle and fell to the pavement, only fortunately not seriously injured. The road where the perpetrator stopped was through a forest, and it was into the woods that he rushed to flee. He could not escape, however. The police quickly caught up with him and snapped handcuffs on his wrists. Courtney Laro Lockhart was born on October 20th, 1984. In the words of his family, he was a nice, fun-loving guy until he joined the U.S. Army. He was sent to Iraq in 2004, from which he returned to someone else in 2005, according to his mother. "He wasn't the Courtney I knew," his mother said. Courtney was a cheerful guy, but after he returned from Iraq, he never smiled again, never let anyone stand behind him, and sometimes hid in the closet or under the bed. In 2006, Lockhart and his girlfriend, with whom he had by this time broken up, had a daughter. Also in 2006, he was court-martialed for assaulting other soldiers using illegal substances and deserting his unit without permission. He spent 7 months in detention before being dishonorably discharged from the Army in December 2006. As 2008 approached, Lockhart was said to have gone increasingly off the rails. He barely showered, stopped visiting his daughter, and was heavily addicted to illegal substances. Beginning in February 2008, he committed a string of burglaries, and with the exception of a convenience store robbery, his methods were always the same. He would approach the victim from behind as she was getting into her car in the parking lot, threaten her with a gun, demand that she give him her purse, and attempt to take possession of the car. One such crime ended taking the life of Lauren Burke. Lockhart's string of assaults stopped on March 7, 2008, after he attacked a 72-year-old woman and failed to evade a police chase. After his arrest, Courtney Lockhart, 23, was taken to the police station where he confessed that he was the one who kidnapped and took Lauren Burke's life. The interrogation was videotaped and became a key piece of evidence at trial. Plus, Lauren's personal belongings such as her iPad and bank cards were found in his car. He gave a detailed account of the events of the day he kidnapped Lauren. It was Tuesday, March 4th, 2008. Lockhart woke up in his silver Chrysler Sebring. He had spent the previous night in his car not far from East Alabama Medical Center. He needed money, so he started driving around Auburn looking for another victim. It's worth noting that all the people he attacked were women, none of them men. His drive ended on the campus of Auburn University, where he parked next to the student dorms. He spent several hours sitting in his car watching the students. Around 8 p.m., he noticed some girl walk up to the car parked next to him and leisurely open the door. It was Lauren. Without thinking long, Lockhart grabbed his revolver and approached Lauren from behind. Poking her with the muzzle of his gun, he asked her how much money she had on her. When he didn't get an answer, he pushed Lauren into the car, into the front passenger seat, and got behind the wheel. According to Lockhart, Lauren said nothing but screamed in fear. When she finally calmed down, she pulled $200 from her purse, handed it to him, and begged him to leave. Instead of leaving, however, he ordered Lauren to take off her clothes. At gunpoint and hearing threats against her, Lauren complied, stripping off everything but a pair of socks. According to Lockhart, there was only one reason he made Lauren undress. He thought that if she had no clothes on, she would not want to escape. Lockhart then began to drive around the streets of Auburn. All the while, he was driving with one hand on the wheel and with the other holding Lauren at gunpoint. She tried to dissuade him from committing the crime, and when he said his life was over, Lauren promised to help him find a job. At some point, her phone started ringing. Lockhart told her to answer it and make something up so no one would suspect anything. It was a call from Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet at the library. When she answered, she said she had forgotten about the meeting and hung up right away. Lockhart said that they continued to drive through the streets of the city, and Lauren wouldn't give up trying to talk him into letting her go. She said she would help him overcome the difficulties he was facing. As they were driving down Highway 147, Lauren opened the door to jump out of the moving car, and at that point, Lockhart said he accidentally fired a shot. As we now know, the fired bullet pierced both of Lauren's lungs, plus she sustained injuries from the fall. She managed to wave to passing drivers before her strength failed her, and she lost consciousness. Lockhart told investigators that he parked outside the church and watched as cars began to stop next to Lauren lying on the pavement. Realizing that the police would be arriving any minute, he hurriedly fled. Planning to destroy the evidence he had left in the car, he drove to a gas station and bought a can of gasoline, which he paid for with Lauren's bank card. He doused the interior of the car with the gasoline he bought, then got in and drove to the campus where he abducted Lauren because his Chrysler was parked there. According to Lockhart, as he drove, he became dizzy from the gasoline fumes, so he rolled down the windows to let air in from the street. You might be wondering why he didn't drive to the campus first and douse Lawrence's car with gasoline there. Why did he drive on a powder keg, since a short circuit or spark could have caused the car to burn up with him? Perhaps it had something to do with Lockhart's mental problems or low IQ, but we shall talk about that a little later. Upon arriving on campus, Courtney took $46, an iPad, and her bank cards from Lawrence's car before setting the car on fire and driving off in his Chrysler. He drove to a gas station where he paid for the gas with Lauren's money. He then returned to campus again to see if the car had burned all the way down. Investigators began to question whether all of Lockhart's testimony was true. They speculated that Lockhart had forced Lauren to undress, not so that she would not run away as he claimed, but for an entirely different purpose. But he could not get what he wanted because Lauren suddenly jumped out of the moving car. Also, the investigators doubted that Lockhart shot Lauren by accident. It seemed unlikely given the fact that Courtney had served in the army and knew well how to handle a gun. It seemed more logical that Lauren realized that Lockhart wasn't going to let her go and decided that her only chance of escape was to jump. She opened the door, and as she jumped out of the car and Lockhart shot her, ballistics testing confirmed that the bullet found in Lauren's car was fired from the gun Lockhart had thrown out the window as he tried to evade a police chase. In addition, experts ran tests and ruled out the possibility of an accidental discharge. The trigger had to be pulled hard enough to make the shot. Lauren's family and friends bid her farewell on March 9th. The same day, investigators interrogated Lockhart for the second time. The next day, he was formally charged multiple times in the Lauren Burke case. The trial began on November 8, 2010. Lockhart's attorneys claimed that their client had a mental illness because of his military service and that the shooting of Lauren was accidental. According to court documents, Lockhart pleaded not guilty by reason of mental defect or insanity. The court was presented with the testimony of a psychologist who testified that Lockhart had an IQ of 86, which is below average, that he had some symptoms from being in combat in the military, but he did not have PTSD, and that Lockhart was immature and not thinking straight. Although the state attempted to introduce evidence of Lockhart's other crimes and his dishonorable conduct in the military, the trial judge excluded that evidence. After the guilt phase of trial, the sentencing phase immediately followed. Lockhart presented witness testimony and evidence in an attempt to cast himself as a war hero who was mentally disturbed by combat and the death of his commanding officer. The jury rendered a special verdict in which an additional aggravating factor was the taking of a person's life in the course of the kidnapping. The jury voted 120 to recommend a sentence of life without parole. The trial judge later disagreed with the jury's advisory sentence and sentenced Lockhart to death. In a 28-page sentencing order, the judge explained why he disagreed with the jury's opinion. He concluded that the kidnapping weighed heavily in favor of the death penalty. The victim was alone, unarmed, and she was chosen by Lockhart at random. The kidnapping is even more egregious because she was taken from a college campus, a place where students should feel safe, and forced into her own car. Lockhart forced her to undress and held her at gunpoint in order to prevent her escape. The court also emphasized that the jury was unaware of Lockhart's crime spree and the true nature of Lockhart's military service. Although the jury heard testimony regarding Lockhart's service, the jury disciplinary record, wrote the judge. The court reasoned that had the jury been aware of the additional facts known to the court, their sentencing recommendation would likely have differed. 15 years have passed since Lauren's death, and Lockhart is still on death row in Alabama and has not given up trying to appeal his sentence. After his conviction and death sentence, he appealed to an Alabama court which upheld the sentence in August 2013. In April 2014, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals denied Lockhart's request for a retrial. He then appealed to the Supreme Court of Alabama. But in September 2014, his motion was again denied. In January 2015, Lockhart appealed to the Supreme Court of the United States. In April of that year, the Supreme Court of the United States denied his petition. In 2018, Lockhart made another attempt to challenge the sentence. Lawyers from a human rights organization who represented him tried to convince the court that the lawyers defending Lockhart in 2010 had mishandled the case. Although there were some flaws in Lockhart's 2010 defense, it ultimately did not change the outcome, with the death sentence being upheld again. In April 2021, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals upheld Lockhart's death sentence. Lawrence's parents said they would never give up and would do everything in their power to keep Lockhart's death sentence from being overturned. "Courtney Lockhart gave my daughter the death penalty. There's no reason why he shouldn't have the death penalty. That's all I have to say," Burke's father, Jim, said. "He didn't give her a second chance. He shouldn't get a second chance either," Lauren's mother, Vivian, said. As of today, Courtney Lockhart remains on death row in Alabama. Heather Maples, a bright and lively 22-year-old, had recently embarked on an exciting chapter in her life. She was attending college, settling into her job, and embracing the future with optimism. Known for her infectious smile, constant chatter, and uplifting energy, Heather brought joy to everyone around her. Her life seemed full of promise, until everything took a tragic turn. On January 7, 2015, Heather failed to show up for work, raising alarm among her friends and colleagues. Tragically, her lifeless body was discovered in her apartment, partially unclothed. The devastating news shocked everyone who knew her. Who had the right to take Heather Maples' life? Detectives faced a daunting challenge, as Heather was well-liked and had no known enemies. The motive for this heinous crime was unclear, leaving investigators grasping for answers. However, a small but crucial detail eventually emerged, one that would ensure Heather's death did not go unpunished and bring the perpetrator to justice. Ain't that in your hand or in your weight? On a typical morning at the real estate agency in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, on August 7, 2015, Kelsey Price arrived at work and began her usual tasks. Heather, her friend and colleague, was running late, which wasn't surprising to Kelsey as Heather was known for her lack of punctuality. Kelsey started calling Heather to wake her up, but received no answer. The previous night, Heather had planned to go to a bar with some friends and had asked Kelsey to come get her if she overslept or didn't answer her calls. Therefore, Kelsey wasn't concerned and went to Heather's apartment to wake her up. The girls' apartments were located in the same complex where they worked. Upon arriving, Kelsey found the front door unlocked. Easily entering inside, she saw her friend lying on the bed, sleeping on her stomach, wearing only a crop top and no underwear. Assuming Heather had a wild night, Kelsey tried to wake her up, but there was no response. She then tapped Heather's foot, attempting to rouse her from her sleep, which no one would ever interrupt again. Maple's foot was so cold that Kelsey literally jumped back in horror at the realization of what had happened. Kelsey Price, in horror, stepped out of the apartment and called 911. Soon, emergency services were on the scene. Detective Tommy Massey was one of the first to arrive at the crime scene, and the forensic team meticulously combed through the apartment. Heather was indeed partially undressed with signs of blows on her face. The hair of the poor girl was soaked in blood, which was also splattered on the walls. It was clear she had been brutally beaten, tortured, and actually assaulted. Massey and his colleague, Detective Maples, coincidentally sharing Heather's surname, recalled this crime as a horrifying nightmare. That's understandable, as witnessing such a heart-wrenching scene is extremely difficult. Heather Nicole Maples was born on August 23, 1992 in Ocala, Florida. Her mother jokingly called Heather a hurricane baby. This nickname was entirely justified as many envied the energy and courage that Heather possessed. In 2004, Jennifer Hunter gave birth to her second child. Heather welcomed a brother, Ryan, into her life with great joy. However, Ryan was later diagnosed with significant developmental delays, and the older sister of her own accord dedicated all her free time to him. She took care of him, happily spent time with him, taught him to speak, walk, and eat on his own. Heather was in the 7th grade at the time and devoted all the following years until graduation to Ryan, showing immense love and dedication to her brother. At the age of 22, Heather Maples made the bold decision to leave her Texas home and embark on a new chapter in Tennessee, pursuing her dream of becoming a psychologist. The journey began with a call from her former classmate, Chaz, inviting her to join him in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, where he studied. According to him, it was the perfect place for Heather, with a small college town where she could get a great opportunity to prepare for college. Heather accepted, and in January 2015, the future student went to Chaz in Murfreesboro. By the way, their relationship soon turned romantic. A completely different life began for the girl. With the support of her best friend Kelsey, Heather found a job in the office of the residential complex where they lived. Maples was balancing work with her college preparations. Her friends and family supported her. Everything seemed to be going well, but soon her relationship with Chaz began to crumble, which led to a breakup, and Chaz moved away. At the beginning of August, she excitedly called her mother to share this wonderful news. She had been accepted to college. Her mother, filled with pride, was thrilled for Heather's achievement. However, a week later, Heather failed to show up for work, sparking concern and uncertainty. The detectives understood that, considering the nature of the crime, it could have been related to Heather's personal life. At that point, most of her friends were considered suspects, and frankly speaking, there were reasons for that. Upon examining the apartment, there were no signs of forced entry, suggesting that Heather likely knew her attacker and possibly let them in herself. After a thorough investigation of the crime scene, several important pieces of evidence were discovered. Unknown DNA and a hair that did not belong to the victim. All of this was sent for analysis to identify the suspect. However, the most significant piece of evidence was a clear bloody fingerprint on the right side of Heather's bed. Detective Massey explained that if someone had deliberately dipped their finger in ink and intentionally left their mark, it wouldn't have been so clear and precise. Of course, this print was sent for analysis as well. Additionally, Heather's mobile phone was found in the apartment, but without the password, accessing its contents was impossible. This is where Kelsey came in handy. She played a crucial role, not only helping with the phone, but also deciding to inform Heather's mother of her death, believing it would be better coming from someone who loved and cared for Heather. Detective Massey hoped to get a lot of information about Heather from her friend, Kelsey Price. He wanted to know everything about the victim's personal life, especially her relationship with Chaz. Kelsey told the detective that the relationship was quite tense as Chaz had obvious anger management issues. And sometimes, he was too aggressive and cruel towards Heather, so the girl decided to end the relationship herself. Therefore, the police immediately decided to investigate Chaz. But an unexpected turn of events occurred. A young man named Michael was determined to access the crime scene despite the caution tape. He had keys to Heather's apartment. According to Michael, on the evening before her death, Heather called him and invited him for dinner, which he accepted. Immediately after dinner, Michael went home, unlike Heather, who went to a local bar with friends. But later, Heather reached out to Michael for help as Michael recounted Heather was in trouble. A young man named Ortavio was bothering her and was quite aggressive. Immediately after the incident, Michael offered to drive Heather home. As per his statement, it was around 2:30 in the morning on August 7th, the last time he saw Heather. Additionally, during the interrogation, Michael mentioned that Heather's front door should have been unlocked because he had her keys since she was dressed in a dress and didn't have pockets to carry them, and he simply forgot to return them after unlocking the door. Michael was very disappointed and did not seem like a liar at all, but investigators had to take his fingerprints and a DNA sample. They also contacted the bar to obtain surveillance footage, which confirmed everything Michael had said during the interrogation. Analysis confirmed that the fingerprints and DNA found at the crime scene did not match his. After Michael was cleared as a suspect, investigators turned their attention to the man who had been with Heather that night, Ortavio. With Kelsey's help in unlocking Heather's mobile phone, interest in Ortavio significantly increased. Detectives discovered that Heather had messaged Ortavio, a friend of hers, inviting him to her apartment just hours before she was found dead. But why did Heather call Ortavio to her home after Michael had saved her from him? The answer was simple. They were friends and became more persistent than usual at the bar. Heather was caught off guard. She wasn't prepared for this. Now the detectives needed to speak with Ortavio to get his side of the story. The detectives immediately realized that Ortavio was unaware of Heather's death. But what if he was somehow involved in this case? Meanwhile, the interrogation continued. The detectives intensified their questioning of Ortavio using a tough that not every suspect could withstand. Ortavio was shocked by what he heard. It seemed he genuinely didn't know what had happened to Heather. Following the interrogation, he willingly agreed to a DNA test, confident that it would clear his name. The results proved him right, as the DNA found at the crime scene did not match his, leading to his exclusion as a suspect. Without any leads, the detectives worked practically around the clock, reviewing surveillance footage, scrutinizing every detail provided by witnesses. On 9th day of the investigation, as Detective Massey was preparing to leave the office late at night, he received a crucial call from one of the directors of the forensic laboratory. Massey finally got the answer regarding the bloody fingerprint that was lifted from Heather's bed. It belonged to a young man named Brandon Bowling, whose fingerprints were on file due to his employment at a company where he previously worked. This development prompted Detective Massey to approach the interrogation very gently, wanting to give Brandon a chance to explain what happened that night. It seemed that Brandon understood he was caught, but he continued to deny any involvement in Heather's death. After questioning, detectives requested a DNA test from Brandon, suggesting that if he was innocent, the test would prove it. Brandon did as he was asked, perhaps hoping to be released from police custody, but that did not happen. The investigators decided not to wait for the test results. The match of the fingerprint provided substantial grounds for the next step. The police immediately sent a request to the court for permission to access Brandon's phone, which could help the investigation confirm his movements, track calls, and texts on the night of the crime. However, they were unprepared for what they found on his phone after the court approval. The video from Brandon Bowling's phone was one of the most shocking even to the most experienced detectives. In this video, the room of the core Heather was captured. Brandon recorded everything from intimate acts to beatings. Heather was still alive at the time of the recording. In February 2018, Brandon Richmond Bowling pleaded guilty to the attack on Heather Maples. He was sentenced to 40 years in prison without the possibility of parole. On the day of the verdict, Heather's mother, Jennifer, made a speech that surprised many. When the trial ended in the corridor, Jennifer approached Bowling's mother. Jennifer simply hugged this woman, saying that they both lost their children that day. Unfortunately, Brandon Bowling never explained his motives. What are your thoughts on this? What do you think Brandon's motive was, if there was one? In 1965, 17-year-old Olene Emberton lived in Tifton, Indiana, with her parents and 3 younger brothers. A bright and ambitious student at Tifton High School, she aspired to attend Ball State University to become a teacher, a goal that would have made her the first in her family to attend college. On Saturday, October 16, 1965, Olene had a date with her classmate, Phil Rudebush. She picked him up in her vibrant red 1957 Chevrolet, and they headed to the Diana Theater to watch a horror movie starring Vincent Price. Afterward, they stopped by 6 Acres, a popular drive-in restaurant for local teenagers. After cruising the parking lot, they decided to leave. On their way, Olene and Phil spotted her 16-year-old brother, Floyd Wayne, walking down Jefferson Street. They picked him up and gave him a ride home. After dropping Floyd off, Olene still needed to take Phil back to his house. Though he lived only a short distance away, Olene insisted on driving him rather than making him walk. Olene dropped Phil off at approximately 11:30 p.m. and began the 6-block drive back to her own home. The following morning, her mother, Roxy, went into Olene's room to wake her for church but let out a scream upon discovering the bed had not been slept in. Olene had never made it home. Roxy had assumed she had returned because she had heard someone enter the house, but it turned out to be Floyd. Panicked, the family contacted the sheriff's office, and both law enforcement and the Emberton family began an urgent search for Olene. Olene's father found her car that morning parked on Green Street, roughly halfway between Phil's home and her own. No one in the neighborhood heard any loud noises outside the night before, and there was no evidence in or near the car that indicated a struggle had occurred. As best as investigators could surmise, Olene had willingly parked her car and left with someone. Olene's disappearance was front-page news in the local paper on Monday. Tipton was a safe community, and speculation amongst some students at Tipton High School focused more on the idea that Olene's sudden disappearance was the result of her eloping with an unknown man rather than on the possibility that something bad could have happened to her. Something terrible had happened to Olene, and it would forever change the small town of Tipton. Shortly after 2 p.m. on Monday, October 18th, an emergency call came into the Tipton County Dispatcher. The mother of a farmer had discovered an unresponsive woman lying on the grass between a small country lane and the fence surrounding one of her son's soybean fields just north of Tipton. She had made the discovery when she went to open the gate to the field for her son. She was too distraught to speak on the phone, so her son was the one who had to make the phone call for help. When police arrived on the scene, they realized that the young woman was deceased and that she was only in Emberton. She was found nude with her underwear draped across her head and the rest of her clothing folded neatly in a pile next to her head. Her glasses were found near her feet. Olene's autopsy created more questions in the case than it answered. The autopsy was performed by Dr. James McFadden, and Tipton's chief of police, James Pratt, was present during it. Dr. McFadden was unable to make any kind of determination about how Olene died. Her body was free of any marks besides insect bites, and extensive examination of her neck and throat showed no evidence of strangulation. Dr. McFadden told Chief Pratt that he couldn't find any reason why Olene was not alive, and explaining what had happened to them herself, and that her heart had seemingly just quit. Dr. McFadden therefore could not conclusively say that Olene had been murdered. His examination did not reveal injuries consistent with rape, but Olene may have had consensual sex shortly before her death. Since she was found nude, it is possible that she met up with someone else after dropping off Phil at his house and died of some sort of heart condition undetectable upon post-mortem examination during a romantic encounter with that unknown individual. This unknown player in the story then dumped her body along the road in an act which, while not homicidal, would still be callous and illegal. While authorities were unsure if Olene's death was a murder or an accident, there clearly was someone else with Olene at the time of her death, and only that person could provide answers in the confusing case. Olene's parents were of course devastated by the loss of their daughter. They were both extremely hard workers who had grown up in poverty, but eventually owned a nice house that they had built themselves and 2 small local businesses they created while Olene's father still worked full days at his factory job. In his grief, Olene's father Floyd had turned his discipline and dedication towards finding his daughter's killer. He accosted several of Olene's male classmates at her viewing, demanding to know if they were responsible for his daughter's death. Floyd Emberton was highly suspicious of one boy in particular, Tom Preston. Elaine had dated Tom, but he did not have a very good reputation in town. While he was handsome and charismatic, he was not a nice person and had a reputation for his smug demeanor and penchant for chasing after numerous girls. The police did question him about Olene's death, but did not consider him a strong suspect. Floyd Emberton, however, was not so quick to rule out Tom, and he made sure that the teenager knew it. He parked Olene's car outside of Tom's house every day for a month, and the principal of Tipton High School was so concerned about what Floyd might do to Tom that he locked all the doors to the school while he was in session. Tom was also driven to and from school by a sheriff's deputy for a time, and he slept 2 nights in the county jail because he felt safer there. Tom's behavior became more and more self-destructive throughout the rest of his senior year of high school, and he developed a drinking problem. Less than 2 weeks after he graduated high school in 1966, He was driving with a friend along State Road 28, east of Tipton, when his car skidded out of control and went off the road, wrapping around a tree. Tom's neck was broken, killing him instantly. In the years since Olean's death, suspicion has also fallen on another one of her classmates, Perry Stephen Miller. Miller was ahead of Olin in school, graduating with the class of 1965. Olin's mother, Roxy, found a school picture of Miller taken during his junior year of high school, with a note written to Olin on the back of it in her daughter's room following her death. 6 months after Olin's death, Miller committed what would be the first of many crimes against young women. While he was being interviewed following his arrest for assault and battery, following what was believed to be an attempted rape of an 18-year-old woman, he was asked about Olin's case and denied any involvement. Various legal delays meant that Miller still had not gone to trial for that charge in 1969, when he committed 2 abductions and rapes of teenagers, one 19 and one just 15, within a month of each other. The first of these attacks earned him a life sentence following his conviction. He only ended up serving 19 years. In November of 1990, he and 2 other men abducted, raped, and killed 19-year-old Crystal Helmchen. He was originally sentenced to death in that case, but his sentence was commuted to 130 years in prison as part of a plea deal in which he admitted his guilt in the crime. Given the fact that he knew Olin, was in Tipton at the time of her death, and went on to have such a troubling criminal career, reporters tried speaking with Miller about Olin's death while he was in prison. He refused such requests, but in 2017 he agreed to meet with Mike Terra, who had taken a job with the Tipton County Sheriff's Department after retiring as a detective for the Indiana State Police. During their meeting, Miller denied involvement in Olin's death or any other crime. Miller further claimed that he barely even knew Olin. When asked about the school picture he had given Olin and the note he had written to her on the back of it, Miller dismissed it as a typical high school pleasantry. Olin's parents, Floyd and Roxy, did seemingly everything possible to get answers about their daughter's death. They hired a Pinkerton detective, offered a $5,000 reward, and Roxy consulted psychics for decades. Despite their best efforts, both Floyd and Roxy never received answers about their daughter's death. Floyd died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound on July 4, 1981, while his wife was visiting family in Kentucky. Roxy passed away in 2011. Olin's death was a major event that completely changed the small community of Tipton and has haunted many of its residents. One of those former residents is Janice Thornton, who went to school with Olin. The memory of her classmate's death kept nagging at her over the years, and in the 1980s, the journalist began toying with the idea of writing a book about the case. Her parents were horrified by the idea, afraid that her investigation would put her in danger. Janice did eventually begin an extensive investigation many years later. The subsequent many years of work culminated in her 2018 book on the case, Too Good a Girl. Janice used the release of her book to help with the launch of the Olin Emberton Memorial Community Grant-Making Fund through the Tipton County Foundation. All donors who gave at least $100 received a copy of the book. Between donations and matching grants, the effort raised more than $40,000, well over the original fundraising goal of $25,000. While Olin's death has not been forgotten by her community, the questions that surround it still have not been answered. Nicholson, Georgia is a small town in Jackson County. Josh Adams was born and raised in the area where he was surrounded by family. He grew up fishing and exploring the outdoors on his family's large property. Josh was a natural athlete, excelling at any sport he tried. Despite his height and strong build, his sister has described Josh as a teddy bear, kind, sociable, and caring. Josh grew up having a close relationship with his family, which continued after he reached adulthood. Many members of his immediate and extended family made their homes on the family property, and Josh worked with his father and brother in their family business. While Josh loved his entire family, one member of it was especially important to him, his niece, Ava. Josh's sister Shannon was raising Ava on her own, and Josh played a major part in her life. Josh's life was not perfect, however. He struggled with substance abuse issues. By May of 2013, however, 25-year-old Josh seemed to be getting his life back on track. He had recently returned home after a 6-week-long drug rehabilitation program at a facility in Michigan. On May 20th, surveillance footage shows Josh at a local gas station and a bank where he cashed one of his parents' checks for $400 that same day. His car was found on property owned by members of his family on Brockton Loop. The car was parked in a pasture behind an out-of-use chicken house. This location was not far from a lake where Josh would occasionally go to fish. Josh's relative's neighbor did not recognize his white 2009 Chevrolet Malibu and notified the sheriff's office of what they thought might be a suspicious vehicle. After running the car's license plate and learning that it belonged to Josh, the sheriff's office was able to get in contact with members of his family who came to collect the car. The following day, unable to get a hold of Josh, his family made their own call to the sheriff's department to report him missing. Josh had left behind his wallet, car keys, identification, cell phone, and $25 in cash in his car. Curiously, his family also found his shoes a few 100 yards away from where the car had been parked closer to the lake. The property where Josh's vehicle had been parked was searched thoroughly. Dogs were brought in to help with the effort. Divers searched the lake, but because the water was so muddy, the lake was then drained and the lake bed was searched for evidence by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department. No sign of Josh was found. The Sheriff's Department was able to reach some of the last people Josh had spoken to on his cell phone. They called a man listed in Josh's phone as Tony, but the man provided a different name when he answered the call. He acknowledged that he had spoken with Josh on May 20th around 9 a.m., but refused to tell them what they had talked about. The next person investigators called denied speaking to Josh on 20th. When asked about the 5 phone calls, cell phone records showed him exchanging with Josh on that day, the man hung up the phone. Rumors have plagued this case since it began. One of the most long-standing ones involves Josh's body being put through a wood chipper, but the Sheriff's Department has not ever been able to find any evidence to support the rumor. They have received numerous tips in the case in the years following Josh's disappearance, but none of them have moved the case forward. While Josh's body has never been located, the Sheriff's Department is treating his case as a homicide, while Josh's family has accepted the very real possibility that he is no longer alive. The uncertainty his disappearance has left in their lives and their inability to lay him to rest have created unbearable stress that they will only be able to find some relief from when they finally get some answers about what happened to Josh. Josh's mother passed away after he went missing, and his sister believes she would still be alive were it not for her heart being broken over her son going missing. Josh's family is still offering a reward of up to $50,000 in the case. Cosby, Tennessee is a small, unincorporated community just north of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. 26-year-old Roger Hooper lived there in a double-wide mobile home just a few miles outside of the park with his wife Kim. He worked as a courier for a local antiques broker. On Friday, February 22, 1991, Cosby High School's basketball team had a home game against North Greene County High. Roger, a graduate of Cosby High, attended the game. He left the school around 10 p.m. with 2 of his younger cousins and one of their friends. Roger lived near several of his family members, and his cousins lived just 2 homes down from his. After dropping his cousins and their friend off, he made the short drive to his own home. One of the cousins he dropped off was then 13-year-old Shannon Hooper, who would later describe Roger as a big brother to him and the kind of person who would always inspire a good mood in everyone around him. Less than 2 minutes after Shannon got out of Roger's car, while he was inside his home, he and his family heard several shots. Upon hearing those shots while inside of her own home, Kim Hooper ran out to her back porch where she found her husband lying on his back. He had been shot several times in the upper half of his body. While new road construction has since improved transportation in the Cosby area, in 1991, it took first responders approximately half an hour to get there from the town of Newport. When Kim found Roger, he was still alive, but he died as a result of his injuries within a few moments. At the time of Roger's death, Kim was pregnant with the couple's first child, a son that Roger never got to meet. Roger's injuries indicated that his killer had shot down at him when he got to his back porch. This led investigators to believe that the killer had parked in a nearby cemetery, taken their shotgun into the wooded area that overlooked Roger's home, and waited there for him to return. The cemetery and the woods were up an embankment behind the home. Roger's murder was not his first experience with violence, and it would not be his family's last. Roger had been shot at just 2 months before his murder. On December 21, 1990, Donnie Webb had fired a pistol at Roger on the entrance ramp to Interstate 40 at Wilton Springs. He failed to actually shoot Roger, and the bullet instead struck the windshield of a truck that was exiting the interstate. The driver of the truck was injured when the broken glass from his windshield cut his forearm. When he pulled over, he was to locate the bullet that struck his vehicle and subsequently turned it over to the authorities. The day of the incident, Roger had Donnie Webb charged with reckless endangerment. He asked for the warrant to be dropped a few days later, but then went back to the authorities on February 8th to ask for the warrant to be reinstated after he got into an altercation with Webb at a high school basketball game. Roger was murdered 4 days prior to a preliminary hearing in the case. Authorities were obviously interested in talking with Webb after Roger was killed. They found him in West Virginia a few hours after the murder and instructed him to return to Tennessee. He did and was interviewed by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agent Ross Haynes. During this interview, Webb admitted that he had fired his pistol at Roger back in December. He would later unsuccessfully try to suppress the statement in court, but was still convicted of reckless endangerment. He has never been charged in Roger's murder. Following Roger's murder, other members of his family were subjected to attacks. The home 2 doors down from Roger's, where his cousin Shannon's family lived, was fired upon during 2 different drive-by shootings. Luckily, no one was home during one of them, and while the entire family was present for the other, no one was killed. The Hooper family is sure that they know who killed Roger, and immediately after Roger's murder, they believed that the case would be resolved quickly. However, it has not. Investigators do have information they are withholding so as not to potentially jeopardize any future prosecutions, which they still believe could occur. In February of 2020, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation announced that there had been movement in Roger's case in the past 3 to 4 months. They also have evidence that they can retest with technology not available in 1991. However, they do not believe that this evidence alone will result in a conviction. The TBI suggested to a local station that they cover the case because they do not believe that the case can be formally solved in court unless witnesses who have remained silent for almost 3 decades finally come forward. In the early hours of May 25, 1996, Kristen Smart disappeared. She was last seen around 2 a.m., reportedly intoxicated and passed out on a neighbor's lawn. 2 fellow students stopped to help, concerned about her condition. Paul Flores, who lived closest to her Muir Hall residence, also offered assistance. She was never seen again. For over 2 decades, Kristen's case remained unsolved, though Flores's name repeatedly surfaced in investigations. Despite various items of interest, no definitive leads emerged. Her disappearance led to legislative changes aimed at improving student safety. Kristen Denise Smart was born on February 20, 1977, in Augsburg, Bavaria, West Germany. Her parents, Stan and Denise Smart, were teachers for children of American military personnel. The family later moved to Stockton, California, when she was still young. The eldest of 3 children, Kristen was described by her mother as a dreamer with a deep love for the ocean and an adventurous spirit. Known for her zest for life, Kristen graduated from Lincoln High School in Stockton in 1995. Before starting university, she worked as a lifeguard and camp counselor at Kaimokulea in Hawaii. In 1996, she began her studies at California Polytechnic State University in San Luis Obispo, California, with ambitious dreams but struggled with indecision about her future. Initially, Kristen enrolled at Cal Poly to study architecture. She loved drawing. Later, she changed her major to communication studies. Denise said she wanted to be the next Joan London, traveling the world as a reporter. Memorial Day weekend 1996, Kristen called home and left a voicemail. Good news. Good news. I'll call home Sunday. The call never came. Like clockwork, Kristen checked in with her family every Sunday, but for the Smarts, all communication ceased that faithful weekend. Friday night, Kristen attended an off-campus birthday party. Her friend, Margarita Campos, recalled dropping her off. Campos said that Kristen seemed a little mad because she didn't join her for the evening. The last thing she said to Kristen was to be careful. Temperatures were warm, and Kristen wore a cropped gray t-shirt, black surf shorts, and red Puma sneakers. Witness statements from the party varied. Some alleged she was extremely intoxicated. Others claimed she didn't drink at all. Some believed she was possibly given a date rape drug. On May 25, 1996, at 2 a.m., fellow student Tim Davis spotted Kristen passed out on the lawn next door. Together with Cheryl Anderson, an acquaintance of Kristen, they both helped her walk back to her campus dorm, Muir Hall. It was then Paul Flores reached the group and offered to help take Kristen back to the residence. He was leaving the party too and spotted them on his way back to his own dorm, Santa Lucia Hall. Once all three reached the Cal Poly campus, Davis left the group since he lived off campus. Now down to 3, Cheryl started to notice Paul's odd behavior. In her disposition, Cheryl remarked about the many stops made along the way. She also noted the familiar manner Paul had with Kristen. He held her around the waist as Kristen wrapped her arms around his neck. Paul even suggested that Cheryl go ahead as they tried to catch up. Cheryl eventually went her own way, but not before double-checking with Paul about ensuring Kristen's safe return. Paul claimed he walked Kristen to the intersection of the hallways that led off to both their respective residence halls. This was around 2:30 a.m. on May 25, 1996. Kristen Smart has never been seen or heard from since then. When Sunday rolled around without a call from Kristen, Denise didn't grow immediately concerned. With Monday being a holiday, anything could have come up. Kristen's roommate, a neighbor, however, found it unusual. They contacted the university police department to report Kristen missing. No report was taken. Concerned, they called Kristen's family and the San Luis Obispo Police Department. On May 27, 1996, Denise received a call from the UPD asking if Kristen had returned home for the weekend. She hadn't. The UPD only filed the missing persons report 3 days after her last sighting. Kristen's roommate, Crystal Calvin, revealed that none of her personal belongings were missing. This suggested to authorities that Kristen days after Kristen went missing, Paul was interviewed by the UPD investigators. He told investigators they both went their own directions at the intersection. Investigators, however, were quick to notice Paul's black eye. When asked about it, Paul said he was elbowed in the face during a basketball game. A friend later refuted this story. He insisted that the black eye was there before the basketball game. Paul allegedly told him he didn't know how he got the black eye, he just woke up with it. A month later in June, Paul was interviewed again, this time confessing he lied about the black eye incident. Paul changed his story. He apparently hit his eye on the steering wheel of a truck. When questioned further, Paul said that the story sounded unlikely. Paul told investigators he was in his truck at around 2 a.m. on the morning of May 27, 1996, installing a car radio because he was selling his truck. Family lawyer for the Smarts, James R. Murphy Jr., said Paul was last seen with Kristen after the party. His injuries looked consistent with those of someone involved in an altercation. Cadaver dogs were called in to assist in the search for Kristen on June 29, 1996. 4 dogs trained to search for human remains were used individually to search Santa Lucia Hall. Each dog alerted to room 128, Paul Flores's room. The dog showed no interest apart from the corner of one mattress, a mattress Flores told investigators belonged to him. Carta dog handler, Adela Morris, said cadaver dogs can detect the slightest physiological changes. Their reactions during the search indicated a strong possibility of a dead body being in room 128. A second handler, Gail LaRocque, recalled the behavior of her boxer, Tori. When allowed to search, Tori repeatedly searched the left side of room 128, the side used by Paul Flores. The dog's behavior and strong reaction indicated she found a scent, but was still searching for its source. Paul Flores remained the strongest suspect. Nobody meant no formal charge. Paul went on to live his life as a free man shrouded in a cloak of suspicion. From 1996 through 2007, investigations continued. Searches were conducted in all possible locations, including 4 properties owned by the Flores family. None of them yielded any positive results. On the advice of his lawyer, Paul Flores pleaded the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution protects individuals from incriminating themselves. The person who invokes this clause cannot be compelled to provide information that they feel could incriminate them further. Paul, therefore, had the right to remain silent during his 1997 deposition. Attorney James R. Murphy hit a brick wall. Paul's silence and refusal to cooperate left investigators scrambling for new leads. Although all evidence left back to Paul, former Sheriff Ed Williams himself said he saw no way of completing the case. Authorities were getting frustrated. The Smarts took it upon themselves to file a wrongful death charge. The court, however, decided against proceeding with the charges. Kristen's case was still an active criminal investigation. Paul and his Kristen Smart, or the accusations against them. Although Derek C., one of Paul's roommates, said Paul allegedly joked about Kristen's disappearance, these allegations remain speculation as Paul shielded himself against further questioning by lawyering up. 6 years after going missing on May 25, 2002, with no remains having been found, Denise Smart confessed it was a bittersweet moment of closure. Then Chris Lambert broke the silence. Chris was 8 years old when Kristen went missing. Haunted by the ever-looming billboard over Arroyo Grande, Chris found himself asking why there were still no answers all these years later. Hearing about Kristen's disappearance at a young age frightened him. Chris became fixated by the case. In May 2018, he quit his job at a musical instrument shop to work on the podcast full-time. With no formal training in law or journalism, he was driven only by a passion for answers. He began asking questions to see if he could get people talking. In 2019, Chris' determination paid off. He decided to visit the memorial to Kristen on Shell Beach on her birthday, February 20th, armed with a cell phone. Chris waited to meet someone willing to talk about Kristen. As luck would have it, he ran into Kristen's mom there and was able to talk with her about her daughter. From there on, Chris and the Smarts developed a strong relationship and worked on getting Kristen's story out to the public. The podcast, In Your Own Backyard, took on a life of its own. What started as a local series exploded onto the national scene. To date, it has raked in over 11 million downloads. The podcast follows the case of Kristen Smart and her disappearance from the Cal Poly campus. Chris had a knack for getting people to talk to him. He was able to obtain interviews with people related to the case to varying degrees. Chris searched for witnesses that were reluctant to speak or overlooked by investigators. He was able to uncover multiple allegations that remained mere speculations over the years. A former colleague of Paul's mother, Susan, claimed she complained about not sleeping well after her husband got a call in the middle of the night during the Memorial Day weekend. He left in his car after the call. Another claim came from one of Susan's tenants. This time, the tenant told Chris that every morning after Kristen's disappearance at 4:20 a.m., an alarm would go off from the area of the backyard. A third interview with an Australian exchange student brought to the forefront a possible altercation between Kristen and Paul. According to Chris, the student alleged to have seen Kristen fighting off Paul on the night she disappeared. In an effort to tie up all of the speculations made by people interviewed by Chris, certain theories were highlighted. The first being that Paul got a black eye during a tussle with Kristen. The second, that Paul's father, Ruben Flores, helped cover up the crime. And the third, that the body of Kristen Smart was buried in the backyard of the Flores home. Another disturbing development in his investigation was that Chris uncovered allegations of gross misconduct by Paul over the years. Women who went to school or worked with Paul reported his overly flirtatious behavior and excessive drinking habits. For women approached the Daily Beast, alleging Paul had sexually or physically assaulted them. An ex-girlfriend even went as far as to claim that Paul brandished a butter knife in her face during a fight. 13 more women had accusations leveled against Paul, including predatory behavior, harassment, and sexual assault. Although Chris has made 2 attempts to contact Paul, he had no success. He figured an interview could tie up loose ends, but more importantly, it would give Paul a chance to explain the allegations against him and give his side of the story. However, he refutes the claim that Chris tried making contact with her family. Susan stated she could shoot plenty of holes into Chris's investigation. Sheriff Ian Parkinson of the San Luis Obispo Sheriff's Department credits Chris for helping move the investigation forward. Parkinson commended Chris on putting together a well-done podcast. He said getting the story out there persuaded people to come forward, the value of which has been a game changer. Denise Smart also credited Chris saying, "The stars aligned when the podcast aired." Denise further thanked Parkinson for putting vigor back into the case of Kristen since taking office in 2011. Despite the continued silence of the Flores family, the investigations along with the podcast shook their precarious foundation. On January 29, 2020, 2 trucks owned by Paul were taken into evidence. On February 5th that same year, search warrants for specific items of evidence were issued for 4 different locations. This included a home in Los Angeles. Paul was briefly detained while the search was carried out. By April 22, 2020, the Los Angeles Times reported that a search warrant was served at the home of Paul Flores in San Pedro, California. Items of interest were successfully retrieved during the search, including date rape drugs and videos of Paul sexually assaulting young women. Paul was then arrested on February 11, 2021 in Ranchos Palos Verdes, California on suspicion of being a felon in possession of a firearm. In March of the same year, a search warrant was issued for the home of Paul's father, Ruben Flores, using cadaver dogs and ground-penetrating radar to carry out the property search. An older model Volkswagen was towed away for evidence after a search conducted by the dogs. On April 13th, Paul and his father Ruben were taken into custody by San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's Department in relation to Kristen's case. Paul was charged with murder and Ruben with being an accessory after the fact. Paul may have gotten away with a charge of sexual assault due to the statute of limitations, but murder committed during a rape or attempted rape still carries a first-degree felony murder charge. In September 2021, a judge ruled that there was sufficient evidence for the case to proceed to trial. Set to begin in April 2022, the trial was delayed and moved to Monterey County. The trial began on July 18, 2022. Paul and Ruben are being tried separately with 2 different sets of jurors, but at the same time. Opening statements made by San Luis Obispo County Deputy District Attorney Chris Pavel painted a picture of a young life lost too soon. Pavel described to the jurors a family mourning their daughter's unknown whereabouts and the evil that is Paul Flores. He added that evidence found at his father Ruben's house suggested both men were responsible for the death and subsequent disposal of Kristen's body. Paul's defense attorney, Robert Sanger, called that evidence into question. He said it was a tragic situation, that Kristen's body was never found, nor was any DNA evidence. He stated it is believed she is deceased, but there is no evidence of what happened to her after Paul left her at her dorm. Since July, the trial has seen accusations of predatory behavior and violence leveled against Paul Flores. Many women have come forward accusing Paul of harassment and inappropriate sexual misconduct. 2 women who were referred to as Rhonda Doe and Sarah Doe gave testimony of their encounters with Paul. Both women alleged they felt uncharacteristically drunk after meeting Paul. Large chunks of their memories were lost, and both described waking up to Paul abusing them. Their graphic testimonies brought jurors to tears, prompting Judge Jennifer O'Keefe to call for a recess. Testimony surrounding the search of Ruben Flores' home caused another juror to break down. With testimony from investigators and experts, many graphic details are being recounted. Judge O'Keefe stated that it was a long, hard trial, and sometimes things are emotional. It was not unusual for jurors to break down emotionally. Damning evidence came in the form of one Jennifer Hudson. Hudson took to the stand explaining how she encountered Paul and his friends while skateboarding. She was 17 years old at the time. Previous court papers stated that Hudson alleged Paul remarked he had buried Kristen beneath his ramp in his backyard in Hawasna. This was allegedly said while they were together during a public service announcement of Kristen's disappearance. Sanger, defense attorney for Paul, questioned the relevance of her statements. He pointed out her recreational use of drugs and alcohol, questioning her reliability. He implied she was not answering truthfully according to a transcript of her tweets. Hudson acknowledged her lack of action in notifying police. She said she only came forward after the podcast was aired. She further admitted that she canceled an interview with a detective after meeting the producer of the podcast in 2019. Sanger further questioned Hudson on whether she thought Kristen Smart was buried in Susan Flores's backyard. She reportedly responded that made the most sense. When Sanger pursued that Hudson had affiliations with motorcycle gang members, the line of questioning was objected to by prosecutors, the judge siding with the prosecution. During a cross-examination by Perel, he asked Hudson to explain a previous statement in which she said she felt responsible for the Misery Smart family. Hudson responded by stating that had she not been a coward, she would have come forward earlier. After her testimony, Hudson reportedly broke down in tears. Unexpectedly, court proceedings were halted after Hudson's testimony. No reason given by the judge. The trial is expected to continue through September 2022. For the Smart family, an emotional decades-long search for the truth is finally coming to an end. Yet their heartbreak over losing their daughter never will. Where other victims of Paul Flores' old wounds are being reopened, for Chris Lambert, the quest for justice has finally begun. Kristen Smart can finally rest at peace as her killer may soon be held accountable. No longer just a face on a billboard, Kristen's story is being laid bare for all to hear and for all to share in the triumph and relief of seeing her killer face his just dues. The case of Sheila Labar is one of a seemingly angelic appearance masking a monstrous nature. Early psychological and physical traumas can have unpredictable effects on an individual's life. While not everyone who experiences such hardships becomes cruel or seeks to harm others, sometimes trauma can give rise to a true monster. Criminal psychologist Adrian Raine, in his book Anatomy of Violence, explores how genetic and psychophysical factors can contribute to turning someone into a cold-blooded killer. History is filled with serial criminals who endured hellish childhoods, and Sheila Labar may well be one of them. Labar possessed an angelic appearance, which she used to lure her victims, seducing them before brutally murdering them. While the court was only able to convict her for 2 crimes, criminologists suspect there were many more. Let's delve into this troubling story and try to determine whether Sheila Labar was born a monster or became one due to the cruelty she endured in her childhood. Sheila Labar was born on July 4, 1958, in the small rural town of Fort Payne, Alabama. She was the youngest of 3 children of her parents and was raised with her brother and sister Lynn. Her childhood was spent in a picturesque, but rather secluded place, on a farm nestled among cornfields. According to the memories of Lynn's older sibling, Sheila was an active, inquisitive, and open-minded girl with a creative streak. She liked to be in the center of attention, had a good voice and cute appearance. So perhaps, if her life had turned out differently, she would have become a famous actress or singer. But instead of bright posters, her name decorated the pages of criminal chronicles. The unimaginable cruelty of her father. The head of the family, Manuel Bailey, for many years suffered from alcohol addiction, although it would be more accurate to say that his addiction suffered from his entire family. He often went on binges, turning into a real beast who enjoyed abusing his wife and children. He insulted and humiliated them, beat them with anything that came to hand, could throw everyone out in the middle of the night in a downpour or frost, and locked himself in the house, not letting anyone inside. Mothers, daughters, and sons often had to spend the night in a barn or in the open air in the field. One day, when Manuel was once again in a drunken rage, he began throwing dishes and other objects at his family members. The mother tried to cover the children as best she could, but one of the flower pots thrown by her husband hit her youngest daughter Sheila in the head. Sheila suffered a serious concussion and a lifelong scar on her temple, which she painstakingly covered with her hair. But not even the insults and beatings were the worst thing that the sisters had to endure in their parents' home. According to the memories of Sheila and Lynn, Manuel from an early age forcibly inclined them to intimacy. The mother may have been aware of what was going on, but the subject was never broached. However, despite the nightmare at home, Sheila did well enough in school. She dreamed of leaving the farm as soon as possible and go to conquer the big city. The girl was quite ambitious and determined. She passionately wanted to realize her childhood dream in life and become an actress or pop singer. And she had everything for this: charisma, bright appearance, and a beautiful voice. Adulthood, first marriage. Verily, Sheila was 18 years old. She left her parents' home, but adult life was not so joyful. To enter the university, she was not allowed to average score. And to move to the big city, she simply did not have the money. Then Sheila got a job as a maid in one of the hotels, where by that time her older sister was already working. It should be noted that Sheila had a slender figure and a very attractive appearance. She had big blue eyes, a charming smile, and a mop of thick long hair. She was surrounded by attention from men, and over time, she learned to use it and manipulate her suitors. In the late 70s, Labar then Bailey met a guy named Jonathan Baxter, and a romantic relationship began between them. Jonathan was not yet 20 years old at the time, but he already had a young daughter from a previous relationship. However, the child did not become a hindrance, and soon, the couple got married. However, this marriage lasted only a few months and collapsed after Jonathan learned that the young wife abused his daughter while he disappeared at work. Jonathan did not organize scandals and listen to explanations. He just filed for divorce and put his wife with his belongings outside his house. He never wanted to see or hear from her again. After the divorce, Sheila dated various men and mostly lived off them, but all these relationships were fleeting and lasted from a few weeks to a couple of months until in the early 80s, she met her future second husband, Ronnie Jennings. The tumultuous romance soon led to marriage, and Sheila took on a double last name, Bailey Jennings. It was an unhealthy relationship between two irascible and unstable people who regularly cheated on each other, scandalized, and even fought. Still, their marriage lasted more than 3 years. In 1984, after another family quarrel, Sheila demanded a divorce from her husband, but he refused her. In fact, Ronnie did not hold on to the relationship at all. He just wanted to piss off his wife and make her mad, and he succeeded. Sheila became hysterical, took a large number of drugs in front of her husband, drinking strong alcohol, and after this infernal cocktail, sat behind the wheel of the car and rushed down the road. Naturally, soon, Sheila, under the influence of pills and alcohol, lost consciousness, flew off the road, and at high speed crashed into a tree. She miraculously survived, but suffered a massive head injury. She spent more than a week in a deep coma, and doctors made no prognosis. When Sheila finally regained consciousness and gradually recovered, she was transferred to a psychiatric hospital where she spent several months. She later complained to her sister that one of the orderlies was constantly harassing her and possibly taking advantage of her helpless state when she was heavily sedated. After all this, Sheila returned to her second husband's home, but began to behave not just aggressively but threateningly toward him. When during another scandal, she attacked Ronnie and poked him in the chest with nail scissors. Ronnie, fearing for his own life and health, filed for divorce and hurriedly moved out of the mad woman. Rich lover. When the second marriage was dissolved, the young woman began looking for lovers through the dating columns of the print media, and she left her ads there as well. But no man did not stay with her for long because Sheila tended to dominate everything, rigidly suppressing their partners both in intimate and everyday life. Soon the photo of an attractive girl in the dating section drew the attention of 60-year-old Wilfred Bill Labar. The man had previously been married twice and had adult children and grandchildren from previous marriages. He was widowed a few years ago and had been living alone on his large country ranch ever since. Bill was a fairly wealthy man. He had a chiropractic office in Epping, New Hampshire, and on the ranch, he raised horses. At the same time, he was very lonely and needed a strong, powerful woman. In fact, that's exactly what he found. Sheila was attracted by the wealth of her new acquaintance, and she decided that it would be an ideal union for her. And to make Bill completely lost his head, she began to send him a postal mail frank letters, supplementing them with her nude photos. The trap worked, and soon Labar invited a charming pen pal to visit his ranch. Their romance developed rapidly. An elderly man is not stingy on expensive gifts for a young mistress, and in the summer of 1987, she moved to live with him. This has incredibly flattered the doctor, who now went out in public with a beautiful companion who was half his age and was fit for him as a daughter. Nevertheless, he did not plan to marry Sheila. However, Sheila, not waiting for a marriage proposal, changed her name, calling herself Labar. Bill was surprised by this turn of events, but he did not object. Sheila began to interfere in all the affairs of her elderly lover, starting to control his business, finances, and disposition of his property. In addition, Bill was getting older and could not satisfy the intimate needs of a young woman. Then, according to Sheila herself, he allowed her to meet other men whom she often brought directly to their home. One of Sheila's regular lovers, closer to the mid-90s, was a Jamaican national named Wayne Ennis. He was much younger than Sheila and was initially hired as an au pair on the ranch. But soon the young man, with Bill's consent, which was probably given under pressure from Sheila, moved to live in the owner's house. In 1995, Sheila and Wayne officially legalized their relationship, and the spouse considered that from now on he would be the couple continued their relationship online. Sherry sent photos of ultrasounds and her growing belly. "I just bulged out my belly. Jerry wanted to believe it so badly that I had no doubt. He would see the pregnancy even if it wasn't there," Miller would later say. Soon, on November 5, 1999, Jerry Cassidy received an email, presumably from Bruce Miller, in which he wrote that he knew about everything and would not let the bastards be born. A concerned Jerry tried to contact Jerry. Hours later, she texted him herself, informing him that she had to leave for a few days and that she would text him later. The next day, Jerry received a message from Bruce and learned that he had forced his wife to have an abortion. Attached to the letter were photos of a battered Sherry. "I remember standing in front of the mirror trying to draw bruises on my stomach." Sherry would later recount, Jerry had reached a tipping point. His children, not one but two twins at once, had been killed by Bruce Miller. He was again devastated and full of anger. He blamed Bruce for the deaths of his 3 children and the abuse of the woman he loved. After reconnecting with Sherry the next day, November 8th, Jerry said he couldn't go on like this. He would kill her husband. The couple set about devising a plan to kill him. They worked out routes, parking spots, and even the best place in time to get to the dump. Jerry then made the long drive from his home to Michigan. That same evening, as Bruce planned to leave work, he received a call from Sherry and, following the plan, asked if he could pick up a pizza on his way home. Distracted by the conversation, Bruce did not notice a man approaching him from behind, pointing his 20-gauge shotgun at him and pulling the trigger. After committing the crime, Jerry went home and Sherry began the next part of the plan. She called Bruce's brother, Chuck, said she was very worried about her husband's long absence, and asked Chuck to drive to the junkyard and see if everything was okay. When Chuck got there, he found his brother dead on the floor in a pool of blood. He had been shot in the chest with a shotgun at close range. According to eyewitnesses, when Sherry learned of Bruce's death, she began screaming and crying. The crime scene was quickly discovered, but no trace or evidence of the suspect remained. Detectives learned that Bruce carried large amounts of cash, and they initially thought his death may have been the result of a botched robbery, as the dead man's wallet was missing. John Hutchinson, a friend and employee of Bruce's who had recently borrowed $2,000 from him, came under suspicion. Police questioned Hutchinson, searched his home, and confiscated weapons. John adamantly denied involvement. The search was inconclusive, and despite the fact that Hutchinson failed a polygraph test, he was eventually released. A theory of murder due to falsification of vehicle identification numbers was considered. However, none of the options did not give any leads, and soon the case was closed. Meanwhile, according to Bruce's sister, Judy Miller, Cherry's behavior did not fit most people's idea of a grieving spouse. 2 days after the death of her supposedly beloved husband, she was already dancing in a bar in Otisville, Michigan, and looked happy. 2 weeks later, she had a boyfriend, and it wasn't Jerry Cassidy, but a local delivery boy named Jeff Foster. The goal was accomplished. It was like Sherry had passed a level in a video game, and the former lover was no longer interesting. Jerry thought that after the murder, he would be with the woman he loved. After all, he killed for her. But that didn't happen. She began to distance herself, and a month after the murder, she moved her new boyfriend, Jeff Foster, into the house she used to share with her husband and completely severed her relationship with Jerry, leaving him devastated. It was probably at this point that Cassidy realized he had murdered an innocent man in cold blood, and naturally, Sheila chose an occupation to her liking. She became an operator of intimate phone services. Since she had a truly enchanting voice, men fell for the bait and offered to meet her in person. Among such guys was Kenny County, who at the time of their acquaintance was barely 24 years old. The young man was attractive in appearance, very good-natured and open. However, he had a low IQ level due to which he was very gullible. This was exactly the kind of guy Labar was looking for. Kenny was very close to his mother, on whom he actually depended, but Sheila, with the help of clever manipulations, managed to break this connection and literally lure Kenny to herself. She made him an unforgettable night of love and promised that they would be like this all the time. The young man decided that he had met the woman of his dreams, about which he informed his relatives and then moved to live in Sheila's house. But soon, Sheila showed the guy her true face, having arranged for him a real torture room in one of the rooms. Each time, intimacy inevitably turned into a brutal beating or something worse. Kenny's body was covered with bruises, abrasions, scratches, cuts, and burn marks, but he could not leave the house of the mistress who had completely subjugated his will. Sheila did not allow him to see and communicate with his loved ones, and his family could only guess what was happening to Kenny. The first alarm was raised by neighbors who periodically noticed the guy and were horrified by his sickly appearance. A few days before his disappearance, a local store clerk took a picture of the young man on her cell phone camera, and later, this picture was attached to the case file in court. In the photo, Kenny's condition could be described as deplorable. He was very thin, there were huge bruises under his eye and on his cheek, and his nose was probably broken. Judging by the degree of healing, all these injuries had been inflicted at different times, which suggested that the guy had been brutally beaten for a long time. The contents of his cart were also alarming. He rolled 2 large canisters of fuel to the cash register, as it later turned out, for his own cremation. The store employees were so puzzled and even frightened by the guy's appearance that they decided to report him to the police for possible domestic violence. But this time, Sheila managed to get away with it, and they could not charge her with anything. Soon, Kenny stopped contacting his family altogether, and when his worried mother arrived at Labar's house, the owner behaved aggressively and advised to leave Kenny alone. All subsequent attempts ended similarly, at which point Kenny County's family filed a missing persons report with the police indicating that he may be being held forcibly at the country ranch, a home crematorium, and gruesome findings. When police arrived at Sheila's home, she claimed that the young man no longer lived with her and claimed that Kenny had run away because his mother, whom he was allegedly terrified of, began visiting them frequently. As evident, Sheila provided an audio recording in which he asks her lover if his own mother had attacked him, and he quietly gives an affirmative answer. It all seemed more than strange, and the very next day, an officer visiting Sheila secured a search warrant for the estate. Sheila had been on the police's radar many times before, and her name had been linked to another mysterious disappearance of a boyfriend. But over the years, Sheila had never been questioned, and her house and grounds had never been searched. When the police arrived, they did not find Labar at home, but they did see several fires burning near the outbuildings. The fires looked strange and were made of improvised materials, a mattress, fragments of wooden furniture, hay, etc., all doused with a flammable mixture. One of the bonfires had bones in it that clearly looked like human remains. The squad requested reinforcements in the form of forensic experts, reporting all the findings, but that turned out to be just the tip of the iceberg compared to what they discovered next. Almost all over the house were found poorly washed traces of blood. It was so much that it seemed as if there had been a real massacre. It turned out that the blood belonged to at least 3 different people. The bones smoldering in the fire belonged to the missing Kenny, and I remember hearing her scream, "No, Mommy, no, don't go." After that moment, the full implications of what I had done to Bruce, his friends, his family, Jerry, his friends, and his family hit me with full force. They will never see them again. Bruce was a great man, Sherry Miller wrote of her husband. He never hurt me or my children. All he did was love us. He wanted to adopt my children. He just wanted a family, the only man who loved me, and I ordered him killed. In 2022, Sherry gave a public interview to a popular TV station. She admitted that Bruce was not involved with the mob and never abused her. She admitted that she used makeup to fake bruises and faked ultrasound scans to manipulate Jerry. According to Sherry, she didn't do it for the money. She said that she was afraid Bruce would find out who she really was and felt that it would be easier for him to be killed than to learn the truth about her. Sherry admitted that she knew about Jerry's tendency toward depression and the briefcase of evidence, but was confident that she would talk herself out of anything and could manipulate the jury and the court. She was so convinced of this that she turned down a plea bargain that could have gotten her 15 years instead of a life sentence. According to Sherry, it took a public story to find peace with herself. It's still very hard for me to look in the mirror realizing what I did. I've been waiting to tell the truth and hopefully get a sense of peace from it. Sherry Miller remains incarcerated at the Huron Valley Women's Complex in Michigan. She is not eligible for parole. Who, in one voice, called her a crazy, unstable, and extremely violent woman. And Wayne Annis, the third husband, said that the ex-wife repeatedly persuaded him to kill Mr. Labar in order to seize his property. But despite the defense's attempts to convince the court that Sheila was insane and in need of treatment, it was proven that she was aware of her actions at the time of her crimes. She was found guilty in July 2008 and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of ever being released. All of her appeals were rejected. Sheila is now serving her sentence in Florida at Homestead Correctional Facility. Thanks for watching, guys. That was Jack. Subscribe to the channel and don't forget to click on the bell not to miss new stories. Hello. See you soon. Take care. But he's not a murderer. During the final sentencing, excitement gripped the Eckerd parents. Judge Anthony imposed a sentence of 50 years in prison without parole. The parents were broken. One miserable day had taken 2 sons from them at once. The cold-blooded murder of an innocent man and even a brother is clearly beyond the bounds of adequate human response. In the biblical story, the brother killer Cain was banished from paradise as punishment, but he solved the problem differently, eliminating the source of his remorse. In the summer of 2003, the body of 36-year-old Sabrina Payne was discovered in a field near Tremont, Illinois. Sabrina, a black woman, was known to support a drug habit through prostitution. She had been last seen at her home 2 days before her body was found. The initial autopsy failed to determine a clear cause of death, leading some detectives to believe she may have overdosed. However, one detective was uneasy about this theory. As time went on, his suspicions were confirmed. Over the next year, more bodies were discovered in Peoria and Tazewell counties. On February 5, 2004, 36-year-old Barbara Williams' body was found in a ditch near Edwards, Illinois. She was partially clothed and lying face down in the snow. Barbara had been seen alive the previous evening between 9 and 10 p.m. An autopsy revealed multiple contusions and abrasions on her body, and toxicology tests showed fatal levels of cocaine in her system. Despite this, police were hesitant to label her death as murder, nor were they ready to entertain the possibility of a serial killer targeting black, drug-addicted prostitutes. In October 2004, 32-year-old Chiconda Thomas was reported missing. Last seen by her family in August, Chiconda had a history of disappearing, but when she failed to return after several weeks, her family filed a missing persons report. Shirley Entrap was also reported missing in the late summer of 2004. She was seen 3 days before she was reported missing. Tamara Walls was reported missing in September of 2004 after not being seen for 3 weeks. All 3 missing women were also black females known to support a crack cocaine habit with prostitution. 36-year-old mother of 8, Laura Lawler, disappeared from her home after leaving with a man and woman. Her longtime partner searched for her, but only was able to determine she had been with a man named Larry. Her boyfriend and father to her 7 daughters and 1 son describes Laura as the love of his life and a beautiful soul. The two had experimented with crack cocaine, and Laura seemed to struggle with addiction before her disappearance. On September 25, 2004, Linda Neal was found on King Road in Tazewell County. She was found nude along the side of the road. Linda, like the other women, was known to be part of the drug scene in Peoria. At this point, Police had determined there was likely a serial killer stalking black females in the Peoria area. A task force was formed, which one detective states would have occurred much quicker if the victims had been white females. While police desperately searched for the killer, they kept a close eye on women in the community at risk. Despite their efforts, on October 15, 2004, Brenda Irving's body was found in a ditch near Farmington. Brenda was found nude, and an autopsy determined that she had been strangled and suffered blunt force trauma to her head. She also had fatal levels of cocaine in her system at the time of her death. Her children had feared for their mother's safety, as she had known many of the women who had been killed or disappeared from central Illinois. Brenda struggled with drug addiction. Despite detectives' best efforts, the case proved difficult to solve. They followed thousands of leads, but finally got the lead they were waiting for in December of 2004. 35-year-old Vicki Balmer was arrested for theft. From jail, she told authorities that she thought she could help them find the serial killer preying on her fellow sex workers. She believed that a man who had picked her up in July 2004 was responsible. Balmer explained that in July, a man named Larry Bright lured her to his mother's home while they shared alcohol and drugs. Once she was intoxicated, she said Bright attacked her, attempted to rape her, and pulled a knife on her. Somehow, Balmer was able to escape. Police were at first skeptical as Balmer asked for a plea deal in exchange for her testimony. Why hadn't she reported this back in July? Why wait until she was under arrest? Vicki Balmer claimed she was scared of being arrested for outstanding warrants, which is why she did not come forward in July 2004. A search of her criminal history confirmed the warrants, so detectives decided to take a look at the man named Larry Bright. Larry Dean Bright was born in Peoria, Illinois on July 8, 1966. He served a 2-year stint in prison at age 19 for burglary and carjacking. According to Larry's family, the time Larry spent in prison changed him for the worse. Larry became more angry and violent and began using drugs. Larry had an injury, which started in addiction to prescription opioids and later crack cocaine. He also developed an addiction to pornography, preferring videos with black women. Larry lived with his mother in a tiny guest house behind her home. Larry enjoyed gardening, creating a beautiful garden bed of flowers for his mother. When the police arrived at Larry's home following the tip, they noticed the beautiful flowers in the garden. Larry was placed under arrest for the unlawful restraint of Vicki. They questioned Larry about the murders, but he denied having any information about the murdered and missing women. Throughout the interview, Larry smoked several cigarettes. Detectives planned to take one of the cigarette butts and test it for DNA, but Larry ate them before leaving the interrogation room. Larry declined to give DNA voluntarily. Police searched Larry Bright's home on January 20, 2005. The investigators dug up the garden, finding several small bone fragments and ashes that were later determined to be human. When the police questioned Larry again, they told him they were digging up his mother's flowers. At this point, Larry broke down and confessed to multiple murders. He even led investigators to the remains of some of his victims. Larry explained that around July 27, 2003, he picked up Sabrina Payne on the south side of Peoria. He drove her to his home, which he shared with his mother. He claimed the two drank and used cocaine before having consensual sex. Larry said he did not intend to tell Sabrina, but he became enraged thinking Sabrina was trying to rip him off. He strangled her to death and dumped her body near the cornfield where she was found. Larry confessed to picking up Barbara Williams in February 2004. Again, he used drugs and alcohol with his victim. He stated that he once again lost control of his anger and killed Barbara. He claimed he caught Barbara stealing from him. He dumped her body along the road where she was found the next day. The prosecution believed that after the first two murders, Larry developed a bloodlust. At the time of his arrest, he said, "I knew them I would kill, the others I would pick up. I went out hunting." Larry also confessed to killing Laura Lawyer. He burned her body in his backyard burn pit, burying the remains in his mother's yard. He said he wanted to destroy the bodies to avoid getting caught. He confessed to killing Tamara Walls and burning her remains. Her jawbone was found in the backyard. He admitted to strangling, beating, and burning Shirley and Trapp. Shakonda Thomas had the same fate after being picked up by Larry Bright. He burned the woman and buried the ashes in the yard. Because of his attempts to cremate his victims, he was nicknamed the Bone Crusher. Larry said that he attempted to burn Linda Neal and Brenda Irving as well, but the attempts were unsuccessful due to the weather. He dumped both women along the side of the road. Larry was facing the death penalty following his January 2005 arrest. In an attempt to spare his mother the embarrassment of a trial and avoid the death penalty, Larry Bright pleaded guilty to 7 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of drug-induced homicide on May 30, 2006. Bright's murders were not considered racially motivated, but detectives believe he was just attracted to black women. He is one of the very few serial killers who chooses victims outside of his race. Larry was sentenced to 7 life sentences without the possibility of parole to be served concurrently. He was also given an additional 30 years for the drug-induced homicide. As part of the plea deal, Larry will be required to serve 100% of his sentence with no parole consideration. Larry is currently housed at the Shawnee Correctional Center in Vienna, Illinois. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars, but that brings little peace to the families of his victims. The loved ones of Larry's victims want people to know that the women he killed were more than just drug addicts or prostitutes. They were people. They were mothers, daughters, sisters, and friends. The serial killer dentist of St. Louis, Clennon Engelman. Dr. Clennon Engelman was born on February 6, 1927 in St. Louis, Missouri. Dr. Engelman grew up on the south side of the city and felt a deep connection to his neighborhood. After serving in the military, Dr. Engelman used his GI Bill to go to Washington University and become a dentist. He opened his dental office on the south side of St. Louis, serving the community he had always loved. Dr. Engelman, who went by Glenn, was married to a woman named Edna Ruth, but they divorced in 1956. By 1958, both Glenn and Ruth had remarried. Glenn was operating his dental office and appeared to be successfully serving the St. Louis community. On December 17, 1958, citizens in Forest Park noticed a bloody man stumbling. The man, James Stanley Bullock, soon passed from his injuries. These injuries were caused by a gunshot. No one could figure out why someone would shoot 28-year-old James Bullock. James Bullock was born on April 17, 1931 in DeSoto. He was raised in Shiloh, Illinois by his grandparents and later his aunt after his parents passed away. According to an article from 1938, the then 7-year-old was living with his grandparents in 1938 and enjoyed attending school and fishing. James later served in the military before returning to St. Louis to work and go to college. Back in St. Louis, James met Edna Ruth, the ex-wife of Dr. Glenn Engelman. The two married, and 6 short months later, James was dead. An employee at a local sanitarium initially claimed James was there 4 days before his murder, asking to be admitted because he feared for his life. His wife and aunt said this was not true, as the three had dinner together on that night. According to his widow and aunt, James was not afraid for his life, and they knew no one who would want him dead. However, Edna Ruth benefited greatly from her husband's death. Ruth had life insurance policies totaling $64,088. While under questioning, Edna Ruth made several weird statements, including telling the police she was married before, but her husband did not know. Who was she married to? Her husband's dentist, Dr. Glenn Engelman. Edna Ruth had lied to James and his family and lied on the marriage application about being married before. Police questioned a local career criminal who was out on parole for an assault at the time of the shooting. They weren't able to tie him to the murder of James, but they did note he lived near Dr. Engelman's office. Dr. Engelman and Edna Ruth both refused to take a polygraph test and denied any involvement in the murder of James Bullock. Dr. Engelman's new wife, Ida, refused to be questioned by the police. A patient provided an alibi for Dr. Engelman. However, another witness said that they tried to find someone at the office around the time when the office was empty. Edna Ruth invested part of the funds she received after becoming a widow and a doctor. Been bored being a dentist, so he often ventured into other areas of business. This included buying a trike strip along with a partner, Eric Fry. Dr. Engelman had grown to be close friends with Eric and his wife Sandy. On September 26, 1963, Eric and Dr. Engelman were at the trike strip using dynamite to explode and then fill abandoned cisterns on the property. Eric was lying on his stomach near one of the cisterns when the dynamite exploded quicker than anticipated. Eric was killed instantly and found lying in the bottom of the cistern. Coroner H.D. Steinbeck ruled the death accidental. Mr. Frey's wife had an insurance policy on her husband, which she invested part of into Dr. Engelman's practice. Dr. Engelman divorced Ida and married his third wife, Ruth, in 1967. The couple shared a son, but Ruth heeded the close relationship her husband had with a young woman who worked in his office named Carmen Miranda. Dr. Engelman offered to train Carmen to be a dental assistant in his office. Edna felt uncomfortable with the flirting between the doctor and his young assistant. Dr. Engelman, however, claimed he was trying to help people in his community. He hired Carmen's brother, Nick, as well at one point. Ruth was relieved when Carmen met a married man named Peter Home. Just a few months later, however, Carmen and Eric were walking in a rural area in Pacific, Missouri. The couple were exploring an area known to have caves and scenic paths. A shot suddenly fired, hitting Peter in the head. Peter died instantly and a hysterically Carmen fled down the help. Nearby, police found an X on a tree made with tape. The area was familiar to locals as a hunting area and police believed that the shot was accidental. Police believed someone was target shooting at the axe and accidentally struck Mr. Home. Carmen had a significant amount of life insurance on her husband totaling $60,000. This is equivalent to around $300,000 in 2024. Dr. Engelman and Ruth divorced soon after, at which time Dr. Engelman married young Carmen, whom he had known since she was a small child. His son lived with Edna, his ex-wife. Despite being married to Carmen, Dr. Engelman and Ruth still met regularly for sex. Dr. Engelman consuming had extramarital affairs, which included previous affairs with Carmen, Ruth, and even Sandy Fry, the wife of his business associate Eric Fry, who was killed by dynamite. Another of Dr. Engelman's affairs was with a patient named Barbara Boyle. On November 3, 1977, someone pretending to be from the farm girl walked up to the farmhouse owned by Arthur and Vernita Giswell in Edwardsville, Illinois. Soon after entering the home, the elderly couple were attacked and both were shot in the head. The wealthy couple left $340,000 to their son, Ronald Caswell. Guess who Ronald Caswell was married to? Barbara Boyle. On April 4, 1979, less than 2 years after the murder of his parents, Ronald Geiswold was found dead inside his car outside a hotel in East St. Louis, Illinois. The man had been beaten and shot to death. He had been missing for 4 days when his body was found. Following her husband's murder, Barbara collected his inheritance in addition to several life insurance policies. The equivalent sum of money today would be nearly $1,700,000. Guess who she cut to? Dr. Clinton Engelman. Following the murder of Marmal Geiswell, authorities were starting to notice the trend of connected deaths to Dr. Engelman. His patients and community, however, only saw a generous man committed to helping his community and its citizens. Dr. Engelman was not the greatest dentist, however. He often did a sloppy job of making casts for dentures and dental appliances, requiring the work to have to be redone by the dental lab several times. His business was struggling, however, and he soon found himself in debt with a dental lab owned by Sophie Barrera. Sophie Barrera owned the South St. Louis Dental Laboratory and had grown tired of waiting for Dr. Engelman to pay up by 1980. She filed a lawsuit against the doctor that was set to go to court just a few days after Sophie was murdered. On January 14, 1980, Sophie entered her vehicle in South St. Louis. Shortly after, the vehicle exploded. Police found remnants of a bomb under her car vehicle. Sophie had told her son before she was in fear of being killed. She believed Dr. Glenn Engelman was dangerous. Dr. Engelman was questioned for 3 hours and then released. Police were certain he was responsible for Sophie's death, but they had to prove it. The public also wondered if the bombing was related to another carried out between two mob families fighting for control over St. Louis labor unions. The evidence indicated, however, that this was not a mob hit. The number one suspect was the man who owed Sophie $15,000. Dr. Engelman had to be stopped, but the police weren't sure how to do it. Detectives soon began having conversations with Dr. Engelman's ex-wife and mother of his son, Ruth. Ruth told police nothing at first, but eventually started to talk. She explained that Dr. Engelman often bragged about killing people. He told her that he had a superpower he was able to kill without remorse. He had admitted to killing Eric Fry, Peter Home, and the Cuswell family. It was his side hustle, killing for profit. Ruth agreed to help the police, but none of her testimony could be used in court because Dr. Engelman confessed to her while the two were still married. He was protected by spousal privilege. Ruth decided to wear a wire, however, and met up with Dr. Engelman to exchange their son and sometimes just to socialize. They were still having a sexual relationship despite Dr. Engelman's marriage to Carmen. She tried to get Dr. Engelman to confess to her again by asking to write questions. He didn't seem to take the bait at first, and Ruth feared he would kill her next. Ruth suggested police plant a bug in her bedroom and she would invite the dentist over for sex. Dr. Engelman was suspicious, however, and did not say anything that could lead to his arrest. Ruth then met him at a diner wearing a wire, and this time he commented on being homicidally intimate with the widow of one of his victims. He admitted to the murders in great detail, providing just what police needed for an arrest. He explained that he found murder more sexually satisfying than sex. His ex-wife was given a new life in the witness protection program. Carmen, who was no longer married to the dentist, and her brother Nick were brought in for questioning to corroborate the allegations against Dr. Engelman. As possible co-conspirators, they asked for him were granted immunity to testify against the dentist. Carmen told quite the story. She said she was working for the dentist when he suggested she find someone with good benefits to marry. He told her about Eric Fry, whom he said he directed Sandy Fry to marry with all intentions of murdering the insurance proceeds. Soon after she was married, Carmen said Dr. Engelman told her where to go and made sure her husband was shot and killed. He staged it to look like a target shooting accident. Glennon Engelman was finally arrested and charged with murder in 1980. Carmen testified at Dr. Engelman's first trial, for which he was convicted of murdering Peter Hom and given 50 years in prison. The dentist then pleaded guilty to the murder of Sophie Barrera to avoid the death penalty. Serving a list sentence for that murder in Missouri, Dr. Engelman was back in court by 1985 in Illinois. In 1984, Robert Handy, a conduct and acquaintance of Dr. Engelman, admitted to authorities that he had taken part in the murder conspiracy of the Giswell family. He implicated Dr. Engelman, who had bludgeoned Harmeld Geiswold and Shaheem, as well as Ronald's widow, Barbara Boyle. Dr. Engelman was given 3 life sentences for the Geiswold murders. He also was convicted of federal mail fraud and given a 30-year federal sentence. He is believed to have killed at least 12 people, including conspiring with his first wife to kill her husband, James Bullock, in 1958. Edna Ruth was never charged in the case due to lack of evidence. Barbara Boyle went on trial for the murder of her in-laws, Arthur and Vernita Giswell, and husband Ronald in 1985. The jury acquitted her of the murders of Arthur and Vernita by convicted her of conspiracy to commit murder in the death of Ronald Giswell. Barbara Boyle was sentenced to 50 years in prison in 1985. She was granted parole in 2009. Dr. Engelman enjoyed his notoriety in Missouri, often comparing himself to legendary outlaw Jesse James. He is believed to have killed at least 12 people, but the actual number is unknown. Unlike other serial killers, Dr. Engelman was inspired, at least in part, by greed. He also seemed to revel in his ability to not feel remorse. Dr. Engelman died of diabetes-related health issues in 1999 at age 72. He was incarcerated in Jefferson City at the time. Adam Brundage, a 26-year-old father of 2 from Quakertown, Pennsylvania, was an avid reader and a loving pet owner with 2 cats. In early October 2004, Adam disappeared. The last confirmed sighting of him was at his workplace, an organic food warehouse in Milford Township, Pennsylvania, on October 1st. His ex-girlfriend, the mother of his children, reported him missing several days later. She told the police that although Adam was generally a private person who preferred staying home when not at work, it was unusual for him to be out of contact. She had been unable to reach him by phone, and when she went to check on him at his home, he was not there. Adam, typically a reliable employee, had also started missing shifts at work. The Quakertown police investigated his disappearance but were unable to follow up on any substantial leads by the end of November. The case remained unsolved until January 2020. On January 21st, Bucks County District Attorney Matthew Weintraub held a press conference to announce that Adam's case was solved. Unfortunately, Adam had gone missing because he had been killed in October of 2004. Authorities had located his remains, and his killer had already been arraigned in the case earlier that morning. Adam had been killed by someone who had been under suspicion ever since he went missing, his roommate Damon Smoot. Adam had purchased the town home he lived in using money he had inherited following his father's death, and had taken Smoot in as a roommate to offset the costs of home ownership. According to DA Weintraub, Smoot was jealous of Adam's possessions and essentially took over his life after killing him. After Adam went missing, Smoot continued living in Adam's house. He also began using all of Adam's belongings and driving Adam's maroon 1997 Mercury Cougar, which had been his prized possession. Smoot told Adam's stepmother that Adam had given him the house, the car, and his belongings, but could never provide any evidence or legal documents supporting this. He also gave various excuses for Adam's absence, saying that he was in states ranging from Wisconsin to West Virginia, for reasons ranging from needing cancer treatment to being in rehab to having a new job to running away from paying child support. In April of 2019, Adam's case was reopened, and authorities eventually found evidence, which has not been publicly specified, tying Smoot to his disappearance. On January 9, 2020, met with Smoot and his attorney in prison, where Smoot was serving a 5 to 10-year sentence for an unrelated assault to confront him with this evidence. At that time, Smoot, in the words of his attorney, chose to unburden his soul and confess to Adam's murder. In 2004, Smoot had been working as a heavy machine operator at the Haynes and Kibblehouse quarry in Chalfont, Pennsylvania. Adam needed some sand to fix a grading issue on his property, and Smoot told him to meet him at the quarry after hours to buy some on October 4th. After Adam arrived at the quarry, the two men got into an argument. Smoot retrieved a baseball bat from his vehicle and used it to hit Adam in the back of the head with enough force to cave in his skull. This did not kill Adam immediately, however, so Smoot used his hands to cover Adam's nose and mouth until he stopped breathing. He then buried Adam's body in a berm in the quarry. Smoot provided authorities with the exact location where he had placed Adam's body in the quarry. Even with this specific information, in the help of a cadaver dog, it took a full day and night of excavating to remove all of the rock covering Adam's remains and recover them. If Smoot had not chosen to cooperate, Adam may never have been found, both because of how deeply he was buried and because investigators believed that Smoot had disposed of Adam somewhere on several acres of farmland he had access to and were planning on focusing their searches for Adam there instead of at the quarry. On January 21st, the morning of the press conference, Smoot was arraigned on one count of criminal homicide at Bucks County Courthouse. He waived his right to a preliminary hearing, and his bail was set at $1 million. Smoot's lawyers and the district attorney's office have reached an agreement, which has been approved by Adam's family, in which Smoot will plead guilty to third-degree murder and receive a sentence of 20 to 40 years in prison. 57-year-old Naomi Sanders lived alone in apartment 12 of the Oakwood Gardens Apartments in Vallejo, California. On February 26, 1973, she spoke with one of her friends at 8:30 p.m. She mentioned that she was about to cook her dinner. After hanging up the phone, she began cooking 2 steaks. It is believed that one was for her own dinner and the other was being prepared for her pet poodle Cindy. The steaks would still be on the stove, only half cooked, when another resident of the apartment complex entered Naomi's apartment the following day around 5 p.m. The neighbor found Naomi's partially nude body on her bed. Cindy the poodle was standing guard over her owner. Naomi's autopsy would later reveal that she had been raped and strangled. Naomi had no known enemies or scorned former boyfriends for police to investigate. She had been employed by the Brooks Security Service for 2 years, leaving her position there just 2 months before her death. Her former supervisor there, a retired police detective, volunteered to help with the investigation, but also said that Naomi had not received any threats while working for him. Naomi had left her job at Brooks after 6 months of trying to balance it with her second job. She worked as the building manager for her apartment complex and had a large cardboard sign with the word "open" written on it in her front window to inform passersby that there were apartments available in the complex and that she was available to discuss them. Potential new tenants would routinely come speak with Naomi about the complex, meaning her killer could have faint interest in living at Oakwood Gardens as a means of getting inside her apartment. Naomi's case went cold, and several decades would pass before authorities found new avenues of investigation. In 2014, Naomi's clothes were resubmitted to the California Department of Justice for testing. These tests revealed semen stains from which a DNA profile was developed. Unfortunately, there was no match to the profile in the Cody's database. In 2016, police tried to use familial DNA to identify Naomi's killer. They compared the DNA profile from the crime scene to offender databases first in California and later nationwide to see if a relative of the contributor of the DNA had committed a crime and therefore had their DNA profile on file. They did not find any such relatives. In 2018, detectives turned their attention to using genetic genealogy to solve the case. While they could not identify any relatives of the killer in offender databases, they still hoped that they could locate some in public genealogical databases. They partnered with Parabon Nanolabs. An analysis completed in April of 2019 identified 2 potential suspects. Detectives traveled to Louisiana, where they covertly obtained a DNA sample from one of these potential suspects from an item they observed him throwing away. Testing on the sample eliminated him as a suspect. Their other potential suspect was deceased and his remains had been cremated, leaving authorities without the opportunity to test his DNA directly. This man did have children, however. They visited one of his sons, who lives outside of California, and he provided them with a sample of his DNA. On February 27, 2020, exactly 47 after Naomi's body was discovered, the Vallejo Police Department announced that they had identified her killer, Robert Dale Edwards. Edwards was 22 years old and living in Vallejo at the time of Naomi's murder. His father was a previous co-worker of hers. He could not be arrested for the crime because he had passed away from a drug overdose in Napa County, California in 1993. He had spent the 2 decades between Naomi's murder and his own death building an extensive criminal record, with charges ranging from assault to driving under the influence to attempted murder. Edwards was identified through his niece, 26-year-old Sophia Edwards, who had uploaded her DNA to the GED Match database. The young mother and in-home care provider living in Napa, California barely knew her father and was using the database to try to find out more about her family. The amount of DNA she shared with a profile generated from Naomi's clothing allowed investigators to focus in on her family tree. While Sophia never met her uncle, she did have old pictures of him and was shocked to see his face on the evening news following his identification as Naomi's killer. Edward's son, who provided his DNA to police in order to confirm his father's involvement in Naomi's case, has not been publicly identified. His half-brother, however, has spoken publicly about the case. Robert Edwards is a 42-year-old married father who lives in Fairfield, California. He does not know his half-brother, who provided his DNA to police, and he did not know his father. His mother left his father when he was just a few months old because of his violent behavior, which she had viewed as a reaction to the time he had spent serving in the Vietnam War. While the younger Robert Edwards knew his father was not a good man, he was still shocked to learn of his involvement in Naomi's case. All this was shocking to me. I knew my dad was not a nice man after the war, but never thought he was a murderer or rapist, he told the Daily News. Naomi had no children of her own, but having 9 brothers and sisters, she has a large extended family. Following the announcement of the identification of Robert Dale Edwards as her killer, 2 of Naomi's nieces released a statement on behalf of their family. Many family members directly affected by the loss of Naomi have also passed, and unfortunately, they cannot be afforded the truth as to what happened, they wrote. Those of us who do remember the stories of Naomi's life and untimely death can now feel closure, thanks to the determination and teamwork of the Vallejo Police Department and partnering law enforcement agencies. May Naomi now rest in peace. In 1992, 57-year-old James Essel was a beloved father and a small business owner. He owned the Sugarloaf Mountain Market, a convenience store in Comas, Maryland. In the early morning hours of March 22, 1992, a customer discovered James' body inside of his store. He had been hit over the head and stabbed 29 times. What little money had been in the store's cash register had been taken. James had apparently fought fiercely for his life as blood from his assailant was left behind at the scene. The blood was the only real clue investigators had to work with. Comas was small, rural, and close-knit. The robbery was unusual for the community, and the murder was almost unthinkable. James had only owned his store for less than 2 years, but was already a fixture in the community, which rallied around his memory and his family. Unfortunately, James' case quickly went cold, and the town of Comas and James' family spent year after year without answers. In 2017, however, police were able to use new developments in DNA technology to generate a new lead in the case. They contacted Parabon Nanolabs, who used their snapshot DNA analysis service to generate images of individual whose blood was left behind at the scene, one showing him as a young man and another of what he may look like having aged 30 years. These images were released to the public, but did not result in an arrest in the case. Authorities then turned to genetic genealogy to help identify James's killer. Using public genealogy databases, they were able to identify relatives of the perpetrator and eventually identified a potential suspect in late January of 2020. That suspect was 51-year-old Hans Hewitts, who was living in Virginia Beach. On February 10, 2020, investigators obtained a warrant to collect a DNA sample from Hewitts. On February 11th, they obtained the DNA sample from him. When asked about the case, Hewitts only acknowledged once getting into a fight with someone many years before, but he was unaware that the other man died. The DNA from the cheek swab taken from Hans Hewitts was quickly processed. It was a match to the blood left behind at the crime scene. On February 12, 2020, detectives from the Montgomery County Police Department in Maryland, in conjunction with the U.S. Marshals, went to arrest Hewitts on charges of first-degree murder, felony murder, and robbery with a dangerous weapon. Authorities went to Hewitts' home on Maitland Drive, where they found him inside of his car. When they tried to arrest him, Hewitts pulled a gun. A neighbor was recording the brief police standoff from down the street, and on the video police can be heard telling Hewitts several times to put down his weapon. He did not. Hewitts was then shot and killed. The exact details of the moments before the police decided to fire, and their reason for doing so have not been released, as there has to be an official investigation into the incident. The detectives involved in the shooting have been placed on administrative leave until the investigation is completed, as is standard procedure. Hewitts' wife, Hottie, is a private investigator and retired Washington, D.C. police officer. The couple had only been married for 6 years, but had known each other since they were children. Hottie does not believe that her husband, who did not have a criminal record, committed the crime and has stated that she will be working to clear her husband's name. James Essel's family, however, does accept the results of the investigation and the answers they have provided. I wish the guy could have served time for the crime, but it's just a relief, James' daughter, Perpetua Edwards, said. To know that it's over is a huge relief for me and my siblings. August 12, 2019, began as a typical day for Lindsay Bebeck. Her assistant, Itcher, was on vacation, and Lindsay had planned to spend the day with her family. In the afternoon, she and her daughter Sarah went shopping in Blackburn, and afterward, they agreed to enjoy a quiet family evening over tea and meet Sarah's human boyfriend. They said their goodbyes, and Lindsay returned home to change before heading out for her daily walk in the woods. Around 4 p.m., she left the house and was never seen again. The search for answers regarding Lindsay's sudden disappearance centers around the town of Blackburn, located in Lancashire, northwest England. Situated along the Blackburn River near the Leeds-Liverpool Canal, the town lies at a crossroads of 4 major roads and is surrounded by rich coal mines. Known for its picturesque natural landscape, Blackburn is home to 4 large budded parks. Lindsay had separated from her husband, Tim Bebeck, in July 2018, but the two continued living together in Upton until March 2019. Afterward, She moved to a new home on Burnley Road in Hancock. What happened on that fateful day remains a mystery, and questions about why and who might be responsible for her disappearance continue to linger. Lindsay cared for her 2 adult children, Thiven, 20, and Sarah, 17. She worked as an upper-grade teacher's aide at Hill Elementary School in Burnley and loved being surrounded by children. Lindsay was a talented artist who could go the extra mile to create the most amazing props for school productions and plays. On the fateful day of August 12th, she went for a walk in a wooded area known as Cappas near her home in the village of Hancock on the outskirts of Accrington and disappeared. At the appointed time, Sarah and her boyfriend Brandon arrived at Lindsay's home, but no one answered the door. Sarah became worried as it was out of character for her mother to forget a scheduled tea party. She tried several times to contact Lindsay, but no one answered the phone. Sarah then sent her a text message that read, "Where are you? We sat outside for an hour and called 6 times. After receiving no response, Sarah sent another text message with a series of question marks, but again received no response. After waiting outside Lindsay's house for an hour, Sarah called her father, Tim Burback, to let him know her mom wasn't home and wasn't answering her phone. Tim took a frightened Sarah and Brandon back to his house. Near midnight, Sarah and Tim headed to Lindsay's house again, but with a set of spare keys. To their dismay, she never showed up. Inside, "Dispatcher, my ex-wife seems to be missing. We can't find dispatcher. My ex-wife seems to be missing. We can't find her. It doesn't look like her." Lindsay Burback was reported missing. Lindsay's disappearance shook up the community. The people of the small suburb banded together and went out in search of the woman. There were hundreds of people. Men and women, grandparents and people walking dogs, teenagers with bicycles, and even moms with strollers. To most, Lindsay was a stranger. But that didn't matter. After days of desperate searches, social media appeals, and posters, people still gathered at Compass for 2 consecutive days in the hope of finding a vital clue that could solve the mystery of Lindsay Burback's disappearance. After several days of fruitless searching, it was clear to everyone that the search was going to be difficult. With each passing day, the chances of finding Lindsay alive dwindled. Detectives classified Lindsay Burback as high risk. She had never gone missing before, and her family described the disappearance as very uncharacteristic of her. Nevertheless, the search did not stop for a moment. Locals printed thousands of posters to distribute throughout the neighborhood, while a Facebook group associated with the search quickly grew to 10,000 members. A few hours after the police appeal was posted online, the first posters with Lindsay's face on them could be seen all over the neighborhood. Within a couple of days, there wasn't a lamppost, storefront, or traffic light that didn't have a poster calling for the search for Lindsay. Police launched an investigation into the disappearance from the house as extensive searches were carried out by specialist police officers, dog handlers, Lancashire Fire and Rescue Service, mountain rescue volunteers, and the city's search and rescue team. Drones and helicopters were also deployed to search the area covering Compass and the surrounding open countryside for a considerable distance, including popular walking and running routes. For days after Lindsay's disappearance, Lancashire police released CCTV footage showing when she was last seen alive, walking along Burnley Road at 4:10 in the afternoon towards Compass. She was wearing a purple jacket, black leggings, and dark sneakers with white soles. A week had passed since her disappearance on August 19th, and with each passing day, there was less and less hope of finding Lindsay Burback alive. Police are still no closer to the whereabouts of the mother of 2, but emphasized that there was no evidence that she was the victim of a criminal act, meaning there was still a chance of finding her alive. The search for Lindsay continued. That evening, hundreds of local residents took part in the first mass public search of Compass after a rallying call was made on social media. Things moved when a local resident's dog ran into a wooded area in Accrington Cemetery. He yelled and called her name several times, but the dog didn't respond. The dog hid its head in the bushes, sniffing and trying to dig for something. The dog's owner walked over to him, stood next to him, and was horrified to find that there was something very soft under his feet. He was frightened and bounced back. Then he smelled a horrible odor and flies were swirling around. A plastic bag and something that looked like a foot were visible from the ground. On August 24th, 12 days after Lindsay Bebeck disappeared, her body was found under the most horrific circumstances, buried in a cemetery. The naked body, wrapped in 2 clear plastic bags mixed with earth and grass, was placed across a shallow grave. The search for Lindsay Bebeck was considered complete. A murder investigation was officially launched. Pathologist Dr. Naomi Carter, after conducting an autopsy, determined that death was due to a broken neck. The trauma was inflicted with such force that the entire larynx had crushing injuries. The neck was most likely struck with a foot or knee. An attempt to cut off Lindsay's right leg after death was also determined, possibly with a saw, as tine marks were found. A large laceration was found on the leg, which had been cut down to the bone. The injuries Lindsay suffered were catastrophic. Dr. Carter also reported that due to the poor condition of the body, it was quite difficult to determine the victim's injuries, but she did not rule out any sexual activity on the day of her disappearance, which could not be ascertained due to the level of decomposition of the body. Prior to the discovery of Lindsay's body, members of the public and police had searched the same area for several days without success. Community volunteers and a police dog handler reported seeing a blue wheelie garbage can abandoned in bushes nearby. However, at this stage of the investigation, no one was yet aware of the significance of the tank. Volunteers who searched the cemetery at 9 p.m. August 20th also found the same dumpster with a dark stain on the outside and thought it might be blood. After taking pictures of the dumpster, they called the police. 2 police officers arrived on the scene to inspect it and found a brown mark that they thought was dirt. The police said the dumpster looked brand new and there was no evidence at the time to link it to Lindsay's disappearance. Therefore, it was left in place. There were other important clues found in the cemetery that were not immediately accepted. For example, local resident Christine Alderson discovered a bloody cloth on the grass at the cemetery on August 18th while she and her daughter were walking their dogs. She said the blood on the cloth was fresh and red, but thought it might have belonged to a homeless man who frequented the area. Another woman who walks dogs, Judith Bibby, reported seeing red clothing hanging on a barbed wire fence near the Cargill Hill Trail that was probably Lindsay's jacket. She also heard a voice, presumably a child's, but heard no struggle, yelling, or screaming. On August 25th, investigators and it came back positive. The gloves contained the perpetrator's DNA on the inside surfaces, and Lindsay's DNA was found on the outside surface of the left glove. A pair of her Skechers sneakers, which had been cut along the sole, were also found in a blue plastic bag discarded in the cemetery. Examination of other evidence revealed that Lindsay's body was wrapped in some kind of plastic sheeting, and between the body and the sheeting was found foliage and grass that was not in the cemetery grounds. This led investigators to believe that the body had been moved from another location. That's when detectives remembered a blue trash can that had repeatedly caught the attention of volunteers. Police officers studying the CCTV footage soon made a startling discovery that left the investigation team baffled. Several images showed a young man pulling a blue wheelie garbage can in the Burley Road area. Over the next few days, a CCTV camera captured a certain guy returning to the cemetery 4 times. Thanks to that footage, a suspect emerged. The video of a young guy carrying a trash can down the street, possibly with Lindsay's body, became a sensation. The video was shown on the news with a plea for help identifying the man, and it worked. The boy was identified by shocked teachers and parents. The teen surrendered to police the same day. His name was withheld until sentencing due to his age. He was only 16 years old at the time of the crime. The boy in the videotape turned out to be local resident Rocky Marciano Price. Rocky Marciano Price lived with his parents and 5 siblings on Winnie Hill Road in Accrington. It had been the Price family home for about 3 decades. The young lad had an impressive array of mental health abnormalities. Rocky had suffered from autism, attention deficit disorder, and hyperactivity since childhood. His low IQ created additional learning and communication challenges. He attended an alternative school in Barnoldswick several days a week and was described by teachers as a very quiet and non-speaking student. In 2015, a psychologist assessed Price as having a limited understanding of his own emotions and his own emotional well-being. He had pronounced impairments in understanding the connections between events and emotions. Another 2016 report described Price as unresponsive to strangers and in constant need of supervision and care. Timothy Bradley, who taught at the school for 18 months, said they were always looking for ways to involve him in education, but Price preferred practical things to academic subjects. Price hardly ever engaged in conversation even when it came to a topic that interested him. Teachers described Rocky Price as quite strong physically and tough for his age. He went to the gym regularly, liked to tend to the chickens on the family farm, and loved watching movies and playing Xbox. The guy lived in his own world and wasn't always aware of his actions. So what drove him to attack Lindsay Burbank? Nothing at all. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time when Rocky Price was hunting lonely women. He was looking for a woman to kill, and he didn't care who it was. This was a completely random murder at the hands of a stranger. On August 12, 2020, exactly 1 year after the crime, Price finally stood trial. Rocky Marciano Price was unanimously found guilty by a jury after an 8-day retrial and 4 hours of deliberation. Appearing via video link from Her Majesty's Prison Wetherby, Price 17 did not react in any way when the judge read out the verdict. There was also no reaction from his parents in court. He pleaded guilty to helping dispose of Lindsay's body, but claimed he played no part in her death. Rocky Price claimed he was approached by a male stranger and asked to assist in the burial of the woman for a fee. In a prepared statement, he admitted moving the garbage can and burying the body, but said he had no involvement in Lindsay's death. However, a search of his home in Accrington revealed plastic bags that were identical to those at Lindsay's grave. A tracksuit and other clothing was also analyzed and matched the one he was wearing on surveillance cameras on August 12, 1617. Defense attorney Mark Fenholz told jurors that Price did a horrible and heinous act by burying the woman's body in the cemetery, but he was not her killer. Despite the abundance of evidence against him, Rocky Price pleaded not guilty to the crime, but admitted to moving Lindsay's body. After 2 days of questioning, Price, through his attorney, prepared a statement to explain his movements between Kappas, where police believe Lindsay was killed, and the cemetery where her body was found. But the prosecutor affirmatively stated that Rocky Price acted completely alone. The motive for the random attack on the 47-year-old mother of two was never revealed, as the perpetrator did not even know the victim. The judge sentenced Price to life in prison with a minimum term of 16 years. He will only be released when the parole board decides he is not a danger. The judge said the attack was swift and brutal. There was no doubt the defendant sprung with the intent to kill a woman who was walking by. Just minutes before Lindsay's incident, Zoe Braithwaite had managed to get away from a hooded teenager with her hands in her pockets, walking alone on a parallel path. Her sixth sense kicked in, and the woman was instantly wary. Zoe was confused by the guy's appearance. He looked out of place for a walk in the woods for this time of year. She quickened her step and then ran away. That probably saved the woman. If it hadn't been her, it could have been someone else. And it was Lindsay. This was a premeditated attack. After missing one woman, he didn't back off his plan to attack another lone woman. His actions after the crime clearly show that he had the ability to plan and reason. His teachers told the court that he was to plan and reason. His teachers told the court that he was much better at practical tasks than academic subjects. He used this ability to hide his body. Rocky Price was found to have made 2 return trips to Kappas on the evening of August 12th. The first incident occurred at 6:55 p.m. 12th. The first incident occurred at 6:55 p.m. when he was seen on CCTV cameras carrying a black rucksack. Possibly in it, he was carrying a found saw to dismember Lindsay's body. The next incident occurred at 8:28 p.m. when dog walker Anthony Dewhurst was seen pulling out an already empty garbage can. This is the same spot where his grandfather, who bears his name, and other family members are buried. Without panic or excitement, young Rocky Price, acting alone, set in motion a plan to dispose of Lindsay's body by placing it in a blue garbage can like a piece of trash, and then burying it in a shallow grave in Accrington Cemetery wrapped in 2 plastic bags. He set in motion a plan to dispose of Lindsay's body by first hiding her in a blue wheelie garbage can and then dragging her to the cemetery. Finding a quiet and secluded spot near the railroad line, he spent over an hour burying her body before leaving the saw, gloves, and a trash can at the scene. The murder of a stranger in broad daylight, for which there is no rational explanation, is particularly horrifying to all right-thinking members of society. The random nature of the attack suggests that the accused poses a very real danger to members of the public. The stalking of another woman before he killed Lindsay Bebeck demonstrates that his crime was not caused by a sudden loss of control. 24 hours after he was found guilty of the crime, publication restrictions were finally lifted by a judge, allowing his name and picture to be made public for the first time. Rocky Marciano Price's identity was kept secret during the first and second trial. The jury was told many important details about Price, but they could not be fully disclosed because of his young age. The judge rescinded the disclosure of the restrictions after the jury unanimously found Price guilty of the crime. The defendant's mental illness cannot in any way excuse or even explain his actions. After all, it is quite obvious that he realized that it was terribly wrong to kill, but did it anyway. Although fortunately, such crimes are rare, they instill fear in society. However, the main question in this case remains unanswered. Why did the young guy needed to kill a strange woman, and for what? Only Rocky Price knows the answer, but he didn't answer it. Perhaps if it wasn't Lindsay Bebeck, it could have been someone else. Lindsay's funeral was held at St. Margaret's Church in Hampton on September 20th. More than 200 mourners gathered at the church as police stopped traffic on Manchester Road, while Lindsay's coffin with her body covered in flowers was carried into the church. Dozens of flowers from friends and family and from strangers whose hearts were touched by Lindsay's story were left at the scene. Sarah described her mom as a very optimistic and positive woman. Lindsay was making plans for the future. She was planning a trip to Glasgow with her friend, Sharon. She dreamed of finding love on the Match.com dating site. Lindsay Bebeck planned a long and happy life for herself and looked forward to the future with optimism. But all those dreams were interrupted one sunny summer day. Lindsay Bebeck's family and the detectives who investigated the crime welcomed the jury's unanimous verdict, but said no court verdict could ever bring Lindsay back or spare her family and loved ones the grief of loss. In front of the courthouse after the verdict was announced, members of the defendant's family wore T-shirts that read, "Wrongfully convicted, set this boy free." The back of the T-shirts read, "The killer is still at large. Maybe Price is an aspiring maniac. He just wanted to take a man's life, to feel what it's like, to watch someone die and mutilate them. Most likely in any form, it's an absolute neurodevelopmental disorder characterized by problems with social interaction, motor, and behavioral stereotypes." In translation, the word autism means a person who has gone into himself or a person within himself. Autism is still an understudied developmental disorder that can occur due to genetic or hereditary abnormalities. The exact cause is not fully understood, but in our story, the punishment most likely fits the crime. On September 2nd, 2015 at 7:42 p.m., a car entered the Gable Park parking lot. The car parked and a beautiful young woman got out. She had a shopping bag in her hands. She slammed the door shut, stepped away from the car, and a minute later, 2 gunshots rang out. With the business completed, the dark figure quickly jumped into a black Jeep Cherokee that pulled up and fled the apartment complex. Local resident Hashim Saad, who was walking to the parking lot to pick up his car, saw the injured woman and called the emergency services. Officers arrived at the scene of the tragedy and found the injured woman. Unfortunately, she was already dead. The victim turned out to be 35-year-old Kendra Hatcher. Kendra K. Hatcher was born February 3rd, 1980 to Reagan Hatcher and Bonnie Gibson Jameson Calley in Springfield, Sangamon County, Illinois. Her parents divorced, and her mother married Bruce Jameson. She was not an only child. She had 3 sisters, Jamie Kaufman, Ashley Lipscomb, Melissa Jameson, and 1 brother, Neil Hatcher. She grew up in Police and Plains and studied dentistry there. After her divorce in 2010, she moved to Dallas where she began working at Smilazona Dental Studio. Kendra had a strong Christie and faith and wanted to use her dental skills to help others. For example, the clinic provided services to disadvantaged children completely free of charge. In her spare time, Kendra taught Bible studies and participated in volunteer programs that included building churches overseas and providing free dental services to children in Ecuador. Dallas was welcoming to the young professional. Kendra's professional life quickly gained momentum, and her personal life flourished as well. On May 24, 2015, Kendra began dating Dr. Ricardo Paniagua. Kendra and Ricardo met through a dating app, and from their first date, they were inseparable. They both had similar values, interests, and wanted the same things in life. Ricardo was finishing his residency in dermatology at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center. And even though they had only been in a relationship for a few months, the young men were already discussing their upcoming marriage. However, an incident in a parking lot took the life of his beloved woman and cut short all future plans. Investigators who arrived at the scene of the massacre examined the crime scene and put forward the version of robbery as Kendra's purse and some valuables were missing. Bullet fragments and a gun magazine were found on the ground next to her body. However, the manner of shooting and the traces of the gunshot pushed the robbery version to the background. One bullet struck the woman in the back and the other in the head. The entry wound from the bullet was at the top of the head, and it exited through the chin, indicating that Kendra had her hands up and behind her head when she was shot. The murder theory was confirmed when it was possible to obtain CCTV footage and reconstruct a picture of what happened. The footage shows a black Jeep Grand Cherokee pulling into the parking lot at 07:15 p.m. Half an hour later, Kendra returns home and drives into the same garage. A few minutes later, a man approaches her, shoots her, and runs to the side, after which he jumps in and black Jeep on the move. The videos were of poor quality, and the crime scene itself was not visible on them. It was impossible to identify the assailants, but the vehicle was put on a wanted list. It was decided to place the camera footage, images of the Jeep, and the driver in the media. The authorities appealed to the public for help, and it helped. Police were contacted by a man named Jose Luis Ortiz. He reported that the car in the footage belonged to him, but Jose wasn't involved in the shooting, and he wasn't driving it. When questioned, Jose explained that on the morning of September 2nd, he was approached by two of his girlfriends, Brenda Delgado and Crystal Cortez. They asked Jose to repair their car and, in return, to lend them his Jeep until the evening. The man agreed. He also said that later that evening, Brenda called Jose to a restaurant, where they were at the time of the crime. Crystal Cortez, later that evening, drove the Jeep to Jose's house, so the man was quite surprised when his Jeep made the news. When Jose saw his Jeep on the TV program, he asked Brenda about it. She first said that it was a different Jeep on the screen. Then Brenda explained that Crystal had been traveling somewhere on her business, and she didn't know about it. Brenda Delgado suggested that Jose not tell anyone anything and to simply repaint the Jeep. She was willing to pay to paint the Jeep. Jose was awaiting a decision on his U.S. citizenship and did not want any trouble with the police. He realized that Brenda had set him up, so Jose went to the police again and testified again. So the police tracked all the movements of the Jeep that day and found the two young women whose names Jose had given them. Brenda Delgado was the first person investigators called in for questioning. The woman told police that she never knew Kendra Hatcher and had never seen her before. When asked where she was on September 2nd at 7:42 p.m., Brenda stated her alibi because she was at Chili's restaurant with Jose. Brenda even provided receipts for the dinner. But how often, and more importantly, what do you keep dinner receipts for? So gradually, assembled in minute detail, the truth that the participants in the crime tried to hide was revealed. The central figure in the investigation was Brenda Delgado. She was born into a fairly simple family, Luis and Maria Delgado, who immigrated to Dallas from Mexico, where her father was a factory worker. They found a home in a low-income neighborhood in southeast Dallas. It was then that Luis found a job in construction, and his wife worked at the U.S. Post Office cleaning houses. Brenda was their second child and their only girl. Not only was she an excellent student who was loved by her teachers, but she also worked part-time at a flower store and as a waitress. Brenda was very ambitious and dreamed of going to medical school someday. But the sad reality was that her parents couldn't afford the expensive tuition. So after graduating from Skyline High School in 2000, she continued to live with her parents, only dreaming of an affluent and beautiful life. On the way to her goal, Brenda worked hard. She was a dental assistant, and alongside that, she worked at a Dayspring North Park Center where she whitened her teeth. In 2012, Brenda met Ricardo Paniagua and fell in love with him. Their first date was at a Jennifer Lopez concert and was like her dream date. In November 2012, 3 months after they met, Brenda moved in with Ricardo at his home in Fitzhugh Urban Flats. The man was also charmed by Brenda so much that he even met her parents. In 2013, she uploaded a post in honor of his birthday on Facebook where she wrote words of congratulations. "Happy birthday to the most amazing and smartest man I know. Ricky, together, we have shared so much happiness. You are my best friend. I love you with all my heart and can't imagine life without you." Brenda then found out she was pregnant, but at Ricardo's insistence, she terminated the pregnancy, which left her heartbroken. A little recovered from the decision, Brenda decides to devote herself to her career and her beloved Ricky. In the fall of the same year, she enrolled in Sanford. At first glance, it seemed that Brenda had gotten over the emotional blow of the breakup. However, this was not the case. Brenda's painful dependence on Ricardo only gained momentum. And when Ricky posted a joint photo on social media with his new lover, Kendra, who looked like a photo model, Brenda was up to something terrible. Many who knew her testified that Brenda dreamed of getting rid of Kendra. After obtaining information about Brenda and her personal life, investigators were able to surmise that the offended woman had a motive to get rid of her rival. Ricardo confirmed that Brenda Delgado was his ex-girlfriend. They dated intermittently from 2012 to 2015. They broke up a few months before Ricky and Kendra met. Ricardo was confident that he and Brenda remained friends and saw no problems between Brenda and Kendra. After all, he had been on dates with other women before meeting Kendra. And why would it be meeting Kendra that would turn Brenda's mind? However, the picture of the reconstructed events confirmed how insidious and cruel an abused woman can be. Brenda Delgado thought she had devised the perfect plan to win back her former lover and rid him of the superfluous figure, Kendra Hatcher. At first, she established communication with Ricardo pretending to be his best friend, provided all kinds of support, was interested in how he and Kendra are progressing in their relationship. Secretly, she knew everything about their plans for the future, and Ricardo believed that this is a sincere interest. But it's a shame that men know women so poorly and sometimes blindly trust them. After Ricardo learned that Kendra had died, he shared his grief with Brenda via text message, and she supported her friend in every way possible and offered to do anything for him. Ricky had no way of guessing his ex's true motives. As it turned out, Brenda had been playing her own game for months. She had opened Ricardo's mail and knew about all his plans with Kendra, even where and when they had booked tickets. All of this was infuriating to Brenda. She longed to be rid of Kendra Hatcher. Truly believing that she had taken her place, Brenda transferred Ricardo's account to her phone and kept tabs on him. Following Ricky and Kendra practically became her raison d'etre. Brenda became completely dependent on the stalking. She quit her job and devoted all her time to realizing her goals. Over time, a cruel and terrifying plan was born in Brenda's mind: to kill the hated Kendra and take her place beside her lover. For its realization, Brenda addressed to many of her acquaintances with an offer for money to harm Kendra Hatcher. Thus, through mutual acquaintances, she found a single mother, 21-year-old Crystal Cortez, who because of the big financial problems, just for $500 was ready to help her. At Brenda's behest, Crystal found the perpetrator, a man named Christopher Love, who agreed to commit the crime. Crystal handed Christopher $500 from Brenda, as well as 2 types of illegal. Two women followed Kendra to learn her habits and daily schedule to further select the location and time of the crime. On September 2nd, 2015, they took Jose's car. Crystal and Christopher Love waited for Kendra in the parking lot. They did not pursue her on her way home from work because they were afraid of falling behind her in traffic. In the evening, The criminals completed their devious plan and were rewarded for a job well done. A few days after the crime, Crystal Cortez and Christopher Love were apprehended. The suspects denied their guilt and their presence at the scene of the crime. However, the situation changed when Love was found to have the gun that killed Kendra in the side compartment of the car. Crystal, on the other hand, was nervous and constantly confused in her testimony, telling different stories about the reasons for the appearance of the SUV in different parts of the city. So at the first interrogation, Crystal admitted that she was the woman who was driving in the parking lot, but she arrived there at the will of an armed carjacker who got into the SUV and forced her into the parking lot that evening. She, wishing to remain innocent, gave false testimony saying that her son was in the car with her, but this information was later not confirmed because no child was recorded on the cameras. As the interrogation continued and more evidence became available, Crystal changed her testimony and wanted to make a deal with the investigation. She agreed to testify against Brenda in exchange for less time. She told police that Brenda wanted Kendra dead, and the crime was her idea. According to Crystal, within 2 weeks of her meeting with Brenda, they began planning the crime. The police discovered that Brenda wasn't just unhappy that her relationship with Ricardo was over. She was obsessed and desperate to win him back. She pretended to Ricky that she was happy to be his loyal friend, but her life began to fall apart. She began to resent Kendra, believing that she had taken her place. According to Crystal, it was at this point that Brenda decided that she wanted to get rid of Kendra Hatcher. The perfect crime plan emerged in Brenda Delgado's mind. In testimony, Crystal detailed how Brenda devised the perfect crime. Enlisting each other's support, Brenda and Crystal began to formulate a plan to kill Kendra. They met many times and developed many plans. The original plan was to inject Kendra with illegal substances or sedatives and then get rid of her. But to avoid being under suspicion, Brenda needed a reliable enforcer and began looking for one. They drove around the scraggliest neighborhoods and asked a few people if they could help. That's how they met Christopher Love. He agreed to help and took an active part in deciding the modus operandi of the crime. The trio unanimously decided that the best way to kill was to shoot him because it was quick. While cooperating, Crystal revealed that the date of September 2nd was not chosen at random. Brenda knew that Kendra and Ricardo were planning a trip to Mexico, so it was decided to get rid of the woman before the happy vacation. Brenda told Crystal that she wanted the crime to look like a botched robbery. Next, the criminals chose the location of the massacre. For days, they desperately tracked Kendra's movements and recorded her minute by minute to make sure nothing changed on the appointed day. After work, they traced her route home and figured out how to discreetly enter the apartment complex's secure parking garage. On September 1st, 2015, they made a final check. On the day of the crime, early in the morning, Brenda and Crystal picked up the Jeep from Jose, then picked up Christopher along the way. Brenda was dropped off at the library in Carrollton, so she would have an alibi, and Crystal and Christopher went to Kendra's apartment complex. They waited across the street for about 30 minutes, then drove to Kendra's place of employment. After waiting for their victim, they followed her but lost her in traffic. However, they returned to the house first and waited there. As soon as Kendra drove in, Christopher got out of the car. He was wearing gloves, approached Kendra with a gun, and shot her when she got out of the car. According to Crystal, she did not actually see the shooting, but heard it. Crystal then drove Crystal home, picked up her son from his grandmother on the way, and later met Brenda at Jose's house where she handed him the Jeep. Thus, Brenda's dream came true. She was rid of her hated rival, and all she had to do was wait for her beloved Ricardo's message. Brenda was happy that she had managed to pull off the perfect crime. Crystal's candid confession and testimony against Brenda left no doubt about Brenda Delgado's guilt, and a warrant for her arrest was promptly issued. But when police officers arrived with the warrant, she was no longer at home. Having dual citizenship, Brenda Delgado fled to Mexico. After fleeing, Brenda's involvement in a contract killing became apparent, and she was put on a wanted list. On April 6, 2016, the FBI placed her on the list of most wanted fugitives, assigning a reward of $100,000 for information about her. So Brenda Delgado became the only woman on the list at the time and the 9th woman on the list ever. But just 2 days later in Torreon, Coahuila, she was apprehended by Mexican authorities and extradited to the United States on October 6th. Mexico agreed to extradite Brenda, but only on the grounds that she would not face the death penalty. When she was extradited back to the United States, she was formally charged with capital murder. Brenda was extradited to Texas, and she was brought to trial. Hearings in the case began in 2017. The grief-stricken relatives of Kendra and Ricardo did not hesitate to express themselves during the court appearance. The oil was added to the fire by witnesses who confirmed Brenda's intentions and her dangerous obsession with her former lover. Brenda's cousin, Moses Martinez, spoke in court about his sister's depression after the end of her and Ricky's relationship. He also revealed that Brenda offered to pay him if he hit Kendra with a baseball bat. He refused to do so. Brenda's friend, Jennifer Escobar, testified at trial that Brenda was obsessed with Ricardo and read all of his emails and tracked his movements on her phone. She told the jury that Brenda even kept a copy of his house key and had access to his bank accounts. Jennifer revealed that Brenda had asked her to help eliminate the hated Kendra Hatcher too. She also told the court that Brenda wanted her to either inject her with something lethal or use a bat and leave her in a coma. For her help, Brenda offered to give her $2,000 out of a car and illegal drugs if she would do it. Jennifer discussed the offer with her parents and then refused. It is quite strange that adults, having been offered the suggestion to harm or kill someone, contemplated doing so, and none of them went to the police to report a threat to a person's life or health. The court heard evidence about obsession from a number of people who knew Brenda, so the court found that Brenda had a motive to want Kendra dead. She saw her as an obstacle to getting what she wanted, and she wanted only one thing: to get back to Ricky. The court received corroboration that in the months leading up to Kendra's death, Brenda became increasingly obsessed. As evidence of Brenda's involvement, an ATM withdrawal receipt in the amount of $500, which she subsequently gave to Crystal for doing the work, was presented at the hearing. Christopher Love received a cash payment in the amount of $600. The cell phone data provided also indicated that Brenda, Crystal, and Christopher were together prior to the crime. More than 99 calls were recorded between Brenda and Crystal between August 22nd, September 4th, proving their constant communication to discuss the plan to kill Kendra Hatcher. The defendant's attorney tried to shift much of the blame to the perpetrators, but it didn't work. The defense argued that Brenda was not at the scene of the crime. She had an alibi and receipts confirming her presence at the restaurant at the time of the crime. Brenda herself did not plead guilty, but the jury thought otherwise. It took them only 30 minutes to find Brenda Delgado guilty of the murder of Kendra Hatcher. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Christopher Love, the direct perpetrator of the crime, pleaded guilty and was sentenced to death via injection. Crystal Cortez, in exchange for cooperating with the investigation and pleading guilty, received a sentence of 35 years in prison with parole eligibility. The family of Kendra Hatcher was satisfied with the court's decision and silently withdrew from the courtroom after the verdict. The Delgado family did not believe to the last that their Brenda could be involved. They knew her as a loving daughter and woman, healthy, and with good family and Christian values. I hope this cautionary tale of female perfidy and mentally unhealthy obsessive love will leave a mark on every woman's soul and serve as a cautionary tale in new love relationships. For no man is worth a human life. Take care of yourself. On the evening of May 25, 2003, as the sun was setting, a Boeing 727 took off from Quatro de Febreiro International Airport in Wanda, Angola. This was not a planned departure. The plane, tail number N844AA, had not been scheduled for takeoff, nor was it cleared to depart. It had no flight plan on file, and air traffic control attempted to contact the plane as it made its way down the runway erratically. However, there was no response. The 727 took off with its lights off and its transponder not transmitting. The plane, along with the two men known to be on board, who had been working to restore it, has never been seen again. An 844AA was originally part of the American Airlines fleet. Manufactured in 1975, it had flown for the airline for over 25 years. In January 2002, the aircraft was sold to Aerospace Sales and Leasing, a company based in Miami, Florida, after American Airlines retired it. Due to the airline's meticulous maintenance program, N844AA was still in excellent condition. The following month, the plane came to the attention of Keith Irwin, a 57-year-old entrepreneur from South Africa. Irwin had recently entered into a joint venture with Cargo Air Transport Systems, a South African company that had secured a contract to transport fuel to diamond mines in Angola. Due to Angola's ongoing civil war, ground transportation to the mines had become almost impossible. Air transport, while exceptionally dangerous, offered a safer alternative with a higher chance of success. Irwin was instrumental in bringing the Boeing 727 to Africa, but its mysterious disappearance would remain unsolved. The joint venture's sole investor supplied $450,000 for the acquisition of an aircraft and flight crews from America. Irwin originally traveled to Miami to meet with a different corporation and lease a different aircraft. He originally planned to lease a 727 for a year and hire 2 flight crews, each with 3 members, for the same amount of time. This deal fell through, and Irwin lost $140,000 in the process. The 6 crewmen were still available, however, and Irwin soon met Maury Joseph, the owner of Aerospace Sales and Leasing, who had 3 recently retired 727s for him to choose from. Under his agreement with Joseph, Irwin would purchase an aircraft rather than lease it. The sale price was $1 million, and Joseph agreed to remove the passenger seats from the plane's cabin to make room for the 10 tanks Irwin had purchased to transport fuel. Irwin provided a down payment of $125,000 and was supposed to pay the rest of the amount he owed within 30 days. Irwin was allowed to take the plane to Angola, but Joseph sent one of his employees, Mike Gabriel, along with the 6 crew members to ensure that the remainder of the money would be paid. Keith Irwin, Mike Gabriel, and the 6 crewmen left Miami on N844AA on February 28, 2002. However, they did not arrive in Angola until March 14th. Irwin and his partners had failed to acquire the necessary permits to land the plane in Angola, leaving them in limbo for 2 weeks. They were finally able to pay the necessary fees and secure the required permits to land at the airport in Luanda. During this time and through this process, Irwin also spent all of the $185,000 that had been invested in the joint venture. Several of the 6 crew members who had come to Angola to fly the 727 had previously worked in various parts of Africa, but the conditions they faced on this job were far worse than any they had previously worked under. The apartment where they were housed in Luanda had no drinkable water or electricity and was near an open sewer. They were concerned about the heavily armed security guard assigned to the project. Of most concern to them was the fact that their passports had been taken away from them by the company that had hired Irwin's joint venture to transport fuel when they arrived in Angola. Their request to get the passports back was denied by the company, and they only received them after getting the U.S. Embassy to intervene. 2 out of the 6 crew members flew back to the United States once they had their passports back, without receiving any of the salary they were owed. The other 4 crewmen stayed on in hopes eventually being paid once all of the problems surrounding the venture were worked out and they were able to begin making the flights they had been hired to perform. Those flights would not begin for several more weeks. In addition to losing 2 of the members of his crew, Keith Irwin also lost his partner, Cargo Air Transport Systems, and had to find a new backer for the venture. He ultimately found one, but his 727 would now be making fuel deliveries for a new client. Despite all of the problems with the business side of the operation, the 727 finally began making delivery flights in April. In 2010, one of the members of the flight crew spoke to reporter Tim Wright, but asked that his name not be disclosed. He was an Air Force veteran with 30 years of flight experience, and he described the conditions he faced during the delivery flights he made while working for Irwin as the most dangerous flying in the world. He and his fellow crew members had to base their approaches and landings to their destination at the diamond mines around avoiding ground fire, and the runways they had to land on were not paved, so their landing gear would often get stuck in the dirt. The runways were also not flat, and they witnessed other planes from competing companies crash on them. After seeing one of these accidents, the anonymous crew member fabricated a story about his mother being ill as an excuse to ask for time off to return to the United States. He did not return to Angola. By the end of April, all of the members of the crew had returned to the United States. Keith Irwin was able to find a local crew to continue flying the plane and making the fuel deliveries. But by May of 2002, his long-troubled venture completely collapsed. Around this time, Irwin believed he was being followed by someone hired by one of his partners. He began blocking the door of his hotel room at night. One night, he heard someone insert a keycard into the lock in his door and the door unlock. Whoever unlocked the door could not enter the room because of the chair Irwin had wedged under the door handle and was scared off when Irwin began yelling at him. The hotel's night clerk would later admit to hotel security that he had accepted a bribe to provide a copy of the keycard to Irwin's room. Irwin left the country the following day, leaving the 727 behind in Angola. Despite its age, N844AA was essentially in mint condition when it was first brought to Angola, but after only 17 delivery flights, it was practically falling apart. The harsh flight conditions it faced, as well as the stress of carrying tanks it was not designed to transport, rendered the plane worthless. It would never be of any value again. Another one of Maury Joseph's clients would later say, "You can't put water tanks full of fuel in an airplane and expect it to be good. Totally stupid." The plane remained parked at the airport in Luanda, accruing parking fees on top of the other fees and bills the aircraft had accrued during its brief period of use in Angola. Maury Joseph and aerospace sales and leasing also had not been paid. Irwin made 2 payments towards what he still owed on the plane upon his return to Africa, but then stopped sending money before paying off the rest of the $1 million he had agreed to pay for the plane. Joseph had fired Mike Gabriel in the midst of all the chaos in the spring of 2002 for failing to secure these payments or bring the plane back to Florida in their absence. In November of 2002, Joseph traveled to Nigeria with another 727 he was planning to sell. He brought with him a man named Ben Charles Padilla, who was a freelance flight engineer and aircraft mechanic. Padilla was a native of Pensacola, Florida, and the son of a millwright, and his talent for working with all things mechanical had been clear ever since he was a child. He had an interest in aircraft from an early age and earned a private pilot license in addition to all of his technical certifications. He lived in Florida with his fiancée of 15 years, his stepchild and child, but was often away from home as he worked around the world as a freelancer, usually in locations across Africa and Asia. Ben came to Nigeria with Maury Joseph and the 727 to help with its transport and to explain its systems to its new owner once the sale was fully negotiated. In April of 2003, Joseph then sent Padilla to Luanda to oversee the process of making the repairs on N844AA necessary for it to return to service. While the plane as a whole was junk at this point, it had relatively new engines which were still of value. In order to recoup some of the losses he incurred from his disastrous deal with Keith Irwin, Joseph put the engines alone up for sale. He found a buyer for them in Johannesburg, South Africa, and needed N844AA flown there so that they could be removed from the plane and the sale could be completed. In Angola, Padilla was able to make arrangements with Air Gemini, an airline based out of Luanda, to make the necessary repairs to the 727 at their repair station at Quatro Delaware Figueroa International Airport. He hired local mechanics and oversaw the work, which progressed according to plan. In May, he hired crew members, again through Air Gemini, to help him fly the newly functional plane to Johannesburg on May 26th. On May 25th, Padilla and John Matantu, a worker from the Republic of the Congo Padilla had recently hired, took the plane out of Air Gemini's hangar and onto a runway in order to run its engines as part of a systems check. It was during this check that the plane mysteriously took off and disappeared along with Ben Padilla and John Matantu. The following day, Maury Joseph was waiting for the plane in Johannesburg when he got an angry call from someone from Air Gemini, demanding to know why the plane had left Luanda ahead of schedule and without the crew that had previously been arranged for the flight. Knowing that he had not authorized any such changes, and that Ben Padilla would not have made any such changes without his permission, Joseph notified the U.S. Embassy in South Africa that a large aircraft had been stolen and called his wife back in Florida to ask her to contact the FBI. Given the fact that the plane was seemingly stolen just 20 months after 9/11, American intelligence agencies immediately took interest in the plane's disappearance. The State Department sent word to every American embassy in Africa about the plane going missing. U.S. Central Command considered sending more fighter jets to one of their joint bases in Africa. While there have been reports of the CIA and NSA looking into the case, only the FBI and State Department have had official investigations into the plane's disappearance. The FBI ended their investigation in 2005. There are, of course, a myriad of other reasons why a 727 might be stolen. To be sold on the black market, to transport goods on black market, to be disassembled for parts, and so on. Not everyone believed that the plane had actually been stolen, however. According to now retired U.S. Marine General Maston Robeson, who was the commander of U.S. forces in the Horn of Africa at the time of the plane's disappearance. The intelligence community also considered the possibility that N844AA had gone missing as part of an insurance fraud scheme. It was never clear whether it was stolen for insurance purposes by the owners or whether it was stolen with the intent to make it available to unsavory characters. He said in 2010, Maury Joseph does, at least on paper, seem like someone who might resort to fraud. He had lost a lot of money on a plane that was now largely in disrepair, and he had a history of questionable business practices. In the 1990s, Joseph had been the CEO of a cargo airline that ultimately went bankrupt. The Securities and Exchange Commission brought a civil case against him, alleging that he defrauded the airline and falsified its financial documents. Joseph had to pay a fine and was barred from acting as an officer in any publicly traded company as a result of the case. He was obviously contacted by the FBI about his plane's disappearance and volunteered to take a polygraph. The client who was set to buy the plane's engines had been with Joseph when he learned that the plane was missing and does not believe that he played a part in the disappearance because of the genuine shock and confusion he displayed at the news. Ben Padilla's family is also adamant that he would not play any part in any sort of insurance fraud. If anybody would say to me that my brother was involved with this, they're full of it, Joe Padilla, Ben's brother, said in 2010. Because I know my brother. He's not going to do nothing crooked. I know that for a fact. Despite the fact that he was often away from his family, working outside of the United States for various private companies in what were often remote locations, Ben Padilla managed to stay in close contact with his family. The last communication they had from him was an email sent shortly before he went missing. The email was in response to one informing him that his mother had just had a heart attack. He promised to contact her as soon as he could. He never got the chance to before he went missing. According to Ben's family, someone else must have been on the plane that day and forced it to take off, as Ben would not have willingly participated in illegal activity of any kind. It would be easy to dismiss this belief held by the family as a result of their personal bias, but some of the facts surrounding the case do support the idea that Ben was forced to take off on N844AA. The fact that the plane took off at all supports the idea that an unknown person or group of people was involved in the 727's disappearance. It took 3 people, a pilot, a first officer, and a flight engineer, to operate a 727. Only 2 people, Ben Padilla and John Mutantu, are known to have been on board at the time the aircraft took off. Furthermore, Ben Padilla did have a private pilot's license, but he was not trained to operate anything even remotely close to a 727. John Mutantu had no training as a pilot whatsoever. Ben could have filled the flight engineer role, but 2 other pilots would be needed to operate the aircraft. Ben had also made the arrangements with Air Gemini to take the plane out of hangar for the system's check in advance. This means that theoretically, someone could have found out about the check and hid it on board the plane before it left the hangar with plans to take it over. The Padilla family continues to pressure the FBI to reopen the case and help them find answers about what happened to Ben. The Bureau says that this can only be done if new information is discovered. A Florida attorney began working with the family pro bono in 2004 to help facilitate their communication with the State Department and law enforcement. Almost no information is publicly available about John Mutantu, so it is unknown if he has a family who is also waiting and hoping for answers. Over the years, numerous theories have been proposed and alleged sightings of the plane have been made. It was rumored to have been stripped for parts in Brunei. There was speculation that it was a plane that crashed off the African coast on Christmas Day of 2003, and a pilot claimed to have seen it at an airport in Guinea, its tail number partially painted over. None of these reports ended up being accurate. Perhaps the most obvious explanation for why the plane has never been found is that it crashed somewhere too remote, either on land or in the ocean, for it to be located. However, even if this is the case, The mystery about why it took off in the first place still has no answer. Furthermore, there have never been any sightings of Ben Padilla and John Matantu, and their whereabouts remain unknown. In early 2023, the city of Sangolqué in Ecuador's Pichincha region was shaken by a tragic event that left the community in disbelief. The brutality of the crime was unsettling, but even more shocking was its motive: a $600 theft. Was the life of 37-year-old Paula Ortega Alcocer truly worth only $600? Born in March 1986, Paula was the second child in a large family. She excelled at Dario Figueroa Lara School and later attended the Polytechnic University, where she developed a strong interest in the hospitality industry. After completing her studies, Paula became actively involved in the growth of her family's business, which specialized in manufacturing party goods. The Ortega Alcocer family was well-to-do and well-known in Sangalqui and neighboring Ecuadorian towns. Paula's father had started the business in his youth, supplying party goods across Ecuador. Over time, the venture flourished, allowing him to produce balloons, piñatas, and other festive items. The expansion of the business led to the opening of several stores, not just in Sangalqui but also in the capital, Quito. Each family member took responsibility for the development and management of the enterprise. Paula's father continued to expand the main production line, opening new workshops to produce balloons, garlands, party hats, and various other items. Each of his 3 children managed a store, giving them the opportunity to personalize and shape the business according to their own vision. Paula's entrepreneurial spirit led her beyond just managing a store. She organized a party planning service within the company, which turned out to be a great success. It seemed Paula had found her calling, bringing joy to people, which made her truly happy. While the business ventures of the Ortega family flourished for a long time, unfortunately, Paula Ortega's personal life was not as successful. Despite her youthful and joyous demeanor, she faced significant hardships in her private life. Paula's first marriage to Carlos Pedro turned out to be unhappy. After the birth of their daughter, Carlos developed an alcohol addiction. He began disappearing from home and stealing money from Paula's store. His infidelity was the last straw, leading Paula to end the marriage and find herself alone with her daughter. This period was particularly challenging for Paula as she lost hope in finding personal happiness. However, the psychological support of her family and her passion for her work helped her regain a sense of normalcy in her life. A decade later, Paula met Christian Diego. A tall, dark-haired, and handsome man, Christian was 4 years younger than Paula. Having lost faith in finding a worthy partner, Paula was cautious with the persistent young suitor. Christian proved to be calm and reliable, quickly bonding with Paula's daughter, which greatly impressed Paula. After 2 years of relationship, her heart warmed to him, leading to a beautiful wedding ceremony. Christian embraced Paula's daughter as his own, and they soon welcomed another daughter, Maria. Christian and Paula spent 5 years together, with Christian fully integrating into Paula's father's company. He was entrusted with finding locations for new stores, which often kept him away from home. Coming from a modest working-class family, Christian had always dreamed of owning a large business. Unfortunately, some people can conceal their dark sides so well that one might live for years alongside ruthless criminals without suspecting a thing. However, the truth eventually comes to light when evil erupts in the most unexpected ways. Paula Ortega and her husband, Christian, appeared to be the epitome of a happy, successful couple to their family, friends, and neighbors. However, this perception was only surface deep. In 2000, Paula's father passed away after a long illness. His death not only devastated the family, but also turned their business upside down. Christian, driven by a desire for power and the wealth it brought, eagerly sought to take Paula's father's place in the business. However, his lack of skill led to one failed deal after another. As a result, Christian began to vent his frustration on his family, initially in secret, but later openly. He began to abandon his family, indulging in a life of debauchery. Women and alcohol became his escape into a world of pleasure and recklessness. With Paula's father no longer there to restrain him, Christian's true nature began to surface. Having already experienced a traumatic marriage, Paula refused to endure this behavior again. The couple's home became a battleground of endless scandals, revealing Christian's true nature as an ambitious egotist, craving only power and unquestioned obedience. After a particularly nasty argument, Paula secretly filed for divorce, fearing her husband's reaction. The news of this drastically changed Christian's behavior. Unwilling to lose his place in the successful family, he stopped his outrageous conduct and appeared to transform for the better. He expressed remorse, claiming to be caught up in a whirlwind of confusion, and professed his love and value for his family. His eloquence persuaded Paula. Not wanting to be alone again, she gave him a second chance. In a gesture of reconciliation, Christian suggested organizing a romantic dinner at their home. Paula agreed. She sent their daughters to her parents' house and began preparing for the evening. Inside, she was aflutter with excitement. Deep down, she still dreamed of a happy, strong family and was doing everything she could to preserve it. The evening at the Ortega home was one of celebration and comfort. The living room was lit up with festive garlands, and the dining table was warmly illuminated by the yellow glow of candles. Christian uncorked a bottle of dry white wine while Paula served a hot meal. The night could have been genuinely reconciliatory had it not been for a sudden proposal from Christian that disrupted the peace. Christian, a co-owner of the Alcazar company, revealed to his wife a significant misstep. In his pursuit to replace Paula's father and gain full control, he had made a costly mistake in an important tender, leading to substantial losses for the company. Now, the firm desperately needed a new investor, implying that a part of the company would officially change hands. Paula was adamantly against this, believing her father's business should remain a family affair. Despite Christian's persuasion, she stood her ground, infuriating him. He had already found an investor and was eager to complete the deal without complications. Their dinner, and by extension their relationship, soured. January 2nd, 2023 seemed like any other day. Paula took her younger daughter to the playroom before heading to her shop for work. She had a large order to prepare involving assembling balloon fountains and party decorations for a themed event. During her lunch break, two men knocked on the shop's door. Although closed, Paula opened it, expecting a courier to pick up the balloon bouquets. The men, slim and dressed identically as if they were twins, startled her with their dark hoodies. They lingered, scanning the shop before splitting up. As Paula called out to them stating the shop was closed for lunch, they cornered her against the wall. The tension of this silent scene was broken by a knock on the glass door. The men hastily exited the shop. A smiling young courier arrived, unwittingly rescuing Paula from the unknown assailants. Shaken, Paula handed over the package, closed the shop, and with trembling hands called her mother. She was visibly frightened, a sentiment she expressed over the phone. Paula's mother suggested reporting the unsettling incident at her shop to the police, but Paula declined, attributing her reaction to mere fright since nothing harmful had actually occurred. She didn't reopen her shop that day, her thoughts consumed by Christian's actions and the identity and motives of the two mysterious men. Seeking solace, Paula decided to take a stroll through the city. She stopped at a nearby cafe for some coffee, walked through the park to breathe in the fresh air, and then visited her sister. Over cups of fragrant tea, they engaged in a heart-to-heart conversation. Overwhelmed by the day's shocking events, Paula confided in her sister, not only about the scary encounter at her shop, but also about the difficulties in her marriage. She shared how Christian had drastically changed after her father's passing, indulging in alcohol and openly being unfaithful. Paula chose not to mention his proposal about merging the company with a new investor, as she habitually kept her personal struggles to herself. But that day, her emotions overpowered her pride and shame over tolerating such demeaning treatment. He's a peculiar being. My sister was lively, happy, cheerful, enterprising, hardworking, an extremely gentle and kind mother. She should have been receiving energy from him, Adriana Ortega, Paula's sister, would later say. Paula spoke of her long-term life plans, her desire for her daughters to grow up and become professionals, and her intention to continue her business. She was selfless and tirelessly hardworking, Adriana recalled. After her emotional talk with her sister, Paula headed home. A phone call from Christian interrupted her. He was picking up their daughter from the playroom and would come to the shop to pick her up as well. His hurried speech was interspersed with children's voices. Paula didn't get a chance to tell him about the frightening incident at her shop, especially since she suspected him to be involved. Reluctantly, Paula returned to work, once again prioritizing her family's well-being over her own. She didn't have to wait long. Christian arrived alone, explaining that their daughter had wanted to go home, and he couldn't deny his little princess. He informed Paula that the girls were at home and eagerly waiting for hamburgers for dinner. In what has become a modern family tradition, Christian took Paula not to the nearest fast food joint, but to a restaurant courtyard at a shopping center several blocks from their home. Parking the car beside a secluded wall and locking it securely, he left Paula inside to collect their order. Relaxing in the passenger seat after a taxing day, Paula closed her eyes, unaware of the impending danger. Shortly, she recognized two familiar figures near the car talking loudly and circling the vehicle. Recognizing them as the unexpected visitors from her shop, Paula tried to stay calm, trusting that the car was secure and Christian would return soon. Suddenly, the car's lights flashed and the door locks disengaged. In a panic, Paula scrambled to the back seat, hiding between the seats and covering her head with her arms, but she was trapped with no escape. One intruder casually got into the driver's seat, while the other joined him in the back, pinning Paula down even more. She felt something warm trickling down her arm before darkness enveloped her. Paula sustained 11 knife wounds to her neck and 2 to her face. After the brutal attack, the assailants fled the scene, leaving Paula alone and gravely injured. Christian returned just 7 minutes later to a horrific sight. The car's interior was drenched in blood. Frantically, he called emergency services but struggled to clearly communicate the situation and give emergency coordinates. He then called Paula's mother to report the attack before driving to the hospital himself. Tragically, Paula succumbed to her injuries in the emergency room, passing away before receiving necessary medical attention. Christian, overwhelmed by grief and shock at the loss of his wife, reacted with loud cries and throwing chairs in the waiting room. The sudden violent end of Paula Ortega left a community in shock and a family in profound grief, raising questions about the motive and identity of the attackers. The initial theory of the prosecution was a violent end inflicted during a robbery. It was later discovered that $600 and a gold necklace were missing from Paula's purse. This began an investigation. The prosecution's theory was confirmed when footage from city cameras showed 2 unknown men who had visited Paula's store earlier that day in the vicinity. Both were in hoodies, making it impossible to create a clear image of their faces, and their vague descriptions provided no clarity. 2 months after the tragic event, Paula's family demanded justice, but the investigation was at a standstill. A turning point came when Adriana Ortega, Paula's sister, gave testimony casting doubt on Christian's innocence. She informed the investigators about a conversation she had with Paula on the day of the incident. Adriana also mentioned that Christian regularly committed infidelity and domestic violence against Paula, who was contemplating divorce. This provided a perfect motive as Christian, driven by ambition, could not afford to lose his wealth and status in the event of a divorce. The prosecution investigated this angle. During a search of their home, incriminating messages were found on Christian's phone, indicating multiple affairs and turbulent marital relations. A critical piece of evidence was documentation prepared for the transfer of the company to a private individual, which Paula had refused to sign. Following these revelations, the incident was investigated as a suspected homicide. As the prosecution continued to gather information implicating Christian Diego, new evidence emerged, unraveling the complex web of the couple's relationship. 2 weeks after the incident, we found out he transferred $2,000 to an unknown woman's account, said Adriana, Paula's sister, adding another layer of suspicion to the already convoluted case. The most shocking aspect, as claimed by relatives, was that Christian made a payment using Paula's account while she was dying from her injuries. Instead of immediately helping his gravely wounded wife, Christian seemingly bided his time. Investigations confirmed this information. The identity of the woman who received the transfer from Christian that day was established as 28-year-old Laura from Christian that day was established as 28-year-old Laura Castillo. Urgently summoned for questioning, she revealed that she had noticed her bank card missing a couple of days earlier, but didn't think much of it as her brother often used her card. The electronic payment records showed a transfer of $2,000 from Christian on January 2nd at 20:05. However, Laura denied any acquaintance with Christian. Her solid alibi at the time of the incident absolved her of any involvement. She was released and the investigation hit a dead end again. Days later, Laura returned to the police stating her brother had returned the bank card as she had suspected. She provided a full description of her brother's appearance, which matched one of the criminals caught on surveillance cameras near the car. In the chaos of fleeing the crime scene, one attacker forgot to pull up his hood. The identities of Byron and Ortiz Castillo, two repeat offenders with a substantial criminal history, were established. The brothers were apprehended. But what could possibly link two seasoned criminals to a seemingly respectable and successful family man? Further investigation revealed that the attacks on Paula had been carried out repeatedly by the Castillo brothers. But why were these repeat offenders targeting this young woman? On December 8, 2022, Paula Ortega faced a harrowing incident at a gas station when her car was stolen. Distracted by a young man, his accomplice quickly jumped behind the wheel and sped off. Fortunately, her daughters weren't in the car that day. Surveillance footage identified the two familiar culprits. Coincidentally, on the day of the theft, Paula unknowingly came face to face with her future assailant. However, the car theft case took an unexpected turn when Christian intervened, claiming the thieves had contacted him. He met with them and retrieved all of Paula's personal belongings, including her wallet. This development cast further doubt on Christian's innocence. Seasoned investigators were puzzled by the widower's boldness in shielding the criminals. Surveillance cameras played a crucial role in identifying the carjackers. As Christian realized he was under suspicion, he concocted a new defense narrative involving extortion by two criminal brothers demanding a large sum of money. But before he could deploy his version of events, the police executed a swift interrogation strategy. Separating the suspects in suggesting one had confessed, they obtained a confession from Martin Castillo. He admitted that more than 2 months earlier, Christian had paid them $2,000 to murder his wife, promising another $2,000 after the deed. During a reenactment, Martin demonstrated how he inflicted 11 fatal knife wounds on the terrified woman. Realizing the crime was uncovered, he remorselessly divulged all details of their arrangement with Christian. Martin revealed that the car theft and the attack on Paula's shop were also parts of Christian's plan to pressure her. By chance, Paula lived a few hours longer than intended. On November 29, 2023, all 3 suspects appeared in court. The prosecution presented a comprehensive picture of the murder day, pieced together from various sources. Videos from surveillance cameras in the area where Christian parked the car, subjected to audio and video forensic analysis, unveiled a chilling soul-freezing narrative. In chilling surveillance footage, Christian Diego is seen exiting his car and heading towards a shopping center elevator. Moments later, he remotely unlocks his car from half a block away, allowing 2 assailants to enter the vehicle and attack Paula. The prosecutor's report noted Christian's odd behavior post-attack, repeatedly looking back, approaching the car, pausing, returning, pacing back and forth, and making phone calls. Surprisingly, upon finding his wife bleeding profusely, he showed no shock or urgency to help her, instead driving her to a distant hospital. Christian's actions, meticulously reconstructed from surveillance videos, particularly in the first 4 minutes after Paula's attack, were cold and calculating. As she bled in the car but was still alive, Christian, standing nearby, callously transferred money to his accomplices for the assault. Paula's family lawyers urged the court to consider these videos as aggravating factors in the crime. The reconstructed sequence of events presented in court proves the crime was premeditated. Hours before the attack, around 1:30 p.m., 2 individuals entered Paula's store dropped off nearby by Christian. This implies the crime was intended to occur earlier during the lunchtime closure when Paula was alone. Prosecutor Marlon Calderon highlighted inconsistencies. How did the assailants know the couple would be at the eatery if they weren't tailing them? Yet they arrived on time to commit the crime. Christian's actions, not fully raising the car window, unlocking the doors near the eatery, his 1,000 times pacing before aiding his wife, phone calls, and not seeking immediate medical attention at a nearby clinic are key evidence for charging him with orchestrating the femicide. Femicide, defined as the intentional murder of a woman simply because she is a woman, was a central theme in the trial of Christian and Paula Ortega's troubled relationship. Shockingly present in today's society, this hate crime was exemplified through Christian's younger age, which seemed to fuel his contempt and abuse towards Paula. Despite her success, Paula lived in a metaphorical golden cage, masking and enabling her husband's tyrannical behavior, allowing him to assert dominance. Years of silence culminated in Christian's sinister plot to seize control of Paula's thriving party empire and gain sole guardianship of their daughter, Maria. Testimonies from over 10 witnesses, including neighbors, friends, and acquaintances, alongside thorough examination of internal and external family communications, revealed Christian's true motives and objectives. Without legal signing rights, he sought to coerce Paula into transferring her company shares. However, his plan failed. Christian didn't physically harm Paula but inflicted severe psychological abuse, artfully concealed under the guise of a perfect family life. According to the Prosecutor General's report, video evidence led to Christian's preventive isolation as the crime's orchestrator. This measure isn't an arrest, but a strategy to neutralize a societal threat. Following this action, Christian planned to flee. In the high-profile case against Christian Diego, accused of orchestrating his wife's demise, his defense team worked tirelessly to portray him as a victim. However, they were unable to refute crucial evidence like surveillance footage and falsified company transfer documents. Desperate, the defense then attempted to depict the accused as suffering from a mental disorder, citing episodes of sudden rage. Multiple psychiatrists evaluated Christian, but he was declared competent. His defense counsel, realizing the gravity of the situation, advised Christian to flee the country, asking if his passport was ready and suggesting he buy a ticket to Panama for the next day. However, this plan to escape justice failed. Christian's search for Central American flight tickets raised alarm bells with the authorities. The prosecutor swiftly ordered an 8-hour detainment of Christian Diego, followed by charges and the disclosure of case details to a judge specializing in domestic violence cases. Pending trial, the suspect was held in preliminary detention, pursued as the alleged mastermind behind a heinous act that left 2 young children motherless and an entire family grieving an irreplaceable loss. The Ortega family demands justice for this atrocious crime, emphasizing the devastating impact on the children and their irreplaceable loss. In a case that gripped public attention, the jury concluded that Christian and his 2 accomplices were guilty of a meticulously planned intentional act of extreme brutality. The unremorseful Christian and his associates were sentenced to 26 years in prison. The municipal authorities of Rumiawi expressed their solidarity with the tragic loss of Paula Alcocer. The institution extends its deepest sympathies to the family and friends affected by this incident. The unfortunate demise of this esteemed businesswoman, friend, mother, and wife, who contributed significantly to the Canton's development and brought prosperity to those in her circle, is deeply mourned, their statement read. Paula's case emerged as a prominent instance of violence against women following the Latin American Association for Alternative Development's report of 332 fatalities due to gender-based violence in 2022. Monday, September 14, 2015, was remembered by 16-year-old Nolan Buchanan as the best day of his life. The day before, he had spent Sunday with his girlfriend. A traditional morning mass with his girlfriend's family, followed by a get-together with friends and a wonderfully romantic evening. Waking up on Monday morning next to his favorite girl, the teenager felt like a free, successful, and influential businessman before whom the whole world is open. After all, he was now the owner of Buchanan Construction. The young man was going to inherit cars, a house, land, monetary assets, and made plans how he would manage the family business alone, and certainly do it better than his father, who brought the company to bankruptcy. It would seem that what could go wrong? Already on October 1, 2015, Nolan Keith Buchanan was arrested at Bonita High School in Bonita, California by the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. Nolan was incarcerated at the Juvenile Treatment Center, JTC, in South Lake Tahoe until June 13, 2018, when an El Dorado County jury of 7 men and 5 women found Buchanan guilty of 3 charges. The jury took just 2 hours to reach a verdict. The young man was sentenced to 150 years in prison with the possibility of parole from the 25th year of his sentence. This is how his plan to take over the family business ended. Neighbors and classmates spoke of Nolan as a model kid and a good student. As far as I know, he was a good kid, Anita High School student Campbell Ruxton would later say in an interview. He always cared about school. He seemed very kind. He was very nice. I'm even surprised he was arrested. But what really happened in the Buchanan family? Let's break down this horrific case in detail. Molly first met Adam Buchanan when she came to apply for a job at his firm as an office manager. By the time they met, Adam was already divorced and raising his son Nolan from a previous marriage on his own. Cheerful, sociable, and cheerful blonde immediately attracted the attention of the owner of the company. The interest was mutual. Molly fell in love, started a romance that turned into a serious relationship, and her move to Adam. Molly dreamed of a real, loving, friendly family and tried to build a wonderful relationship with her stepson. Soon, she became pregnant. Gavin was born. People who knew the Buchanans claimed that they were a fairly close-knit family of 4. The head of the family, who owned a construction company, earned enough to ensure a comfortable life, and the family even purchased vacation property in El Dorado County, California. A small cabin sat on 19 acres in Greenwood, a rustic cabin with no electricity, water, sewer, or gas. Adam, who worked in construction, took an active role in remodeling the house, and the family began to visit there often. On September 13, 2015 at 10 a.m., members of the Garden Valley Fire Department responded to a wildfire in Greenwood Township in western El Dorado County on Highway 193 between Cool and Georgetown. Upon arrival, they found the fire had destroyed 10 acres of the property. A cabin located on the property was still smoldering but had burned to the ground. The fire department personnel observed charred remains in the ashes. The scene of the fire was not touched, and at 11 a.m., firefighters called the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. No one had yet realized what was at the scene. Firefighters were almost certain that the victim of the wildfire was a pet trapped in the house. The arriving coroner was faced with a daunting task. The remains of the house were still smoldering, and there was no way to examine the inside of the house. They had to wait for the flames to finally die down and for the temperature to drop slightly. As the coroner examined the house, he smelled the sweet odor of burnt flesh and later discovered a human skull and a burned chest. It appeared that the tragedy had claimed someone's life. The officer requested backup. Officers from the sheriff's office arrived and conducted a thorough examination of the scene. The conclusion was obvious. The small, secluded, and remote cabin was not the primary residence of its owners. Rather, it was most likely a country cabin where people came to vacation. A Dodge truck and trailer were found on the property adjacent to the cabin. It was possible to run the license plates and find out who the car belonged to. The owner may have been the victim of the wildfire. It didn't take long to find out that the vehicle and trailer belonged to Buchanan Construction, a company owned by a man named Adam Buchanan. The man in question lived 160 miles from the scene of the accident, about 3 hours away in Bonita, California. This information confirmed the assumption of the police, who decided that the house was just a country residence for those who vacation here from the hustle and bustle of the city. It remained to be seen who was inside, Mr. Buchanan himself or someone else. The name of the owner of the company gave the detectives their first clue with which they began their investigation. The Bonita police officers were tasked with checking to see if all of Buchanan's family members were well and at home. They went to the correct address and were soon in the Buchanan's driveway, where they noticed a white Ford pickup truck. At a knock on the door, Adam's 16-year-old son from his first marriage came out. He greeted the uniformed officers with surprise and asked what brought them to him. The officers decided to first find out who was in the house so as not to frighten the household. Perhaps the company car had been taken by someone from the company and not the owner himself. Nolan Buchanan said his father, Adam, had gone away for the weekend to his country estate, 160 miles away, with Molly and their 8-year-old son, Gavin, and they were due back in the evening. According to him, his father had left him to look after the house. Investigators did not yet have sufficient reason to believe the remains in the cabin were those of the Buchanans, but the information received and the discovery of the remains, believed to be those of 2 people, by the evening of September 13th, was enough to report the family missing in the El Dorado County fire. The next day, September 14th, El Dorado County Police went to Nolan's home to talk to him more thoroughly and try to figure out whose lives the fire had claimed. Officers were met by Adam's parents, Howard and Susan Buchanan. They said that their son, the owner of the burned-out cabin, does his own home repairs and therefore travels there very often. The parents were very concerned as they had not been able to contact their son or daughter-in-law until now. From the story, the officers learned that the house is connected to generators, but at the time of the tragedy, it had no electricity. There were, however, gas cylinders inside. This gave 2 theories. The fire could have been either accidental or intentional. By September 15th, the fire scene had cooled down and investigators were finally able to collect evidence, including debris from a nearby fire pit. According to Denton James Peterson of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, new remains were discovered that changed the direction of the case. Police found a piece of skull with a bullet hole. At that point, we all realized that there was actually a homicide. This was not an accidental fire, reported the sheriff. The remains were collected and sent for forensic DNA testing. In the first set of remains, the bullet was lodged in the victim's thigh. The skull with the bullet hole, judging by its size, belonged to a child. The version of fatal accident dropped by itself. The version of murder came to the forefront. No one now doubted that the fire was a means of destroying the traces of the crime. It remained to find out under what circumstances the crime had taken place. Was it a burglary that had gone wrong? Or had the family taken their lives deliberately? But then by whom and why? Or could the crime be related to Buchanan Construction, a company where Adam Buchanan was president and chief operating officer, and someone harbored a grudge against him due to a working relationship? Initially, investigators focused specifically on the latter theory. They also looked into Molly's life to determine if she had any enemies capable of the crime. Once those lines of inquiry stalled, officers turned their attention to problems in Molly and Adam's marriage. There proved to be plenty of them. Investigators learned that over time, Molly and Adam's relationship began to deteriorate, and at the time of the crime, they had been sleeping apart for quite some time. A diary was found in which Molly described abuse from Adam. Witnesses interviewed described rough treatment and abuse. According to them, Adam was rude not only to Molly but also to the children. Molly's mother, Susie Slankard, admitted to investigators, "There were times when I was afraid they would kill each other in one of their arguments." Molly did not sever her relationship with Adam, but would periodically take her son and leave to go to her parents' house and return a few days later until the next fight. It also turned out that the couple liked to hunt in the area where their country house was located. Since everyone was armed, the investigators assumed that during another quarrel, one of the spouses grabbed a gun and shot. And when he realized what he had done, he took his own life. However, there was an inconsistency. If the tragedy happened because of a conflict between husband and wife, it means that near the remains of one of them must necessarily be the instrument of crime, which, however, was not. Investigators speculated that the weapon may have been damaged in the fire and may not have looked as obvious as expected. Over the course of 5 days, forensic team members took turns removing ashes from the home. The search was conducted with surgical thoroughness but did not yield the expected result. No weapons were found in the house. By this time came the data of forensic examination. The examination confirmed that the DNA of the bodies belonged to Adam Buchanan, Molly McAfee, and their 8-year-old son. All 3 victims had suffered gunshot wounds before the fire, and the angle of the bullet wounds ruled out the version that someone took their own life. The lack of firearms meant that someone else was in the house, a 4th person who shot the Buchanans, and the investigation had to start over. Police had no choice but to turn to the 16-year-old son of the deceased. Nolan told officers that the family drove away in an old Dodge truck. According to the son, his father decided to use the company vehicle rather than his personal Ford, which was parked in the driveway because he had loaded the truck and trailer with rocks that he was going to decorate the area near his country cabin. It was this truck that police found near the burn structure. When asked why Nolan did not go on vacation with his relatives, the young man, as in the first interview, said that he had a duty to look after the house and garden during the absence of his father and stepmother. Nolan also said that they had a neighbor growing forbidden grass on the edge of the Buchanan property, which caused his father to have frequent arguments with this neighbor, demanding that he stop planting the grass and threatening to go to the police. Talking about the family business, Nolan told of the company's financial difficulties. Things were not going well. The company was undergoing downsizing, and the number of employees was down to 5. From what his father said, the debts associated with the business were increasing rapidly. So now the investigation had a lot of useful information, and the detectives had a suspect, a neighbor, especially since in that area, violent crime was often linked to the cultivation of illegal herbs. Detectives felt that the threat of going to the police could have led to the murder of Buchanan and his family. The problem was no one had any idea which neighbor they were talking about. Investigators canvassed the neighborhood, interviewing all the homeowners in a row. The tactic was successful. They found a man who confirmed the story of a quarrel with Adam over growing a forbidden crop. But according to him, after a sharp conversation, the conflict was over. The neighbor had an alibi and another version turned out to be untenable. What remained to be dealt with was the financial crisis that had hit the family's business. On September 18th, the police visited Adam's company and interviewed the employees. Nolan's words were true. The company was in a sorry state. It was threatened with bankruptcy as the amount of debts exceeded $30,000. Because of this, some employees were fired. It turned out that some of the former employees were extremely dissatisfied with the reduction and therefore could be involved in the crime, and that's where investigators got lucky. Over the weekend, the local high school organized a community cleanup day. The students were clearing debris from a business park just a mile from Adam's construction company. It was there on September 19th that a small purse with a wallet and identification cards belonging to Molly McAfee and Adam Buchanan was found under one of the bushes. A .22 caliber rifle was lying nearby. Detectives immediately went to the scene of the discovery. The county sheriff's office made a new assumption. The perpetrator had massacred the Buchanan family with the found rifle and, covering his tracks, had taken their documents from the crime scene. The discovery was important because it meant that someone had traveled all the way to Greenwood to kill the family and then returned to Bonita to dispose of the bag and murder weapon. It appeared to be a Bonita resident. The proximity of the evidence found to the location of Buchanan construction strengthened the theory that the boss was massacred by one of the disgruntled employees. Detectives sent the firearm and the bag of documents for examination, requesting a warrant to inspect the company's records and premises. Here, the investigators got lucky a second time. During the search, they gained access to a video surveillance camera installed on the firm's premises. By happy coincidence, the lens of the camera was directed not at the company's territory, but at the center of the parking lot. After this discovery, the case was just days away from being solved. Since it was already known that the family had gone out of town on Friday, investigators reviewed Friday's footage and were surprised to find that Adam had attached a trailer filled with rocks to a Ford F-150, not a Dodge truck as Nolan had told them. Detectives realized that the young man had deliberately manipulated the investigation. If the white Ford had towed the rock trailer to the cabin, then someone must have driven it back and parked it in the driveway of the Buchanan family home. Investigators re-interviewed Nolan, trying to keep him safe while getting as many details as possible. Nolan again recounted his weekend, where he had been and who he had seen. Only this time they asked him what movie they had seen at the cinema, how he had paid for the shopping at the mall, and how he had paid for dessert on a date. The unsuspecting Nolan answered with his father's credit card. The officers then applied for a warrant to search Buchanan's home in Bonita, search the vehicles, and check financial records. The Ford automobile was still parked in the driveway. It was closely inspected, and they noticed reddish soil sticking to the wheels, similar to that in Greenwood. If the Ford had been used for a trip last weekend or earlier, traces of soil might have remained, but they would not have been as obvious. Unfortunately, the fire had destroyed the wheel tread marks near the country house, but the dirt buildup indicated that the car had probably been to Greenwood recently. Detectives tracked the bank card payments and found that Adam Buchanan had used his credit card on Friday, September 11th at fast food chain Taco Bell on his way to Greenwood. Nolan, on the other hand, claimed he stayed home, did not go with his parents, and had the credit card in his possession. Detectives went to the diner and checked the security cameras. They saw exactly what they expected, a white Ford instead of a truck. When detectives searched the Ford, they found a Taco Bell receipt dated September 11th that included not 3, but 4 drinks. Evidence collected at the scene of the fire similarly pointed to 4 drink cups, so Nolan was in the car. The next credit card transaction took place on Saturday, September 12th at the Valencia Club Bar in Penryn, about 30 minutes away from the cabin. Adam's parents had previously told detectives about the bar. They said their son and daughter-in-law liked to drop in there after renovations to the cabin. Security cameras recorded the time the couple left the bar, and traffic cameras on the highway helped track the couple's route. A Ford F-150 headed toward the Buchanan cabin around 2:30 a.m. on the day of the fire, and at 3:30 a.m., drove in the opposite direction. In the first instance, the camera captured Adam and Molly in the vehicle, and in the second, only Nolan. A few hours later, on Sunday morning, September 13th, Adam's credit card was used to pay at 3 of Benita's establishments, Starbucks, McDonald's, and a gas station. The bank confirmed to investigators that Buchanan had only 1 bank card. The facts contradicted Nolan's stories. By this time, forensic results had come back. Nolan's fingerprints were found on the gun. He was arrested right in the middle of a high school class. Nolan Buchanan pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. He attempted to distort the story and claimed that it was his father who shot the family, after which he pointed a rifle at him and he, defending himself, took the weapon away, accidentally shooting his father. Nolan insisted it was self-defense, attributing the fire and subsequent lie to a state of panic and extreme fright. That's why he took gasoline and set the house on fire to make it look like nothing had happened there. The defense continually focused the jury's attention on Adam's abuse of his own son and other family members. The medical examiner questioned the verdict because the bullet wound mark on a piece of Gavin's skull was consistent with a shot fired at nearly a 90-degree angle. Nolan, on the other hand, claimed that his and his brother's beds were next to each other and they were simultaneously awakened by the noise and screaming. It was at the moment of awakening that Nolan allegedly saw someone enter the bedroom and shoot Gavin. The shooter then pointed the rifle at him, and Nolan miraculously managed to push the attacker away. Under this scenario, the shot would have been fired at about a 45-degree angle, which was inconsistent with forensic evidence. The prosecution came to believe that Nolan shot his brother when they were alone in the house while their parents spent time at a bar. After waiting for his father and stepmother to return, Nolan shot them as well. Judging by where the bodies were found, Adam was killed first, followed by Molly. Nolan then took the rifle, his parents' papers, doused the bodies with gasoline, and set the house on fire. Then he went home, met his girlfriend, and spent the day with her, creating an alibi for himself. On July 13, 2018, a jury found Nolan guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder. As a result, he was sentenced to 150 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Judge Kingsbury, in announcing the sentence, reflected on the verbal and physical abuse Nolan faced, on the testimony that Nolan massacred his brother because he didn't want him to go through the same horror or be forced to live with what his father had already managed to do to him. But as she did, she also listed facts about the premeditation of the crime and subsequent arson, the creation of alibis, and the plans to run the family business that Nolan had voiced to family members. The judge cited a failure to follow rules and deviant behavior noted by staff at the South Lake Tahoe Juvenile Treatment Center, where Nolan went after his arrest. "Everyone has the opportunity to change," Judge Kingsbury told Nolan. "I hope you will do everything in your power to do so. If you behave well, you will have a chance to get out on parole in 25 years under the Senate bill and Supreme Court rulings. It's up to you whether you take that chance or not." Nolan continues to insist he is innocent. If he ever gets out on parole, he will have to pay a huge compensation to the victims. The amount of the payout is unknown at this time. Take a look at this photo. It shows Rexford Lynn Keel Jr., better known as Lynn Keel, and his wife Elizabeth Bess Edwards Keel. They were married for over 20 years. In 2005, Lynn worked as a truck driver, and Elizabeth was an employee of Microbach Laboratories. Probably many of us have pictures that, when we look at them, we realize that shortly after the picture was taken, the lives of the people depicted in it changed dramatically. These words can be fully applied to this one as well. Lynn and Elizabeth lived in this house, which is located in Nash County, North Carolina. As you can see on the map, the place is quite secluded. As 2005 drew to a close, Lynn and Elizabeth, like many people, were making plans for the next year. But on January 1st, 2006, trouble came to their house. It was cold, and the steps outside the house were covered in ice. As Elizabeth was leaving the house, she slipped and fell, hitting her head hard on the corner of the concrete steps. The injuries she sustained was fatal. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy concluded that Elizabeth had died from a blunt force trauma to the head, and her death was ruled an accident. For her husband, relatives, colleagues, and friends, Elizabeth's sudden death was a great shock. She was only 42 years old. About 1 year passed and Lynn Keel decided to move on. He was no longer a truck driver, but worked in real estate. In 2007, he visited Latin America in a work-related visit. On that trip, Lynn, who was 45 years old at the time, met Diana, who was 19 years his junior. Diana was from Bogota, Colombia. She was strikingly beautiful, kind, and a single mom with a daughter. The relationship between them quickly developed, and with her thoughts of the American dream, Diana moved to the United States. She and Lynn began living in his home in Nash County, where about a year earlier, his wife Elizabeth Keel had died in an accident. It wasn't long before Diana and Lynn were married, and a short time later, the couple had a son named Max. In 2017, Diana graduated from Nash Community College. That same year, she began working as an emergency room nurse at Wilson Medical Center. The first few years of their life together were nothing special, but over time, their relationship began to deteriorate. Diana told her close friend that Lynn was an overbearing man who spoke sharply to her and very often verbally abused her. The atmosphere in the house was almost always very tense. Lynn would not allow Diana to be alone with anyone for long periods of time. She began to think about divorce, but she was afraid of her husband because he threatened her. He manipulated her with the baby. He threatened her and told her that if she left him, he would deport her and that she would never see her son again. Diana put up with it all because her children came first for her, but everyone's patience comes to an end sooner or later. In 2019, Diana's daughter Laura was 18, a graduate of Southern Nash High School and a freshman at the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, and 10-year-old Max was living with his parents. As I said, Diana worked as a nurse at Wilson Medical Center. She was loved and respected by patients and colleagues alike. On March 7, 2019, Diana's mother, Esperanza Prada, who lived in Colombia, received a message in which Diana wrote, "Mom, I love you very much." The message came completely out of the blue. Esperanza knew her daughter didn't have a happy marriage and that she wanted to divorce her husband but was afraid of him. It was only 3 days after that, and Diana's daughter, Laura, sounded the alarm. On March 10th, she tweeted out a plea for help to find her mother. The message said, "This is insane. You see this happen to everyone else, and you don't think it's ever going to happen to you guys. My mom is missing. If you see or hear anything, please let me know. And please retweet this. Help me get the word out. Thank you." That same day, Laura called the medical center where her mother worked, but none of Diana's co-workers had spoken to her in the past 2 days. An employee of the medical center called the police and asked for a welfare check on Diana. A co-worker told the dispatcher that Diana hadn't been heard from in 2 days. She was supposed to work tonight. "She's on the schedule," the Wilson Medical Center nurse said. "She's the type of co-worker. She's always like 30 minutes early. And if you text her, she replies back like reasonably. She has not done any of them." The woman said it was out of character for Diana and asked the sheriff's office to perform a welfare check. Diana was a devoted mother who was in touch with her family every day. She checked her social media regularly, but now her messages went unread and her FaceTime calls unanswered. When a police officer arrived at the Keel family home, Lynn was there. It was surprising that his wife's disappearance had been reported to the police by her co-workers, not him. Lynn told the police officer that he had last seen Diana 2 days earlier on March 8th when she left the house. Her car was still parked outside the house, which also aroused suspicion, so Lynn was called in for questioning. When questioned, Keel, 57, said his wife had gone out to run some errands and hadn't returned. He said she would leave from time to time and wouldn't return for several days. It was a statement that didn't ring true. Without any charges, the man was released. Diana was reported missing and the police began searching for her. Investigators were able to determine that the woman had not used her cell phone or bank cards in the past few days, and that was not a good sign. This house, as I said at the beginning of the video, is in a secluded location, and there are no neighbors to share any important information with the police. Nevertheless, detectives learned that on the morning of March 8th, the couple was seen having a heated argument on their front porch. A courier had delivered a package addressed to Diana that day, and he was the last person to see her, not counting Lynn Keel, of course. After the police interviewed Diana's co-workers, who told them that she was having problems with her husband, there was no doubt that she would not abandon her son and run away. The only thing that stopped her from divorcing was the fear of losing custody of her 10-year-old son. Everyone the detective spoke to named only one person they thought might have been involved in Diana's disappearance. That person was her husband, Lynn Keel. Early in the investigation, an ominous discovery was made. 2 years before Diana went missing, Lynn had insured her life for more than $1 million, and he was the sole beneficiary of this insurance. In 2008, sheriff's deputies responded to a domestic dispute in the house, although no further action was taken. Only 2 days had passed since the investigation began, and the police received a disturbing call. During the emergency call, a man later identified as an employee of the North Carolina Department of Transportation said, "He found something on Pokes Hole Road. It looks like something is laying in the woods," he said. "I don't know what it is. A body, a something, I don't know. How far down is it?" The dispatcher asked. "Right here at the end," the caller said. "I will be waiting right here." Unfortunately, what the man who called the police saw was Diana's body, which from the looks of it had been there since the day she disappeared. It turned out that the worker was checking an illegal dump when he saw something suspicious. Pokes Hole Road is a dead-end street leading to farmland, and the fact that the body was found was fortunate, if fortunate is the right word under the circumstances. Who knows how long it would have taken the police to find Diana's body, for it was 30 miles away from her home. I've heard nobody that knew her had anything negative to say about this woman. Nash County Sheriff Keith Stone said, "What a tragic event. Even more tragic, we now have a 10-year-old without a mom." Stone added, "It's very difficult, especially when I see life as it is and how fragile it is. And now we have a kid without a mother. It's very difficult. We have a lot of unanswered questions. That's the reason we, as the Nash County Sheriff's Office, operate with compassion, honor, and diligence. Although it remains unclear how the woman died, there is definitely foul play involved." The police had only one suspect, Lynn Keel. When he was informed that his wife had been found dead, he was very surprised. He was brought to the station for questioning, where he answered to investigators. He claimed as before that Diana had often gone away for several days, but that she had always returned. These words were inconsistent with what Diana's colleagues, relatives, and friends had said. Everyone knew that Lynn Keel controlled his wife's every move. He even forbade her to see her friends. After the interrogation, the man was released because the results of the autopsy had not yet been obtained. 2 days after the discovery of the body, authorities officially confirmed that the body was that of Diana Alejandra Keel. Her death was a painful blow to her children, family, and friends. Diana's daughter Laura created a GoFundMe page to help cover the funeral costs. "My priorities now are to make sure my mother is laid to rest in a manner much more fitting than her death, and to make sure my brother continues to feel the love that our mother shared with us daily," she wrote. "By doing so, I hope to honor my mother's legacy." Diana's cousin living in Colombia told reporters that the mother of two came to North Carolina to live the American dream, but it ended up being a nightmare. "I can't believe it," said Javier Guevara. "I can't believe it. It's very, very sad." After the medical examiner's report was obtained, the frightening details of Diana's death became known. She had extensive skull fractures as well as multiple sharp injuries on the left side of her face and neck. Some of the injuries were post-mortem, which could mean that the person who inflicted them had a personal grudge against Diana. By the time police arrived to arrest Lynn Keel and search his home, he had gone on the run. He was put on a nationwide wanted list, and a report stated that he might be driving a gold-colored pickup truck and warned that he might be dangerous. It was learned that after Lynn Keel left the police station after being questioned, he drove his 10-year-old son to his parents' home, took his father's car, and fled. According to a warrant to search the home Diana and Lynn Keel shared, authorities seized a variety of firearms including rifles, pistols, and revolvers. Also seized were swords, a machete, and several knives. Warrants show that authorities found 2 pages from a diary belonging to Diana Keel's 18-year-old daughter inside a Dodge Ram Lynn Keel owned. When the sheriff was asked about their contents, he replied that he did not feel comfortable divulging what was written on those pages. Meanwhile, the search for Lynn Keel continued. It was determined that he had left the state, but his whereabouts were unknown. Stone said the sheriff's office had received calls from Texas and Florida about Keel's truck, but no additional details about his capture were confirmed. He asked the public to drive by local motels and hotels and see if they would notice a pickup truck with the license plate number listed on the information sheet distributed. "We have no idea where he might be," he said. "This is an opportunity for the public to help because this person is dangerous." On March 17, 2019, 5 days after Diana's body was discovered, Lynn Keel was seized by Arizona State Police 34 miles from the U.S. border with Mexico. He was in possession of a large sum of cash and a large quantity of various canned goods. He was allegedly planning to cross the border and escape into Mexican territory. After his arrest, Lynn Keel was airlifted to Mash County where he was charged in connection with the death of his wife, Diana. Experts believed she was still alive when she was loaded into her own SUV, driven into the woods, and left for dead. Lynn Keel was therefore also charged with kidnapping. When searching the house, forensic investigators found overwhelming evidence that the attack on Diana took place in the bedroom. According to the prosecutor, after taking Diana to a remote area, Keel went to a local Walmart where he bought cleaning supplies with which he tried to cover up evidence of the crime. After he was arrested, Diana's daughter, Laura, wrote the following words on her Facebook account. "I know everyone has a certain feeling towards what my stepdad did to my family. However, I beg all of you not to spread hate. My brother has such a pure heart that he doesn't need to see that hate. We all need to focus on how wonderful my mother was to heal us as best we can." The brutal nature of the crime and Keel's subsequent flight from justice drew local, state, and national media attention to the case. The media attention caused the public defender at the time to ask for a change in venue so that a jury pool could be selected. Media coverage included, among other things, press conferences by the Nash County Sheriff, many written articles in local newspapers, online articles, television coverage, as well as social media discussion. Discussion in the media included speculations surrounding the passing of the defendant's previous wife, the motion stated. The state objected to the motion, but did note that the state had concerns over efficiency and a waste of resources and time should a trial begin in Nash County, and then be required to be transferred to another venue after the trial process begins in Nash County, the motion stated. In the end, Nash County Superior Court Judge Quinton Sumner decided to move the venue to Pitt County. In the document outlining his decision, Sumner stated that there exists in Nash County a prejudice against this defendant, so that he cannot obtain a fair and impartial trial within Nash County. In October 2021, Rexford Lynn Keel, 59, pleaded no contest to the charges against him to avoid a lengthy trial. A no contest plea similar to a guilty plea means that the defendant accepts responsibility for the charge. Keel pled to second-degree murder and first-degree kidnapping. Keel's defense attorneys asked that the judge takes into account that he has been experiencing kidney failure and has been incarcerated for the past 2 years. But at sentencing, Diana's mother reminded the court of the reason her daughter was no longer alive. She said she wanted to tell women that if their partner was abusive, they needed to run. "Don't stay there," she begged as she asked the judge for a severe sentence. "I want you to have the same compassion for Keel that he had when he killed her." Diana's cousin released the following statement. "From all of Diana Alejandra Keel's family, we want to extend a huge thank you to all law enforcement involved in apprehending and bringing Lynn Keel, the suspect in Diana's murder, to face justice. I want to express the immense gratitude our family has felt, including the true empathy from the Mass County Sheriff's Office, along with so many heartfelt messages of support and love since this nightmare began. We know Diana Alejandra has been seen by the public for the amazing mother, daughter, sister, cousin, friend, and co-worker that she was. She loved her 2 children more than I can ever express. Everything she did was for them. She brought joy into this world with her contagious laugh, bright smile, and huge heart for others, including animals. To all that knew her and those that would have liked to have known her, please think of her and her children only with the kindest thoughts and positive energy possible. Thank you so much for your continued support." Lynn Keel did not say what the motive for the crime was. Perhaps he learned that Diana was meeting with a lawyer and wanted to begin divorce proceedings. We should also not forget the insurance policy worth more than $1 million under the plea agreement. Lynn Keel was sentenced to between 32 and 41 years in prison. But that's not all. Police had questions relating to the death of Lynn Keel's first wife, Elizabeth. Was her death really an accident? Her family said they always had questions about her death. In a statement, Elizabeth Keel's family said they have always questioned Bess's death and feel deeply saddened that another life has now been taken. "We're going to work all the leads on that, and we're going to go back and look at the information we had on the first incident reports," Stone said. "We're going to talk with the district attorney's office. It's something that we need to be looking at." Elizabeth Keel is buried in a family plot in Spring Hope. Stone said right now he is working with a pathologist and going over all of the evidence, who said there is a strong possibility they will exhume Elizabeth Keel's body. Dr. John Butts was the chief medical examiner in North Carolina for 24 years. One would only go to exhume a body if there was some question that wasn't addressed at the time that could be addressed by re-examining the remains. Butts said, according to him, there have been many cases in his career where a death deemed accidental turned out to be murder. Someone falls off of something and was killed, and then additional information turns out that they didn't fall. They were pushed, and there would be no difference in examination. We'd have the same findings, but of course now the circumstances leading up to why it happened have changed. But said, no new information related to the death of Elizabeth Keel has appeared over the past 2 years. We can assume that authorities have found no reason to reopen the investigation and exhume the body, but it is possible that we will hear more about this case in the future. Peggy Cox was a devoted mother and a woman of strong faith. She met her husband through a church group, and together they became proud parents to 2 daughters and a son. In 1973, tragedy struck when her husband was severely injured in a car accident, leaving him in a vegetative state. 4 years later, in 1977, Peggy decided to relocate her family from their home in South Nashville to Thompson Station, Tennessee, to be closer to relatives. Throughout her life, she remained deeply involved in her children's upbringing, teaching them how to swim and ensuring they felt safe and comfortable confiding in her about anything. She did also have to rely on her own parents for help with her children so that she could also care for her husband until he passed away in 1983. The stresses of providing such intensive care for her husband while also raising their children without him sometimes wore on Peggy, but she relied on her family, her church, and her love of reading to cope with them. She attended 8:30 a.m. Mass at St. Philip's Catholic Church every Sunday and could read an entire romance novel in one day. In 1987, Peggy began working at a Hardee's restaurant in Franklin, Tennessee. For a while, she worked there with both her son Jude and her daughter Desiree. Desiree ended up leaving to go work at a local Kmart, but Jude continued working at the Hardee's as a cook. Friends of all three of Peggy's children would often go through the drive-thru of the restaurant just to say hello to Peggy while she was working because they were so fond of her. On February 1st, 1991, Peggy and Jude were both working at the Hardee's. Peggy was taking orders at the drive-thru and 20-year-old Jude was cooking just a few feet away from her. At approximately 11:45 p.m., a man ordered a roast beef combo at the drive-thru. Jude began preparing the order as the man drove around to the drive-thru window. Suddenly, Jude heard 2 gunshots. He instinctively dropped to the floor. When he looked over towards the drive-thru window, he saw his mother stumble backwards and fall to the floor. One of the bullets, which had come from a small caliber handgun, had struck her in the neck and entered her brainstem. She was rushed to Williamson Medical Center, but did not survive. Peggy had been murdered on her 49th birthday. Peggy was beloved by those who knew her, and police could not find anyone with a motive to harm her. The main theory they identified was that Peggy was killed in a botched robbery. According to Jude, his mother's killer would not have had enough time from when he placed his order to when the gunshots were fired to both drive around to the window and demand the money. It is possible that the assailant panicked when he arrived at the window and fired immediately without first robbing the restaurant. Several witnesses reported seeing a compact car speeding away from the Hardee's and getting onto Interstate 65 around the time of the murder. These sightings were the main clue in the case, but the car was never located, and Peggy's case soon went cold. In 2011, 20 years after Peggy was killed, Franklin Police Department Detective Darren Barnes requested to take over the case. Because of his position on an FBI task force at the time, he was able to utilize some of their resources in his investigation. In 2013, he was also able to present Peggy's case to the Vidic Society. The society, which only reviews a handful of cases each year, is a group of forensic experts and investigators from a variety of disciplines that provides confidential consultations about cold cases to members of law enforcement. Despite these efforts and the efforts of Peggy's children to keep her story in the local media, the case has still not been closed. The population of Franklin, Tennessee has quadrupled since Peggy died, but her murder remains the city's only unsolved homicide. A $25,000 reward is being offered in the case. 46-year-old Rizwan Danani lived in Washington state, where he owned several businesses and restaurants. He was working at one of these restaurants, a Dairy Queen in Auburn, Washington, on March 31, 2016. He arrived at the restaurant around 7 p.m. with plans to be there until 11 p.m. Instead of leaving at that time, he called his family at it instead. He told them that he would need to continue working for a few more hours before returning to his home in an unincorporated area of King County outside of Redmond, Washington. Surveillance footage shows Rizwan leaving the restaurant alone and on his own accord around 2 a.m. He has not been seen or heard from since. Rizwan had not been driving his usual vehicle that night, and the vehicle he had used to drive to the Dairy Queen was left behind in the parking lot of the restaurant. Rizwan's wallet, with all of his known forms of identification still inside of it, was found inside of the car. Rizwan either left on foot or got into an unknown vehicle. When he disappeared, he was also without his jacket and cell phone. 25 hours before went missing, there had been a fire at another one of his restaurants, the Celtic Bayou, on West Lake Sammamish Parkway northeast in Redmond. At 1 a.m. on March 31st, someone working at a nearby business heard an explosion and called 911. Redmond firefighters were able to quickly control the fire, which had not spread to any neighboring businesses in part due to the restaurant's sprinkler system. There was extensive damage to the restaurant, but no one was injured in the fire. Police suspected that the fire was caused by arson, and the witness who had called 911 also reported seeing an unknown man walking away from the restaurant just after the explosion that started the fire. The authorities arrived at Rizwan's home at 5 a.m. that morning to inform him of the fire and to interview him. Rizwan had also gone into the Redmond police station to provide them with more information later in the day. Police do not consider Rizwan a suspect in the arson. They are concerned about his well-being and believe that his disappearance may be related to information he may have about the fire. He remains missing. Nancy Theobald was witty, clever, independent, and accomplished. At Indian Hill High School in Cincinnati, she was a member of the National Honor Society. She received a scholarship to study in France as an American Field Service exchange student during her senior year. She was accepted into the honors program at the University of Cincinnati and began her studies there in the fall of 1977 with plans to major in finance. Nancy's father, Dr. Jerry Theobald, had been a veterinarian at the Cincinnati Zoo, but decided to open a veterinary clinic in Florida. He, his wife, and youngest children made the move to Pompano Beach, Florida, but Nancy and her two older siblings decided to remain in Ohio. The three siblings lived together in an apartment on Deccabock Street in the Clifton neighborhood of north central Cincinnati. In addition to attending school full-time, 18-year-old Nancy found a part-time job working at an Arby's restaurant that was less than 2 miles from where she lived. She began working there in October of 1977, and her supervisor immediately noticed that she was a conscientious worker who was always nice to everyone. Nancy was last seen at the Arby's on November 16, 1977, when she was working a late shift. She did not normally walk home after her night shifts, usually calling her brother Michael or a friend for a ride. On this night, however, she walked home. Michael would later report that he had left their apartment around the time Nancy got off of work, so he may have just missed a call from her asking for a ride. It has never been confirmed if Nancy did in fact call home or any of her friends asking for a ride. Whether by choice or by necessity, because she could not find someone to pick her up, Nancy left the Arby's at 10:50 p.m. to walk home. She never arrived. Nancy's family knew that something was wrong as soon as she disappeared. According to her family, Nancy was simply too dedicated to her education and family to simply walk away from all of her responsibilities, and she had nothing to run away from. She also did not have a driver's license or a car. When she left the Arby's that night, it is believed that she only had $10 in her work uniform with her. Nancy remained missing for almost 6 weeks. On December 27th, a farmer discovered her body frozen into the mud in a creek bed on his property near Westchester in Butler County, north of Cincinnati. She was partially nude. A rope was around her neck and her hands were bound behind her back. Her autopsy would reveal that she had died of strangulation and had been sexually assaulted. Nancy's case went cold for decades. In 2000, the Butler County Sheriff's Office announced that they would be reopening 4 cold cases. One of these cases was Nancy's. Sheriff Harold Gabbard also announced that he believed that Nancy had been killed by the same person who had committed 2 of the other murders being reopened. 22-year-old Tammy King was a mother of a 4-year-old son, Michael. She went missing on October 25, 1982, while she was 5 months pregnant with her second child. Her body was discovered in Riley Township, Ohio on November 13. 24-year-old Victoria Hinsier was reported missing by her roommate a few days after she failed to show up for her shift as a waitress at a Red Lobster restaurant on October 20, 1976. Her body was found in a wooded area in Ross Township, Ohio by a man walking his dog on October 31st. All 3 women were attractive brunettes from Cincinnati. They had all been sexually assaulted and strangled before being left, either nude or partially clothed, in remote areas in southern Butler County. They were killed in different years, but at the same time of year, between the end of October and the middle of November. They had all recently been working in the food service industry. Victoria and Nancy were both still employed at restaurants, and Tammy had recently worked at one. The sheriff's office had a suspect they believed to be connected, although they did not publicly identify him, beyond revealing that he was an inmate at the Chillicothe Correctional Institution. Investigators went there to interview him, but he did not wish to cooperate. This suspect was not the only lead the sheriff's office was following. They also hoped that the more advanced technology that was now available to them could provide them with a suspect. Hair and fiber samples were submitted to a lab for analysis, but the effort did not solve any of the 3 cases. Nancy's family has remained dedicated to finally resolving her case, even after decades without answers. Nancy's brother Joseph, who was just 11 years old at the time of her death, kept his sister's memory alive in part by naming his youngest daughter after her. He lives in Florida, where he works as an insurance investigator. He has also been investigating Nancy's murderer. While looking at Nancy's autopsy report, He noted that blood that may have belonged to her killer was found on her sweater. When he asked the authorities in Butler County about the blood in 2019, he was told that it had recently been resubmitted to the lab for new DNA testing. So far, this testing has not located a match to the DNA. If the contributor of the DNA can ever be identified, however, it may be the break in the case that will finally close it. This is a story of survival that is difficult to fully capture in words. The courage of 8-year-old Jennifer Shutt is immeasurable, and her actions in life-threatening circumstances are extraordinary. In a rare twist, the victim herself played a key role in capturing her attacker. Despite suffering a severe injury that left her unable to speak, Jennifer survived, holding on to every detail of the horrific ordeal. Over the course of 19 years, she relentlessly pursued justice, and in the end, she succeeded. Jennifer Shutt, an 8-year-old schoolgirl, had just finished her day at school. She lived with her single mother, Elaine, who did everything in her power to ensure Jennifer's happiness and well-being. Elaine worked multiple jobs to support their family and provide her daughter with a joyful childhood. Surrounded by so much love and care, Jennifer flourished into a vibrant and cheerful child, eager to learn and showing great intelligence and curiosity. Like many children her age, Jennifer was often afraid of the dark, a fear that was no different from any other child's. She had a fear of the dark and frequently slept alongside her mother in the same room. That night on August 9, 2009, the mother and daughter slept in the same room. Jennifer was tossing and turning, kicking her mom in sleep, making it difficult for her to fall asleep. Unusually, at 2:30 a.m., Elaine woke up and asked Jennifer to go back to her own room for the rest of the night because she needed to get up early for work. Understandingly, Jennifer responded to her mother saying, "Just because I love you, Mom, I'm going to sleep in my own room tonight," and went to her room. Elaine would later regret this decision for a long time, but at that moment, she couldn't know what would happen next. The following morning, Elaine discovered that Jennifer was missing when she went to wake her up. She noticed that the window facing the parking lot was wide open. Elaine promptly called 911. Upon the police's arrival, she recounted that she hadn't heard any noise or screams after Jennifer went to her room. It is worth mentioning that their apartment was on the first floor, and the windows in Jennifer's room overlooked the parking lot, leading Elaine to fear that someone might have seen Jennifer and entered the room through the window. Elaine realized that their apartment was not the ideal living situation for her and her young daughter, but it was the best they could afford at the time. Nevertheless, Elaine's parents decided to help her and their granddaughter with a new place to live. They purchased a small house nearby and renovated it. Jennifer and her mother were supposed to move there in a few months, and they had been there the day before Jennifer went missing. They were working in the garden where Jennifer was bitten by mosquitoes, which prevented her from sleeping peacefully that night. After her daughter's disappearance, Elaine was devastated. She said that Jennifer was all she had and pleaded for her return. The police worked tirelessly to locate her. Luckily, Elaine didn't have to wait long for news. Around 6:30 p.m. that same day, the police received a call from parents whose children were playing in a field and accidentally stumbled upon something. To their horror, they realized it was the body of a young girl. Upon arriving at the scene, the police found the body of 8-year-old Jennifer Shutt lying in the middle of the field, 5 kilometers from her home. Jennifer's condition was grave, but she was still breathing. Jennifer's condition was grave. Her throat had been cut from ear to ear. The main life-threatening injury for Jennifer was a wide wound on her throat, which caused her to lose a lot of blood and made her extremely pale and weak. Jennifer was taken to the hospital in critical condition where doctors fought to save her life. Fortunately, after the operation, Jennifer's condition stabilized and the bleeding stopped. When she regained consciousness after the surgery, her behavior underwent a sudden change. It turned out that she was afraid of all men. Additionally, the Dickinson Police Department deployed a whole team to guard her hospital room. Throughout this time, Jennifer was in a constant state of panic. She even hit a doctor in the stomach when he tried to approach her. Elaine tried to reassure her daughter, explaining that all these people were there to care for her and help her. However, Jennifer didn't trust anyone. Her behavior became more understandable when she finally revealed what had happened to her that night. Jennifer could not directly inform the investigator of anything. To obtain any information, the detectives gave her a notebook and several pens asking her to answer questions in writing. Due to her fear of men, Jennifer wrote notes to her mother, who then passed them to the officer. Jennifer's responses were surprisingly precise, detailing the events accurately. Despite being only 8 years old, she displayed remarkable intelligence for her age. She started by going into her room, turning on the light, and picking up a book to read, hoping it would help her sleep, which it did. Jennifer fell asleep. The next thing she knew, a stranger was carrying her out of the house. Afterward, he placed Jennifer in the car claiming to be an undercover police officer. She later confessed that she immediately felt that something was wrong. As they passed her grandparents' house, Jennifer told the stranger that he could drop her off at their house, to which he replied, "I can't because they're not home." And then she realized he was lying because their car was in the driveway. Later, the man stopped near Jennifer's school, about 3 kilometers from her home. He then said to watch the moon carefully. When it changed color, her mother would come for her. 5 minutes passed and the stranger said, "Well, your mom's not coming, so we need to go further." They drove a few more blocks to a dead-end street where the strangers stopped the car. Jennifer tried once again to make sure he was a real policeman. Jennifer turned around to search for it, and at that moment, the suspicious policeman took off her underwear. Jennifer is unsure of how long she was in the stranger's grip because she blacked out. She first regained consciousness when he was dragging her through the field by her ankles. Despite the excruciating pain from twigs and stones digging into her back, Jennifer pretended to be dead and stayed silent, realizing this was her chance to survive. He let go of her feet and left her in the field. Jennifer only heard him walking away. Then she heard his car door slam and him drive away. Since the exact time of Jennifer's disappearance is unknown, it is believed that she lay in the field for 12 to 14 hours. When the sun set, she saw the lights of passing cars. Nearby, she heard children's voices, and a dog approached her several times as if trying to get the attention of its owner, but he never came. Throughout, she was bitten by fire ants, which helped her stay conscious. Jennifer said she wasn't afraid and had even accepted that she might not survive. But suddenly, she heard children's voices nearby, and at that moment, something hit her leg. This story was very challenging for young Jennifer as she couldn't speak and had to write everything down on paper. Moreover, her fear of men complicated the situation. So her mother asked all the questions, and Jennifer's answers were relayed to the officers who were behind the door. Incredibly, 8-year-old Jennifer even managed to get the stranger's name from him. For days after her disappearance, the police requested the services of forensic artist Lois Gibson, who communicated with Jennifer solely through gestures and notes. Despite these challenges, they managed to create an incredibly detailed composite sketch. It was shown to the public in hopes that someone would identify the man. Meanwhile, the police continued to comb through the crime scene and found Jennifer's clothing about half a mile away, along with a man's shirt and underwear. Although there was hope that DNA on the clothing would lead to the perpetrator, no matches were found. Jennifer's recovery was gradual. She showed remarkable resilience despite still being a child. There was a moment when she got upset over a chocolate bar she couldn't eat, screamed in frustration, and a faint sound escaped her mouth. Doctors were shocked because her vocal cords were almost severed, and they never expected them to heal. But somehow they began to mend. Soon after, Jennifer was discharged from the hospital. She not only returned home, but also went back to school. After completing her schooling and college education, Jennifer decided to pursue a career as a children's librarian. However, she never forgot what happened that night. Each day felt like a hunt for the criminal. Fortunately, Jennifer met a guy named Jonathan, and for the first time in many years, she trusted a man and they fell in love. However, at the same time, the trail of her attacker grew colder. The chances of him being found were slim, and the case showed no progress despite being passed from one investigator to another. 18 years after that dreadful night, Jennifer received a phone call. Tim Cromie promised to do everything possible to catch the criminal, and Jennifer believed him. Tim decided to bring in FBI Special Agent Richard Renison to the case. Richard had previously worked for the Dickinson, Texas police before joining the FBI. Tim and Richard discovered the significant amount of evidence collected on the day Jennifer went missing and immediately after she was found, with Jennifer's underwear being particularly crucial, as well as the perpetrator's shirt and underwear. They sent a DNA sample found on the clothing to Quantico, Virginia. Although detectives knew that technology had advanced significantly in 19 years, they understood that the case's age meant it would not be a priority in the lab. Despite a whole year passing, their work was rewarded. The man whose DNA was found at the crime scene was Dennis Earl Bradford, the same man Jennifer had written down many years ago. It turned out that the 8-year-old girl had been incredibly accurate in her descriptions, and his DNA was logged into the national database following an assault on a woman he met at a bar in 1996. Although sentenced to 12 years in prison, he only served 4. On February 4, 2000, Dennis was conditionally released. Less than a year later, police arrested Bradford for driving under the influence less than half a mile from his home. He remarried and worked as a welder until his arrest in 2009. Tim Cromie and Richard Renison investigated the link between the suspect from North Little Rock, Arkansas, and the small town of Dickinson, Texas. It turned out that the man had been arrested in Dickinson in 1987, 3 years before Jennifer's attack. At that time, he had 2 addresses within 2 miles of Jennifer and Elaine's apartment. To confirm his identity as the kidnapper, detectives requested a 19-year-old photo from his driver's license. When they saw the picture, they were stunned. He looked like a copy of the composite sketch created with the help of 8-year-old Jennifer. Dennis Earl Bradford was arrested on October 19, 2009. He insisted he didn't know Jennifer, couldn't recall why he had stopped near her apartment, and couldn't comprehend why he had treated her so cruelly. Dennis also revealed an interesting detail that investigators didn't know. After the attack, he was overwhelmed with guilt, and he attempted suicide with a shotgun. Bradford wanted to pull the trigger, but changed his mind. Afterward, he was admitted to the psychiatric ward, which happened to be the same hospital that Jennifer was still in. Even at that time, he was so close to her. Immediately after the interrogation, detectives informed Jennifer that the criminal they had been searching for 19 years was arrested. Later, Jennifer Chouette expressed her gratitude to the detectives for fulfilling their promise. She also admitted her anticipation of facing Dennis Bradford in the courtroom. Since Bradford was willing to plead guilty and not drag out the trial, Jennifer was given the opportunity to select a court date. She chose August 10th, 20th anniversary of the attack. However, it was not meant to happen. On May 10th, 2010, a few months before the trial, Dennis hung himself in his jail cell. Feeling that her right to see the case through to the end had been taken away, Jennifer went to Dennis' grave and read aloud what she wanted to say in court. After finishing her speech, Jennifer turned to her husband and said, "I wonder if he heard me." At that moment, a fiery ant bit her leg. Jennifer took it as a sign from God that he had heard her loud and clear. Despite the horrific events caused by Dennis' actions, Jennifer faced yet another challenge in life. As a result of the trauma caused by Dennis, Jennifer almost lost the ability to conceive a child. However, amidst the darkness, there are shining examples of kindness such as Dr. Craig Witz. After hearing Jennifer's story, he generously offered his services to her twice, free of charge. At the end of 2012, the couple welcomed their daughter Jenna and later their son Jonah. It's like Hangshmi, who would have thought they're really my happily. Although the criminal tried to silence her and take away her right to be a mother, he failed. Jennifer desires for her story to be shared, not for her own sake, but for others who have endured similar ordeals and must cope with them every day. She says, "We've gone through something in life that we can talk about, but it's worth sharing it with others to instill hope. I hope this inspires you to use your voice to help someone else," Jennifer added at the end. Lynette White was a beautiful young woman from Cardiff, Wales, who was doing what she believed she had to do in order to get by. She dropped out of school and had been working as a prostitute since she was 14. Being a sex worker wasn't part of Lynette's childhood dream. Weeks before she was found dead, Tim Rogers, a BBC Wales journalist, interviewed her while investigating child prostitution. During the interview, She told Tim how she was drugged, taken to Bristol by a gang of men, and forced into prostitution. Yet, even after Lynette found her way back to Cardiff, she could not find her way out of prostitution. By 1988, Lynette, who was now 20 years old, was working the streets daily as a prostitute. Described as popular and pretty by friends, Lynette was probably the most visible prostitute working in Cardiff at the time. She was the first girl to be out at lunchtime and would be the last to leave at night. Working every day, rain or shine, even on Christmas, earning £100 per night. One would almost think White was working hard to have a better life, but that was not the case. It was all to pay for her boyfriend, Stephen Miller's cocaine addiction. Every night, Miller took £60 to £90 from Lynette, who was his only source of income. Lynette lived with Miller in a flat on Dorset Street in Cardiff. Each day, Miller would drive her to Riverside in Cardiff where she worked, and meet her later in the evening at the North Star Club to collect her earnings. It continued like that every day until February 9, 1988 was the last day Miller saw Lynette. She had not made contact with Miller or her friends in the days leading up to her death, which was very odd behavior for her. She was also due to make an appearance as a witness for 2 prosecution trials when she disappeared. No one knows the reason why White stopped contacting others 5 days prior to her death. The police thought she was deliberately hiding to avoid giving evidence and began to actively search for her. Earlier that same month, Leanne Vilde, Lynette's friend, had loaned Lynette her keys to a flat for the purpose of taking clients there for sex. On February 14, 1988, in the evening, Leanne, who probably wanted to use the flat, went there but found it locked, which was quite unusual. Lynette was nowhere to be found. Leanne became very worried about Lynette. She drove to Butetown Police Station to report her friend's disappearance. She returned to a James Street flat with 3 policemen who were expecting to serve an arrest warrant on Lynette and take her in. The policemen forced entry into the apartment and found Lynette lying there in a pool of her own blood. A missing witness fell dead with massive injuries. Who murdered Lynette White? According to the autopsy performed by pathologist Bernard Knight, Lynette had been stabbed over 50 times on her chest, face, stomach, wrist, breasts, arms, hands, and inner thighs. Her throat was also savagely slit from ear to ear. Though she was stabbed multiple times, the autopsy revealed that Lynette died from the throat injury. The pathologist also determined that Lynette was murdered on February 14th between 1:45 a.m. and 4 o'clock a.m. Lynette's body was found between the foot of the bed and the window, covered in blood. A zoospermic semen, which is semen containing no sperm, was found in her vagina and also under underwear. There were 2 different blood types found on Lynette, her own blood and an AB-type blood, which did not belong to Lynette. Soon the news about Lynette's death had spread and police began to ask questions about the incident. Witnesses told the police that they saw a man looking distressed in the area where Lynette's body was found on James Street. The man looked very suspicious, and he appeared to have blood on his hands. The suspicious man, described as a white male, approximately 5'8" to 5'10", and in his mid-30s, became the primary focus of the investigation. Efforts to find this man were exhaustive. Miller was questioned but later released because his blood type didn't match the one found on Lynette. Because Lynette was supposed to appear as a witness against a man named Francine Cordell in court, Francine and his mother were investigated. But soon the 2 were eliminated as suspects because their blood also did not match the AB blood type found on Lynette. Very little is known about the case against Cordell or the other case that Lynette was set to give evidence in. Another suspect that piqued the investigators' interest was a man who was on a list of 12 persons of interest in the area due to their past criminal activity. He was a sex offender and a pedophile who lived close to James Street. His identity was concealed and he was called Mr. X. When Mr. X was interviewed, he admitted to paying Lynette for sex in the past and was unable to account for his whereabouts at the time of the murder. Mr. X had blood type AB, which prompted the police to run a DNA test on him. When the results came back, it eliminated Mr. X from the investigation. Now, all that the police were left with were statements gathered from their door-to-door inquiry. Gromick, who lived in the flat right above where Lynette was murdered, together with his friend Atkins, gave statements implicating each other in their accounts. But as the statements contained 4 completely different accounts, the investigators didn't take it seriously. Ronnie Williams, a police informant, also gave an account implicating his common-law brother-in-law, Yusef Abdullahi. He initially claimed Abdullahi knew the killer and later implicated him directly, saying Abdullahi was the killer. It was known to the police that the two detested each other, so again, investigators dismissed the account. Leanne Vilde, who reported Lynette's disappearance on the day she died, was also suspected and questioned. The police visited her daily to question her. The pressure was becoming too much for her to handle, and one day while she was drunk, she named Miller and Abdullahi as the killers. Violet Parayam, a secretary at the Cardiff Yacht Club, also gave a statement about the incident. 8 months into the investigation, she came forward claiming that on February 14th, while driving home from the club at about 1:30 a.m., she saw 4 excited black males outside the building where Lynette was killed. She then identified 2 of them as John Akhti and Rashid Omar. Piriam's statement would give the case a new direction. Angela Sala, who is mildly mentally retarded, also gave a statement that she saw Miller, John Rashid, Ronnie Acton, John's cousin, Tony Paris, and Tony Brace outside 7 James Street on the day Lynette was murdered. This was exactly what Clyde needed, as her account corroborated Piriam's statement. Further implicating Abdullahi, John, Miller, and the rest were Gromick and Atkins, who gave new statements on the same day with Sala. They said they also saw a group of men, including Ronnie and Abdullahi. Sala then gave another statement in December 1988 that she heard a scream from Lynette's flat and rushed there with Vilde. Coincidentally, on the same day, Vilde also told the police that she went to the flat after she heard Lynette scream and met Miller, Abdullahi, Ronnie Akhti, Miller's brother, and an unnamed mixed-race man. Unfortunately for Sala, she had an AB blood type. Police insisted that her blood was found on Lynette's socks. She then gave a new statement that she was part of the killing together with Vilde and the other guys. Vilde also admitted that she was forced to cut Lynette's wrist to ensure her complicity and silence. Miller confessed to killing Lynette after 307 denials. He also implicated the other men maimed, which led to the arrest of all the men allegedly involved in the murder. On December 7, 1988, the police arrested Stephen and Tony Miller, Yusef Abdullahi, Ronnie Akhti, Rashid Omar, and Martin Tucker. On December 9, 1988, John Akhti and Tony Paris were also arrested. For close to a year, they were locked up until their trial began on October 5, 1989 at Swansea Crown Court. This trial became the longest murder trial in British legal history, lasting 197 days. After spending 2 years in custody, Ronnie and John Akhti were acquitted of the murder, while Tony Paris, Stephen Miller, and Yusef Abdullahi were found guilty. Each were sentenced to life imprisonment, and since then, they're known as the Cardiff Three. Even though no forensic evidence linked these men to the crime scene, they were held as the criminals. However, there were a lot of doubts and questions about the convictions. Consequently, the friends and families of the Cardiff Three began a campaign to overturn the convictions. The campaign received massive support and was followed by television documentaries in 1992. By December 1992, the Cardiff Three's appeal was heard. After the Court of Appeal had listened to Miller's interrogation, Lord Taylor said the police had bullied Miller during the interview. Therefore, the truthfulness of Miller's submission was irrelevant. The Cardiff Three were free at last. Their convictions were declared unsafe and unsatisfactory by Lord Taylor. But if the Cardiff Three didn't commit the crime, it means the real criminal was still roaming free. It brings us to yet the same question. Who murdered Lynette White? 8 years later, the case was reopened. This time, Professor Dave Barkley and Chief Superintendent Kevin O'Neill were assigned to the task. The case took the officers back to the crime scene. By then, it was already 12 years since the incident happened. While examining the old crime scene photographs, Professor Barkley's eyes caught something that no one else saw in all these years. It was a large drop of blood believed to have been thrown from a knife onto the wallpaper. When the crime was committed in 1988, police removed lots of wallpaper in the flats to be stored as evidence. Upon searching through the old wallpaper evidence, they discovered that the only missing piece of wallpaper was the one that contained the large drop of blood. The forensic scientists didn't give up though. He continued to study the crime scene photos and realized the blood could have dropped on the skirting board beneath. Underneath several layers of paint, the team found the blood completely sealed in and dry. Traces of the blood were also found on a piece of cellophane wrapper from a cigarette pack. Since then, the detectives and scientists dubbed the suspect Cellophane Man. The forensics team led by Angela Gallup got to work, but shockingly, the DNA profile was not found in any of the 140 police databases. But when the police searched for similar profiles, it was narrowed to just 100 in the Cardiff area. Using the approach of familial DNA searching, a partial match was eventually made with the profile of a 14-year-old boy. This boy was known to the police as he was once arrested for joyriding in Cardiff. But could he be the Cellophane Man? If you thought about his age, then your guess was right. He wasn't even born when the incident happened. At that time, the case was 15 years old. Notwithstanding, the police had to visit his house. When they got there, they were told that the boy's father was dead, but he had an uncle, Jeffrey Gafour. On February 26, 2003, detectives pulled up at Jeffrey's home, a semi-detached house in the village of Langhurin, 15 miles west of Cardiff, but no one was home. The following day, they checked to Jeffrey's place of work, an office block in Cardiff city centre, where he worked as the security guard. When the police explained the reason for their visit, Jeffrey said, "Oh, I thought you got some guys for that." He was asked to provide a mouth swab and he complied. Immediately, police checked the swab. They had finally caught the Cellophane Man. Chief Superintendent Kevin O'Neill was determined to do things right this time. He put a surveillance team on Jeffrey while he made preparations for the interview. Chief O'Neill had plans to put surveillance on Jeffrey for a whole week, but on February 28, 2003, Jeffrey made a crazy move. The surveillance team spotted him at a garage where he bought 3 packets of paracetamol, an over-the-counter pain reliever. By the time the police got to Jeffrey's house, he had taken about 62 paracetamols. Jeffrey denied ever taking those tablets, but he announced, "Just for the record, I did kill Lynette White. I've been waiting for this for 15 years. Whatever happens, I deserve it. I sincerely hope to die." He was taken to the hospital where he told a staff member that he was being watched because of a murder he committed 15 years ago. Jeffrey was prepared to die as he initially refused to be treated. He eventually agreed to take an antidote. Within a few days, he had recovered. On July 4, 2003, Jeffrey pleaded guilty to Lynette White's murder, and the judge, Justice Royce, sentenced him to life imprisonment with a minimum tariff of 12 years 8 months. Jeffrey's barrister said Jeffrey killed Lynette over 30 pounds for sex. He said Jeffrey wanted his money back when he changed his mind. In February 2007, Atkins, Sela, Vilda, and Gromit were charged with perjury. By December 2008, Sela, Vilda, and Gromit were found guilty and sentenced to 18 months of imprisonment each. Atkins was exempted because it was believed that he was threatened, abused, and manipulated to admit to false accounts suggested to him. In March 2009, it was announced that there was enough evidence to prosecute the police officers involved in the initial investigation with conspiracy to pervert the course of justice. In 2011, the trial collapsed due to missing evidence. In 2015, 8 of the 15 charged officers cleared of perverting the course of justice launched a high court civil action against the force, suing for malicious prosecution, false imprisonment, and misfeasance. But at the end of 2015, the judge in the civil action dismissed their case. The 5 falsely accused men were compensated after their release. Stephen Miller was paid £571,000. John Actie was paid £300,000, while Tony Paris was paid £250,000. Roan Actie died in 2007 after much struggle to cope with what had happened to him. Youssef Abdullahi also died in 2011 of perforated cancer. He too had battled with post-traumatic stress disorder. And that's it on the Lynette White case. Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. In December 2021, the name Harmony Montgomery first hit headlines across the United States of America when a missing persons investigation was launched to find the 7-year-old girl. Since then, her father and stepmother have both been arrested and charged. A home where she used to live in Manchester, New Hampshire has been searched for days on end. and the reward for information leading to her discovery has topped $141,000. But here's the strange thing. Before all of this, nobody seems to have set eyes on Harmony for more than 2 years. So who is Harmony Montgomery? Why did it take so long for anyone to notice that this little girl has gone missing? Where has she been at all this time? And is it now too late to save her life? Hi, and welcome to Mysterious 7. I'm Michael, and today I want to take you guys through the story of little Harmony Montgomery, who dropped off the face of the earth back in 2019. Little Harmony wasn't born under a lucky star. Both her parents have a problematic history of substance abuse, and she had to cope with a visual disability in one eye through all of that. Her mother, Crystal Sorey, a resident of Massachusetts, lost custody due to addiction problems when her daughter was just about 4 years old. Sorey had to surrender Harmony to the state in the summer of 2018. After that, the girl's father, Adam Montgomery, secured sole custody in February 2019 and moved her to New Hampshire. Harmony was living with her father, Adam, as well as his wife, Kayla Montgomery, and their children at the property at the time when she went missing. The little girl had been in and out of foster care for much of her life, according to her files. Sometimes kids do get caught up in the legal system for years at a time, but Harmony wasn't one of the kids who slipped through the cracks of the foster care system. She went missing from her own father's house, and he never reported the matter nor tried to reach out for help, nor find his daughter. So what exactly is his involvement in the disappearance of his child? Police said they first became aware of the case when they received a call from the girl's mother, Crystal Sorey, in November 2021. She had been trying to locate her daughter for months, but said she had been blocked by her ex-husband from contacting her. She said she last saw her daughter during a FaceTime video call with Adam Montgomery around Easter 2019. Sorey told the police that since then, she unsuccessfully made attempts to find Harmony by contacting various schools and driving by addresses associated with Adam Montgomery. She said last year, he and his partner Kayla blocked all communication with her. According to news reports, Sorey had been sharing concerns over Harmony's well-being with Blair and Jonathan Miller, a couple who fostered and eventually adopted Harmony's younger brother, Jameson, in June 2019. The two were also actively trying to make a connection with Harmony and told Sorey multiple times they'd adopt her if the need arose. Harmony spent a lot of time in foster care with her younger biological brother, Jameson. It seems that the couple, who said they repeatedly told Harmony's mother that they were willing to adopt the girl if need be, was very much interested in the hunt or the missing child. The couple actively tried to make contact with Harmony throughout the past 2 years, as they said Jameson missed her and that he'd cry at night for her. The couple said they weren't ever able to speak with Harmony and kept in touch with Sorey about her attempts to open a line of communication with the girl's father. On November 18, 2021, Sorey reported Harmony missing to the Manchester Police Department. Sorey made her first public appearance at the Candlelight Vigil on January 8th after authorities searched the last known residence of her daughter. "I just don't feel that in my heart," Sorey told reporters at the time. I don't feel like I lost her, and a mother knows. A mother knows if your baby's here or not. I know she's here." She had had this message for her daughter. "Hi, baby. If you can see me and hear me, I want you to know that I never stop looking for you, and I won't stop fighting until I find you. Okay, you stay strong, and mommy's right here fighting for you. I love you." Now this is where the timeline of events starts to get confusing, and that's typically the point in any investigation when you know someone has been lying. Mrs. Sorey told police she had not been able to contact her daughter since they spoke on a video call in April 2019. After that, she said, Montgomery cut off all contact between her and her daughter. But Montgomery claimed to investigators he last saw his daughter around Thanksgiving 2019, claiming that Mrs. Sorey had picked up her from Manchester to take her to live with her. The criminal complaint says that Montgomery claimed to believe his daughter was living with his ex and did not show much emotion or reaction when officers said they were concerned whether Harmony was alive when they contacted him in December. His story was also contradicted by Kayla Montgomery's account, who said she last saw Harmony the day after Thanksgiving when her husband said he was driving her to see Mrs. Sorey. And in some additional testimony, Adam Montgomery's uncle, Kevin Montgomery, told investigators that he had not seen Harmony or his nephew since late 2019 when she was 5 years old. Police interviews with other family members revealed Montgomery was allegedly abusive toward his daughter, including giving her a black eye, forcing her to clean the toilet with her toothbrush, and making her stand in a corner for hours as punishment. Montgomery's brother, Michael Montgomery, told investigators he had concerns that Adam was physically abusive to the child and was super short with her. Kevin Montgomery said he noticed Harmony had a black eye in July 2019, which his nephew confessed to causing by hitting her in the face, according to the criminal complaint. "I bashed her around this house," he said his nephew told him. Kevin said he contacted DCYF at that time, and he also noticed that his nephew subjected Harmony to other forms of abusive discipline, including scrubbing a toilet with her toothbrush and her being spanked hard on the butt. A neighbor said that it was a bad situation at the property, describing lots of people living there at different times, adults seen arguing in the street, junk left piled up in the yard, and the electricity is switched off at one point. The electricity was turned off, and they ran the generator all summer with the wiring running through the window. The neighbors said the Montgomerys were basically squatting at the home when it had fallen into foreclosure, and Mr. and Mrs. Montgomery were refusing to leave. "We didn't intermingle with them as it was a bad situation," she said. "There were lots of different people living there, piles of junk in the driveway, junk outside." She said she went away for the Thanksgiving holidays in 2019 and returned to find the family had finally packed up and moved out. And another neighbor on the street where Harmony lived also says that the family moved on Thanksgiving 2019, the same time Adam Montgomery says he last saw the missing child. Manchester police said definitively that Harmony has not been seen since around October or November 2019 when she was 5 years old. Yet a missing persons investigation was only launched in December 2021. Mrs. Sori has gone on public record to state that her daughter was failed by everybody. Despite multiple efforts to reach out to her daughter or at least find out more, no authorities concerned paid attention. And the girl's father clearly couldn't care less what happened to the child. The last confirmed sighting of Harmony by law enforcement was on the September 11th, 2019 when Manchester police officers were called to the home on 77 Guildford Street in Manchester where she lived. Police Chief Aldenberg, who is in charge of the case now, previously said the last police call up to the property was in October 2019, but confirmed he had muddled the dates in a press briefing on the January 12th. Despite the date change, the police chiefs and investigators are still working on the belief that Harmony was last seen on October or November of that year. Harmony's father and his wife were both arrested and charged on counts related to the missing child in early January. Adam Montgomery was arrested on the January 4th and charged with second-degree felony assault, 2 misdemeanor counts of endangering the welfare of a child, and 1 misdemeanor count of interference with custody. On the assault charge, he is accused of striking Harmony in the face sometime in July 2019, giving her a black eye according to the criminal complaint. Officials said Montgomery is not cooperating with the investigation into his daughter's disappearance, and he has refused to say where she is. The day after her husband's arrest, Kayla Montgomery was also arrested on 1 felony charge of welfare fraud for allegedly fraudulently collecting welfare benefits for the missing children between December 2019 and June 2021. Mrs. Montgomery, who has 3 children with her husband, is accused of obtaining $1,500 in food stamp benefits meant for Harmony between December 2019 and June 2021, even though the girl was not living with them. Prosecutors have now dropped that welfare fraud charge and added 3 new charges, 1 count of theft by deception and 2 misdemeanor charges of welfare fraud. The charges accuse Mrs. Montgomery of making intentionally false statements about her stepdaughter's whereabouts in February-March 2021 to claim benefits. After the police investigation into the case amped up, several disturbing details about Harmony's father came to light. Adam Montgomery has a history of violence and a long criminal record, including convictions or shooting a man in the head in a drug deal just 6 months before Harmony was born. He was also convicted in 2010 for attacking 2 women at gunpoint. It has emerged that Montgomery is a suspect in the cold case murder of a 28-year-old man in Lynn, New Hampshire back in February 2008. Darlene Guzman was shot in the chest in the parking lot of the former White Hen convenience store in Lynn's Austin Square on the night of February 10, 2008. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. A source in Boston law enforcement told reporters that Montgomery, who was 18 at the time, and 2 members of his family who were not named had been the focus of the murder investigation since day one. The 3 family members had been in contact with the victim earlier that day and planned to meet with him at the convenience store before the meeting culminated in gunfire, according to the source. The victim's car was later found abandoned in the direction of Bedford, New Hampshire, where Montgomery lived at the time. No one has ever been charged with Mr. Guzman's murder, but the source said Montgomery remains the focus of the investigation to this day. Almost 14 years on from that killing, Adam Montgomery and his wife are now charged on counts related to his missing daughter. However, while charged with serious offenses, including child abuse and welfare fraud, no charges have been brought against anyone directly in connection to Harmony's disappearance. So why was Harmony not reported missing for 2 years? Mrs. Sori has accused the authorities of failing her daughter. She said she made multiple attempts to report concerns to child services. After November 18th, when she contacted Manchester police saying she believed her daughter was missing, someone finally paid attention. Police officers contacted the New Hampshire Division for Children, Youth, and Families, or DCYF, about the location of the missing child. Then, on December 27th, the DCYF reported that it was also unable to locate Harmony. Manchester police announced a search was launched on the December 31st. Emails sent by Mrs. Sori to the Manchester mayor's office begging for help in finding her daughter have also now come out. "Please, I'm begging for help in finding my daughter," she wrote on the December 29th. In her emails, Mrs. Sori said Adam Montgomery had never enrolled their daughter in school, and that she has missed important doctor's appointments she's had since a baby due to a disability in her eye. The emails were sent just 2 days before police finally reported Harmony missing. As well as the repeated attempts to raise the alarm, the family was well known to child services. Newly released records released on January 12th have emerged showing that police officers were called to the Guilford Street home at least 10 times between February 2019, when Montgomery got custody of Harmony, and when she was last seen in the fall. Reports ranged from claims of domestic disturbances to animal welfare and concerns about the living conditions in the home. The DCYF was notified about some of the incidents. New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu announced on January 12th that the DCYF is carrying out an internal review of its handling of Harmony's case. However, the governor defended the state's work, saying, "As soon as we found out that this child may not have been showing up for school for quite some time, it was reported up to us. The team got right on it. It wasn't a delay. It didn't sit in a file on somebody's desk." An independent investigation is also being carried out by the Massachusetts Office of the Child Advocate after Harmony was moved from Massachusetts into the custody of her father in New Hampshire in February 2019. No officials in New Hampshire and Massachusetts were passing the blame between each other. The New Hampshire governor sent a letter to Massachusetts court officials slamming a judge for placing Harmony in the care of her monster father, giving his violent past and long rap sheet. Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker responded to the criticism by saying he felt his pain, but said he wants to wait and see the results of the independent review by the Massachusetts Office of the Child Advocate. Investigators have revealed very few details about what they think may have happened to Harmony. The Guilford Street property has been a focus of much of the search, with investigators seen in the home and the backyard for multiple days. However, Manchester police said the search had concluded there. It is not clear if anything of interest was uncovered, and no other locations where searches have been identified. Chief Aldenburg insisted on the January 12th that they are still working on the belief that Harmony is alive. However, he admitted that he was a little discouraged by the case so far and pleaded with the public to come forward with information. He added, "Somebody out there knows something." Despite the national attention and the painstaking efforts to find the missing child, investigators appear to have made very little headway. Though concerning, the lack of progress is perhaps unsurprising, as whoever has information about what happened to the little girl has had a more than a 2-year head start on the investigators. On the June 14th, 2022, law enforcement officials were seen transporting a refrigerator and taking potential pieces of evidence from the scene at a Manchester home where Harmony Montgomery's father and stepmother, Adam and Kayla, once lived. Former FBI agent Jennifer Coffindaffer stated that bringing in the refrigerator is usually used to maintain biological evidence. If they found a body or body parts in a freeze, law enforcement would want to maintain the level of decomposition, Coffindaffer said. I have a really creepy feeling about this. It's not good. Several law enforcement agencies were seen outside the Union Street apartment complex where investigators were focused on the second-floor unit where Montgomery's father, Adam Montgomery, and his now estranged wife, Caleb, once lived. A woman called Darcy Hamilton, who lives behind the apartment complex, told a reporter that she briefly saw police enter the building on Monday and it seemed casual. But by 9 a.m. Tuesday, Hamilton said she saw a full-scale investigation from her balcony, which included 6 to 7 officers behind the building at any given time. She added that she saw an individual in an FBI t-shirt and one man in a hazmat suit, and noted that the front of the complex is a media circus. Investigators were later seen taking a refrigerator wrapped in biohazard tape from the apartment and loading it into a truck. A camera was also used to search the sewer in front of the building. I knew about the case since 2021 when Harmony was initially reported missing. It's all over Manchester on signs and billboards, Hamilton said, but I had no idea that her father had lived behind me. Noting that she has a 7-year-old daughter herself, Hamilton added that her heart is in my stomach right now thinking that something could have happened to that little girl here. After this raid, Crystal Sari stated publicly, I know in my heart this is no longer a rescue mission. They're looking for a body. In a disturbing follow-up, Kelsey Small, one-time girlfriend of the father of missing Harmony Montgomery, was recently found dead in Manchester, police said. Small, 27, was with Adam Montgomery when police found the homeless couple sleeping in a car on December 31st, 2021 in the early days of the search for Harmony. The cause of death is still pending, but it does not appear suspicious, said police spokeswoman Heather Hamill. According to court records, police were on their 4th day of searching for Harmony when they found Adam Montgomery and Small sleeping in a car on New Year's Eve. The car was parked on Harville Street on the west side, close to the Gifford Street home where the Montgomery family had lived 2 years earlier. Small told police she had been romantically involved with Adam Montgomery for more than a year. She knew he had 4 children from previous relationships, but he was not in touch with any of them and never talked about Harmony, she told police. She had no idea where Harmony might be. Police eventually arrested Adam Montgomery, but never charged Small with any crime. So what happened to Harmony Montgomery, and where is she now? If her father is innocent, why did he never report her disappearance? And when her mother, Crystal, tried to find her daughter, why weren't police and the local child protective services on her side? As this case unfolds, we hope that Harmony's mother finds the justice she deserves, whether her daughter is dead or living. Police have stated that Harmony is 8, and she should be wearing glasses due to her blindness in one eye. It's a heartbreaking story, and we hope with everything we've got that somehow against all odds, Harmony Montgomery might still be found alive. Chun Sik Lam, a 64-year-old retired cook from Vancouver, was born in Hong Kong and had spent several years preparing Chinese cuisine in Japan before immigrating to Canada in 1991 to join his family. Known for his elaborate meals shared with friends and family, Chun Sik was also an avid outdoorsman. Fishing was his favorite pastime, but as provincial regulations tightened, he sought other outdoor activities.
Before we continue, Christmas is almost here, and we've got something special for you. Imagine cozying up in the comfiest Christmas hoodies, designed to bring the magic of the holidays to life. Whether it's for you or the perfect gift for someone you love, our exclusive Christmas hoodies are here to make this season unforgettable. Don't wait. These one-of-a-kind designs are selling out fast. Visit uncoverizeshop.fourthwall.com now and grab yours before it's too late. And here's a little holiday treat. Use promo code CHRISTMAS to get 15% off your order. Let's make this Christmas the coziest one yet. Link is in the description.
In 2015, Chun Sik became deeply invested in hiking, going on 2 to 3 hikes a week and carefully maintaining his equipment. He joined the Vancouver branch of the Sower Society of Education, part of Hong Kong-based Sowers Action, an educational charity. Through the society, Chun Sik often hiked with groups, preparing meals for his companions, including one of his regular hiking partners, 43-year-old Roy Tin Hao Lee. Roy, also originally from Hong Kong, had lived in Vancouver for decades with his parents and 3 sisters. On Christmas Day 2016, Chun Sik and Roy set out for a hike at Cypress Provincial Park. Arriving around 9 a.m. equipped with snowshoes, they planned to trek along the House Sound Crest Trail. By noon, they had reached the lookout at St. Mark's summit. This was confirmed by another hiker, who was greeted by the 2 men when they arrived there. This other hiker would be the last known person to see the 2 men. At 10 o'clock that night, a park ranger discovered Roy's car still parked in the lot. Due to frigid temperatures and an impending snowstorm, the ranger knew that if anyone was still in the mountains, they would be in serious danger. However, for these same reasons, the official search for the 2 men could not start until first thing the following morning. The weather would continue to hinder search efforts. Snowstorms created whiteout conditions, and the rescue teams endured temperatures well below freezing. Because of the conditions and the terrain, only highly skilled searchers could be used to look for the 2 men. More than 1,000 volunteer hours were spent looking for Chun Sik and Roy. Helicopters were also brought in for an aerial search. Roy and Chun Sik did have the appropriate equipment for their day-long hike, but not enough food or supplies to survive in the severe weather seen in the area in the days after they went missing. 2 days after they were last seen, hope for finding them alive was almost gone. The first day of improved weather the search teams had was 3 days after Roy and Chun Sik went missing. The search was finally suspended after 5 days. The 2 men's cell phones played an important part in trying to find them. Police pinged their phones, which placed them on the northeast side of Mount Strachan. While the phones had a signal, neither man ever called for help. This could mean that they did not get lost, but rather faced some sort of that kept them from completing their hike. According to Mike Danks, the team leader for North Shore Search and Rescue, the cell phone data indicates that one of the men fell, while the other moved around trying to help him. He did not specify which man was which. It is believed that Chun Sik and Roy most likely ran into trouble on their way back from St. Mark's summit, near the north peak of Mount Strachan. Because of the snow on the ground, they may not have realized that they were near the edge of a cliff. It is also possible that they fell when a snow cornice, an artificial ledge formed by hardened snow that they inadvertently stepped onto, collapsed. Because of a sharp drop-off, the area where they would have fallen is very difficult to search properly. The theory that the 2 men were lost on this peak was supported by new clues in the spring of 2017. A jacket, boots, and snowshoes were found in Capilano Lake. With these items was Chun Sik's cell phone. Small creeks run into this reservoir from the base of Mount Strachan. It is possible that the items were brought to Capilano Lake by flowing water as snow began to melt. Roy Lee's family filed a petition to have him declared legally dead in September of 2018. In May of 2019, Chun Sik Lam's family did the same. Neither of the men's remains has ever been found. Chun Sik's brother Mark has purchased a burial plot for him in hopes of one day laying him to rest there. Tabitha Kalek was a 38-year-old mother of 6. She was a member of the Inuit community in Resolute Bay, Nunavut. According to her family, she was an adventurous cook but very cautious about her own personal safety. In 2002, Tabitha was unable to spend Christmas morning with her family, so she spent Christmas Eve with them instead. On Christmas Day, Tabitha's body was discovered inside her home. Tabitha's autopsy would find that she had both antifreeze and battery acid in her blood. The autopsy did not, however, make a determination about the nature of her death. According to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, there was not enough information available to rule her death a homicide. Could be a medical, could be suspicious. It's very borderline, according to RCMP Sergeant Yvonne Niego. Unless there's further information that can be followed up on, it's at a standstill. Tabitha's family believes that the case is a homicide. They are frustrated with the lack of progress in the case, and Tabitha's oldest daughter, Tracy, who had just turned 20 at the time of her mother's death, is still fighting for answers about what happened to Tabitha. She does believe that the RCMP has done what they can in the case but is understandably upset by the lack of a resolution. The official investigation remains open but inactive. Montez Jones was the oldest of 6 children and a graduate of Laney High School in Wilmington, North Carolina. His mother sometimes struggled to support the family, but always had Montez, helping run the household and protect his siblings. He was quick to let people know what he was thinking and always ready to stand up for what he believed was right. In 2008, the 25-year-old was working for a tent and party rental company. He was also the doting father of 3 young children, 2 daughters and a son. While Montez was no longer with the mother of his children, Jamaica Kemp, the former couple was successfully co-parenting their children. Montez was very active in helping with the care of his children and saw them almost every day. According to his brother, Montrell, the only thing more important to Montez than his children was his relationship with God. On Christmas Day of 2008, Montez went to Jamaica's house early to help wrap presents and assemble bikes for his children. After spending the morning with them, he returned to his home in the 1300 block of Castle Street in Wilmington. Just before 4 o'clock that afternoon, he went back out again to walk to the store for some groceries. Montez was seen speaking with an American man in a black hoodie. Shots were fired and the unknown man took off running. Montez had been shot several times in the back and chest. Despite his injuries, he tried to run back to his home. He collapsed on the sidewalk before he could reach it. Montez was rushed to New Hanover Regional Medical Center and taken into surgery, but passed away during the procedure. Montez was shot on a busy street in broad daylight, leading investigators to believe that there are most likely witnesses to the crime who have not yet come forward. Montrell Jones believes that the killer is most likely someone from his brother's neighborhood, which makes it difficult for him to trust the members of his local community, since any of them could be his brother's killer. More than a decade after Montez was killed, justice has stood up and served in his case, and it most likely never will unless new witnesses come forward. If you have any conscience or any God in your soul, just come forward. Give my family peace, Montrell Jones asked in 2018. At 5:30 a.m. on Christmas morning of 2013, a police officer heard gunshots near the intersection of Park Avenue and East 9th Street in Plainfield, New Jersey. When he and the other patrol units in the area arrived on the scene, they found a man suffering from a gunshot wound. The man was rushed to Robert Wood Johnson University Hospital in New Brunswick, but was pronounced dead after he arrived there. The man was 25-year-old Rishad Day. Rishad was originally from Newark, but was living in Greenbrick, New Jersey at the time of his death. He was employed by Amazon, working for them in their warehouses in Newark and Woodbridge. The Union County Homicide Task Force and the Plainfield Police Division launched an extensive joint investigation into the case. However, their efforts have not yet resulted in any arrests in connection with the crime. In December 2018, acting Union County Prosecutor Michael A. Monahan announced that the investigation was still ongoing and that authorities were still seeking information from the public to help finally solve Rashad's case. Union County Crime Stoppers is still offering a reward of up to $10,000 for information that leads to the arrest and conviction of Rashad's killer. In Corpus Christi, Texas, Kevin Jazrell Davis, 18, committed a horrific crime in 2014, murdering his 50-year-old mother, Kimberly Hill, in the apartment he shared with her and his sister, Destiny. Frustrated with life and bored, Davis reportedly told his mother he disliked people and was contemplating suicide. Hill's response, that she couldn't stop him if that was his decision, enraged him and he decided to kill her. On March 27, 2014, as Hill sat on the living room couch, Davis attempted to strangle her with a cord. When she screamed, he panicked, retrieved a hammer, and struck her repeatedly, splitting her skull. Davis later admitted to police that after her death, he swirled her brain and sexually assaulted her corpse. The gruesome crime came to light when Davis called 911 on May 26th to report the murder. At the police station, he chillingly recounted the events in graphic detail, occasionally smirking during his confession. Despite describing his mother as the best, Davis's shocking actions led to his conviction and a life sentence in prison. Davis struck his mother in the head with the hammer at least 20 times, splitting her skull in the process. Davis then retrieved a kitchen knife that he inserted inside his mother's head wound. He swirled her brain around to make sure she was dead, Kevin claimed, and then inserted his hand inside the wound. He would tell detectives during a taped interrogation that his mother's brain felt like putty. Kevin then dragged his mother's lifeless body to her bedroom and raped her corpse. When he finished the sadistic act, he went to a neighbor's house saying he just killed someone and needed help. The neighbor dialed 911. Police arrested Davis without incident. At the police station, he made a full confession of the crime, giving details that even seasoned detectives found highly disturbing. Watch part of Kevin Davis's confession. During the interrogation, Davis told detectives that he originally planned on killing his sister too, but changed his mind. He further admitted that he often fantasized about having sex with dead bodies. With a smirk on his face, Kevin also told the detective that he was a virgin before he raped his mother. He stated, "I guess I've lost my virginity to a corpse," as he gently laughed. What did Kimberly Hill do to warrant such a violent death? Nothing warrants a son murdering than sexually assaulting his mother, of course, and Kevin could not give detectives one good reason for the crime. According to Kevin, she was a great mom that did not deserve what he had done to her. He said that she was the best mother in the world and went on to say, "I am a terrible, disgusting person." Kevin admitted that he had the best mother in the world, telling detectives that she did nothing to deserve what was done to her. He went on to say that he was a terrible, disgusting person. In reality, Kevin was a serial teller in the making, a psychopath who took sadistic pleasure in hurting other people. Although diagnosed by a psychologist with antisocial personality disorder, the doctor said he knew right from Moem when he brutally murdered and raped his mother. He readily admitted that he would telecan if ever released from prison. He also confessed to then fleeing the crime scene on his bicycle. Before he did that, though, he left several handwritten notes for the police, one of which read, "Chase me. Sorry for the mass, KD." But after a while, he decided against leaving town and called 911 to report his mother's killing and his crimes. Despite admitting to the murder and making a videotape confession, Kevin Davis pleaded not guilty to the charges in court. He later changed the plea. Davis smiled at the jury as they sentenced him to life in prison. He serves his time at the Jester 4 facility in Richmond, Texas, and is eligible for parole in March 2044. Story number 2, Story of the Killer Priest. We will be exploring the story of a killer, a priest that seemed to be normal, nothing strange or nothing weird about him. However, he did have a dark side. It turns out that not only was he a pervert, but he was manipulating people as he saw fit, especially women. And now, without further ado, let's dive into the story of Gore. We're going back in time in the 50s in France. And we need to take note that the church at that time had a very important place in people's lives. Especially in the countryside, the priests were almost as important as the mayors because they were representing a type of moral authority that many people listened to. And this was the case in the small village of Europe where this story took place. A town that had about 400 villagers, Gur was born on the countryside and his family was very Catholic. They raised him so that he can have a career in religion as a priest. And even if that was not his first choice, that is exactly what he became. It is in 1950 that Guy became a priest at the Church of Europe. In appearance, this young man looked like the ideal priest. He was nice, friendly, kind, and very dynamic. Anything linked to religion, he did it very, very well. He had a lot of great ideas to help the village grow. He created a choir, a group to play in a theater piece. He did organize multiple excursions for the kids, and he was known to have created a soccer team for the boys of the village. The older people thought that it was very modern for him to bring all these items to the village, and the younger generation thought it was pretty amazing and appreciated the modern aspect that he brought to the town and to the religion. Dürer was apparently also a beautiful man, and the ladies found him very charming. Now, as I have mentioned at the beginning, underneath this whole angelic disguise guy was actually hiding a dark secret. His personality, he had a thirst for coelel pleasure, and he was using his charm to get closer to the ladies. After a lot of perversity and manipulation, a lot of the women actually gave in, and none of the women spoke as they were afraid that no one would believe them and did not want to be seen as the shame of the village. It is in 1953 that things took a different turn for Gaidia, and an incident happened that changed the plan of the priest. A girl fell for his charm, and guess what happened? she became pregnant. Now, of course, the priest denies everything and he says that he is not the father. He threatens the girl and says that if she does not stop, he will file a complaint for defamation. Now having an eye influence in the village, Guai says that this is nonsense and it is impossible for him to be the father, and of course having such an high influence. His followers believed him. He was even summoned in front of his superior, the bishop, to which he lied to you and denied the whole thing. And of course, this whole situation was shut down in reality. He was actually the father, and he actually took the girl to another village to give birth, where he convinced her to give away the child. And of course that story was never heard of or told to the villagers, or we could say maybe presume that if people knew, they decided not to say anything, because the priests had such a high influence on the villagers that they did not want to go against him once the story died. Guy went back to his normal ways and kept manipulating the people like he did before, but there was another incident in 1956. Reen Faye's 19 years of age got pregnant, and again by Guy Dyer. Contrary to the other women, Rain did not want to give away her child for adoption. Not only that, but she wanted to raise him in the village of the Uruf, where the priest was terrified, and he was afraid that eventually the child would grow up and resemble him. He was also afraid that this woman would actually speak. Eventually, speaking of which, in 1956, rumors started to make surface. A lot of parishioners were becoming pregnant in mysterious ways, and no one knew who the father was. The priest then starts to think about a plan and ask a military man from another village to come to town and pretend that he was the father. Unfortunately, that strategy did not work out, and no one believed the soldier was the father. That only made things worse for the mysterious pregnancies. December 3rd, 1956 is a date that changed everything. For the priest, Kai brings Rain in on a deserted road to try and convince her one more time to give up the child. She refuses again, and she was tired of the priest's request. So you know what she did? She got out of the car and started to walk back the opposite way back to the village. At night, Guy Deere got out of the car and pulled out a 6.35 caliber pistol and fired 3 shots. The 3 shot hit Regine in the back of the neck and she died on the spot. Once the crime committed, the priest walked to the victim and dressed her and took out a knife and started to open Regine's stomach. From her stomach, he removed the baby girl that was still alive. The priest committed again an act that cannot be forgiven. He strangled the baby, stabbed it, disfigured it, and he did all the thinking to himself that if the baby is massacred that way, there would be no DNA, if you want to call it that way, no DNA to trace the baby back to him. The disappearance of Regine was actually reported in the evening, and the weird part is that the priest joined the search party to find the Regine. Can you imagine that situation? I mean, the killer is with you in the search party trying to find the person that he just murdered. Is it just me, or that is just like twisted? The body was found very quickly. And because the priest was not an assassin, he didn't, think about cleaning up the crime scene, so it didn't take long for the cops to find the murder weapon. And they found the weapon casing that linked back to the priest. So the priest is now a suspect, and when asked during the interrogation, the priest denied everything. However, because of all the pressure he was getting, he just cracked and admitted everything. Now that story came out and everyone was devastated in France because he is now a criminal, and the church asked for Guy to be locked up with a false name so that it would not affect the church, and also the main reason was to make sure that the crime was not associated to the church. The court addressed the case of Guy Denoir on January 24, 1958. Of course, the villagers and the public opinion wanted the priest to be sentenced to death. The life of Guy was defined as a person that did enjoy luxury, sexual relations, and admired his own authority. And on his side, the priest was asking forgiveness because he had no clue what he did wrong. The jury did provide their verdict, and for most, they said that he was guilty of double murder. Of course, there was Regine and the baby. However, they did not want to sentence him to death. The jury did not want to send someone associated to the church to the scaffold. The priest Guy Denoir was therefore sentenced to perpetrated work. Now, that situation raised a lot of questions regarding the responsibility of the Catholic Church, and this is still a question that is being asked nowadays, especially for the priests who like other kids, if you know what I mean. There was an investigation that was done, and the report came out saying that the church knew the dark side that he was hiding before he was pronounced priest. His superiors noticed that he did not have a lot of faith, and he was not really a believer in Catholic religion. The investigation did show that before being priest in Europe, he was sent to Blemet. While he was there, he did have a sexual relation with his parishioner, and instead of removing his status, they just transferred him to another city. Even there, his weakness for women did not stop, as he did have multiple sexual relations. You would think that the church would revoke his status, but instead he was just transferred to Europe, where the church was isolated and his temptations might be lower. But as we have seen, this was not the case. Des Nourdes was released in 1972. After being detained for 22 years, he was the oldest prisoner of France. Once again, the church came to his help after he was released from prison. He was welcome in a monastery in Brittany, or he stayed there until he died on April 21, 2010 at 90 years of age. Now we go to story number 3. Family slaughtered at Wells Great Provincial Park. The killer stalked the family while he let his violent fantasies run wild. 3 generations of a family left to go camping on August 2, 1982. They set up camp in the Wells Great Provincial Park, located roughly 120 kilometers north of Kamloops in central British Columbia. They enjoyed several days of cloudy family time, picking berries during the day and gathering around the fire at night, having no idea that they were being stalked by a killer. Among the campers was grandparents Edith, 59, and George Bentley, aged 66. Their daughter, Jackie, 41, and son-in-law, Bob Johnson, 44. Also, the Johnsons' daughters, Janet, 13, and Karen, just 11. The Johnsons drove up with their daughters and pitched a tent for the girls. The grandparents brought a truck and camper where the adults would stay. The last anyone heard from the family was on August 6th when Edith called another daughter. It would not be until August 23rd that the family would first be reported missing. Bob Johnson was due back at work on August 16th, but didn't show. After a week with no word from him, his company filed a missing persons taints with the police. In spite of an extensive search, it didn't result in finding any of the family members. The biggest problems were the killer had a head start. With plenty of time to kill, get rid of the victims' bodies, and cover his tracks. The other, maybe even bigger obstacle was no one knew exactly where the family was camping at. All anyone knew was that the family was camping in the Wells Gray area, which is massive. They had no idea where to even start, but alone being able to follow a trail to find the family. It would take 3 more weeks and a mushroom picker to find the family. On September 13th, the current discovery of the Johnsons' 1979 Plymouth was found. It had been burned beyond recognition as it set off to the side of a mountainside logging road. The car held the bodies of the 4 adults in the back seat and the 2 young girls in the trunk. The bodies were burned so thoroughly that it came time to bury the family. They were all placed together in one child-sized casket. Through a forensic examination of the remains, it was determined they had been shot with a .22 caliber firearm. Locals were able to tell investigators where they had seen the family camped at. An examination of the area would turn a .22 casings, which helped identify the weapon used as a Remington pump-action rifle. What wasn't at the campsite was the truck and camper, the boat, and camping gear brought with the family, or any trace of the family at all. With no suspect in custody or even in sight, the media was pushing for answers. A tip came in that the family's truck and camper had been spotted. The witnesses said it was being driven by 2 French Canadians in central Canada. The media sprang into action, throwing this up as their headline and demanding the killers to be caught. In April, with still no leave, the investigators knew they needed to get creative. They reenacted what they believed was the crime scene for TV cameras and aired it across Canada. The next month, the police drove a replica Ford camper truck to Ontario in Quebec in an attempt to draw awareness for what people should be looking in for. What it did instead was flood the investigators with over 13,000 tips and sightings of the replica vehicle. The reward was raised from $7,500 to $10,000 for information leading to the truck. None of the tips led to the discovery of the camper and truck. It would be found by sheer luck. 2 forestry employees were working on a logging road and stumbled across it. The camper had sat there on Trophy Mountain for 14 months. Only a few kilometers away from the crime scene, the camper was burned out like the car holding the family's bodies. This left the authorities to believe they were looking for someone local to the Wells Gray area and not 2 French Canadians as they had been searching for. since it was more likely that a local would know about the locking roads and the area in general. Taking a closer look at the person who lived closest to the crime scene led them back to David Rulian Shearing, 24. They have received a tip about him earlier in the investigation. When they followed up, the tipster had quite a bit to tell them. I hear earlier Shearing had asked him about re-registering a Ford truck and how to repair a hole in its door. This was a tip that the police had never divulged after finding the truck. It had a bullet hole in the door. After an interrogation by the Royal Canadian Motor Police, Shearing confessed. He went so far as reenacting the murders for the detectives. He turned over evidence that he had stolen from the family and the murder weapon, the .22 caliber Remington rifle. The ballistic test would prove that this was the weapon used to kill the family. The same weapon that had been hanging on his wall the very first time the authorities went to ask him about the family, right after they had been reported missing. Maybe it was because his father was a prison guard or his brother was a sheriff, but Shearing wasn't suspected when first interviewed. In his confession, he gave details of how it all happened. He had first noticed the family when he set up camp, fixating on the two young girls. Then over the next few days, he watched their every move. On the night of August 10th, Shearing watched as the adults sat around the campfire and had seen the girls go into their tent for the night. From a distance, he took out the 4 adults with sniper shots. He said he then killed the 2 girls from their tent as they slept. After he said he loaded all the bodies into the car and moved it to the logging road, then set it on fire with 5 gallons of gasoline. He then cleaned up the campground, removing the family's possessions including the camper and truck. It would only be later that he burned these as he was unable to transfer them into his name. He claimed that he killed the family because he wanted to rob them of their possessions. It wouldn't be until after Shearing was convicted that he gave his full confession of how and he had been stalking the family. It was the girls that he fantasized about having sex with that kept him interested. That's why after telling the adults he kidnapped the girls and took them to his property nearby. There he raped and terrorized them for over a week. On August 16th, the day their father was due back at work, Shearing took Taryn away from her big sister. Once alone, he shot the girl in the back of the head. Janet would be left alive for one more day of torture before she would be killed like her sister. With the girls now dead, he took their bodies to the Johnsons' car where the other family members had been placed. He had actually only hidden the car in some bush. He put the girls in the trunk and got into the driver's seat with the 4 decomposing adult bodies in the back seat, driving it to its final resting place where it would be found by that mushroom pick for burned out. David Shearing pleaded guilty to 6 counts of murder. Shearing was sentenced to life in prison with no eligibility for parole for 25 years, the maximum penalty for second-degree murder. This would be the first time that this sentence was handed out in Canadian history. David Shearing, who changed his last name to his mother's maiden name of Ennis, was first eligible for parole in 2008. The National Parole Board ruled against his release, citing that he was still having violent sexual fantasies and had not completed a sex offender treatment program, so he was not ready to be released. Again in 2012, he was turned down for parole, applying again in 2014, but before his hearing, he withdrew his request. The National Parole Board has also been given a petition, which has over 15,000 signatures, advocating for the violent offender to never be released. In his own words at one of his parole hearings, David tries to plead for freedom, saying this about himself: "I was very selfish." He is supported by his wife that he married while in prison, Heather. Rochelle Thomas Stubblefield had a passion for running. A graduate of Portage High School, she was a standout member of the track and field team. During her senior year, the team advanced to state-level competitions, and Rochelle contributed to a relay team that set a school record. After high school, she attended Calumet College of St. Joseph on a track and field scholarship, majoring in criminal justice with aspirations of becoming a police officer. Rochelle was also an active and enthusiastic member of her college's Black Student Union. She was quick to volunteer, had a gift for making people laugh, and was known for her loyalty and support, which helped her form lasting friendships. Her athletic career took a pause when she became pregnant, expecting her first child, a boy she planned to name Amir, due on December 15, 2015. Her due date was just 10 days before her own 21st birthday, on Christmas Day. On November 10th, 2015, Rochelle attended classes during the day as normal. Later that day, she attended a women's basketball game. The game would be the last place she was seen. Unable to get a hold of Rochelle, her family reported her missing on November 12th. Police would later learn that Rochelle had told some of her friends that she was going to visit the father of her unborn son in Gary, Indiana. It is unknown if she ever actually left town. However, the case has been assigned to the police department in Gary. There has been no activity on Rochelle's cell phone or her bank account since she went missing. Police searched several locations, collected some of Rochelle's personal items, and identified a person of interest in the case. According to police, the person of interest knew Rochelle and did not wish to cooperate with the investigation. Authorities have not publicly disclosed details about their searches or the person of interest in order to protect their investigation. They believe that foul play is involved in Rochelle's disappearance. Police provided most of this information at a press conference on December 18, 2015, 3 days after Rochelle's due date. The room it was held in was almost entirely filled with members of Rochelle's family, many of them holding up photos and flyers of Rochelle for the press to see. Despite the family's best efforts to spread awareness about the case and use the media to ask the public for help, Rochelle remains missing. Family was at the center of Amanda K. Jones' life. She was the middle of 3 children and was especially devoted to looking after her younger sister. She was also very close with her parents, Bertha and Hugh Probst. In 1999, she had married Scott Jones and started her own family. She and Scott divorced in 2002, but their marriage produced the light of Amanda's life, her daughter, Hannah. In December of 2004, Amanda attended an office Christmas party held at the Hillsborough Civic Center, a popular events venue and the site of the Jefferson County Fairgrounds. There, she met Brian Westfall, who worked at the Civic Center. Amanda went home with Brian at the end of the night. According to her family, this was out of character for her, but they attributed the decision to the fact that Amanda had recently ended a relationship. In January of 2005, Amanda learned that she was pregnant. After confirming with her doctor how far along she was, Amanda realized that the father of her child had to have been Brian Westfall and not her former boyfriend. In February, Brian agreed to meet with her back at the Civic Center. Amanda took Hannah with her to meet with him. When she told him that she was pregnant with his child, Brian, who had a long-term girlfriend, denied that the baby was his. He did, however, offer to pay for Amanda to end the pregnancy, which she refused to do. Amanda and Brian had very little contact with each other in the following months. During that time, Amanda learned she was expecting a little boy and decided to name him Hayden Lucas. She set up his nursery and prepared to raise the little boy on her own. As her due date approached, Amanda decided to reach out to Brian one more time to see if he wanted to be a part of his son's life and if she should give Hayden Brian's last name when he was born. On Sunday, August 14, 2005, Brian called Amanda as she was about to leave for church. They arranged to meet at the Civic Center at 1 o'clock that afternoon with plans to go to lunch together at a seafood restaurant called Off the Hook. Amanda, dressed in an all-pink outfit, then attended church services at Calvary Assembly of God in the nearby town of Festus with her parents and sister. She was very happy that morning, and the pastor even commented on the glow she had about her. She seemed to be optimistic that Brian wanting to meet with her meant that he wanted to be a part of Hayden's life. Amanda's parents agreed to watch Hannah while Amanda went to meet with Brian. Amanda gave her daughter a hug and told her she would pick her up in a few hours. Amanda's younger sister, Carrie, felt uneasy about the planned meeting and wanted to drive over to the Civic Center with Amanda. Amanda told her that everything would be fine and went to meet Brian alone. Surveillance footage from a local drugstore on the way to the Civic Center shows Amanda purchasing a drink, a can of hairspray, and a keychain. These would be the last known images taken of Amanda. At 3 p.m., Amanda's father, Hugh, was surprised that Amanda had not yet returned to pick up Hannah. He told himself that this was a good sign and that Amanda and Brian were working out the details of the role Brian would play in Hayden's life. By 4 o'clock, however, he and Bertha began to worry that something had happened to their daughter. Specifically, They were concerned that she had gone into labor or experienced some other medical emergency related to her pregnancy. They called Amanda on both her cell phone and the landline at her house, but got no response. They also called several of Amanda's friends to see if she had reached out to any of them, but none of them had heard from her. They drove over to house to see if she had gone home, but she was not there. Hugh and Bertha did not know how to get in contact with Brian Westfall, and his name was not in the phone book. Bertha, therefore, began calling every Westfall listed in the phone book, trying to reach him. No one could put her in contact with Brian until she called the last number on the list. And the woman who answered the phone, Brian's mother, handed the phone off to him. Brian told Bertha that he and Amanda had gone to Off the Hook for lunch and parted ways around 2 o'clock. Several hours later, however, he called back to tell Bertha a slightly different story. Amanda had got upset while they were eating, and he had left the restaurant while she was in the restroom. Amanda's family then went to the Civic Center to look for her. There, they found her blue 1997 Pontiacs on fire, left unlocked in the parking lot. They did not find Amanda. Amanda's family then called authorities to report her missing. The physical search for Amanda at the fairgrounds began that night. Eventually, volunteers and search and rescue groups from states would become involved in the effort. The FBI performed aerial searches and several dog teams came in to try to trace Amanda's scent. Amanda's cell phone records showed that the last activity on her account was an incoming call at 1:15. The call was from her former sister-in-law, Rhonda. According to Rhonda, she could tell that there was something wrong with Amanda as soon as she answered the phone. The usually pleasant Amanda answered the phone call abruptly and then told Rhonda that she couldn't talk. Rhonda was so taken aback by how upset and intense Amanda sounded that she asked her if she had gone into labor. Amanda said no. Rhonda had been calling to ask Amanda a question about makeup she was picking up for her. Amanda was unsure of the answer and told Rhonda she couldn't talk right then and would have to call her back. Police contacted Brian Westfall that night and he provided them with a statement. He told them that he and Amanda had never gone to the restaurant. Instead, they had argued outside the Civic Center. He told her that he was not the father of her child and that she should not give her son his last name. Amanda was upset. She eventually asked if she could use the restroom inside of the center. He used his keys to let her into the building and locked the door after she came back outside. He then went back to work in the center's horse barn. Brian said that he left the Civic Center around 5:30 that evening. He claimed that as he was leaving, he saw Amanda sitting in her car, talking on her cell phone. There are a few problems with this version of events. First of all, this account varies greatly from both of the accounts Brian had previously given Amanda's mother. Furthermore, cell phone records show that Amanda had neither made nor received any phone calls after the 115 call from her former sister-in-law. The air conditioning in Amanda's car was also broken and her family did not believe she would have stayed out in the car in the summer heat. Brian appears to have been honest about whether or not he and Amanda had gone to lunch that day in his account though, as surveillance footage from Off the Hook does not show either of them at the restaurant that day. The Westfall family owned several 100 acres of land in the area. Brian Westfall allowed police to search some areas of his property. However, since authorities did not have a search warrant and Brian was consenting to the search, they were only allowed look in areas he allowed them to, and they could not do as thorough of a search as they were conducting at the fairgrounds. Following this original cooperation, Brian and his girlfriend retained an attorney and have not spoken directly to authorities since. When asked for comment on the case, their lawyer has responded by saying that Bryant was not the father of Amanda's unborn son and that he had nothing to do with her disappearance. Amanda's ex-husband was also interviewed by police shortly after she went missing and was cleared as a suspect. Amanda's family has spent the years since her disappearance fighting to find her. They have given countless media interviews and have kept pressure on the authorities to keep working the investigation. They maintain a Facebook group to share information about the case and continue to organize volunteer searches. During one of these searches in May of 2019, cadaver dogs alerted on several locations around the grounds of the Civic Center. In June, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office excavated several of these locations and cadaver dogs alerted on the newly exposed ground. However, nothing was found at any of these locations. Amanda's daughter, Hannah, went to live with her father until his death in November 2007. She then went to live with her maternal grandparents. In 2018, she was a college senior who planned to go to college to study nursing. Amanda Jones and her son remain missing despite her family's best efforts to locate her. They continue to hope that one day they will be able to lay them to rest. The FBI is offering a $20,000 reward in the case. 24-year-old Bianca Green of Romulus, Michigan had a lot on her plate in 2011. She was working 2 jobs, one of which entailed working very early mornings as a supervisor at a restaurant at Detroit Metro Airport. She was also going to school at Wayne County Community College to become a nurse. Bianca was also the loving mother to a 4-year-old son, Jameer, who was often called Little J, to distinguish him from his father, who shared his name. Jameer Sr. and Bianca had an on-again, off-again relationship. Bianca was not very outgoing and mainly socialized with her 3 younger sisters and 2 of her cousins. Jameer had been her first boyfriend, and while he and Bianca had periods of time where they did not get along, her family believes that she did love him. Bianca was last seen on March 25, 2011. At that time, she was between 6-8 weeks pregnant. The last person to see Bianca was her mother, Lisa. Bianca came to visit Lisa at her place of employment in the 41100 block of Harriet Street in Inkster, Michigan. At that time, Bianca was wearing her work uniform consisting of a black shirt and black pants. She has not been seen since. Her cell phone and purse went missing with her, but everything else in her apartment was left untouched, and her vehicle was also left behind. At the time of his mother's disappearance, Little J was with his father. Lisa did have contact with her daughter after last seeing her, however. That night and 2 days later, she received text messages from Bianca. She believes that the messages were truly from her daughter. In the messages, Bianca talked about being overwhelmed by her numerous and growing responsibilities. Lisa took over the payments on Bianca's cell phone bill so that the account would stay active, but there was no activity on it after those final text messages on March 27th, and calls to the number always went straight to voicemail. The Green family does believe it is possible that Bianca may have initially left her apartment on her own accord. Since Bianca never returned, however, they feared that she met with foul play after walking out of her home. While Bianca may have briefly cracked under the pressure of the stressors she was facing, her family does not believe that she would have abandoned her young son. Crime Stoppers of Michigan is offering a reward in the case. Leon Francis is a 62-year-old veteran of the United States Marines. He is also a beloved husband and father. His outgoing personality has made it easy for him to make friends with just about anyone he meets. Leon was last seen on January 14, 2020 at 6:10 a.m. by his wife, Daphne, at their home in the 400 block of Wind Drive in Newport News, Virginia. Leon appears to have abruptly left the house in the rain, taking only an umbrella with him. According to his family, this is highly out of character for him. After searching her home, garage, and backyard, Daphne called the police. Leon's disappearance is made even more serious by the fact that he suffers from Parkinson's disease. His condition requires him to take medications every few hours. His physical most likely has begun to deteriorate after going so many days without taking any medication. His family says that he may appear disoriented or as though he is having trouble walking. In addition to his cell phone and wallet, Leon also left behind other important items like his cane and his glasses that would have helped with his mobility when he left his house. There was initially some confusion over what Leon was wearing when he left his home. Originally, there were reports that he was wearing a New York Knicks starter jacket. Police later stated that he was wearing just a t-shirt, boxers, and one shoe, which is what he was wearing when Daphne last saw him. After reviewing footage from doorbell cameras in their neighborhood, Leon's family says that he was fully clothed when he left home. He was not dressed adequately for the cold weather, however, and footage taken at 6:49 a.m. appears to show him wearing basketball shorts, a t-shirt, crew socks, and sneakers, which may not match. They know he was not wearing his starter jacket as it was found at the home. Leon may also still be wearing a patient identification band from a recent appointment at the VA. Leon's umbrella was located behind a Wendy's approximately half a mile from his home. The rain that was falling at the time of his disappearance has complicated efforts to use dogs to track his scent. It is also possible that the dogs lost his scent because he was picked up by someone. Multiple law enforcement agencies, including the Newport News Police and the Virginia State Police, have been involved with the search for Leon, which has included ground searches and utilized drones to look for him from the air. In addition to all of the efforts Leon's family and law enforcement have made to find him, there has also been massive outpouring of support from his community. Volunteers have covered the area with flyers, leaving them on cars, handing them out in public areas, and posting them around the area. They have also conducted own searches, including ones in wooded areas near where Leon was last seen. Unfortunately, these extensive efforts so far have not located Leon. 81-year-old Margaret Becker, who goes by the name Helen, has been married to her husband Fred for 42 years. According to Fred, his wife is very friendly and can strike up a conversation with anyone she meets. On January 17th, Helen left the home she shares with Fred to run some errands at stores in the Southgate Plaza on US 27 South in Sebring, Florida, which was less than a 15-minute drive away. She did not come home. Surveillance footage shows that Helen arrived at the CVS at the shopping center at 4:19 p.m. She filled some prescriptions and left the store at 4:48. According to someone else in the store at that time, she appeared confused. Helen has not been diagnosed with any form of dementia or cognitive impairment. Helen is next seen on surveillance footage at 6:05 p.m. when she entered the Publix in Southgate Plaza. She purchased some bananas and left the store at 6:17. She appears unsteady in some of this footage, according to authorities. It is unknown where Helen went after leaving Publix, and it is also unknown where she was during the 77 minutes between when she left CVS and when she entered Publix. There are several other stores within the shopping center, but so far there is no evidence that Helen went into any of them that day. While Helen had a cell phone with her and an active OnStar account in her vehicle, neither of these has provided any clues as to where she or the vehicle traveled to. Authorities believe that activity at the nearby Avon Park Air Force bombing range may have interfered with Helen's GPS signals. Helicopters and small aircraft were used to search the area for Helen and her vehicle, a blue 2018 Chevrolet Colorado. While Helen lived in Florida, her truck had an Ohio license plate with tag number HOB 8214. The vehicle has not yet been located. Helen's husband and stepdaughter are doing everything they can to find her, but their efforts are hampered by the fact that they do not know where to search. Volunteers are organizing physical searches, but their search area could be more focused if witnesses who saw Helen after 6:17 p.m. on January 17th came forward or if Helen's vehicle is found. Authorities do not believe that foul play is involved in the case, but it is an open and ongoing investigation. Porter Albert of Fort Myers, Florida is lucky enough to have made it to the age of 78 without having any major medical problems or requiring any medication. Rather than requiring medical care, he instead was helping care for one of his neighbors, Chris Smith, who suffers from muscular dystrophy. For several days in the middle of January, none of his friends knew where he was. According to Chris Smith, Porter would not have abruptly left town without telling him because he knew how much Chris depended on him. Several of Porter's other friends, as well as his ex-wife, were also concerned that they had not heard from him in a few days, which was unusual. One of Porter's friends entered his home in the tropical trailer park and found Porter's cell phone and keys, but not Porter. He used the phone to call Porter's ex-wife, Diane, who lives in Las Vegas, and the two of them decided to report Porter missing. The last place Porter is known to have been is at Big Lots in North Fort Myers. The last activity on his credit card was at this store on January 21st. A police officer in Cape Coral, Florida, saw Porter's car, a silver Lexus sedan, driving east on Cape Coral Parkway. The driver made a U-turn, pulled into a parking lot, and turned off their headlights. 18-year-old Tiffany Contestable was driving the car. She told a police officer that she had pulled into the parking lot because she was running low on gas. The parking lot was across the street from a gas station. She claimed to a friend of Porter's and that she was using the car to search for him. She told the officer that she could not give him her driver's license because she had left it at home. In reality, she did not have a valid license. She was arrested for driving without a license and was released from custody later that same day. She is due in court on the charge on February 10th. Police in Fort Myers interviewed Tiffany, but have neither named her as a suspect nor cleared her of involvement in the case. She would not speak on camera with local media about Porter's disappearance, but told them that she and Porter were friends. She had gone to his home, discovered that he was not there, and took the car keys from the house which he left unlocked so that she could use his car to go look for him. Tiffany's bicycle was found inside of Porter's car. It is now back outside her home in North Fort Myers, and Porter's car remains in police custody. According to Porter's ex-wife, the stress caused by his disappearance has exacerbated their son's seizure disorder. Authorities say they have so far found no evidence suggesting that Porter is no longer alive, but Porter's friends and family fear that the chances of a positive outcome in the case dwindle as the case drags on. 70-year-old Janet Walsh lives on Dolores Drive in Shaler Township, Pennsylvania. Her daughter and son-in-law had plans to have dinner with her there on Monday, January 20th. When they arrived, however, neither Janet nor her vehicle were at the house. They spent a few hours trying to contact her, but when they could not reach her, they called the police at 8:30 p.m. Janet had lunch with her daughter and son-in-law just the day before. She seemed to be in a good mood and gave no indication that she was in distress. The last sighting of Janet was apparently at her church that same day, although the exact time of this final sighting has not been released. Janet's husband passed away just a few months ago, but her family says that she has been coping with the loss well. She had plans to begin volunteering soon. They also say that it would be completely out of character for her to just leave without letting anyone know. Also missing is Janet's vehicle, a silver 2018 Chevrolet Trax. It has a Pennsylvania license plate, number 2-6007. In addition to the Shaler Township Police, the Allegheny County Police is also investigating Janet's disappearance, which her family hopes will be solved quickly. Years have passed since Alyssa Burkett's untimely death, yet her legacy endures. Her daughter Willow has grown up surrounded by the love and care of her grandparents. Each year on Alyssa's birthday, the family gathers at her grave, honoring her beauty, kindness, and limitless love. Alyssa's memory remains alive in the hearts of her loved ones, reflected in the spirit and joy of little Willow. While the pain of her loss persists, her family finds comfort in knowing she continues to guide their thoughts, actions, and dreams for a brighter future. Alyssa Ann Burkett was born on December 31st, 1995, in Mesquite, Texas, to Teresa Ann Burkett and Joshua Forsyth. She was one of 6 siblings, with 3 sisters, Nikki, Madison, and Taylor, and 2 brothers, Lamden and Tyler. Alyssa showed her creative side from a young age, aspiring at age 7 to become a fashion designer and crafting her own clothing. She eagerly sketched designs and shared her dreams with her grandfather, Russell Forsyth, a songwriter, who encouraged her artistic passion and envisioned her continuing his creative legacy. However, by the age of 13, Alyssa shifted her aspirations, deciding to pursue a career in law. She explained to her grandfather that she enjoyed debating and felt a strong sense of purpose in it. Russell supported her new ambition, even though it required a different kind of discipline. Alyssa's journey serves as a poignant reminder of life's fragility and the importance of cherishing loved ones while they are near. After graduating from Roy's City High School, Alyssa enrolled in a local college. At 18, she discovered she was expecting a child with her boyfriend, Andrew Bird, who was 9 years her senior. This unplanned pregnancy caught Alyssa off guard and compelled her to reassess her life plans. Alyssa parted ways with Andrew, deciding to raise her daughter on her own. She dropped out of college and dedicated herself entirely to motherhood. On December 31st, 2019, her 24th birthday, Alyssa gave birth to a healthy baby girl whom she named Willow. Despite the challenges, Alyssa strived to be an exemplary mother. Her relatives noted that she wanted to provide her daughter with a stable and loving family, a privilege she was deprived of in her own childhood due to her parents' divorce. On her social media platforms, Alyssa appeared vivacious and open. She shared family photos, thoughts, and interests. Those close to her described her as straightforward, energetic, with a heart of gold and a radiant smile. Alyssa worked tirelessly to provide for her daughter. She was an assistant at a real estate firm and an employee at a management company. At the time of her demise, she was working at Greentree, a residential real estate company. She was stubborn, determined, sometimes selfish, but you couldn't stay mad at her for long. She had eternal beauty and charm, reminisced her grandfather Russell. He and the entire family were devastated when Alyssa's life tragically ended at the age of 24. Alyssa Burkett met Andrew Bird in her teenage years. He was 9 years her senior and appeared as a mysterious bad boy. Despite the protests of her relatives, Alyssa began to court him. The relationship was unstable and complex. Bird did not work and relied on Alyssa for support, yet he was possessive, causing scenes and monitoring every move of the young woman. Friends advised her to break up with him multiple times, but she always returned. In January 2019, 23-year-old Alyssa discovered she was pregnant with Bird's child. She decided to keep the baby, although she doubted Andrew as a future father. Eventually, she left him, choosing to raise her daughter on her own. On December 31st, 2019, Alyssa gave birth to a girl named Willow. With the help of her family, especially her grandparents, she tried to provide her daughter with a peaceful childhood and kept Baird away, deeming him unreliable. However, Baird was unwilling to back down. He initiated a fierce legal battle for custody of Willow, declaring he would achieve his goal at any cost, stating that nothing will stop him. Alyssa feared retaliation from his side. In April 2020, just 4 months after Willow's birth, a new woman entered Andrew's life, 22-year-old Holly Elkins. Elkins quickly moved in with Bird and began making plans for their life together and raising his daughter. The appearance of the young stepmother only intensified the conflict. Elkins saw Alyssa as a rival and actively sought to eliminate her from Bird's life. She positioned herself as the perfect mother for Willow. Alyssa felt a growing threat from her ex-boyfriend and his fiancée, GCE. Friends advised her to be cautious and wary of the worst. Little did she know that her life would soon be cut short by their hands. Shortly after Andrew Bird and Holly Elkins started their relationship, they launched a full-scale campaign to persecute Elizabeth. Their aim was to completely destroy her reputation and strip her of parental rights to gain full custody of Bird's daughter, Willow. In her messages, Elkins openly expressed her obsession with removing Alyssa as a mother. She wrote to Bird that Alyssa controls him, puts him first, and that he must show his submission to his ex and deal with this mess. Elkins insulted Alyssa, calling her a liar, stupid, and a bad man. Alyssa stood in the way of their happy family life with Willow and urged him to take radical actions. One instance of slander was not enough for Elkins. Together with Bird, they installed a GPS tracker on Alyssa's car, monitoring her every move. Elkins then anonymously called 911, falsely reporting Alyssa for allegedly driving erratically, trying to discredit her to the police. Another time, Elkins went to the police and falsely accused Alyssa's mother of attacking her. To corroborate her story, she even deliberately scratched her own chest. The couple hired a private detective to find dirt on Alyssa and her new partner. Although the investigator found nothing incriminating, Bird and Elkins persisted. In September 2020, they themselves planted drugs and unregistered weapons in Alyssa's car and anonymously informed the police that Alyssa was allegedly dealing drugs from her trunk. During questioning, Alyssa tearfully insisted she had no involvement with drugs. She immediately suspected Bird's involvement, trying to tarnish her in the eyes of child services and the police. Unfortunately, she couldn't prove it. The persecution took on an increasingly menacing tone. A week before the murder, Elkins wrote to Bird, "I hope you can handle this." She demanded that he go or die for her, clearly hinting of the impending crime. Unbeknownst to herself, Alyssa was in mortal danger. She had only a few days left to live. Following direct instructions from his fiancée GCE Holly Elkins, Andrew Bird began the direct preparation for the murder of Alyssa Burkett. They acted deliberately and methodically, planning every detail of the crime. On September 10, 2020, just 3 weeks before the tragedy, Elkins accompanied Bird to a sporting goods store. There, he purchased a black raincoat in cash, which he would later use in the attack. Elkins clearly assisted him in selecting suitable attire for the crime. On September 14th, they visited a pharmacy where Elkins bought dark foundation and other cosmetics for makeup. Evidently, she planned to disguise Bird to hinder his identification by witnesses. Later, the police would find this makeup in Bird's car, along with wipes containing traces of makeup. On September 19th, the couple visited a hardware store where they bought shotgun shells and a large Camillus knife. It was this shotgun and knife that Bird would soon use to carry out his vengeance on the mother of his daughter. Over the past week of September, Elkins inundated Bird with messages, goading him to put the plan into action. She wrote that they needed to deal with this go or die. Elkins explicitly stated that their relationship would be at risk if he did not follow through to the end. Receiving a clear signal, Bird got down to business. The search history on his phone shows that he began looking for information on how to remove gunpowder residue from his hands after a shot. He clearly did not want to leave any traces. 6 days before the attack, Bird bought a used black Ford Expedition advertised. He planned to use it for surveillance on Alyssa and his transportation to the crime scene. The seller later identified Bird as the buyer. A day before the attack, Bird attached a homemade silencer to his .22 caliber pistol. Although he ultimately did not use it in the attack, the mere fact of making the silencer demonstrates the purposefulness of his actions. Finally, on the morning of October 2nd, thing foreshadowed the tragedy. 24-year-old Alyssa Burkett, as usual, dropped off her 1.5-year-old daughter, Willow, at her grandmother's and headed to work at the Green Tree Homes Management Company in Carrollton. She parked her car in front of the office around 9 a.m. and was about to enter the building. At that moment, a black SUV sped towards her car at full speed. A man in a black cloak with a hood and a mask covering his face jumped out of it. In his hands, he held a short-barreled shotgun. Without giving Alyssa time to react, the attacker approached closely and shot her in the head through the side window. Alyssa slumped over the steering wheel, her face and hair drenched in blood. The killer rushed back to his car intending to flee. However, at that moment, although fatally wounded, Alyssa managed to open the door and almost fall out of the car onto the asphalt. With some incredible force of will, she crawled towards the office door trying to call for help. A bloody trail followed her. Noticing the movement, Bird swiftly turned around. He pulled out a large hunting knife from under his cloak and lunged towards Alyssa writhing on the ground. Grabbing her by the hair, he viciously began stabbing her in the neck, chest, and abdomen. In total, Bird inflicted no fewer than 13 stab wounds. From the injuries sustained, Alyssa died on the spot. When her colleagues, hearing the screams, rushed out to the parking lot, they found Alyssa in a pool of blood, her throat slashed. They tried to perform CPR, but in vain. By that time, Bird had already fled in his black SUV, leaving the bloodied knife on the parking lot. Random witnesses described the assailant as a tall, muscular man dressed in all black with a mask or hood on his head. Many mistook him for an African American. At the time of the attack, Holly Elkins, according to her own words, was at home with Bird's daughter, Willow. Thus, she had an alibi. Later, she told the police that Bird allegedly was with her all this time, which turned out to be a lie. The brutal daylight murder in a crowded place shocked the residents of Carrollton. They were puzzled about the motives of the criminal. However, Alyssa's relatives and friends immediately suspected Andrew Bird. They were aware of the protracted conflict between the former partners and feared the worst. Alyssa's mother, barely holding back tears, informed the police of her suspicions regarding Bird. She recounted his threats and obsession with her daughter, the prolonged legal battle for custody of her granddaughter. According to her, Bird had repeatedly stated that the living Alyssa Willow would not get. Thus began one of the most shocking and resonant trials in the history of Texas. A trial that made local residents rethink seemingly the familiar issue of domestic violence and stalking. The name of Elisa Burkett will long be remembered as a symbol of maternal love and resilience in the face of cruelty. The investigation into Elisa Burkett's murder began with questioning witnesses of the crime scene. Elisa's colleagues detailed the appearance and actions of the assailant. Although he wore a mask, his tall stature and muscular build stood out. Some mistakenly took him for friends, and colleagues of Elisa spoke of his obsession, constant surveillance, and threats. Elisa's new boyfriend recalled that Bird mentioned their full home addresses, although they had not disclosed this information to him. Detectives began surveillance of Bird's house in Rowlett. Soon, they noticed Bird, accompanied by his fiancée, Holly Elkins, and daughter, Willow, carrying suitcases and bags out of the house, clearly preparing to leave for a long time. When Bird got into the car, the police stopped him on the pretext of lacking a license plate. During the search of the car, men's boots cut into pieces and soaked in bleach were found. Also discovered were remnants of camouflage makeup, napkins with makeup, and burnt parts of a brush for its application. In Baird's house, detectives found even more evidence, primarily batteries for GPS trackers that the criminal attached to the cars of Elisa and her boyfriend. There was also a homemade silencer for a pistol and a whole arsenal of weapons. But the main discovery was a written script that Bird used when calling the police to report drugs in Elisa's car. The police seized 3 phones from Baird, including a disposable one. In the search history of one of them, there were inquiries on how to remove gunpowder residue from Hans. He was clearly trying to cover his tracks. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, an abandoned black Ford Expedition SUV was discovered. In the cabin, forensic experts found Elisa's blood and fibers of a fake beard with Andrew's DNA. The car seller identified Bird as the buyer and remembered that he paid in cash and was in a hurry. Forensic examination revealed that the bullet that killed Elisa was fired from the sawed-off shotgun found in the car. Bird's fingerprints were also found on the handle of a hunting knife. His handwriting was clearly identifiable in the GPS devices and in the calls with false accusations. It seemed that the prosecution had gathered comprehensive evidence of Andrew Bird's guilt. However, the prosecutors also aimed to hold his accomplice, Holly Elkins, accountable. Electronic correspondence between them came to the rescue, showing Elkins' role in planning and inciting the crime. The investigation lasted for several months. During this time, the prosecution meticulously assembled a mosaic of evidence, unequivocally incriminating the ruthless killers of Elisa Burkett. The jurors were shocked by the cynicism and calculated nature of the criminals. They eagerly awaited the start of the trial to deliver a just verdict. The trial for the murder of Elisa Burkett began in June 2022, almost 2 years after the tragedy. Sitting in the dock were 35-year-old Andrew Bird and his 23-year-old fiancée Guka, Holly Elkins. They were charged with stalking, conspiracy, and first-degree murder. From the outset, the prosecutors made it clear that they intended to seek the maximum punishment for both defendants. In their opening statement, they painted a picture for the jurors of a massive conspiracy to take the life of a young mother. The correspondence between Baird and Elkins left no doubt about the meticulous planning of the crime. A key prosecution witness was Christopher Mayo, Elisa's boyfriend at the time of her death. He told the jurors about months of harassment and persecution orchestrated by Bird and Elkins against them. According to him, Elisa had mentioned multiple times that Baird seemed like someone capable of killing her. Mayo recounted the phone threats, constant surveillance, and attempts to discredit Elisa in the eyes of social services and the police. He stated that Elkins was the public master, directing Bird's actions. Her pathological jealousy and obsession with another's child ultimately led to the tragedy. Colleagues and friends of Elisa shared the grief of the slain mother. Elisa had confided in them, expressing fear of her unstable ex, feeling constantly watched. A few days before her death, she told a friend, "If something happens to me, know that Andrew did it." Forensic experts presented the jurors with a rich arsenal of physical evidence, unequivocally linking Bird to the crime scene. In addition to DNA and fingerprints on the murder weapons, there were traces of gunpowder and disguise fragments in his house and car. However, the nail in the coffin of the trial was the electronic correspondence between Baird and Elkins, eloquently demonstrating their joint plans. Phrases like, "I hope you can handle this, do it or die for me, this be asterisk, teach must disappear," littered their messages in the days leading up to the murder. Bird's defense attempted to argue for the lack of premeditation in his actions. Supposedly, he only intended to scare his ex, but in a fit of rage, miscalculated his force. The defense emphasized the emotional distress and stress from the prolonged legal battle, but the correspondence in meticulous preparation for the crime completely refuted these speculations. Particularly telling were Bird's internet searches on removing gunpowder traces. Such actions do not align with those of someone who accidentally turned to violence. Elkins outright denied her involvement, citing an alibi. However, even here, her position was woven with white lies. Messages where she urged her partner to deal with the rival literally put a nail in the coffin of her innocence, at least in incitement. In the end, Bird admitted guilt on the main points. Apparently, he decided to mitigate his fate, avoiding a life sentence. He detailed, albeit quite impassively, the circumstances of the murder, his preparation, and motives. His key motive was an obsession with Willow, his daughter. Elkins stood her ground to the end. Even after the guilty verdict, she continued to proclaim her innocence and the injustice of the sentence. However, this did not help her escape a harsh punishment. In May 2023, the judge pronounced the verdict. Andrew Bird received 43 years in prison, effectively a life sentence. Holly Elkins was sentenced to 20 years for complicity. The courtroom erupted in applause. Justice, albeit delayed, prevailed. The killers of Elisa Burkett received their due. The loved ones of Alice, with tears in their eyes, expressed gratitude to the prosecutors and jurors. "Nothing will bring back our girl, but we are thankful that the guilty have been punished, and no one else will suffer at their hands," said Alice's mother to the journalists. This tragedy will serve as a bitter lesson for all victims of domestic violence for a long time. The untimely and cruel death of Alice Burkett shook the residents of Texas and the entire America. A young mother, beloved daughter and sister, she was killed in the most despicable and inhumane manner by the hands of her former partner and the father of her child. Her story became a tragic symbol of the epidemic of domestic violence, claiming thousands of lives annually. Despite the just verdict for the killers, Alice's family does not hide. Their loss is irreplaceable. "She was a ray of light in our lives," recalls her mother Teresa, determined with a huge, loving heart. She lived for her daughter and dreamed of giving her the best. Most painful was the fact that Alice sensed the danger and repeatedly reported it to her loved ones and the police. Alas, no one took her words seriously until it was too late. Perhaps more decisive intervention could have prevented the tragedy. "She told me, 'Mom, he will kill me.' I know, but what could I do?" The police shrugged, saying, "Until he does something, we are powerless." Alice's Aunt Shelley shares in tears. Particular concern arises for Alice's daughter, 2-year-old Willow. She lost her mother at such a tender age and will surely not fully grasp the extent of her loss for a long time. Custody of the girl was granted to her maternal grandparents. They vowed to do everything to ensure Willow grows up in love and never forgets her mother. "Every day, I show her photos of Alice, tell her how wonderful she was. Willow is still young, but she already reaches for the pictures, caressing them with her finger. Despite everything, we will continue to live on for her," says Alice's grandmother. Teresa, and Alice's story raises uncomfortable yet critically important questions. Why do signals of domestic violence victims often go unnoticed? How can we improve the protection and response system to complaints? What prevents us all from being more vigilant about the problems of friends and family? Experts urge early recognition of warning signs of abusive relationships, pathological jealousy, control, isolation from friends and family, outbursts of aggression. Victims need to know they are not alone and can seek help at any time by contacting hotlines or crisis centers. The most important thing is not to remain silent, not to tolerate, not to consider it normal. Violence is never acceptable and it rarely stops on its own. Alice was strong, but even the strong sometimes need help, emphasizes psychologist Anna Byers, leading a support group for abuse survivors. Alice's death should not be in vain. Her case once again shows how important it is to take threats and signs of violence seriously, especially when the well-being of children is at stake. No family drama is worth a lost life. The name of Alice Burkett will forever remain in the memory of her loved ones and fellow citizens. Her photos and posts on social media continue to gather likes, comments, and words of support even years after the tragedy. Many see in her an example of resilience and dedication to loved ones despite all trials. Rest in peace, dear Alice. You will forever remain in our hearts. We will continue your work and love Willow as you loved her. Justice has prevailed, and now you can rest peacefully. We will always remember your goodness, wilt her grandfather Russell on the first anniversary of her death. Perhaps someday in the future, Willow will be able to read these words and learn what an amazing woman her mother was. A woman who fought for her until her last breath and did not let her love fade even in the face of monstrous cruelty. Her short but bright life will forever be an example for all mothers. Alice Burkett's story is not just another criminal chronicle. It is a tragedy of a young woman who only wanted one thing: to love and raise her daughter. But her life was cut short by those who vowed to protect her: her child's father and his new partner. Obsession, jealousy, desire for control. These were the true motives driving Andrew Bird and Holly Elkins. Neither pleas from Alice, nor fear of the law, nor thoughts of the well-being of little Willow stopped them. In pursuit of a sick passion, they crossed the final line. The most frightening thing is that Alice's case is just the tip of the iceberg. Hundreds of women across the country face domestic violence, harassment, and threats daily. Many are afraid to speak openly about it, considering their burden shameful. Unfortunately, the outcome of this silence can be fatal. Alice's example reminds us we must not turn a blind eye to signs of abuse in our own lives or the lives of our loved ones. Pathological jealousy is not love. Constant control is not care, and outbursts of aggression are not character. These are warning bells, SOS signals that cannot be ignored. If you have become a victim of domestic violence, know that you are not alone. There are people and organizations ready to lend a helping hand. Do not be afraid to take this step. Do not wait until the situation becomes deadly. Your safety and right to a life without fear are paramount above all other considerations. It is our collective responsibility to raise the younger generation in respect and acceptance, to teach them to resolve conflicts with words, not fists or guns, to explain that love does not tolerate violence. Perhaps then our daughters will no longer perish at the hands of those they once let into their hearts. I don't know if Willow will ever understand why and for what her mother died, but I know for sure Alice loved her more than life. Her last thoughts were surely about her daughter, and there in the heavens, she continues to watch over her little one, said her brother Landon at her funeral. Someday, Willow will grow up and be able to read this story herself, the story of her mother's life, love, and struggle. May the memory of Alice be a source of strength and faith in a better future for her. And for all of us, a bitter lesson, a reminder, and a call to action. We owe it to her. We owe it to each other. Michelle Ray Cheney was born in Lakewood, Colorado, in February 1970. She graduated from Lakewood High School in 1988, initially planning to pursue a bachelor's degree. However, at 18, Michelle chose to take a 6-month break to prepare for the birth of her first child, a son named Michael, and care for him as a newborn. Determined not to delay her academic goals, she worked tirelessly to stay on track and earned her accounting degree from Regis University on schedule in 1992. That year brought many milestones for Michelle. After graduation, she began her career at KPMG Accounting. Later that fall, she married Brian Vanek and adopted his surname. The couple settled in Littleton, Colorado, where they welcomed 2 more children, Grant and Alexis, in the following years. Eventually, the family returned to Lakewood, and Michelle chose to leave KPMG to focus on raising her children and pursuing a new passion: supporting teen mothers. She played a pivotal role in establishing a support group for young mothers in the community. In 2003, Michelle gave birth to her 4th child, a daughter named Haley. Alongside her dedication to family and community, Michelle was an avid athlete. She trained for and competed in marathons and triathlons while also setting her sights on mastering high-altitude hiking. Living in Colorado, she was inspired by the state's 53 peaks exceeding 14,000 feet, known as the 14 Airs, and aspired to conquer these challenging summits. Michelle hoped to one day reach the summit of at least one of them. One of Michelle's friends, Eric Sawyer, had climbed 38 out of those 53 mountains. He and Michelle talked extensively about hiking one together. Michelle knew that she could not hike a 14er as a complete novice, so she spent over a year preparing for the endeavor and continuing to speak to Eric about the hike they hoped to one day take together. By September of 2005, Michelle felt prepared and made plans with Eric Sawyer to finally go on their long-discussed hike up a 14er. On September 23, 2005, 35-year-old Michelle and her husband Ben went to a sporting goods store and to a Costco to buy her new equipment for her much-anticipated hike. The following morning, September 24th, Michelle and Eric arrived at the Half Moon Trailhead at approximately 6:30 a.m. and set out for their hike by 7. For her first 14er, Michelle will be attempting to hike up the Mount of the Holy Cross, which has an elevation just barely above 14,000 feet. Eric Sawyer would later report that as he and Michelle set out that morning, he told her that he had a bad feeling about the hike. His instinct would eventually prove to be correct. Problems with the pair's planned hike started as soon as it began. Eric accidentally left his lunch and his water purification device behind in the car. When he and Michelle got onto the trail, they made another major mistake. The pair had planned to hike up to the mountain's summit via the more popular Half Moon Trail on the North Ridge. This route is the more direct and relatively easy way to reach the summit of the Mount of the Holy Cross, making it the obvious choice for Michelle's first attempt at hiking up a 14er. However, Michelle and Eric inadvertently diverted onto the Fall Creek Trail, which meant that they would be traveling to the summit along the Halo Ridge. This route is much more difficult, and the trip to the summit using it takes much longer. It was not an ideal route for a novice hiker like Michelle. Eric eventually realized their mistake but did not turn around because he and Michelle would not have had enough daylight left to reach the summit if they walked back to get on the correct trail. He knew that they could get on their intended trail at the summit for their descent and believed that this would still get them off the mountain in time, although it would be at a later time than planned. While Michelle was in good physical condition, her inexperience quickly began to show on the more difficult trail. She lagged behind Eric most of the way up the mountain, at times falling more than 50 feet behind him. Michelle and Eric had anticipated reaching the mountain summit and beginning the hike back down by noon that day and had packed their supplies accordingly. By 1:30 p.m. they were both out of water, a result of both their longer hike and being without a water purifier. When the ridge line flattened out some 400 yards away from the summit of the mountain, Michelle told Eric that she could not continue. Eric offered to begin the hike back down with her, but Michelle told him that she would wait while he finished climbing to the summit. Eric told her to either wait there or begin to make her way towards the East Cross Creek Trail, where they could meet to begin their trip down the mountain. Eric reached the summit of the Mount of the Holy Cross at 1:42 p.m. He then called his wife to let her know that he would be home later than he had previously told her due to how far behind schedule he and Michelle were. A couple, Bill and Julia Taylor, was also at the summit at that time. They spoke to Eric briefly, but would later report that he had been in a hurry to get back to his hiking companion. Eric took a photo of the Taylors and they took one of him. After only 5 minutes at the summit, Eric left to meet Michelle and begin their descent. Shortly after Eric left the summit, the Taylors heard him yelling. They initially believed that he was calling for help. When they got closer to him, they realized that he was instead calling Michelle's name. During the brief time Eric had been away from her, Michelle Vanek had vanished. The subsequent search for Michelle would become the largest search of its kind in the history of the state of Colorado. More than 700 people, a mix of search and rescue professionals and amateur volunteers, would eventually be a part of the effort. Michelle's friends and family volunteered both to search for her and to organize the support efforts needed to feed and supply such a large number of searchers. They were also able to collect enough money to pay for extra resources to look for Michelle. A total of 4 dog teams and 5 helicopters were used in search for Michelle. Eric had taken a photograph of Michelle during their hike, and when investigators saw it, they were believed to see that she had been better equipped than they had originally believed. She had been wearing 3 to 4 layers of clothing at the time she went missing. They also knew, however, that Michelle had no water and no water purifier with her. Eric Sawyer believed that the only food she had left when he last saw her was several nutrition bars and some energy gel. Another woman had survived for 9 days in a nearby wilderness area in 1997. So even as the search dragged on for days, there was still hope that Michelle could be found alive. However, overnight temperatures dropped into the 20s, and even dressed in layers, Michelle was ill-equipped for such temperatures. 4 to 6 inches of snow fell across the area 4 days after Michelle's disappearance. This would have posed an extra challenge for Michelle, but also provided the search teams with the possibility of new clues. They hoped that if they could find fresh tracks on the mountain, they would lead them to Michelle. Unfortunately, no such tracks were found. No trace of Michelle was found by any of the hundreds of people looking for her. 3 days after her disappearance, a group of searchers found a wristwatch hung up on the branch of a tree. They hoped that Michelle had left the watch there to indicate the direction she was traveling in, and that it would be the first clue in the search. However, Michelle's friends and family were able to confirm that the watch was not hers. The lack of physical clues was both perplexing and frustrating. Typically by now, we have some sort of clue or evidence indicating some direction of travel or where she may have sheltered. Tom Cochran, the search commander from Vail Mountain Rescue, told the press. In these cases, you find a candy wrapper, a dropped glove. This girl had ski poles. Where is that stuff? On October 1st, a full week after Michelle went missing, hundreds of individuals spent the day searching for her. At the end of the day, still with no clues, Michelle's family agreed to the Eagle County Sheriff's Office and the Vail Mountain Rescue Group's plan to end the search for her. We are positive that Michelle's spirit remains in our hearts and in the Vail Valley. She now walks with God, they said in a news release. We are overwhelmed by the numbers of volunteers, their compassion, and commitment. It renews our faith in humanity. The most obvious and most likely scenarios that could have caused Michelle to go missing are, of course, her getting lost or having some sort of accident while her hiking partner made his brief trip up to the summit of the Mount of the Holy Cross. Given how thorough and extensive the search for Michelle was, the fact that she, along with every one of the items she had with her on her hike, remains missing is of course frustrating to her friends, family, and those who helped try to find her. Given the fact that Michelle was only alone for such a brief period of time and could not have gotten very far in that amount of time in the condition she was in, the experienced members of the search team were able to start their search in the most likely areas where Michelle could have run into trouble. When she was not located in any of them or during the expanded searches, the possibility that an unknown factor played a part in her disappearance was considered. There were a few things found during the course of the week-long search that could be viewed as troubling. While none of these items or details have ever been conclusively tied to Michelle's disappearance, they do potentially add to the mystery of it. For days after Michelle went missing, a group of searchers found a duffel bag with a shotgun inside of it off of the Cross Creek Trail. A few hours later, one of the dog teams searching for Michelle discovered several drops of blood in the snow south of the summit of the mountain. It was never determined if the blood came from a human or an animal. There was also an evasive man present on the Mount of the Holy Cross during the search for Michelle whose behavior could be viewed as suspicious. Members of the search team first encountered him on the first day of the search. He was coming down the trail when they came across him and they tried to ask him if he had seen Michelle. He refused to acknowledge them or answer their questions and then hid from them behind a tree before finally sprinting away down the trail. Another group of searchers would later find a tent nearby. It was zipped up with a light on and a person inside. That person would not respond as the searchers tried to ask questions about Michelle from outside. Investigators from the sheriff's office believe they encountered the same man from the trail the following day. They had slightly more luck than the search teams as they did get him to speak to them eventually. He refused to show them his but gave a name after being questioned further. It is unknown if it was his real name. While this behavior seems odd given the fact that everyone he interacted with was just looking for information about a missing hiker, authorities say they have no suspect he had any involvement in Michelle's disappearance. The shotgun, the blood, and the elusive man could all be unrelated to the case and have perfectly innocuous explanations. Since there are no answers in Michelle's case, however, there is no way of knowing if these mysterious clues have any relevance to it or not. As the last person to see Michelle before she went missing, Eric Sawyer was interviewed by the authorities during the month-long criminal investigation into her disappearance. He answered questions about their movements that day and addressed concerns about the amount of equipment they had taken with them on the hike, but requested a lawyer when asked if he had anything to do with Michelle's disappearance. Investigators have not tried to interview him again, as they say they have no reason to doubt his account or any evidence suggesting that he had any involvement in Michelle going missing. Michelle's husband Ben, in his own interview with authorities, maintained that Eric would not have intentionally done anything to harm Michelle. He was also positive that Michelle and Eric were not having an affair. He did disagree with Eric and Michelle choosing to split up during their hike, describing Eric going up to the summit alone and leaving Michelle behind as an awful decision. This choice was also severely criticized by other experienced hikers. Michelle was the sister-in-law of a firefighter with the South Metro Fire Rescue Authority. After her disappearance, the South Metro Professional Firefighters Foundation, also known as the 2164 Foundation, began fundraising efforts that resulted in the establishment of the Michelle Vanek Scholarship. Michelle, who knew how difficult it was to finish school as a young single mother, spent much of her adult life trying to support other young women in getting their education while they were also raising their children. The scholarship created in her name is awarded to young single mothers in hopes that they will succeed in completing their education as Michelle did. Nick Massey was born in the Netherlands in 1939 and emigrated to Canada in 1957. 2 years later, he began working as a clerk for the Bank of Montreal. He was employed by them for the next 35 years, steadily moving up to positions with more and more responsibility. His various positions had him working in Halifax, Montreal, and Vancouver over the years. He was an active member of the Dutch-Canadian community and belonged to and held leadership positions in professional associations for this community. Nick married and had 2 children, but that marriage ended in divorce. In 1984, he met the woman who would become his second wife, Lisa. Lisa had also been married before and was also an immigrant, having been born in China. In Vancouver, she was working as a hairstylist. The couple met at a hair salon on Cambie Street, where Lisa would cut Nick's hair. Nick did well in his banking career and eventually became the manager of the elite private banking center at the Bank of Montreal. At the beginning of 1994, he retired from his position at the bank but continued to work. He worked as a stock promoter and received a directorship at Turbidine Technologies, a publicly traded company that was developing technology to reduce emissions from diesel engines. On August 10, 1994, Nick and Lisa were invited to join some of their friends at the Symphony of Fire fireworks display over Vancouver's English Bay. They had to turn down the invitation because they had a business dinner that evening. Nick was reportedly meeting with a businessman from California who had $10 million he was considering investing in Turbidine Technologies. Nick made a reservation for 4 at his favorite restaurant, Trader Vic's in the Cole Harbour neighborhood of downtown Vancouver, for 8:30 that night for the dinner. No one showed up to the restaurant for the reservation, and no one called to cancel it. The staff at the restaurant was surprised by this. They were familiar with Nick because he was a regular customer, and it was out of the ordinary for him to fail to show up for a reservation without at least calling to cancel it. The restaurant employee who took the reservation knew Nick and was able to confirm that it was in fact Nick who called to make it. 2 witnesses would later come placing Nick and Lisa in the area of the restaurant around the time they should have been there for their meeting. Both of these witnesses knew the couple personally and claimed to have seen them on the night of 10th at the Garden Lounge at the West in Bay Shore, which was next door to Trader Vic's. The couple was allegedly there from 6:30 to 10:30 p.m. According to the witnesses, Nick was drinking a bottle of wine and was dressed in a casual jogging suit. Lisa appeared to have come there straight from work, still dressed in the clothes she wore at her job. Neither witness believed that Nick and Lisa were dressed as though they were on their way to an important business appointment. The following morning, August 11th, Lisa made 2 phone calls from her husband's cell phone. She called the salon where she worked and left a message with a coworker that she had been called away for a few days for a court case. She then called Nick's business partner to say that he would be gone for a few days. Cell phone records would later show that the calls had been routed through a repeater on Bowen Island. This means that the calls could have been made from or near the couple's home in North Vancouver, or from a fairly large area along the coast. No one saw or heard from Nick or Lisa after these phone calls. After a few days, Lisa's sister became concerned and went over to the couple's home. When she arrived, she found the front door unlocked and the security system disarmed. There were 2 plastic zip ties on the floor by the front door of the home. The couple's 17-year-old Persian cat, Spider, was alone in the home with no food. According to Nick's children, he adored Spider and would never have left him uncared for. The couple's car was in the driveway and their passports had been left behind. Their bank accounts were left untouched. While some have speculated that Nick and Lisa had entered some sort of witness protection program, the 2 main theories about their disappearance are that they met with foul play or that they staged their own disappearances. There have been numerous theories about what circumstances could have led to either scenario. Most of these theories could provide potential motives for someone to harm the couple, but could also be reasons why the couple will be fearful enough of being harmed to abandon everything and leave Vancouver. Nick's job with the Bank of Montreal had given him connections in some of the most affluent social circles in Canada, but his business relationships also gave him ties to several financial scandals. One of his associates, Fred Hoffman, conned members of Vancouver's Dutch community out of $1 million with a Ponzi scheme. He, along with more than $10 million, vanished in April of 1991. Almost a third of that amount had been taken from a retired anesthesiologist from Seattle who had been introduced to Hoffman by Nick Massett. Nick had also been a personal banker for Harry Mal. One of Mal's many endeavors had been creating the Pine Ridge Capital Group, which collapsed in 1992. A scandal arose during this collapse when $1 million worth of investors' funds went missing. Mal eventually moved to the Cayman Islands. One of Nick's business relationships also had him involved in an active legal case in 1994. Nick and Lisa went missing just before Nick was due to testify against a businessman who had been one of his former clients and was on trial for allegedly stealing $100,000. However, Nick was only an incidental witness, according to Crown prosecutors. His disappearance was still successfully used by the defense lawyers in the case to get a 7-month-long delay in the trial. Nick Massett did appear to be under an unusual amount of stress for most of 1994, according to those close to him. He had become unusually secretive and tense and appeared to be concerned for his safety. This stress was very apparent to others at a funeral he had attended just before his disappearance. He was reportedly unusually distraught and said he wanted to get out of town for a while. After Nick and Lisa went missing, authorities also learned that they had made a secret trip to the Cayman Islands in April of 1994. They had not told any of their friends or family members about the trip. During their time there, the couple set up a bank account and had their wills drawn up. Nick's son, who was also named Nick, hired a private investigator named Ozzie Cabin to look into his father and stepmother's disappearance. The 2 men had a falling out after Cabin came to the conclusion that Nick Sr. and Lisa had staged their disappearance. He based this belief off of statements from witnesses he would not identify and a claim that he was able to use his connections to learn that Nick and Lisa's account in the Cayman Islands had more than $100,000 in it. Other reports indicate that the account held $50,000 worth of stocks. Authorities say that they have not found any evidence that Nick and Lisa fled their home to start a new life somewhere else. While Nick's position in the exclusive private banking center of the Bank of Montreal had given him connections to politicians, wealthy businessmen, and multimillionaires, it should be noted that Nick himself was not as wealthy as his clients. His highest annual salary from the bank was reportedly $85,000. While this is certainly not a small salary, and is equivalent to more than $130,000 today, Nick's assets were nowhere near those of the clients whose money he helped manage. Nick and Lisa were $101,000 in debt between their mortgage, credit card debt, and business expenses. Financial stress is of course a potential motive for Nick and Lisa to have wanted to run away voluntarily, and Nick's position in the financial community may give the impression that he could afford to do so. However, while some of Nick's clients could have certainly financed such an action, it is unclear how Nick and Lisa would have been able to do so. Financial considerations aside, Nick Massey Jr. believes that his father was too straight-laced and conservative to take the sort of risks involved with faking his disappearance and starting a new life. In 2001, he, his sister Tanya, and Lisa's sister Loretta petitioned the courts in British Columbia to declare the missing couple legally dead. Authorities also believe that Nick and Lisa were victims of some sort of crime, even though the exact nature of that crime remains unknown. On July 30th, 2019, shortly before the 25th anniversary of the couple's disappearance, the North Vancouver detachment of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police held a press conference with Nick's children, Nick and Tanya, to appeal to the public for information. Perhaps the time that has gone by would allow somebody to come forward now that otherwise might have remained silent in the past, Nick Massey Jr. said at the press conference. Nick and Tanya also announced that they were doubling the amount of the reward they are offering for information in the case from $25,000 to $50,000, despite the amount of time that has passed since they have seen their father and stepmother, and the fact that they believe them to be deceased. Nick and Tanya still hope to find answers about what became of Nick Sr. and Lisa. Everybody loses their parents at one time in their life, but then you have a funeral and we don't have that, and that part has been extremely difficult, Tanya said at the press conference. I think it will be the greatest gift we could ever receive closure. Maurice Niffel married his wife Jean in January of 1946 when they were both just 21 years old. The couple had 2 daughters, Kimberly and Candace, who went by Candy. In 1958, the family moved to Hardington, Nebraska. Eventually, Maurice would become the town's mayor, but not because he ran for the office. Rather, the respected businessman became the first person in town history to be elected to the position based solely on write-in votes. After decades of helping her husband with his dry cleaning business and raising a family with him, Jean passed away in 1978. In 1983, 58-year-old Maurice was living in Sioux City, Iowa. He owned and operated 50 cleaners on West 26th Street. He had a girlfriend, Joyce Fish, who he had been dating for a few years. Joyce would be the last known person to see Maurice on Valentine's Day of that year. He left her home around 9:30 that night, driving his brown 1981 Fleetwood Cadillac. He has not been seen since, and his vehicle has never been located. Joyce and Maurice had plans for him to pick her up the following morning, February 15th, and drive her to work. Maurice never arrived. Joyce began making calls to try to him, but with no success. Maurice never arrived at the dry cleaners that day, which was out of character for him. Joyce and her daughter Lori reported Maurice missing to the authorities on the morning of February 16th. At the time of Maurice's disappearance, he was hoping that his daughter, Candy, would end her marriage. Her husband, Delbert Buchan, was facing charges that could earn him his 4th prison sentence. Maurice reportedly had found evidence supporting the charges against his son-in-law and was willing to testify against him. Maurice vanished before he had the chance to. Wallace certainly would have given Delbert a motive to get rid of his father-in-law. There is no evidence connecting him to the case. Candy passed away in 2004, and Delbert passed away in 2008. Today, Maurice will be 95 years old, making it unlikely that he can be found alive. Maurice's name is inscribed on his wife's tombstone, in hopes that one day the mystery of his disappearance will be solved and he can be buried alongside her. In 1995, 21-year-old Ronald Duck Jr., who was known as Ronnie, was serving in the United States Navy and training to become an electronic communication technician. He had just returned from 3 months at sea in February and was set to board the USS Stephen Groves again on Valentine's Day. The weekend prior, he traveled from Naval Station Pascagoula to his hometown of Eclectic, Alabama, to visit his family before he was sent back out to sea. His wife, Suzette, was just weeks away from giving birth to their first child. After returning to Pascagoula, Ronnie was given liberty on the evening of February 13th. He and one of his shipmates spent the night in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, playing pool at a billiards club. They returned to the naval station at approximately 3:15 a.m. on February 14th. The guard at the station's first gate saw Ronnie in the car with his shipmate when they arrived back. When the car reached the second guard station, however, Ronnie was not in it. Ronnie allegedly got out of his shipmate's car to go speak with someone after passing through the first guard station. There was reportedly a sighting of Ronnie at 3:30 a.m. along the docks around the naval station. just 50 yards away from where he was supposed to board his ship later that day. Ronnie did not report for duty on the ship as scheduled. The Navy initially treated Ronnie as being absent without leave, but his family believed that his disappearance was not voluntary. Maroon pickup truck was found in the parking lot at the naval station. The floorboards were muddy and a carton of cigarettes and some sailor's ivory soap Ronnie had purchased for his time at sea had been left inside of it. Ronnie's wife had written him a $40 check out of their bank account so that he could cash it in order to have some spending money, but he never cashed the check. If Ronnie left on his own accord, he did so without any resources whatsoever. Ronnie's family believes he met with foul play, largely because he had told them that he feared for his life when he had visited them a few days before his disappearance. During a previous time at sea, Ronnie had been asked by a group of other sailors to buy them all some marijuana. The person he tried to buy it from turned out to be an undercover naval intelligence officer. Ronnie cooperated with the officer's investigation and testified against another sailor. That sailor received a less than honorable discharge from the Navy for smoking marijuana on board the ship a few days before Ronnie went missing. Ronnie had also helped Naval Investigative Services before when he had been stationed in Michigan. Some of his current shipmates learned about this and believed that Ronnie was working undercover for them. Ronnie told his family that because of all this, he was receiving threats. Ronnie's family came to Pascagoula after he went missing to set up a command center and post flyers asking for information. They made frequent trips from Alabama to Mississippi to search for him, but with no success. Ronnie's mother spent most of her time trying to find new leads in the case so that she could find her son's remains and give him a proper burial for the 15 years following his disappearance. She passed away in 2010 without fulfilling this goal. Ronnie's wife, Suzette, gave birth to his daughter 6 weeks after he went missing. At the time, mother and daughter were not entitled to any help from the Navy. 30 days after Ronnie failed to report to his ship since he still had not been found, he was declared a deserter and his family lost his benefits. The case has since been reclassified by the Navy, and he is considered missing instead of absent without leave. The daughter, Ronnie never had a chance to meet, will turn 25 this year and lives in Alabama where she works as a registered nurse. 38-year-old Lloyd Chamberlain lived in Merritt Island, Florida and worked as a private commercial fisherman. On February 14, 2016, he left Port Canaveral on his Sea Pro Center console boat at approximately 10:30 in the morning with plans to return from his day of fishing by dusk. However, he never arrived home. When it was dark outside and Lloyd still had not arrived home, his friends and family went to Port Canaveral to look for him. There, they found his black Chevrolet Silverado pickup truck and his boat trailer, still parked in the parking lot. They did not find Lloyd or his boat, however. Around 10 o'clock that night, Lloyd was reported as an overdue boater to the Coast Guard. The subsequent search for Lloyd involved the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, the Coast Guard, and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. At 11:32 p.m. that night, a ping from Lloyd's cell phone placed him 2.5 nautical miles off the shore of Indian Harbor Beach. The Coast Guard sent out a search and rescue boat to the location. At 12:20 a.m., the boat was found coming ashore just a few miles northwest of the location where the cell phone had pinged. Lloyd was not on the boat. The boat had come in at Indian Harbor Beach, and all the items on board were examined. While the boat had taken on a lot of water, it was still seaworthy, and Lloyd's fishing rods were still in their holders. Lloyd's life preserver was still on board, but authorities hoped that he had a life jacket or some other sort of flotation device with him, and was still floating somewhere in the water waiting to be rescued. Boats and planes searched for Lloyd from Vero Beach to Flagler Beach, eventually covering an area of more than 5,000 miles. While the ocean had been calm on Sunday when Lloyd went out, conditions were far more challenging on the following 2 days. Strong winds, rip tides, and high waves complicated the search effort. At 7 p.m. on February 16th, with Lloyd still not found, the search for him was called off. The decision was especially painful for Lloyd's girlfriend of 6 years, Melody, and her 3 children, to whom Lloyd had been a strong father figure. Their father, Melody's husband, had died during a boating accident in the Indian River 8 years before Lloyd's disappearance. Lloyd has still not been located. 70-year-old Yuba Thornton lived in Orchid Springs, Florida with her husband. On the morning of February 14, 1984, she drove him to work in nearby Winter Park, Florida. She did not, however, return to pick him up at 2 o'clock that afternoon as planned, and was reported missing to police. Yuba's 1981 Pontiac was located the following day, stuck in the mud in a rural area southwest of Kissimmee, more than 30 miles away from where she was last seen. The car was locked, and there was no sign of Yuba. Authorities feared that Yuba had somehow become disoriented and exited her vehicle, still in that condition, when she became stuck in the mud. Yuba had a heart condition and required 3 different medications, none of which she had with her when she went missing. Over 100 people were involved in the subsequent search for Yuba. Searching the swampy area near the south end of Lake Topekaliga was a challenge. Helicopters, tracking dogs, an airplane, off-road motorcycles, and 4-wheel drive vehicles were all utilized in the search. Members of the search team also looked for Yuba on foot and on horseback. No sign of Yuba was found during the search. The following month, investigators finally received a new lead when a hunter discovered a purse and umbrella near Lake Hatchnaha, further south from the original search area. Yuba Thornton's identification was inside the purse. This discovery resulted in a new search being conducted. A pair of eyeglasses believed to belong to Yuba was found, but not Yuba herself. She remains missing. Paul Krashik served in the United States Army from 1966 until 1974. His experience in the armed forces during the Vietnam War led him to discouraging his daughter Darlene from following in his footsteps and enlisting in the Army after she graduated high school in 1985. His wife Betty Lou, fearing for Darlene's safety, also tried to talk her out of enlisting. However, Darlene was very headstrong and was determined to follow through with her plans. She did join the Army, and in 1987, she was stationed at Fort Carson in Colorado. She had achieved the rank of specialist and was assigned to the 73rd Maintenance Company. On March 16, 1987, 20-year-old Darlene and several other members of her unit went out to Shuffles, a club on South Academy Boulevard in Colorado Springs that was popular with soldiers from Fort Carson. The group spent the evening dancing and having a few drinks together. Because they had work the next morning, most of the group went home early that night, but Darlene stayed later than the rest of her friends. The last known sighting of Darlene was sometime between midnight and 1 a.m. when a witness saw her leave the club. At approximately 5:20 that morning, March 17, 1987, 2 police officers were conducting early morning business checks. Near the dumpster in the alley behind the Korean club restaurant, they discovered a woman's body. The woman was nude, save for her gray pants, which were pulled down to her ankles, and 1 sock. She had a black rope around her neck and a wire hanger around her head. The officers found a driver's license nearby and had identified the woman as Darlene Krashik. The location where she was found was on the same road as Shuffles. Approximately a mile south of it, authorities did not believe that the alley was the site of the crime. Rather, they believed that Darlene's body had just been left there. Darlene had been severely beaten, but her autopsy would show that she had died as a result of strangulation. She had also been sexually assaulted. According to those who knew Darlene, she had a heart of gold and was willing to provide help to anyone who needed it. No one could provide investigators with leads about anyone who would have wanted to hurt her or any potential motives for her murder. She was well liked in her community and had a close group of friends, but no known enemies. She had not gotten into any sort of argument or altercation with anyone at the club the last night she was alive that could have escalated into violence. Army CID and the Colorado Springs Police Department interviewed hundreds of people, both soldiers and civilians. They identified a handful of persons of interest, but were unable to make any arrests, and the case ultimately went cold. While they were unable to pinpoint an exact motive for the crime, investigators did speculate, based on the last phone conversation Darlene had with her mother, that her death may have had something to do with the Army. Just weeks before her death, Darlene was excited about her future in the Army. and the opportunities it was providing for her future. However, when she spoke to her mother on the phone a week before her murder, Darlene was upset about something that was going on at Fort Carson and wanted to get away from the installation. She told her mother that she could not explain to her why she was so upset at that time. The Krashik family worked hard on their own investigation into Darlene's case and on keeping her story in the public eye. They came to Colorado Springs to distribute flyers asking for information in Darlene's voice. I was only 20 years old. They took my dignity, my pride, and my jacket. Then, without mercy, they took my life. If you know something and think it's insignificant, you're mistaken. It's probably the missing link. Betty Lou and Paul Krashik investigated similar crimes from all over the world, filling up their home office with files and newspaper clippings. As the original investigators retired or were reassigned, the couple would call their replacements to make sure that they knew about their daughter and were working on her case. They kept Darlene's picture with them in their Bible. Darlene's case was reopened several times in hopes that new technology would finally identify her killer. In 2004, DNA from an unknown male was identified on several pieces of evidence and on several areas of Darlene's body. Originally, only a partial DNA profile was identified from this evidence, but in 2016, a much stronger profile was isolated. Unfortunately, no match to this profile was found in local or federal databases. That same year, the DNA evidence was submitted to 2 different laboratories. For further, it was sent to the United States Army Criminal Investigation Laboratory for YSTR analysis, which focuses specifically on the Y chromosome. The evidence was also sent to Parabon Nanolabs that December. Parabon used their snapshot DNA phenotyping program to create an image of what the contributor of the DNA may have looked like at the time of the murder, and in 2016, based on his DNA. They had no way of knowing the perpetrator's actual age, so they had to assign one. The images were generated to show the unknown male in his mid-20s, as he may have been in 1987, and in his mid-50s, as he may have been at the time the images were created. These images were released to the public in March of 2017, but despite the offer of a $10,000 reward from the Army, no one came forward correctly identifying the man in the images. In early 2019, Army CID and the Colorado Springs Police Department asked Parabon to submit the DNA profile to GEDmatch, an online genetic genealogy database, and try to use genetic genealogy to identify their suspect. Using this method, Parabon was able to identify several distant relatives of the individual who had left his DNA at the scene. The closest relatives were a woman and her daughter living in Wisconsin, and another woman living in Texas. These women were believed to have a 6th to 9th degree relationship to the contributor of the DNA profile being investigated, meaning they could be as closely related as second cousins once removed, or as distantly related as fourth cousins. By constructing the family trees of the relatives found in the GEDmatch database and comparing them, Parabon was able to narrow down what branch of their family they shared with the unknown male. Parabon was then able to identify a potential suspect found in all of their family trees, who would have shared the same amount of DNA as the person with a DNA profile from the crime scene. That suspect was 58-year-old Michael David White. White had served in the Army from October of 1979 until April of 1998, working as he had been stationed at Fort Carson from September of 1986 until August of 1987. After leaving the Army, White went to work for CenturyLink. He worked there for the next 2 decades, and eventually he rose to the position of senior network engineer. In 2019, he was living in Thornton, Colorado, just north of Denver, with his wife. He had no criminal record. On May 20th, 2019, 2 detectives went to White's residence and saw him get into his car. They then followed him to work. Later that day, they followed him as he left work on his lunch break and went to a nearby fast food restaurant. There, they watched him drink from a cup as he ate his meal. When White left the restaurant, leaving the cup behind, the 2 detectives collected it in hopes that a DNA sample could be taken from it. They also surreptitiously swabbed the door handle of White's car as another potential source of his DNA. Testing showed that Michael White's DNA matched that found at the crime scene. On June 13, 2019, 32 years after Darlene Krashik's murder, he was arrested at his home and taken into custody on a no-bond warrant. He is being charged with first-degree murder after deliberation, first-degree felony murder, and aggravated first-degree sexual assault. White's wife told local reporters that her husband is innocent of the charges against him, and that their entire family is shocked by his arrest. Darlene's parents traveled to Colorado from their home in West Virginia to attend Michael White's first appearance in court shortly after his arrest. The appearance was only about 5 minutes long, but the trip was still worth it for the Crashocks. They returned to Colorado for a preliminary hearing in the case on October 25th. Paul and Betty Lou have pledged to make the trip to Colorado for every one of Michael White's court appearances. The Crashocks are hoping that after 32 years of freedom, White will live long enough to serve 32 years in prison. He had his probation. Now it's time to do his time, Paul told Fox 21 News. I would just tell him that I feel sorry for his mother, Betty Lou said in the same interview. He took my life away from me when he took Darlene, so I can only imagine what his mother feels knowing what he did. Michael White is currently being held at the Criminal Justice Center in Colorado Springs, and his next court appearance is scheduled for February 18, 2020. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.